Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Gamer Deku Had Dating Sims. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Narrator POV. Izuku stared upwards. The stress must have been getting to him. All Might's workout plan must have broken him on some basic, mental level, since he had woken up early, staring at an emerald green square in front of him. Rubbing his eyes, before slapping himself across the face without hesitation, Izuku blinked, looking once again at the green square. Greetings. Hello Izuku-kun. I am your quirk. You have met the necessary conditions to awaken me. In just a few minutes, I will have successfully booted up your dating status page, titles, your achievements, the heroine status, and gallery. Awkwardly trailed off Izuku, staring at the screen as he tried gathering his thoughts, trying to remember what he had to do today, since it was supposed to be important. Oh yeah, finishing off the beach and the U.A entrance exam. Dazedly recalled Izuku, shaking his hand through the box, watching it disappear in wisps of green smoke, before getting out of bed. Hurriedly getting ready for the day, Izuku bemusedly rolled his eyes. Someone must have messed with him with their quirk for fun, that's why. Stepping out of his bedroom, which was filled to the brim with various All Might merchandise, there was some other heroes scat throughout his room, Mirko, for one at least. Intelligence, 3. Izuku honey? Softly hummed Inko, Izuku's mother, who was standing outside her bedroom door, her eyes half-lidded as she stared at her son, who was frozen in place. Be back soon. Awkwardly stammered Izuku, looking at the green sheet in front of him, which his mom didn't seem to notice, and Izuku wasn't going to question it. Okay dear, stay safe. Wearily sighed Inko. Izuku knew his mother didn't want him to do this, but now he had a chance at his dream, and he was going to take it without looking back. Time skip. Sweat was dripping off of Izuku's head, heaving and grunting as he was tugging the last piece of trash behind himself, a wrecked car that had been haunting his dreams for too long. With immense effort from his small body, Izuku panted as the car started shifting a little bit faster, following Izuku towards the designated area where All Might would collect it. I'm done. Titles. Baby-faced, girls at least think you're cute. Model's body. After 10 months of training, you can make girls turn their heads with ease. Main characters. You came across many people and can tell who's a heroine and who's not. Izuku blankly stared at that section of the screen, slowly smiling as he realized he at least had something. Achievements. Hero. With your courageous heart, you have charged head fist into battle, thinking of others' safety. At least he had an achievement, though a lot were locked, and all seemed to actually be based around dating a girl. Talk about difficult. Heroine status. Go out and socialize. Gallery. You haven't even held a girl's hand yet. That hurts more than I thought it would. Tiredly sighed Izuku, focusing on the screens in front of him as he pulled the car. Izuku dismissed the screens, watching them disappear. Focusing again, Izuku brought up the screens once again, doing so a few more times, before slowly realizing that he wasn't dreaming at all, this was real. Walking face first into a wall made Izuku stop, stumbling backwards as he held onto his nose, winching as he smelt copper come from inside his nose, before realizing he was done. Yiwa! Loudly shouted Izuku, he had done it. He had finished the 10 months of hellish training. Grinning from ear to ear, for Izuku ran towards the beach, loudly whooping as he ran towards the railing, feeling liberated, since he had finished what he had set out to do. A whoosh of air made Izuku turn around, grinning as he saw his mentor, All Might himself standing behind him. The pride wasn't even hidden in the man's face. My boy! You done it! You cleaned the entire beach! Proudly laughed All Might, gently placing his left hand on Izuku's right shoulder, steadying the teen, since he had started swaying on his feet. Now eat this! Boisterously chuckled All Might, plucking a long blonde strand of hair from his head, before holding it out to Izuku. First the dating Sims quirk, and now having to eat a hair to get a quirk. Izuku for once didn't bother hide the deadpanned, judgmental stare he was giving his teacher. Confusedly gawked Izuku, accepting the hair without question and placed it into his mouth, swallowing it without question, before gagging. Lime-flavored shampoo. So why don't I feel anything? Curiously questioned Izuku, staring up at his teacher, who was fortunately undateable, while waiting for an explanation. Then Izuku felt something inside of himself shift ever so slight. Notice. I have helped you absorb the quirk one for all. Please be careful, Izuku. Your limbs will break if you use 100% in one limb, so lower the output and spread it throughout your entire body. Izuku, it seems as if there is something inside One for All. Of course you wouldn't. You need to digest it first. It should appear just before the entrance exam. Loudly explained All Might, unaware of Izuku winching slightly from how loud he was, before the man crouched down to Izuku's height. I'm proud of you, remember that. Gently whispered All Might, entering his skinny self with a poof, not wasting a second in wrapping Izuku in a hug and ruffling his curly hair. Izuku didn't even speak as he sunk deeper into the hug, trembling slightly, since this was the first time a man he looked up to actually hugged him, and Izuku was certain he would make it weird if he cried. Letting it last another 10 seconds, Izuku took a step back, breaking free from the hug with a shaky smile on his face, and an inferno of determination burning in his eyes. I won't let you down, softly promised Izuku, clenching his fist in determination, as he watched All Might stand back up. I'll see you soon, young Midoriya. Pleasantly huffed All Might, entering his muscle form once again, before disappearing from sight a second later. Standing still for a second, Izuku could feel the power of his newest quirk surge through him. It was like a star was burning inside of him. The power was unlimited and unmatched. Channeling just a mere fraction of the power stored within him through his body, Izuku gasped as he felt himself become more invigorated, watching as green sparks of electricity danced off of his skin. You have received +2 to aura. I'm going to be late. Loudly gasped Izuku. He couldn't be late for the entrance exam. Time skip. Dashing down the footpath as if the devil himself wanted to drag him to hell, Izuku nimbly danced around anyone in his way. 1% of One for All was barely noticeable except for some green static between his hair, but it was enough to increase Izuku's speed. Things were going absolutely swimmingly for Izuku. He hadn't broken a bone yet, and his quirk had yet to actually catalog any girl. I can do this, I can avoid cataloging a heroine. Determinedly decided Izuku, only for his quirk to accept the challenge, latching onto one of the many girls nearby, and made Izuku stare at her. The world stopped for Izuku. He wasn't even joking. People stopped as they were walking, and even a bird overhead had stopped, not flying or falling, merely suspended in the air. Everything went black, forcing Izuku to calm his breath as he heard something clicking in his head, and suddenly a light from a stage light fell upon someone. Drums rolled in Izuku's head as he saw pink hair. The girl was smiling. Her yellow eyes were unique looking for sure, enhanced by the goggles on her face, further brought out by the grease stains and oil stains on her face. Izuku gulped. She was pretty, and by the look of things, she liked machinery and building. Catch her as she falls and ask if she's all right. B. Knock her over, give her a hand, and ask if she's all right. Suspended in midair, Izuku stared dryly at the screen in front of him. Apparently he couldn't move until he made a choice, and Izuku was internally fretting. Speaking to a girl, it was something he didn't do often, or at all for that matter, and Izuku was an introvert who wanted to be a hero, but talking to girls was a different matter altogether. Begrudgingly accepted Izuku. Suddenly everything returned to normal, and Izuku watched as the girl slipped, on a banana peel of all things. Talk about a cliché. Reacting on pure instinct alone, Izuku was behind the girl, placing either hand on the girl's shoulder as she tipped into him, steadying her fall as she collided with his chest, not even budging an inch. Helping the girl forward, Izuku's eyes glanced towards the letters above her head, smiling as she turned around to face him. You have unlocked the Mei Hatsum route. You have unlocked the achievement, the first. +3 to Hatsum's relationship. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Concernedly asked Izuku, not even speaking by himself. His quirk was forcing him to speak, and all Izuku could do was panic, as the girl stared into his eyes, before looking towards the ground. +3 charm. Hatsume, the inventor. Relationship, weird-haired stranger, 3100. Description, a unique girl, who has a passion for inventing machinery she calls her babies. She starts hyper-focusing on the things she is interested in, and even lets it affect her health from time to time. If only there was a man who could help her. Yes. Confusedly mumbled the girl, shaking her head from side to side, as the sudden confidence Izuku's quirk gave him left, leaving the awkward teenage boy in front of a pretty girl. I'm Hatsume, a pleasure to meet you. Firmly greeted Hatsum, sticking out her right hand expectingly, and Izuku didn't hesitate as he held his right hand forward. They both shook hands like business partners. Talk about awkward. Midoriya Izuku. Shyly muttered Izuku, internally panicking a lot as he looked around, noticing that his charm had increased ever so slightly, and a small part of Izuku was curious to see how effective it was. "And I can say the pleasure of meeting you is solely mine," smoothly added Izuku, giving the girl his best smile, before turning around and grabbing his head, blushing an atomic shade of red. "You have unlocked the achievement, Smooth Words. +6 to Hatsume's relationship. You have received +2 intelligence. Ha! I like you, Midoriya. Walk with me," cheerfully ordered Hatsume, grabbing onto Izuku's sleeve, and started dragging him along to the entrance of Yude, where their future would start. Blushing as he easily kept up with girl in front of him, a part of Izuku was excited that he had a girl in his gallery, but another part of him was worried. Was his quirk actually manipulating Hatsume? It was oddly fulfilling running through a crowd of people, while being dragged along by a pretty girl, whose bag rustled with clinks and clanks of metal hitting off one another. "Dear Izuku, I can't believe you thought I would be so cruel. I am a sentient quirk and I know your morals better than anyone, so I wouldn't manipulate any girl for you, unless you truly desired it. All I did was take advantage of the situation with Mei, since either way, you would have watched her fall over, which would have damaged the stuff in her bag. All I can do is help you make the correct choice when introducing yourself to a girl, catalog them, give you a description of them, which will change as you spend time around them. As for your stats, that merely represents how desirable you are. The higher they are, the quicker your relationship progress with a girl. Izuku, I can only catalog people who are your type. Pretty girls your age and a few older women. Like Mirko, your celebrity crush. Go get her, tiger." I didn't expect such an answer. "What is your name anyway?" Confusedly thought Izuku. He didn't know his quirk was sentient. He heard those were actually quite rare, but were interesting. "Quirk, dating sims. You're basically a rom-com protagonist. Hey, you're taking the entrance exam for the hero course." Excitedly squealed Hatsume, yanking on Izuku until both of them were standing side by side just outside Yudare's gates. "Why yeah," shakily answered Izuku, gulping as he turned towards Mei, who flashed him a smile that looked as if it her quirk that made her smile beautiful. "Then I'll be your personal support worker if you get in. I promise," determinedly declared Hatsume, only for a clicking sound to happen inside of Izuku's head, as a photo of Hatsume Mei smiling at him appeared inside his head. "The promise smile has been added to gallery. +3 to Hatsume Mei's relationship. I can do this," excitedly decided Izuku, rushing forward in his panic, since his blush was obvious from the moon, and then Izuku tripped over his own feet in his haste. "I'm going to die," immediately countered Izuku, his face now blank as it rushed towards the cold, unforgiving ground, accepting his fate, only to stop falling a second before he hit the ground. Remaining motionless in the air, Izuku blinked slowly. This wasn't his own doing. He actually felt a lot lighter than normally did, before Izuku felt a soft hand on his left shoulder, slowly turning him around. The sun assaulted his eyes, making Izuku flinch as he used his right hand to cover his eyes, helping to make out his savior, a girl. "Did I die? Because it looks like I'm seeing an angel. B, thank you. C, can you let me down please? My plan depended on it." "Really dating sims?" mentally complained Izuku, roll his eyes as everyone else was frozen, actually taking a moment to look at his savior, who of course was a pretty girl. She rose-colored cheeks, her hair was cut into a simple brown bob cut, and Izuku blinked, because it suited her well with her chocolate brown eyes, which were frozen, looking into his own. Rolling his eyes at his predicament, Izuku didn't want to be known as a playboy, but for the first time in 15 years, girls, beside his mother, were actually talking to him and weren't judging him. Dating sims said he didn't affect any girl in any way, meaning that everything he did was on his own accord, but Izuku still felt bad doing it, yet a part of him wanted to indulge in his quirk, something he had been denied. Chewing on the inside of his cheek nervously, Izuku knew he could stay like this forever if he didn't make a choice. It was simple, choose option B and move on. Yes, a part of him wanted to say, "Did I die? Because it looks like I'm seeing an angel." Smoothly mused Izuku, his face shifting into a smile, as his quirk affected him temporarily, making him more confident that he could ever be. The effects happened in an instant. A few green sheets appeared in front of Izuku, as he was being straightened up by the girl, who paused for a brief second, before exploding into a shade of red that could match his own. As if she a robot malfunctioning, she was throwing up hand signs like there was no tomorrow, as she tried forming a sentence. "You have unlocked the Ochiko Ururaka route. With your correct choice, you have raised Ochiko's confidence. +12 relationship. +2 charm and intelligence. I'm Uraraka Achiko. Loudly squeaked the girl, looking everywhere but where Izuku was, while Hatsum watched on from the sidelines, rolling her eyes at the awkwardness. It would have been bad luck if you fell. Awkwardly muttered Uraraka, looking at Izuku, while the girl's catalog appeared in front of his face. Achiko Uraraka, aspiring hero. Relationship, the awkward duo, 12-100. Description, her parents are construction workers, and lately they've been finding it hard to make money, meaning they are barely staying afloat financially. Achiko is determined to be a hero, so her parents can live a comfortable life, and she is willing to fight tooth and nail to life her family up. Thank you so much. Hurriedly apologized Izuku, bowing down, doing his best to hide his eyes. Since he wasn't expecting Uraraka to be this kind, she was willing to risk her life against future villains for her parents' sakes. She's so wonderful. Amazedly realized Izuku, before standing back up, ready to do his best. Out of the way, Deku! Loudly growled Izuku's childhood tormentor, who had been a former friend, with a quirk as dangerous as his personality. Izuku gulped as he started shaking. It was because he was frightened of Katsuki Bakugo, but more so it was out of reflex, the explosions that would brush across his skin fame to memory, leaving burns which he had to hide from his own mother. Cowering as the blonde bully walked past him, Izuku watched as his antagonizer walked past him, not even sparing a glance, despite the two girls on either side of him. Kaken! Softly mumbled Izuku, staring at Katsuki as he walked onwards. The confidence oozed out of him without effort, and for once, Izuku glared back at his childhood friend turned bully. I'm going to get in. Determinedly growled Izuku, clenching his left hand, as One for All flickered to life beneath his skin, causing green sparks to escape his fist. For being so cool in front of girls, you have received +4 aura. For actually looking cool, +4 to all heroines' relationships. Shoot, we're gonna be late. Horrifiedly screamed Uraraka, everyone present to blanch, realizing that they were all in fact cutting it close to get to their designated rooms for their written exams. I'll see you guys soon. Hurriedly shouted Uraraka, dashing away, not even letting Izuku or Mei say goodbye to her. See ya around. Confidently chuckled Mei, jogging onwards, her bag rustling as she did so, while Izuku stood there, staring upwards towards the school he wanted to go to. Time skip. Sitting at his desk, Izuku was staring upwards at the ceiling overhead. He had in fact finished the written exam with time to spare, and now had nothing to do other than waste his time doing nothing, waiting for everyone else to finish. Looking around the horde of students, Izuku could feel his gaze been drawn to certain girls, while he passed over others with a thought. Apparently the title main characters could tell who could be a heroine and who wouldn't. Stats. Idly mused Izuku, seeing his dating stats come up, looking over each of them with confusion, since he knew what each word meant, but not the context of them. Hey dating sims, what does each stat mean? Confusedly questioned Izuku, since each stat had increased a lot since the morning. Charm, 7. Intelligence, 7. 7. I'm glad you asked, Izuku-an. I was wondering when you would finally ask. Charm, this is your ability to smooth talk to girls, and sound cool while doing soon. The higher this stat is, the quicker a relationship can increase, if you're smart about it. Intelligence, this isn't your actual intelligence, this is your intelligence related to females. The more you learn about girls, the higher this stat will get, which will lead to more choice options in the future, which help out a lot, and can help you solve various problems your heroines are facing. Aura, your ability to subconsciously project your presence. The higher this is, the more effect your choice and actions will have on your heroines, helping you increase your relationship easier. I really wish I had my notebook with me. And I also have to tell All Might. Wearily mulled Izuku, his eyes sliding over to the clock, saying there was still 5 minutes left, making Izuku roll his eyes in exasperation. How do relationships progress? Since I know that something happens when I get 1 to 100. Interestedly inquired Izuku, waiting patiently for his quirk to answer. Smiling slightly as a second green screen popped up. Relationships have 4 levels. The first one is the stranger stage, where you barely know anything about the person. The relationship can be increased by showing an interest in the person, asking questions to them, or flirting. Normally, this relationship is stuck in one area, like a school. The second stage is the friend stage, but luckily it is very hard to stay in the friendship stage, since this stage is the quickest, because the heroine is taking an interest in you. In this stage, the heroine or you can exchange contact information, and can start hanging around with one another outside of school. Also, special events trigger in this stage. The third stage, or aka the realization stage, the heroine realizes she has a crush on you. This stage is unique for all heroines, since some could start spending more time with you and acting more bold, while others could start becoming shy. You can start dating a girl in this stage once your relationship is over 50 with her, if you want. Lastly is the soulmate stage. This is where you two know everything about one another and truly are in love, despite your flaws, with both of you helping overcome them. Examiners, time is up. Please place your pencils down and leave. For people taking the hero exam, please head down the hall to the room at the end of the hall and find your seat. Loudly announced the pro-hero overlooking the written exam, Blood King, and Izuku had to do his best not to fanboy over him. Complying with the hero, the majority of the people present stood up and started walking towards the door, and Izuku held his breath as he stood up. His sight was being drawn to a heroine. Doing his best not to look over at the girl, since Izuku knew what would happen, the green-haired teen knew that his luck wouldn't hold out. You're goddamn right. Just do it. She is really cute. You definitely think so. Izuku realized then and there his quirk was in but, encouraging him to do something he was uncomfortable with, and knowing his luck so far, the girl would fall on him. Stealing his nerves as he did against the slime villain, Izuku hesitatingly turned around, his emerald green eyes being attracted to a girl directly behind him, who looked disappointed and was playing with her dangling earlobes. For the third time that day, Izuku felt everything around him face away, so he could focus on the lone girl, who obviously looked upset about something. Her small frame looked even smaller as she hunched her shoulders over. Izuku felt his heart skip a beat, her purple hair RDC looking, enhanced by her dangling earlobes that looked like jacks, which went well with her pale skin. Are you okay? B, tell her a joke. Sing rap god. Dating sims, are you sure I should do that? Wearily mused Izuku, focusing on the three options in front of him. The first one was generic and bland, the third one would take too long, but the second seemed like the best bet, so he went with it. Why did the chicken cross the road? Interestedly hummed Izuku. The confidence his quirk temporarily gave him was back, as he slowed down and stared at the girl, blushing in embarrassment as he did so. What? Me? Confusedly gawked the girl, blinking rapidly as she stood up straight, both of her hands rocketing down to her side, before focusing on Izuku. Why? Slowly questioned the girl. She didn't look as sad anymore, confused more so, despite the huge blush on his face. So he could ask the cutie how she was doing. Cheekily finished Izuku, wanting to throw himself in front of a speeding car, since even by his low standards, that was cringe. Oh my god. That was so lame. Loudly laughed the girl, crossing her arms across her stomach as she did so, earning the attention of everyone present, as she wiped a tear that had formed in her eyes. I needed that, thanks dude. Relievedly sighed the girl, shaking her head from side to side, but despite that, she was smiling like a fool. You have unlocked the Jairu Kyoka route. You have gotten +2 charm for being so funny. +8 relationship with Kyoka for being so funny. Midoriya Izuku, can I get your name? And maybe your number? Confidently asked Izuku, his confidence leaving him a second later, leaving him to look like a tomato, as he actually stumbled forward in embarrassment. +10 relationship with Kyoka for being so cute. Maybe later. Jairu Kyoka by the way. Dismissively snorted Jairu, though she was blushing as she dismissed him, which was something at the very least. Jairu Kyoka, the former musician. Relationship, she finds you funny, 18100. Description, her parents were inspiring musicians, and it seemed as if Kyoka inherited their talents. But her dream didn't lie there, and she strayed away from the path her parents wanted her to take. She's afraid she could let them down if she doesn't succeed, if only she had a strong, reassuring shoulder to lean on. I'll see you in school. Awkwardly mumbled Izuku, wrapping his hands around his face, so he could hide it from sight, knowing he had made himself look like a weirdo. Confidence? I can think of a few girls who wouldn't mind dating you. Teasingly cackled Jairu, friendly bumping her shoulder off of Izuku's left arm as she walked by, pausing for a second as she did so again for a second time. And you have some muscle, nice? Easily noted Jairu, bopping her head to a tune only she knew, winking at Izuku as she walked onwards. For being so confident, you have gotten +3 charm. For being cool you have got +6 relationship with Jairu Kyoka. Is talking to girls always like this? Confusedly mused Izuku, since apparently Jairu thought his awkwardness was confidence, making his charm go up by time skip. Dressed in his light blue tracksuit, Izuku was blank-eyed as he stared at the massive gates in front of him. He had sat beside Kaken, as Present Mike went over the robots they would be facing. That wasn't the worst of it. Izuku shuddered as he remembered being called out on by a blue-haired guy because of his mumbling, and he had been making more noise than he had. Focus! Mentally chided Izuku, unzipping the blue jacket that came with his tracksuit, and wrapped it around his waist, which showed off his arms that were covered in muscles. For showing off your hard work to Uraraka, she has become inspired to work hard. +4 relationship to Uraraka Ochako. Uraraka! Excitedly sighed Izuku, looking over at the girl in question, seeing her obviously trying to calm down. Despite look at him, slightly jealous at how calm Izuku was. One for All was alive beneath his skin, ready to activate 5% of its total power, while the green-haired dating Sims protagonist made his way over towards Uraraka Ochako, only for someone to step between them. Blue clothes filled Izuku's sight, making Izuku silently judge the person's fashion taste, since he at least wore a sleeveless black top to the exam. Do you know it's rude to interrupt someone trying to take this exam? Loudly proclaimed the blue-haired teen from early, staring down at Izuku as if he was scum, who was purposely trying to throw people off their game. Are you even serious? Defiantly asked the teen, before the world stopped for the 4th time that day, but luckily enough, Izuku knew it wasn't because this dude was a dateable person. Izuku-an, this is a great opportunity. A special event has been triggered. This is so going to the gallery. The first special encounter has been added to gallery. Special events are completely random, they happen for no real reason, but can have glorious outcomes. With special events, you can find heroines who you wouldn't normally encounter, or run into someone harassing your heroines. If it is the latter case, you are given options which can earn you a lot of relationship points with ease. Thanks, dating sim. Mentally thanked Izuku, feeling his quirk ooze satisfaction, as a few choices appeared in front of Izuku. Sorry, B. I know her, you know? C. It isn't very hero-like to jump to conclusions. I know Uraraka, so the question is, are you even serious about being a hero? Izuku rolled his eyes as he wondered which one it was, though he didn't take long in deciding option C, feeling confidence ooze from his quirk into him, making Izuku feel as if he could do public speaking with ease. You know it isn't very hero-like to jump to conclusions. I know Uraraka, so the question is, are you even serious about being a hero? Dryly countered Izuku. The green-haired teen felt different as he stared defiantly into the blue-haired teen's eyes, watching the teen recoil back without any guilt in his gut. Ochako, it is okay. You'll do great. Easily added Izuku, the confidence leaving him in a second, as he realized that he used her first name without permission, almost passing out from all of the blood rushing to his head. For being so cool, you have received +10 aura. For being a badass in her standards, +3 relationship with Uraraka. Showing that you aren't a fan of formalities, you have used Ochiko's name instinctively while being concerned for her. +10 relationship with Uraraka. Start! Loudly howled Present Mike, silencing everyone present from the sheer loudness, as the gates opened quite quickly despite their sheer size. What are you waiting for? There is no countdown for a real fight. Dramatically announced Present Mike, watching at the students as they exploded into motion. Drawing upon One for All, which has been partly active, since it took an annoying amount of time to fully course through his body, it only took a second for Izuku to activate his second quirk, feeling electricity flicker free from his skin. Exploding into motion, Izuku blinked as he actually managed to keep up with the blue-haired teen, who had engines in his calves. Stop, human scum. I will destroy you. Robotically announced a two-pointer. Izuku gulped as he closed in on the robot, reeling back his fist as he closed the distance, ready to throw his punch. Stomping his right foot forward, Izuku followed through with the punch as he put his weight into it, feeling his knuckles collide with plates of metal, winching as he felt his knuckles creak in protest, while the metal caved inwards. A little bit of sympathy welled up in Izuku's gut as he saw the robot's head cave in, effectively shutting off the robot due to Izuku damaging its main circuit pathways. 2 points. Mentally counted Izuku, his mind running a mile a minute as he gazed throughout the practice city, seeing dozens of fellow contestants go after robots, using their quirks to do so. I need at least a minimum of 30 to have a chance. This is a hero school after all. Wearily theorized Izuku, already running off to find his next robot, not halting as he realized something important. It was a hero school. Being a hero meant that you also had to rescue a person when they were in danger. Time skip. There was only 3 minutes. Izuku actually felt quite confident as he rested against a wall, panting as sweat was freely dripping down his body, His black shirt had been all but destroyed at this point. In total he had earned himself a nifty little 40 points by robots alone, and had helped more than one fellow contender by carrying them out of the way, or incapacitating a robot for them. Then, who knew that this would be so tiring? Mentally complained Izuku. One for all was definitely something. With each step he had taken while the quirk has been active, it had sent him a solid foot into the air each time, something he would have to fix, since it was tiring. The ground started rumbling, forcing Izuku to widen his stance and draw upon one for all, green eyes wildly darting around the area, desperately trying to find the cause of the rumbling, since whatever had done that was dangerous. Izuku didn't have to try hard to find it. The zero-pointer had arrived, and it towered above every building, destroying any building it even leaned on slightly. Ochako is in danger. She's near the rubble. Izuku didn't know why his sentient quirk knew that, but Izuku trusted it. He trusted it with his life. Despite only having it since the morning, Izuku trusted it. Running through the crowd of fleeing students, Izuku's eyes briefly met the engine-calved, blue-haired teen from early, a silent message passing between them in that brief instant. Are you an idiot? Someone is in danger. Help! Weakly yelled the girl in question. That was more than enough for Izuku run head first into danger without a second thought. Someone was in danger, so he would save them. Green electricity started intensifying around Izuku, as the dating sim's protagonist started channeling more of one for all throughout his body, hopefully lessening the effect this next stunt would have on him. As more and more power started flowing through his body, Izuku's pupils started wobbling, looking as if they were being drawn in different directions, as red veins of energy started appearing on Izuku's body. 100%! Loudly roared Izuku. His whole body was groaning in protest. Multiple bones snapping as Izuku merely down with the speed of a bullet, before leaping upwards, breaking the ground apart like it was made of paper, as well as his legs. Izuku! Frightfully screamed Ochako, watching as someone who was a complete stranger run head first into danger for her, and all she could do was watch as Izuku seemed to float right in front of the zero-pointer's face, her heart racing at the gesture. Smash! Determinately shouted Izuku. His whole body was snapping, the sounds echoing up through his body, as he reeled back his right arm, before punching forward. With a force that could only be comparable to All Might himself, Izuku watched as the zero-pointer's face caved in, shattering to pieces as its entire body was lifted upwards from the force, and then the boom came. Multiple sonic booms happened, shattering every one piece of glass nearby, also launching the zero-pointer back a few hundred feet. Ha! Confusedly gawked Izuku. He hadn't expected for that to happen, but it was welcomed, and then Izuku felt it as soon as his control of his newest quirk slipped. Biting down on his lips to hold back a scream, Izuku felt the tears gathered in his eyes, as his legs were broken, so was his right arm, and Izuku was certain a few more bones were broken, as he fell through the air. It was ironic. Izuku was about to die before he even became a hero. For risking your life to save Ochako, you have received plus 70 relationship. You have maxed out the awkward duo relationship. Update happening. Ochako Uraraka, aspiring hero. Relationship, her idol, second stage 3-100. Description: having a less than ideal upbringing in the Finnical area, Ochako has learned to be happy with what she gets. Her goal is to become a hero, so she can support her parents. What she needs is someone who she can confide in, to tell them why she wants to be a hero, so she doesn't feel so shallow compared to everyone else. You have received plus 10 aura for your amazing feat. Thank you so much for thinking to updating my dating stays and relationships before I die. Dryly noted Izuku, plummeting to the ground like a brick. His limbs were flopping along behind him, hurting even more, as shards of bone dug into his muscles. I can possibly thrown myself back into the air with a well-placed punch, bleeding off a lot of the momentum. Logically deduced Izuku, drawing upon the flaming power of one for all, charging a solid 70% into his left arm, ping it back as he did so. Now just a few dozen feet off of the ground, Izuku braced himself for the pain that was about to come his way, ready to break his left arm so he could survive the fall. Just as Izuku was about to enact his last gambit, something slapped Izuku's cheek, making the teen's descent slow down, until he floated just a few feet off of the ground. Release! Tiredly shouted Ochako, tapping her fingers off one another, letting Izuku to fall to the ground, along with the piece of metal she had used to get closer to him as he fell. You're welcome. At least now you look pretty cool. Ignoring the text in front of him, Izuku struggled to roll on his back, his leg crunching as he did so, forcing Izuku to hold back a scream of pain, but now Izuku was looking into the sky. A small smile graced his face. He had done it. Izuku wasn't certain if he had a spot in UA, but he did his best, which was quite good, since he had just gotten 2 quirks this morning. Hee hee. Lowly chuckled Izuku, his eyes feeling heavy as he stared upwards, drained from everything that had happened today, and surprisingly enough, the most tiring parts of today was the social interactions. I'm so eating pork cutlet Katsudon, training plan B dmed. Easily decided Izuku, honestly he wanted someone to try and say no. Not a second later, Midoriya Izuku, the 9th user of One for All and the dating sims protagonist, was asleep on the ruined road, smiling in his sleep with ease. A bit away stood the blue-haired teen, shocked at the display of power he had seen the green-haired boy unleash, and the fact he had ran face first into danger to save a girl he knew. Wait, there's more to the exam. Rescue points. Immediately realized the teen, since it was a hero school and being a hero also meant saving people as well as defeating villains. Did he realize this as well? Curiously mulled the teen Ida Tenya, watching as an old woman made her way over to Izuku. Time skip. For what felt like the 10th time today, Izuku stared up at a white ceiling. He felt like he had been hit by a car, and frankly, from how sore his body felt, Izuku could believe it. His right arm was in a cast. Trying to flex his fingers only brought discomfort for Izuku, as he heard a cough coming from his side, making the 9th user of One for All to look over. You have broke every bone in your legs, your right arm, your right hand, 2 ribs on either side, and shredded every muscle fiber in your arm and leg. Dryly started an elderly woman. She looked as if she had been holding this in for a while, and frankly speaking, from the fact the sun was setting now, Izuku beloved her. Title unlocked. Daredevil. People think you're cooler than you actually are. Izukuin. You nailed it. You captivated her heart with the stunt. +4 charm. Is she okay? Gently whispered Izuku. He felt out of it, as if he had been pumped full on pain relief. Considering what he had done, Izuku fully believed that it was the case, vaguely realizing that the elderly woman was in fact Recovery Girl. I'm not sure if you're as heroic as All Might or as foolish as him. Sarcastically scoffed Recovery Girl, staring down the green-haired boy, All Might's successor, with dread. She's alright, but I'm not going to heal every bone you break on purpose. Exasperatedly sighed Recovery Girl, watching as Izuku's eyes slowly drooped closed, telling her he was exhausted. Time skip. Surprisingly, the 2-week wait for the letter telling him was surprisingly uneventful. No new heroines added to his catalog, no dating stat increase at all, just pure dread and exercise. Sitting as still as a tree in his chair, Izuku eyed the Yud at a letter in front of him. All Might hadn't contacted him in the 2 weeks, no matter how many times Izuku tried calling him or texting him. Welp, here goes nothing. Idly decided Izuku, jamming his finger into the corner of the letter, before ripping it open with ease, his right arm slightly aching from the action, as a small metallic disc fell onto his desk. Huh! Confusedly grunted Izuku, watching as a blue holographic projection of All Might appeared in front of him. Greetings, young Midoriya. It is I, All Might, and I am here to deliver your score. Boisterously greeted All Might, unaware of the fact that Izuku was reeled backwards in his seat, sending both himself and his seat into the ground with a thump. You have received 30 villion points, which wouldn't be enough to pass, but there was more. Rescue points as well. What sort of hero school doesn't have rescue points? Loudly chuckled All Might as he stepped out of the center of the screen, silently showing Izuku his results, who was now in fact standing up. Izuku Midoriya. Villion points, 32. Rescue points, 68. Ranked first. I did it. Quietly mumbled Izuku, not quite believing that he had in fact done it. He had gotten into UA, the most prestigious school in the country, and had gotten first place in the physical aspect of the exam. I did it. Excitedly screamed Izuku, launching his right fist into the air, smiling like a madman as he did so. Meet me at the beach as soon as you can. Hurriedly added All Might, before the holographic projection shut off, leaving Izuku alone to register the words All Might had said. Without hesitating, Izuku started getting ready, seeing his bedroom door open up, his mother shakily poking her head in, with tears in her eyes, filled with pride that only a mother could possess. After all, this would be his. My dating sims academia. Time skip. What? Slowly repeated All Might, sitting on a bench, overlooking a cleaned-up beach, paused midway into liking his ice cream, as his mind finally registered what his successor had told him. I woke up 2 weeks ago and developed a quirk. I tried telling you, but you left as soon as you gave me One for All. Hurriedly repeated Izuku, somewhat annoyed by the fact that this was his third time explaining it to his idol. It was embarrassing. What was it again? Gently questioned All Might, in his skinny form as he looked at Izuku, still not quite registering what he had had just yet. It turns my life into a dating sims. Awkwardly answered Izuku, nervously chewing his lower lip as he waited for All Might to answer. Why then at all times? Why would your quirk develop on that day? Confusedly mumbled All Might. He believed Izuku. He took his word for it that his quirk only activated that morning, but why? Izuku and I can answer. It's because you weren't quite mature enough to handle me. I have the potential to affect older women, and some wouldn't hesitate to show you what era meant once you reach the third relationship. At least now, you are strong enough to protect yourself and have a means of escape. That's why I decided to manifest on that day. My quirk didn't want me to understand era as a 4-year-old. Perfectly summarized Izuku, winching at the implication, kind of glad his quirk had thought of the future. It was a silver lining to the whole bullying issue. Also, dating sims said something was inside one for all. Hesitantly added Izuku, he could feel the raging star that was one for all shift inside him at the word inside, only making Izuku more suspicious. What? Confusedly gawked All Might. He could see why Izuku's sentient quirk, dating sims, would do that. It was looking out for Izuku, since it knew the risk. Something is inside one for all? Wearily repeated All Might, looking at Izuku for confirmation, only to see his successor frozen, as he read something in front of him, most likely a message from his quirk. Yeah, like one for all is somewhat sentient as well. It has the previous 8 holders and their consciences in it, as well as their quirks, though All Might hasn't finished forming just yet. Izuku already missed the day where his largest concern was accidental making girl fall in love with him, and now he had to worry about 2 sentient quirks, 7 people living inside his head, school, and trying to not make girls fall in love with him. Izuku felt as if his life was some sort of cosmic joke. Narrator POV. Izuku stared upwards. The stress must have been getting to him. All Might's workout plan must have broken him on some basic, mental level, since he had woken up early, staring at an emerald green square in front of him. Rubbing his eyes, before slapping himself across the face without hesitation, Izuku blinked, looking once again at the green square. Greetings. Hello Izuku-kun. I am your quirk. You have met the necessary conditions to awaken me. In just a few minutes, I will have successfully booted up your dating status page, titles, your achievements, the heroine status, and gallery. Awkwardly trailed off Izuku, staring at the screen as he tried gathering his thoughts, trying to remember what he had to do today, since it was supposed to be important. Oh yeah, finishing off the beach and the U.A entrance exam. Dazedly recalled Izuku, shaking his hand through the box, watching it disappear in wisps of green smoke, before getting out of bed. Hurriedly getting ready for the day, Izuku bemusedly rolled his eyes. Someone must have messed with him with their quirk for fun, that's why. Stepping out of his bedroom, which was filled to the brim with various All Might merchandise, there was some other heroes scat throughout his room, Mirko, for one at least. Intelligence, 3. Izuku honey? Softly hummed Inko, Izuku's mother, who was standing outside her bedroom door, her eyes half-lidded as she stared at her son, who was frozen in place. Be back soon. Awkwardly stammered Izuku, looking at the green sheet in front of him, which his mom didn't seem to notice, and Izuku wasn't going to question it. Okay dear, stay safe. Wearily sighed Inko. Izuku knew his mother didn't want him to do this, but now he had a chance at his dream, and he was going to take it without looking back. Time skip. Sweat was dripping off of Izuku's head, heaving and grunting as he was tugging the last piece of trash behind himself, a wrecked car, that had been haunting his dreams for too long. With immense effort from his small body, Izuku panted as the car started shifting a little bit faster, following Izuku towards the designated area, where All Might would collect it. I'm done. Titles. Baby-faced, girls at least think you're cute. Model's body. After 10 months of training, you can make girls turn their heads with ease. Main characters. You came across many people and can tell who's a heroine and who's not. Izuku blankly stared at that section of the screen, slowly smiling as he realized he at least had something. Achievements. Your courageous heart, you have charged head fist into battle, thinking of others' safety. At least he had an achievement, though a lot were locked, and all seemed to actually be based around dating a girl. Talk about difficult. Heroine status. Go out and socialize. Gallery. You haven't even held a girl's hand yet. That hurts more than I thought it would. Tiredly sighed Izuku, Focusing on the screens in front of him as he pulled the car, Izuku dismissed the screens, watching them disappear. Focusing again, Izuku brought up the screens once again, doing so a few more times, before slowly realizing that he wasn't dreaming at all, this was real. Walking face first into a wall made Izuku stop, stumbling backwards as he held onto his nose, winching as he smelt copper come from inside his nose, before realizing he was done. Yiwa! Loudly shouted Izuku, he had done it. He had finished the 10 months of hellish training. Grinning from ear to ear, for Izuku ran towards the beach, loudly whooping as he ran towards the railing, feeling liberated, since he had finished what he had set out to do. A whoosh of air made Izuku turn around, grinning as he saw his mentor, All Might himself standing behind him. The pride wasn't even hidden in the man's face. My boy! You done it! You cleaned the entire beach! Proudly laughed All Might, gently placing his left hand on Izuku's right shoulder, steadying the teen, since he had started swaying on his feet. Now eat this! Boisterously chuckled All Might, plucking a long blonde strand of hair from his head, before holding it out to Izuku. First the dating sim's quirk, and now having to eat a hair to get a quirk. Izuku for once didn't bother hide the deadpanned, judgmental stare he was giving his teacher. Confusedly gawked Izuku, accepting the hair without question and placed it into his mouth, swallowing it without question, before gagging. Lime-flavored shampoo. So why don't I feel anything? Curiously questioned Izuku, staring up at his teacher, who was fortunately undateable, while waiting for an explanation. Then Izuku felt something inside of himself shift ever so slight. Notice. I have helped you absorb the quirk one for all. Please be careful, Izuku-an. Your limbs will break if you use 100% in one limb, so lower the output and spread it throughout your entire body. Izuku-an, it seems as if there is something inside one for all. Of course you wouldn't. You need to digest it first. It should appear just before the entrance exam. Loudly explained All Might, unaware of Izuku winching slightly from how loud he was, before the man crouched down to Izuku's height. I'm proud of you, remember that. Gently whispered All Might, entering his skinny self with a poof, not wasting a second in wrapping Izuku in a hug and ruffling his curly hair. Izuku didn't even speak as he sunk deeper into the hug, trembling slightly, since this was the first time a man he looked up to actually hugged him, and Izuku was certain he would make it weird if he cried. Letting it last another 10 seconds, Izuku took a step back, breaking free from the hug with a shaky smile on his face, and an inferno of determination burning in his eyes. I won't let you down, softly promised Izuku, clenching his fist in determination, as he watched All Might stand back up. I'll see you soon, young Midoriya. Pleasantly huffed All Might, entering his muscle form once again, before disappearing from sight a second later. Standing still for a second, Izuku could feel the power of his newest quirk surge through him. It was like a star was burning inside of him. The power was unlimited and unmatched. Channeling just a mere fraction of the power stored within him through his body, Izuku gasped as he felt himself become more invigorated, watching as green sparks of electricity danced off of his skin. You have received +2 to aura. I'm going to be late. Loudly gasped Izuku. He couldn't be late for the entrance exam. Time skip. Dashing down the footpath as if the devil himself wanted to drag him to hell, Izuku nimbly danced around anyone in his way. 1% of 1 for all was barely noticeable except for some green static between his hair, but it was enough to increase Izuku's speed. Things were going absolutely swimmingly for Izuku. He hadn't broken a bone yet, and his quirk had yet to actually catalog any girl. I can do this, I can avoid cataloging a heroine. Determinedly decided Izuku, only for his quirk to accept the challenge, latching onto one of the many girls nearby, and made Izuku stare at her. The world stopped for Izuku. He wasn't even joking. People stopped as they were walking, and even a bird overhead had stopped, not flying or falling, merely suspended in the air. Everything went black, forcing Izuku to calm his breath as he heard something clicking in his head, and suddenly a light from a stage light fell upon someone. Drums rolled in Izuku's head as he saw pink hair. The girl was smiling. Her yellow eyes were unique looking for sure, enhanced by the goggles on her face, further brought out by the grease stains and oil stains on her face. Izuku gulped. She was pretty, and by the look of things, she liked machinery and building. Catch her as she falls and ask if she's all right. B. Knock her over, give her a hand, and ask if she's all right. Suspended in midair, Izuku stared dryly at the screen in front of him. Apparently he couldn't move until he made a choice, and Izuku was internally fretting. Speaking to a girl, it was something he didn't do often, or at all for that matter. and Izuku was an introvert who wanted to be a hero, but talking to girls was a different matter altogether. Begrudgingly accepted Izuku, suddenly everything returned to normal, and Izuku watched as the girl slipped, on a banana peel of all things. Talk about a cliché. Reacting on pure instinct alone, Izuku was behind the girl, placing either hand on the girl's shoulder as she tipped into him, steadying her fall as she collided with his chest, not even budging an inch. Helping the girl forward, Izuku's eyes glanced towards the letters above her head, smiling as she turned around to face him. You have unlocked the Mei Hatsum route. You have unlocked the achievement, the first. +3 to Hatsum's relationship. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Concernedly asked Izuku, not even speaking by himself. His quirk was forcing him to speak, and all Izuku could do was panic as the girl stared into his eyes, before looking towards the ground. +3 charm. Hatsume, the inventor. Relationship, weird-haired stranger, 3100. Description, a unique girl who has a passion for inventing machinery she calls her babies. She starts hyper-focusing on the things she is interested in, and even lets it affect her health from time to time. If only there was a man who could help her. Yes. Confusedly mumbled the girl, shaking her head from side to side, as the sudden confidence Izuku's quirk gave him left, leaving the awkward teenage boy in front of a pretty girl. I'm Hatsume, a pleasure to meet you. Firmly greeted Hatsum, sticking out her right hand expectingly, and Izuku didn't hesitate as he held his right hand forward. They both shook hands like business partners. Talk about awkward. Midoriya Izuku. Shyly muttered Izuku, internally panicking a lot as he looked around, noticing that his charm had increased ever so slightly, and a small part of Izuku was curious to see how effective it was. And I can say the pleasure of meeting you is solely mine. Smoothly added Izuku, giving the girl his best smile, before turning around and grabbing his head, blushing an atomic shade of red. You have unlocked the achievement, smooth words. +6 to Hatsum's relationship. You have received +2 intelligence. I like you, Midoriya. Walk with me. Cheerfully ordered Hatsum, grabbing onto Izuku's sleeve, and started dragging him along to the entrance of Yude, where their future would start. Blushing as he easily kept up with girl in front of him, a part of Izuku was excited that he had a girl in his gallery, but another part of him was worried. Was his quirk actually manipulating Hatsum? It was oddly fulfilling running through a crowd of people, while be dragged along by a pretty girl, whose bag rustled with clinks and clanks of metal hitting off one another. Dear Izuku, I can't believe you thought I would be so cruel. I am a sentient quirk and I know your morals better than anyone, so I wouldn't manipulate any girl for you, unless you truly desired it. All I did was take advantage of the situation with Mei, since either way, you would have watched her fall over, which would have damaged the stuff in her bag. All I can do is help you make the correct choice when introducing yourself to a girl, catalog them, give you a description of them, which will change as you spend time around them. As for your stats, that merely represents how desirable you are. The higher they are, the quicker your relationship progress with a girl. Izuku, I can only catalog people who are your type. Pretty girls your age and a few older women. Like Mirko, your celebrity crush. Go get her, tiger. I didn't expect such an answer. What is your name anyway? Confusedly thought Izuku. He didn't know his quirk was sentient. He heard those were actually quite rare, but were interesting. Quirk, dating sims. You're basically a rom-com protagonist. Hey, you're taking the entrance exam for the hero course. Excitedly squealed Hatsum, yanking on Izuku until both of them were standing side by side just outside Yudare's gates. Why yeah. Shakily answered Izuku, gulping as he turned towards Mei, who flashed him a smile that looked as if it her quirk that made her smile beautiful. Then I'll be your personal support worker if you get in. I promise. Determinedly declared Hatsum, only for a clicking sound to happen inside of Izuku's head, as a photo of Hatsume smiling at him appeared inside his head. The promise smile has been added to gallery. +3 to Hatsume's relationship. I can do this. Excitedly decided Izuku, rushing forward in his panic, since his blush was obvious from the moon, and then Izuku tripped over his own feet in his haste. I'm going to die. Immediately countered Izuku, his face now blank as it rushed towards the cold, unforgiving ground, accepting his fate, only to stop falling a second before he hit the ground. Remaining motionless in the air, Izuku blinked slowly. This wasn't his own doing. He actually felt a lot lighter than normally did, before Izuku felt a soft hand on his left shoulder, slowly turning him around. The sun assaulted his eyes, making Izuku flinch as he used his right hand to cover his eyes, helping to make out his savior, a girl. Did I die? Because it looks like I'm seeing an angel. B. Thank you. C. Can you let me down please? My plan depended on it. Really dating sims? Mentally complained Izuku, roll his eyes as everyone else was frozen, actually taking a moment to look at his savior, who of course was a pretty girl. She rose-colored cheeks, her hair was cut into a simple brown bob cut, and Izuku blinked, because it suited her well with her chocolate brown eyes, which were frozen, looking into his own. Rolling his eyes at his predicament, Izuku didn't want to be known as a playboy, but for the first time in 15 years, girls, beside his mother, were actually talking to him and weren't judging him. Dating sims said he didn't affect any girl in any way, meaning that everything he did was on his own accord, but Izuku still felt bad doing it, yet a part of him wanted to indulge in his quirk, something he had been denied. Chewing on the inside of his cheek nervously, Izuku knew he could stay like this forever if he didn't make a choice. It was simple, choose option B and move on. Yes, a part of him wanted to say, did I die? Because it looks like I'm seeing an angel. Smoothly mused Izuku, his face shifting into a smile, as his quirk affected him temporarily, making him more confident that he could ever be. The effects happened in an instant. A few green sheets appeared in front of Izuku, as he was being straightened up by the girl, who paused for a brief second, before exploding into a shade of red that could match his own. As if she a robot malfunctioning, she was throwing up hand signs like there was no tomorrow, as she tried forming a sentence. You have unlocked the Ochiko Ururaka route. With your correct choice, you have raised Ochiko's confidence. Plus 12 relationship. Plus 2 charm and intelligence. I'm Ururaka Ochiko. Loudly squeaked the girl, looking everywhere but where Izuku was, while Hatsum watched on from the sidelines, rolling her eyes at the awkwardness. It would have been bad luck if you fell. Awkwardly muttered Uraraka, looking at Izuku, while the girl's catalog appeared in front of his face. Ochiko Uraraka, aspiring hero. Relationship, the awkward duo, 12-100. Description, her parents are construction workers, and lately they've been finding it hard to make money, meaning they are barely staying afloat financially. Ochiko is determined to be a hero, so her parents can live a comfortable life, and she is willing to fight tooth and nail to life her family up. Thank you so much. Hurriedly apologized Izuku, bowing down, doing his best to hide his eyes. Since he wasn't expecting Uraraka to be this kind, she was willing to risk her life against future villains for her parents' sakes. She's so wonderful. Amazedly realized Izuku, before standing back up, ready to do his best. Out of the way, Deku! Loudly growled Izuku's childhood tormentor, who had been a former friend, with a quirk as dangerous as his personality. Izuku gulped as he started shaking. It was because he was frightened of Katsuki Bakugo, but more so it was out of reflex, the explosions that would brush across his skin fame to memory, leaving burns which he had to hide from his own mother. Cowering as the blonde bully walked past him, Izuku watched as his antagonizer walked past him, not even sparing a glance, despite the two girls on either side of him. Kaken! Softly mumbled Izuku, staring at Katsuki as he walked onwards. The confidence oozed out of him without effort, and for once, Izuku glared back at his childhood friend turned bully. I'm going to get in. Determinedly growled Izuku, clenching his left hand, as One for All flickered to life beneath his skin, causing green sparks to escape his fist. For being so cool in front of girls, you have received +4 aura. For actually looking cool, +4 to all heroines' relationships. Shoot, we're gonna be late. Horrifiedly screamed Uraraka, everyone present to blanch, realizing that they were all in fact cutting it close to get to their designated rooms for their written exams. I'll see you guys soon. Hurriedly shouted Uraraka, dashing away, not even letting Izuku or Mei say goodbye to her. See ya around. Confidently chuckled Mei, jogging onwards, her bag rustling as she did so, while Izuku stood there, staring upwards towards the school he wanted to go to. Time skip. Sitting at his desk, Izuku was staring upwards at the ceiling overhead. He had in fact finished the written exam with time to spare, and now had nothing to do other than waste his time doing nothing, waiting for everyone else to finish. Looking around the horde of students, Izuku could feel his gaze been drawn to certain girls, while he passed over others with a thought. Apparently the title main characters could tell who could be a heroine and who wouldn't. Stats. Idly mused Izuku, seeing his dating stats come up, looking over each of them with confusion, since he knew what each word meant, but not the context of them. Hey dating sims, what does each stat mean? Confusedly questioned Izuku, since each stat had increased a lot since the morning. Charm, 7. Intelligence, 7. 7. I'm glad you asked, Izuku-kun. I was wondering when you would finally ask. Charm, this is your ability to smooth talk to girls, and sound cool while doing soon. The higher this stat is, the quicker a relationship can increase, if you're smart about it. Intelligence, this isn't your actual intelligence, this is your intelligence related to females. The more you learn about girls, the higher this stat will get, which will lead to more choice options in the future, which help out a lot, and can help you solve various problems your heroines are facing. Aura, your ability to subconsciously project your presence. The higher this is, the more effect your choice and actions will have on your heroines, helping you increase your relationship easier. I really wish I had my notebook with me. And I also have to tell All Might. Wearily mulled Izuku, his eyes sliding over to the clock, saying there was still 5 minutes left, making Izuku roll his eyes in exasperation. How do relationships progress? Since I know that something happens when I get 1 to 100. Interestedly inquired Izuku, waiting patiently for his quirk to answer, smiling slightly as a second green screen popped up. Relationships have 4 levels. The first one is the stranger stage, where you barely know anything about the person. The relationship can be increased by showing an interest in the person, asking questions to them, or flirting. Normally, this relationship is stuck in one area, like a school. The second stage is the friend stage, but luckily it is very hard to stay in the friendship stage, since this stage is the quickest, because the heroine is taking an interest in you. In this stage, the heroine or you can exchange contact information, and can start hanging around with one another outside of school. Also, special events trigger in this stage. The third stage, or aka the realization stage, the heroine realizes she has a crush on you. This stage is unique for all heroines, since some could start spending more time with you and acting more bold, while others could start becoming shy. You can start dating a girl in this stage, once your relationship is over 50 with her. If you want. Lastly is the soulmate stage. This is where you two know everything about one another, and truly are in love, despite your flaws, with both of you helping overcome them. Examiners. Time is up. Please place your pencils down and leave. For people taking the hero exam, please head down the hall to the room at the end of the hall, and find your seat. Loudly announced the pro-hero overlooking the written exam, Blood King, and Izuku had to do his best not to fanboy over him. Complying with the hero, the majority of the people present stood up and started walking towards the door, and Izuku held his breath as he stood up. His sight was being drawn to a heroine. Doing his best not to look over at the girl, since Izuku knew what would happen, the green-haired teen knew that his luck wouldn't hold out. You're goddamn right. Just do it. She is really cute. You definitely think so. Izuku realized then and there his quirk was in but, encouraging him to do something he was uncomfortable with, and knowing his luck so far, the girl would fall on him. Stealing his nerves as he did against the slime villain, Izuku hesitatingly turned around, his emerald green eyes being attracted to a girl directly behind him, who looked disappointed and was playing with her dangling earlobes. For the third time that day, Izuku felt everything around him face away, so he could focus on the lone girl, who obviously looked upset about something. Her small frame looked even smaller as she hunched her shoulders over. Izuku felt his heart skip a beat, her purple hair RDC. Looking, enhanced by her dangling earlobes that looked like jacks, which went well with her pale skin. Are you okay? B, tell her a joke. Sing rap god. Dating sims, are you sure I should do that? Wearily mused Izuku, focusing on the 3 options in front of him. The first one was generic and bland, the third one would take too long, but the second seemed like the best bet, so he went with it. Why did the chicken cross the road? Interestedly hummed Izuku. The confidence his quirk temporarily gave him was back, as he slowed down and stared at the girl, blushing in embarrassment as he did so. What? Me? Confusedly gawked the girl, blinking rapidly as she stood up straight, both of her hands rocketing down to her side, before focusing on Izuku. Why? Slowly questioned the girl. She didn't look as sad anymore, confused more so, despite the huge blush on his face. So he could ask the cutie how she was doing. Cheekily finished Izuku, wanting to throw himself in front of a speeding car, since even by his low standards, that was cringe. Oh my god. That was so lame. Loudly laughed the girl, crossing her arms across her stomach as she did so, earning the attention of everyone present, as she wiped a tear that had formed in her eyes. I needed that, thanks dude. Relievedly sighed the girl, shaking her head from side to side, but despite that, she was smiling like a fool. You have unlocked the Jiru Kyoka route. You have gotten +2 charm for being so funny. +8 relationship with Kyoka for being so funny. Midoriya Izuku, can I get your name? And maybe your number? Confidently asked Izuku, his confidence leaving him a second later, leaving him to look like a tomato, as he actually stumbled forward in embarrassment. +10 relationship with Kyoka for being so cute. Maybe later. Jiru Kyoka by the way. Dismissively snorted Jiru, though she was blushing as she dismissed him, which was something at the very least. Jiru Kyoka, the former musician. Relationship, she finds you funny, 18100. Description, her parents were inspiring musicians, and it seemed as if Kyoka inherited their talents. But her dream didn't lie there, and she strayed away from the path her parents wanted her to take. She's afraid she could let them down if she doesn't succeed, if only she had a strong, reassuring shoulder to lean on. I'll see you in school. Awkwardly mumbled Izuku, wrapping his hands around his face, so he could hide it from sight, knowing he had made himself look like a weirdo. Confidence? I can think of a few girls who wouldn't mind dating you. Teasingly cackled Jiru, friendly bumping her shoulder off of Izuku's left arm as she walked by, pausing for a second as she did so again for a second time. And you have some muscle, nice? Easily noted Jiru, bopping her head to a tune only she knew, winking at Izuku as she walked onwards. For being so confident, you have gotten +3 charm. For being cool you have got +6 relationship with Jiru Kyoka. Is talking to girls always like this? Confusedly mused Izuku, since apparently Jiru thought his awkwardness was confidence, making his charm go up by time skip. Dressed in his light blue tracksuit, Izuku was blank-eyed as he stared at the massive gates in front of him. He had sat beside Kaken, as Present Mike went over the robots they would be facing. That wasn't the worst of it. Izuku shuddered as he remembered being called out on by a blue-haired guy because of his mumbling, and he had been making more noise than he had. Focus. Mentally chided Izuku, unzipping the blue jacket that came with his tracksuit, and wrapped it around his waist, which showed off his arms that were covered in muscles. For showing off your hard work to Uraraka, she has become inspired to work hard. +4 relationship to Uraraka Achiko. Uraraka. Excitedly sighed Izuku, looking over at the girl in question, seeing her obviously trying to calm down, despite look at him, slightly jealous at how calm Izuku was. One for all was alive beneath his skin, ready to activate 5% of its total power, while the green-haired dating Sims protagonist made his way over towards Uraraka Achiko, only for someone to step between them. Blue clothes filled Izuku's sight, making Izuku silently judge the person's fashion taste, since he at least wore a sleeveless black top to the exam. Do you know it's rude to interrupt someone trying to take this exam? Loudly proclaimed the blue-haired teen from early, staring down at Izuku as if he was scum, who was purposely trying to throw people off their game. Are you even serious? Defiantly asked the teen, before the world stopped for the 4th time that day, but luckily enough, Izuku knew it wasn't because this dude was a dateable person. Izuku-an, this is a great opportunity. A special event has been triggered. This is so going to the gallery. The first special encounter has been added to gallery. Special events are completely random, they happen for no real reason, but can have glorious outcomes. With special events, you can find heroines who you wouldn't normally encounter, or run into someone harassing your heroines. If it is the latter case, you are given options which can earn you a lot of relationship points with ease. Thanks, dating sim. Mentally thanked Izuku, feeling his quirk ooze satisfaction, as a few choices appeared in front of Izuku. Sorry, B. I know her, you know? C. It isn't very hero-like to jump to conclusions. I know Uraraka, so the question is, are you even serious about being a hero? Izuku rolled his eyes as he wondered which one it was, though he didn't take long in deciding option C, feeling confidence ooze from his quirk into him, making Izuku feel as if he could do public speaking with ease. You know it isn't very hero-like to jump to conclusions. I know Uraraka, so the question is, are you even serious about being a hero? Dryly countered Izuku. The green-haired teen felt different as he stared defiantly into the blue-haired teen's eyes, watching the teen recoil back without any guilt in his gut. Achiko, it is okay. You'll do great. Easily added Izuku, the confidence leaving him in a second, as he realized that he used her first name without permission, almost passing out from all of the blood rushing to his head. For being so cool, you have received +10 aura. For being a badass in her standards, +3 relationship with Uraraka. Showing that you aren't a fan of formalities, you have used Achiko's name instinctively while being concerned for her. +10. Relationship with Uraraka. Start. Loudly howled Present Mike, silencing everyone present from the sheer loudness, as the gates opened quite quickly despite their sheer size. What are you waiting for? There is no countdown for a real fight. Dramatically announced Present Mike, watching at the students as they exploded into motion. Drawing upon One for All, which has been partly active, since it took an annoying amount of time to fully course through his body, it only took a second for Izuku to activate his second quirk, feeling electricity flicker free from his skin. Exploding into motion, Izuku blinked as he actually managed to keep up with the blue-haired teen, who had engines in his calves. Stop, human scum. I will destroy you. Robotically announced a two-pointer, Izuku gulped as he closed in on the robot, reeling back his fist as he closed the distance, ready to throw his punch. Stomping his right foot forward, Izuku followed through with the punch as he put his weight into it, feeling his knuckles collide with plates of metal, winching as he felt his knuckles creak in protest, while the metal caved inwards. A little bit of sympathy welled up in Izuku's gut as he saw the robot's head cave in, effectively shutting off the robot due to Izuku damaging its main circuit pathways. 2 points. Mentally counted Izuku, his mind running a mile a minute as he gazed throughout the practice city, seeing dozens of fellow contestants go after robots, using their quirks to do so. I need at least a minimum of 30 to have a chance. This is a hero school after all. Wearily theorized Izuku, already running off to find his next robot, not halting as he realized something important. It was a hero school. Being a hero meant that you also had to rescue a person when they were in danger. Time skip. There was only 3 minutes. Izuku actually felt quite confident as he rested against a wall, panting as sweat was freely dripping down his body. His black shirt had been all but destroyed at this point. In total, he had earned himself a nifty little 40 points by robots alone, and had helped more than one fellow contender by carrying them out of the way, or incapacitating a robot for them. Then, who knew that this would be so tiring? Mentally complained Izuku. One for All was definitely something. With each step he had taken while the quirk has been active, it had sent him a solid foot into the air each time, something he would have to fix, since it was tiring. The ground started rumbling, forcing Izuku to widen his stance and draw upon One for All, green eyes wildly darting around the area, desperately trying to find the cause of the rumbling, since whatever had done that was dangerous. Izuku didn't have to try hard to find it. The zero-pointer had arrived, and it towered above every building, destroying any building it even leaned on slightly. Ochako is in danger. She's near the rubble. Izuku didn't know why his sentient quirk knew that, but Izuku trusted it. He trusted it with his life. Despite only having it since the morning, Izuku trusted it. Running through the crowd of fleeing students, Izuku's eyes briefly met the engine-calved, blue-haired teen from early, a silent message passing between them in that brief instant. Are you an idiot? Someone is in danger. Help! Weakly yelled the girl in question. That was more than enough for Izuku run head first into danger without a second thought. Someone was in danger, so he would save them. Green electricity started intensifying around Izuku, as the dating sim's protagonist started channeling more of One for All throughout his body, hopefully lessening the effect this next stunt would have on him. As more and more power started flowing through his body, Izuku's pupils started wobbling, looking as if they were being drawn in different directions, as red veins of energy started appearing on Izuku's body. 100%! Loudly roared Izuku, his whole body was groaning in protest, multiple bones snapping as Izuku merely down with the speed of a bullet, before leaping upwards, breaking the ground apart like it was made of paper, as well as his legs. Izuku! Frightfully screamed Ochako, watching as someone who was a complete stranger run head first into danger for her, and all she could do was watch as Izuku seemed to float right in front of the zero-pointer's face, her heart racing at the gesture. Smash! Determinately shouted Izuku, his whole body was snapping, the sounds echoing up through his body, as he reeled back his right arm, before punching forward. With the force that could only be comparable to All Might himself, Izuku watched as the zero-pointer's face caved in, shattering to pieces as its entire body was lifted upwards from the force, and then the boom came. Multiple sonic booms happened, shattering every one piece of glass nearby, also launching the zero-pointer back a few hundred feet. Ha! Confusedly gawked Izuku. He hadn't expected for that to happen, but it was welcomed, and then Izuku felt it as soon as his control of his newest quirk slipped. Biting down on his lips to hold back a scream, Izuku felt the tears gathered in his eyes, as his legs were broken, so was his right arm, and Izuku was certain a few more bones were broken, as he fell through the air. It was ironic, Izuku was about to die before he even became a hero. For risking your life to save Ochako, you have received plus 70 relationship. You have maxed out the awkward duo relationship. Update happening. Achiko Uraraka, aspiring hero. Relationship, her idol, second stage 3-100. Description, having a less than ideal upbringing in the Finnical area, Achiko has learned to be happy with what she gets. Her goal is to become a hero, so she can support her parents. What she needs is someone who she can confide in, to tell them why she wants to be a hero, so she doesn't feel so shallow compared to everyone else. You have received plus 10 aura for your amazing feat. Thank you so much for thinking to updating my dating stays and relationships before I die. Dryly noted Izuku, plummeting to the ground like a brick, his limbs were flopping along behind him, hurting even more, as shards of bone dug into his muscles. I can possibly throw myself back into the air with a well-placed punch, bleeding off a lot of the momentum. Logically deduced Izuku, drawing upon the flaming power of One for All, charging a solid 70% into his left arm, ping it back as he did so. Now just a few dozen feet off of the ground, Izuku braced himself for the pain that was about to come his way, ready to break his left arm. So he could survive the fall. Just as Izuku was about to enact his last gambit, something slapped Izuku's cheek, making the teen's descent slow down, until he floated just a few feet off of the ground. Release! Tiredly shouted Achiko, tapping her fingers off one another, letting Izuku to fall to the ground, along with the piece of metal she had used to get closer to him as he fell. You're welcome. At least now you look pretty cool. Ignoring the text in front of him, Izuku struggled to roll on his back, his leg crunching as he did so, forcing Izuku to hold back a scream of pain, but now Izuku was looking into the sky. A small smile graced his face. He had done it. Izuku wasn't certain if he had a spot in UA, but he did his best, which was quite good, since he had just gotten 2 quirks this morning. Hee hee. Lowly chuckled Izuku, his eyes feeling heavy as he stared upwards, drained from everything that had happened today, and surprisingly enough, the most tiring parts of today was the social interactions. I'm so eating pork cutlet katsudon, training plan B dmed. Easily decided Izuku, honestly he wanted someone to try and say no. Not a second later, Midoriya Izuku, the 9th user of One for All and the dating sim's protagonist, was asleep on the ruined road, smiling in his sleep with ease. A bit away stood the blue-haired teen, shocked at the display of power he had seen the green-haired boy unleash, and the fact he had ran face first into danger to save a girl he knew. Wait, there's more to the exam. Rescue points. Immediately realized the teen, since it was a hero school and being a hero also meant saving people as well as defeating villains. Did he realize this as well? Curiously mulled the teen Ida Tenya, watching as an old woman made her way over to Izuku. Time skip. For what felt like the dozenth time today, Izuku stared up at a white ceiling. He felt like he had been hit by a car, and frankly, from how sore his body felt, Izuku could believe it. His right arm was in a cast. Trying to flex his fingers only brought discomfort for Izuku, as he heard a cough coming from his side, making the 9th user of One for All to look over. You have broke every bone in your legs, your right arm, your right hand, 2 ribs on either side, and shredded every muscle fiber in your arm and leg. Dryly started an elderly woman. She looked as if she had been holding this in for a while, and frankly speaking, from the fact the sun was setting now, Izuku beloved her. Title unlocked. Daredevil. People think you're cooler than you actually are. Izukuin. You nailed it. You captivated her heart with the stunt. Plus 4 charm. Is she okay? Gently whispered Izuku. He felt out of it, as if he had been pumped full on pain relief. Considering what he had done, Izuku fully believed that it was the case, vaguely realizing that the elderly woman was in fact Recovery Girl. I'm not sure if you're as heroic as All Might or as foolish as him. Sarcastically scoffed Recovery Girl, staring down the green-haired boy, All Might's successor, with dread. She's alright, but I'm not going to heal every bone you break on purpose. Exasperatedly sighed Recovery Girl, watching as Izuku's eyes slowly drooped closed, telling her he was exhausted. Time skip. Surprisingly, the 2-week wait for the letter telling him was surprisingly uneventful. No new heroines added to his catalog, no dating stat increase at all, just pure dread and exercise. Sitting as still as a tree in his chair, Izuku eyed the a letter in front of him. All Might hadn't contacted him in the 2 weeks, no matter how many times Izuku tried calling him or texting him. Welp, here goes nothing. Idly decided Izuku, jamming his finger into the corner of the letter, before ripping it open with ease, his right arm slightly aching from the action, as a small metallic disc fell onto his desk. Huh! Confusedly grunted Izuku, watching as a blue holographic projection of All Might appeared in front of him. Greetings, young Midoriya. It is I, All Might, and I am here to deliver your score. boisterously greeted All Might, unaware of the fact that Izuku was reeled backwards in his seat, sending both himself and his seat into the ground with a thump. You have received 30 villion points, which wouldn't be enough to pass, but there was more. Rescue points as well. What sort of hero school doesn't have rescue points? Loudly chuckled All Might as he stepped out of the center of the screen, silently showing Izuku his results, who was now in fact standing up. Izuku Midoriya. Villion points, 32. Rescue points, 68. Ranked first. I did it. Quietly mumbled Izuku, not quite believing that he had in fact done it. He had gotten into the most prestigious school in the country, and had gotten first place in the physical aspect of the exam. I did it. Excitedly screamed Izuku, launching his right fist into the air, smiling like a madman as he did so. Meet me at the beach as soon as you can. Hurriedly added All Might, before the holographic projection shut off, leaving Izuku alone to register the words All Might had said. Without hesitating, Izuku started getting ready, seeing his bedroom door open up, his mother shakily poking her head in, with tears in her eyes, filled with pride that only a mother could possess. After all, this would be his. My dating Sims Academia. Time skip. What? Slowly repeated All Might, sitting on a bench, overlooking a cleaned-up beach, paused midway into liking his ice cream, as his mind finally registered what his successor had told him. I woke up 2 weeks ago and developed a quirk. I tried telling you, but you left as soon as you gave me one for all. Hurriedly repeated Izuku, somewhat annoyed by the fact that this was his third time explaining it to his idol. It was embarrassing. What was it again? Gently questioned All Might, in his skinny form as he looked at Izuku, still not quite registering what he had had just yet. It turns my life into a dating Sims. Awkwardly answered Izuku, nervously chewing his lower lip as he waited for All Might to answer. Why then at all times? Why would your quirk develop on that day? Confusedly mumbled All Might. He believed Izuku. He took his word for it that his quirk only activated that morning, but why? Izuku and I can answer. It's because you weren't quite mature enough to handle me. I have the potential to affect older women, and some wouldn't hesitate to show you what era meant once you reach the third relationship. At least now, you are strong enough to protect yourself and have a means of escape. That's why I decided to manifest on that day. My quirk didn't want me to understand era as a 4-year-old. Perfectly summarized Izuku, winching at the implication, kind of glad his quirk had thought of the future. It was a silver lining to the whole bullying issue. Also, dating Sims said something was inside one for all. Hesitantly added Izuku, he could feel the raging star that was one for all shift inside him at the word inside, only making Izuku more suspicious. What? Confusedly gawked All Might. He could see why Izuku's sentient quirk, dating Sims, would do that. It was looking out for Izuku, since it knew the risk. Something is inside one for all? Wearily repeated All Might, looking at Izuku for confirmation, only to see his successor frozen, as he read something in front of him, most likely a message from his quirk. Yeah, like one for all is somewhat sentient as well. It has the previous 8 holders and their consciences in it, as well as their quirks, though All Might hasn't finished forming just yet. Izuku already missed the day where his largest concern was accidental making girl fall in love with him, and now he had to worry about 2 sentient quirks, 7 people living inside his head, school, and trying to not make girls fall in love with him. Izuku felt as if his life was some sort of cosmic joke. Izuku was ready. He had been calming his nerves for the last few days, the planning and preparations had finally been completed, and Izuku looked down at his hard work. For once in his life, Izuku had actually managed to tie a tie correctly. The green-haired teen had spent the better part of 2 hours of his time practicing, and Izuku would argue, it was time well spent. Diamond, you sure know how to act the part. +3 charm. Charm, 19. Intelligence, 7. Aura, 27. His stats were clearly unbalanced. Intelligence was by far the hardest of the 3 stats to increase, since Izuku had figured out how to other 2 with ease. Charm could be increased by being smooth or putting effort into his appearance, which wasn't that hard, and Aura was increased by being confident in a public display and not backing down. Even now, I know I'm a lot more confident than I used to be. Idly noted Izuku. His stutter had more or less gone at this point, and even his mom said he had a new presence to him, so his quirk, dating Sims, also had passive effects as well. Izuku, you're going to be late if you don't get to the train quickly. Hurriedly shouted Inko. She was more worried about Izuku's first day at UA than he was, and he had a right to worry. Dating Sims was merciless. If he had a female classmate, Izuku knew he would have an awkward encounter with her. At least Yude A wasn't known for female teachers. The only female teacher in Yude A was Midnight, a hero who had a lot of men after her, so Izuku was certain that his quirk would affect her, since apparently the heroine in question had to meet some criteria. 1. They must be single. I won't let you steal taken girls. 2. The heroine in question must like boys in some way. Example, straight, bi, etc., etc. 3. The heroine must have a thing for guys your age. So, you can spend some time with Midnight at midnight if you're not careful. That means if a girl is in a relationship, is attracted to another gender, or is into older men, then I can't catalog them. Izuku's heart pounded inside of his chest at the third bit of information. Thanks to Achiko, he had found out that it was incredibly easy to raise a relationship, so if he wasn't careful, Yue could become awkward. Running his hands through curly hair, Izuku nodded to himself. He would be in fact quite early still, by half an hour at least, but it would give him a chance to settle in. And hopefully find Hatsum, Jairu, and Achiko. Time skip. With both hands gripping the railing overhead, Izuku once again had blank eyes as he stood on the bullet train, taking it to a stop that was only a 5-minute walk from Yue. It wouldn't affect him at all, even if something did happen. All Izuku had to do was discreetly use 1 for all at 1% and run. Feeling the effects of gravity take hold as the bullet train slowed down, Izuku blinked, shuddering as he felt a heroine rapidly approaching. She was at the next stop, if his gut was correct. Already feeling dating sims take an interest in the situation, Izuku was soothing himself, readying himself mentally as the bullet train stopped, opening up its doors, showing off the girl, who was unknowingly making Izuku want to leap out a window. While the doors finished opening, Izuku blinked in surprise. She was surprisingly normal by society's standards, dark green hair and eyes, long eyelashes that had a hint of mascara to them, and incredibly lean, with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. She wore the female version of the Udata uniform. Izuku blanched. Based off of his observation, this girl had a high chance of being in the hero course, and based off of her nervousness, she was a first year, like Izuku. As soon as the girl stepped onto the train, she stopped, looking around the small bullet train, realizing that it was quite crowded. There wasn't a single seat available for her to sit down on. Even the railing overhead were a bit too high for her. Izuku wasn't tall by any standard, barely 5 feet 5 inches, but this girl was at least 5. Lay it on me. Exasperatedly decided Izuku, rolling his eyes as the world stopped around him, as 3 options appeared in front of him. Ignore her. B. Do you need some help? C. You want to lean on me? I wouldn't mind if it was you. The first option was ignored immediately. Izuku couldn't turn down someone in need of help, no matter how minor it was. The third was a bit iffy, since Izuku was nowhere near that confident to deal with the after effects of his choice. That meant option B. Do you need some help? Idly hummed Izuku, dating sims filling him with temporary confidence, yet despite that, the girl didn't seem impressed with him at all. Instead, she looked more upset than she had. It's not exactly designed for us. Awkwardly trailed off Izuku, gesturing down at the fact he was on his toes. He hadn't failed to at least catalog a heroine, and he didn't want to find out what happened if he failed. If you fail, then that girl's route will be closed for a while. It is possible to reopen a route, but the relationship takes twice as long to fill. For a second I thought you were hitting me. Relievedly chuckled the girl, making Izuku nervously rub the back of his neck, since that's exactly what he had done, but the girl did walk over to him at least. Tokisetsuna, nice to meet you, Green Bean. Cheerfully introduced Tokage, bouncing up to Izuku, as his eyes were assaulted with green screens. Nice save. Tokage Setsuna route has been achieved. You've unlocked an achievement. The save a route that was about to be closed by a wrong choice. Plus 3 intelligence. Tokage Setsuna, the self-assured. Relationship, rocky start, 0-100. Description, due to her quirk, she has been an outcast by her classmates. Now thanks to that, she finds it difficult to build a genuine relationship with anyone. Struggling to make true friends, she trusts completely. Due to that, she puts on a mask, not showing off her real self. If only someone was out there that could reassure her that she is fine. This is a lot deeper than I'd been expecting. Idly noted Izuku, ping a brow as all of the screens frizzled out of sight, being replaced by a new one, as Izuku turned his attention to the girl in front of him. Midoriya Izuku, of the new Class 1A. Politely introduced Izuku, watching as the girl's face split into a smile, growing large by the second, while Izuku took a chance to read what dating sims told him. It varies from time to time, A heroine's upbringing can affect how your relationship with her can form, and with Tokage, she has been bullied, so she finds it hard to make proper connections with people, despite acting so bubbly and cheerful. Cool. I'm in 1A as well. Excitedly shouted Tokage, drawing more than a little bit of attention by the fellow passengers on the train, not that it seemed to affect her or anything, which was admirable, since Izuku was pulling off his best tomato impression with how red his face was. Wait, as in Midoriya Izuku, the guy who got the most points? The first place guy. Bewilderedly gawked Tokage, who stared at Izuku with admiration clear in her eyes, along with obvious jealousy. You would be docked points, but you're already at what? Did they also mention I broke 50 bones in my body while doing so? Dryly countered Izuku, staring at Tokage, who looked genuinely surprised at that little tidbit of information that didn't seem to be passed about. Any more than 7% power of my quirk and my bones start creaking, at 8% they break. But I will become the best hero. Proudly added Izuku, his eyes burning in determination he could safely use 1/20th of All Might's power, and by the time sports festival came, Izuku hoped to be better. +2 relationship with Tokage for being cool. Ouch, and here I thought my quirk felt sore. Lowly gasped Tokage, rubbing her arms out of reflex, since she had broken her left arm when she had been younger, and it had hurt her. I'll be the hero this girl needs. But I'll have to do it without getting her to fall in love with me. Determinedly started Izuku, trailing off at the end, since he actually realized something about his quirk, dating sims. It would be incredibly hard if every girl he made friends with started falling in love with him, since Izuku knew how that would turn out. You will either be known as a playboy, a cheater, or you could settle down with all of them, or you could choose one, and breaking all of the other heroines' hearts. At least You'd A has an average of 6 girls in each class of the hero course. Optimistically realized Izuku, so hopefully it wouldn't be that bad, since Izuku was certain he had the ability to about people, because apparently hiding from bullies could also be used on girls. The silver lining to being bullied. Mentally concluded Izuku, all he had to do was not talk to them. How hard could that be? After all, no girl should be forced to fall in love with him. He was Deku in the end, and the heroines deserved to choose who they fell in love with, since Izuku was certain dating sims must do something to girls who had the potential to be heroines. Location change. Nizu, I'm just making sure, again, that these are the classes you want? Wearily questioned a scraggly man, who looked as if he lived in a dumpster, and the fact he was in a bright yellow sleeping bag didn't help. Certainly, why would my decision be wrong? Everything I do is planned to a T. Curiously answered a creature that wasn't sure if it was a mouse, a dog, or a bear, while he stared at the black-haired man, who looked homeless. You have 13 girls in 1A, and 0 in 1B. Immediately countered the man. Aizawa Shoto was his name, or more commonly called Eraserhead by his colleagues. So? Confusedly questioned Nizu, grinning as he answered the question, since All Might told him about his successor quirk, and Nizu wanted some drama to spice up a dating simulation quirk. I wonder how Izuku Midoriya will handle this situation? I wonder how many girls actually qualify as heroines. Curiously mused Nizu, All Might had role of the criteria each girl had to meet in order to be catalogued. This was as much for Nizu's amusement as special training for Izuku Midoriya, precisely because he had one for all, meaning All Might himself believed that Izuku could become the new symbol of peace, and that meant he would attract a lot of attention. The reason why Nizu had Izuku in 1A was quite simple really, every kid went they devolved their quirk. Quirk training, and this quirk training would be handled by a genius rodent, who wanted romantic chaos in his school. When Nizu broke out laughing, it was simply because he remembered a funny joke, that was all. Add in the fact that One for All had a habit of supercharging the user's original quirk, and when that did happen, Nizu wanted Izuku to have control of both his quirks, since it could lead to many issues. Location change. Izuku shuddered. For some unexplainable reason, the dating protagonist felt dread fill his gut, as if someone was out to make him suffer for no real reason, and Izuku knew he did nothing wrong. Standing beside Tokage, outside Class 1A's massive door, Izuku took a brief look at the door, then at Tokage, who also looked at him, before both smiled out of reflex. +6 relationship for being nervous with Tokage. Izuku was making quick progress through Tokage's relationship gauge, already being at 18,100, despite it saying she found connecting with people difficult. Then a click reverted throughout his skull. First day worries has been added to the gallery. The one thing Izuku knew he could take solace in was the fact that class would be normal. Izuku had spent hours awake, looking through the official list of people who had made it into Yude, which included the recommended students. In total, there was 13 girls along in the hero course, and since each class always had a somewhat balanced amount of gillers in each, Izuku knew there would be only 7 girls at maximum. Ladies first. Idly commented Izuku, gesturing with his right arm. His mother had thought him to be a gentleman, and be a gentleman he will be. Thanks. Awkwardly stammered Tokage as Izuku walked forward and pushed the door open for her, allowing her to enter the room first, without a green screen commenting anything appearing in front of him. Izuku, Universe 0. Congratulations. For being a gentleman and showing off manners. +4 charm. Title unlocked. Gentleman, you can be very polite when needed. Taking a moment to brace himself before he walked in, Izuku grimaced as he could feel a tug. A heroine was in there, and that meant Izuku would rather be anywhere else, but he could feel something else, something that felt familiar. It was a new sensation. If Izuku was to describe when sensing a heroine felt like, he would say it felt like a taut rope around his head, tugging him in their direction. The new sensation felt different, as if a summer breeze was being blown onto his face, except for the fact that Izuku knew it was dating sim's doing. Correct, Izuku-an. I'm capable of 3 sensations. The new heroine sense, which is like being tugged in their direction by a taut rope. The previously met sense, which feels like a warm summer breeze. This is invoked by any heroine who's been catalogued. Lastly is the girlfriend sense. Any heroine who you're dating will randomly make you smile when they are nearby. Closing his eyes as he wobbled in, Izuku desperately wanted to be somewhere but the green-haired teen knew he would be known as a playboy before long, and by his very nature, Izuku was no a playboy. The sound of heavy footsteps pounding towards him only made Izuku crack open an eye, seeing someone who wasn't a heroine, who he hoped he wouldn't have met. It was the guy who triggered the first special event, who also had a horrible taste in fashion, but another somewhat noticeable trait was the engines coming out of his calves. The blue-haired guy was stiff. Everyone who was in the class was looking over, waiting to see what happened, only for him to bow down, a perfect right angle being formed, which was kind of amazing. Ida Tenya humbly apologize. I took you as a fool trying to ruin others' chances, while in truth, you were more heroic than I. Running towards the 0-pointer to save someone, while I ran away. Loudly apologized Ida, looking down at the ground, while Izuku kind of hoped he would just disappear, since there were a lot of girls in the classroom already. There was 1 Tokage Setsuna, 1 Jiraiya Kyoka, and 3 others he didn't know the name of, but they were heroines, reason enough for Izuku to stay away, since dating sims would just make him more desirable. Paya? Ida, it's okay, please just don't bow. It's making me feel awkward. Hurriedly mumbled Izuku, his voice raising a minimal of 7 octaves as he spoke, while Ida took a moment to register what Izuku had said. They found your awkwardness cute. +2 relationship with Tokage. +4 relationship with Jiraiya. Of course. How could I be so inconsiderate? I didn't even think how you would feel after I apologize in public. Horrifiedly realized Ida, standing up straight once again, as Izuku gulped loudly, just hoping he could go over to an empty seat, away from any heroines, and just hope everything would be okay. I apologize. Immediately apologized Ida, almost bowing once again, but managed to stop himself. It's okay, also I'm Midoriya Izuku. Hurriedly spoke Izuku. He realized what Ida was like, rigid but kind. To take Kaken's words from him, Ida had a stick shoved up his butt and it came out of his mouth. So you got first place as well? I do humbly apologize. Calmly recalled Ida, which earned Izuku a lot more stares from his classmates, as Izuku did a quick glance around the classroom. Sorry to ask, but how many bones did you break after your stunt that involved you destroying the 0-pointer with 1 punch? Curiously asked Ida, waiting patiently for Izuku, since he too had been overwhelmed by how glorious the classroom was. So far there was 5 girls in total, Ida, a dual-haired boy, a guy with a bird head, a guy with spiky red hair, and a guy with blonde hair with a black lightning bolt through it, so 6 guys in total. 50. Slowly answered Izuku, nodding to himself, since that was the exact number he had broken, which was painful but oddly exhilarating, and then what Izuku dreaded happened. Please no. Mentally complained Izuku, his green eyes shimmering slightly as Jiraiya walked towards him, dragging a girl towards him as well. She was a heroine. Just by the looks of her, Izuku knew she gave off an upper-class girl vibe. Her black hair was in a ponytail, her eyes were onyx in color and looked distinctively cat-like, and it did not help that she was the most matured girl he had met, who was an actual hero. What was worse, was the small smile on her face, that was filled with a bit of admiration, no doubt based off of something Izuku had done. Yo Midoriya, this is Yayoro Zumomo. She was saying how she wanted to see the person who won first place in the practical exam. Casually greeted Jiraiya, nonchalant about the whole idea of walking up to him, unaware of the fact that Izuku hoped that she'd leave him alone. I sense a new route coming. As if on cue, Izuku could feel the world slow down, coming to a standstill for the second time that day, and Izuku prayed it was the last time, but a part of him knew he wouldn't be that fortunate. 3 options appeared in front of Izuku, who was the only one capable of moving in a world that had its time frozen, and for once, Izuku wished his quirk never awoken. A. Why isn't a koala a bear? B. Midoriya Izuku, and I must say, the pleasure is mine in meeting you. See, sup? D. A friend of Kyoka's is a friend of mine. Basically, Izuku's options were a joke, flirting, an awkward greeting, or something somewhat friendly, and couldn't be taken as flirting. The answer was obvious for anyone who was played a dating sims, but Izuku didn't want to be a dating sims protagonist. A friend of Kyoka's is a friend of mine. Cheerfully greeted Izuku, giving the girl a bow in greeting, his eyes glazing over as he realized something. He wasn't really paying attention to the exact wording of option D. Oh, I used her first name without permission. Slowly, realized Izuku, it was something his quirk enjoyed doing to him, cornering him in these sort of situations. How bold of you, Izuku-an, using a girl's first name without permission. +7 relationship with Kyoka. She likes a guy who doesn't care for manners. Sometimes, from how relaxed you are about social greetings, you have somehow unlocked the Yayorozu Momo route. +3 relationship with Yayorozu. +8 aura. Yayorozu Momo, the mask wearer. Relationship, socially different, 3-100. Description, a girl born into the high class of society, she has been raised to be well-mannered and conceal her true emotions. She is often jealous of those who can act how they want, of those who can play with others with ease. If only there was someone who could teach her how to cut loose. Demon Midoriya, first the confidence, then the muscles, and now this boldness? I'm surprised, I wouldn't expect that from a guy like you. Honestly, huffed Kyoka. She wasn't upset that he had so blatantly used her first name. If anything, she looked kind of embarrassed. A pleasure to meet you. Politely copied Yayorozu, bowing to Izuku slightly as well, and the brief moment where their eyes met, Izuku could see the jealousy. It was clear as a fish in fresh water. Midoriya. I was not aware that you knew Jiru-san. Bewilderedly gawked Ida, his arms moving robotically, as he pointed between the purple-haired rocker and the green-haired dating sims protagonist. Oh, well yeah, I was nervous after the written exam, and then Wonder Boy here cracks the worst joke imaginable. I'm not sure if he was flirting with me, or trying to make me smile. Sheepishly chuckled Kyoka. Izuku blinked, something rushed from his mind to his mouth, and Izuku spoke without thinking. I just thought you looked prettier when you smiled. Randomly blurted out Izuku, and everything seemed to freeze for a second. Everyone seemed to think of Izuku's words, before everyone realized the implication. Dim, you're getting smoother than ice. +10 relationship with Kyoka. You. Romance for life. Excitedly cheered a pink-skinned girl, her eyes a glowing yellow, and had a small pair of horns on her head, a heroine, who Izuku desperately wanted to avoid it. Achievement unlocked. The opportunist. You've took an opportunity to flirt without hesitating. No, simply decided Izuku, hoping that his first day at UA would finish within the next 2 seconds. Unfortunately for the dating sims protagonist, that was not how life worked. Time skip. After the sheer embarrassment that turned Izuku in a living tomato, as well as make Kyoka blush as if all the blood rushed to her head, Izuku had found his seat, slammed his head against the table, and refused to budge an inch afterwards. The door opened once again. If Izuku's mental calculations were correct, that would have been the 19th student, and Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't curious to who it was. The Yushite stain. Getting first place. Furiously howled Katsuki, the gremlin from hell, and suddenly all of the curiosity in Izuku left him, suddenly not very interested in attending school, before a warm breeze washed over his face. Midoriya. You got in as well? Excitedly cheered the only heroine he was in the second stage with, Achiko, who was also in 1A for some odd reason, since apparently Izuku's class needed a lot of girls in it. There was a total of 13 girls in total. Izuku already knew how many were heroines, and if he was including the ones already catalogued, then there was a total of 9 heroines in class 1A, and for once, Izuku was considering to grovel in front of the 4 who weren't heroines. Normal girls, who couldn't like him romantically. Never had Izuku been so happy by such an outcome. Kaken, can you do me a favor? softly mumbled Izuku, slowly raising his head off of his desk, looking at Katsuki, who had his face mere inches away from Izuku's own. "Throw me out a window?" seriously asked Izuku, keeping his voice low enough so nobody else could hear it, unless they had exceptional hearing. "Midoriya, why are you embarrassed? You were the one flirting without me and it was really nice, so stop acting so regretful." Exasperatedly sighed Kyoka, her voice echoing throughout the room, making Katsuki pause what he was doing, before looking at Kyoka, then back at Izuku. "Either I'm dreaming, or this guy isn't Deku, but did you say Midoriya, the beach, Izuku, flirted with you?" Bewilderedly gawked Katsuki, leaning in uncomfortably close to Izuku, and actually started counting the freckles on his cheek. 4 freckles on each cheek, and looks as if he hit every branch down on the ugly tree. "Yep, you're Deku alright." Relievedly huffed Katsuki, rolling his red eyes as he glared at Izuku, before sitting down on his seat, which was directly in front of Izuku. Just as people were about to respond, the door slammed open, making everyone stop, looking at it in curiosity, before something hideous, yellow, cocoon shuffled in through the door. Silently shuffling to the teacher's desk, the yellow cocoon slowly turned around, not making a sound, as it turned to face all of the students. "Is he in the right place?" simultaneously thought every single student, since the man cocoon thing looked out of place, and then for the 3rd time that day, the world froze and Izuku was given a choice. Random event. "Sir, this school is a confusing place. Do you need help finding your way out?" B. Remain silent. C. Sir, do you have the matter baby? For once, Izuku saw gold, and he was willing to live with the repercussions, even if it meant detention. "Sir, do you have the matter baby?" Curiously questioned Izuku. Already a few more active members stopped what they doing and looked at Izuku, waiting to see how the man in a yellow sleeping bag would respond. "What's the matter baby?" Confusedly repeated Class 1A's homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota, cat lover, pro hero, but unfortunately he wasn't up to date with ancient memes like his students, and blanched as memories of a friend doing this years back came to his mind, while he watched Midoriya Izuku wink. Izuku's dating sim's quirk had given him this confidence, for this brief second of glory. Noting sugar, how about you? Smoothly replied Izuku. Izuku had never felt so confident before, only for the confidence to leave him as the man's hair floated up, and blood-red eyes to land on Izuku, quenching any confidence Izuku's quirk gave him. Congrats for being so funny. +3 relationship to every heroine catalog in the classroom. Everyone, I am Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. Go to the changing rooms and get into your PE uniforms. We are having a quirk assessment test. Dryly ordered Aizawa, glaring at Izuku as all of the other students stood up without question, not bothering to ask why. "Midoriya, stay behind, I need a word with you," emotionlessly commanded Aizawa, causing Izuku to freeze, as Katsuki openly grinned at Izuku. Izuku's throat had clamped up, even breathing was difficult, as Izuku realized he had messed up big time. The second the last student, a dual-haired boy, left the room, the door closed, leaving Izuku alone with his teacher, who slowly gestured at Izuku to come closer, and Izuku did so without hesitation. "I don't tolerate jokes like that in the classroom, but I'm informed of your circumstance by the headmaster, about your 2 quirks." Calmly informed Aizawa, opening up his desk, and pulling out a small orange notebook, before tossing it at Izuku. "I know a bit of what your quirk, dating sims means, and I know it developed 2 weeks ago, as did OFA. That's why I created this for you." Lazily informed Aizawa, nodding at Izuku, as the man disposed of his sleeping bag, showing off his black clothing, while Izuku shakily opened up the notebook. "Pay attention. If there is an option to remain quiet, choose it." Blinking at the words written down in bold and underlined, Izuku slowly stared up at his homeroom teacher, who was now walking out the door, and looked back at Izuku, having the largest Cheshire cat smile Izuku had ever seen. DMN, getting put in place by a guy in his 30s. "It felt weird when he used his quirk on us. I was practically shoved in a box inside you head with one for all, and no matter what I tried, I couldn't interact with you. There was only one person, who Izuku knew as a hero, who could do that to quirk, that could erase them. His homeroom teacher was Eraserhead, an underground pro hero." Time skip. Adjusting his blue PE uniform as he jogged forward, Izuku could easily spot his new classmates. None of them judged him for his quirk, which they would hopefully never find out about, but they were all unique. The moment Izuku stepped into line, most eyes were on him, each looking at him in silent curiosity, wanting to know why he had been held back. Know this, whoever comes last overall will be expelled. Tiredly explained Aizawa, looking exhausted as he pulled out his phone, as well as a ball, which he threw it at Izuku. Problem child, since you got first in the entrance exam, you can go first. How far could you throw a ball in your previous school? Exasperatedly asked Aizawa, making everyone look at Izuku. Whole Katsuki grinned. 37 meters. Awkwardly mumbled Izuku, trying his best to look anywhere besides his classmates or teacher. Step into the circle, and use your quirk. Dryly spoke Aizawa, watching as Izuku jogged into the circle, gripping onto the ball with his right arm, as his teacher was ready to use his quirk, just in case Izuku did something stupid. I can't use 100%, since that will break my arm, but I need to not come last. Logically noted Izuku, cracking his left fingers by clenching his hand, taking a brief second to look down at his fingers, and grinned in realization. Green electricity erupted around Izuku's entire body, slowly making its way over to Izuku's right ring finger, as Izuku started pulling back his right arm, grinning like a madman, before he swung forward, red veins crossing through his ring finger becoming visible, as Izuku used 100% in just one finger. Rocketing off with a blast, Izuku winched, clenching down on his swollen, purple finger, as it flew through the air, followed by a sonic burst. Everyone clamped their hands over their ears, watching as multiple sonic booms followed the small ball, staring in shock, as the ball continued flying, continuing on for a solid minute before hitting the ground. Slowly, everyone looked at Izuku, who was smiling, holding out his right hand towards Aizawa, showing off a clearly broken finger. I can keep going. Victoriously growled Izuku. His finger was broken in at least 2 places minimum, but thanks to breaking 50 bones before, the pain wasn't as bad. Since I had one for all at 100% while I was throwing it, and not just at the last second, I should do a lot better. Idly mused Izuku, since he had been able to actually launch the ball off at insane speed, watching as Aizawa slowly turned his phone around, showing off the results. 4,183 meters. For being so awesome, smiling through the pain, +6 aura. Thanks to being a daredevil, you have scored +3 for heroine present, except for Achiko, +9. Izuku, that was so awesome. You gotta show me how you did that. Excitedly squealed the pink-haired girl, who was truly exotic compared to everyone else, as she came barreling up to Izuku, smiling while Izuku slowly took a step back. She was a heroine, and as soon as Izuku realized that, he knew there was no inevitable escape, watching as the world came to a halt, again. I can show you what else I can do if you want. B, sure, let's exchange numbers so I can show you some other time. C, can we talk later? Aizawa doesn't look happy that we're holding everyone up. Wow. Sarcastically cheered Izuku, staring at the wonderful options in front of him, one that was clearly a sec reference, the second was blatantly flirting, and the last one was actually decent. Can we talk later? Aizawa doesn't look happy that we're holding everyone up. Hurriedly mumbled Izuku, averting his eyes downwards, clenching his hands as he walked out of the circle, hissing as he did so. Ashido Mina finds you considerate. Ashido Mina route has been unlocked. Now for Izuku, it just felt as if someone's standards has dropped. Either Ashido just found him interesting, or dating sims could exploit the smallest piece of interest in a girl. What? Oh yeah, that was so cool. Furiously mumbled Ashido as she practically glued herself to Izuku's arm, while the odd duo made their way to the sidelines. Ashido Mina, Dancing Queen. Relationship yin and yang. 12100. Description: loud, extroverted, and not the sharpest tool in the shed, Ashido lives each day of life to its fullest, laughing, smiling, and having fun. She struggles to rein herself in sometimes, though tries her best to reel herself in when she notices someone who doesn't appreciate her loudness. Maybe someone can help her mellow out? Time skip. If I move slow enough, perhaps they won't see me. Optimistically mused Izuku, standing behind Ida, as he awkwardly took off his red shoes. For these next 2 tests, Izuku wouldn't be needing them. The long jump and the 50-meter dash, both things Izuku was certain he could do quite well in, but it would make the sidestepping somewhat painful, though 2 great scores and a single poor score would outweigh 3 average scores. So far today, Izuku wouldn't call himself lucky by any standards. There was already 3 heroines that could fall in love with him if he wasn't careful, and Izuku didn't want that for them. Izuku-kun, I can't make girls fall in love with you. All I can do is catalog them, help you have a decent first meeting, show off how desirable you are, show off your life achievements, and whatever effect your titles cause. I know you better than anyone, Izuku, better than your mom, All Might, and even yourself. I know your deepest desires, your darkest ones, and I know that you would never want a girl to be forced to fall in love with you. When a girl falls for you, just know, they did it on their own accord, and because they like you. Midoriya and Jaru, both of you are last up. Lazily grunted Aizawa, looking at Izuku who nodded at him. He would have to hold the problem child back after class, so he could talk more with him, since Izuku was obviously uncomfortable. Nizu can be an idiot sometimes. If I was to guess, the problem child has been bullied his whole life, and sudden having a quirk that makes your life something like a dating game wouldn't be nice, especially when the headmaster puts every girl that made it into the hero course into one class, just for amusement. Idly monologued Aizawa. He couldn't show favoritism during school, but there was no rule saying he couldn't do it when school finished. I know dating sims, it's just that, no other girl beside my mom and Aunt Mitsuki gave me the time of day, and now I have 6 girls who could fall in love with me, and 6 more in my class. Apologetically explained Izuku. Originally he couldn't even hold a conversation with a girl, and now he had to deal with this. You might want to cover your ears. Idly mumbled Izuku. If this was anything like the ball thrown, it would be loud. Channeling 100% of one for all into his largest, left toe, Izuku waited for Aizawa to start the 50-meter dash. Reloading the starting pistol once again, Aizawa pointed it above his head, his eyes on the last 2 participants, and fired. The moment the noise reached the 2 participants' ears, Izuku clenched his left toe forward, pushing forward as he did so, feeling his toe explode in pain as the ground cracked beneath him, air being displayed as Izuku went floundering forward with no grace at unmatched speeds. Practically flying over the finishing line, Izuku's face was green from the motion, hurling forward as if he was flung from a catapult. 2.83 seconds. Directly towards a heroine, whose teal eyes were widened in shock, and Izuku watched as both her hands shot forward, expanding in size at a rapid pace, ready to catch them. Slamming into fleshy, strong hands felt like slamming into a wall, except this wall was at least warm, and Izuku hadn't broken a bone. Midoriya, was it? You should be taking better care of your body. One day you could injure yourself, and nobody might be able to help you. Idly chided the orange-haired girl, giving Izuku an older sister vibe, smiling at him as she helped him down, as time came to a standstill. I'll do my best. B. No promises. A hero always puts themselves in front of danger for anyone. C. At least I know I can always rely on you, Kendo. No promises. A hero always puts themselves in front of danger for anyone. Sheepishly chuckled Izuku, flashing the girl his best smile imaginable, already planning on breaking his leg. For acing like an idiot and not caring for your own safety, you have gained the Kendo Itsuka route. Achievement unlocked. The harem route. You can now choose the harem route. Midoriya, if you purposefully break your legs, you'll automatically get last place. Immediately spoke up Aizawa, glaring at Izuku, as everyone present besides Izuku and Kendo started making their way towards the sandpit. Kendo Itsuka, the mom friend. Relationship, concerned observer, 0-100. Description, Kendo Itsuka worries for everyone. She is like the older sister you never asked for. She will dote on those who cause trouble, meaning she gets to know troublemakers quite quickly. Though she isn't shy in telling people her mind when she's worried. For once his quirks catalog didn't mention anything about trying to help her, instead it was the other way around. Do you break your bones on purpose? Curiously questioned Kendo, helping Izuku to hobble over towards the sandpit. Ida was currently holding onto his red shoes, which Izuku was grateful for. Nope, my body can only withstand 5% of my total power, before my bones start fracturing from the stress, though I can last a few minutes at 6% before anything happens. Calmly explained Izuku. For some reason the pain wasn't as bad as before. In fact, as Izuku looked at his broken finger, he couldn't feel a thing. Adrenaline. Mentally concluded Izuku, having felt the same way during the entrance exams. Why? Interestedly hummed Itsuka. It wasn't as if Izuku could walk away since he felt awkward, yet a part of him wanted to be honest with her, tell her what he went through. I'm a late bloomer. My quirk developed a few hours before the exam. The doctors think it was from the stress I was putting on my body. Before that day, everyone thought I was quirkless. Quietly confided Izuku, memories of his bullies flashing to his mind, more importantly, one particular memory that involved his childhood friend turned bully. Being a quirkless person in a society that judges people's worth by how strong their quirk is. It is tough. Honestly answered Izuku, meeting Itsuka's teal eyes, which were wide in surprise, as if she was coming to her own conclusion. You told to. Awkwardly began Itsuka, only to stop as Izuku looked away from her, only nodding partly at the horrible question she was about to ask. Izuku couldn't have chosen a better second to be silent, since they reached the group of students, all of whom, besides Katsuki and the dual-haired boy, look at the duo. Kendo's heart has been moved by your confidence to confide in her. You have maxed out the first stage with your relationship with Kendo. Kendo Itsuka, the mom friend. Relationship, an open ear, stage 212-100. Description: Kendo Itsuka prides herself on her ability to notice when something is wrong with her friends. She wouldn't sleep a wink if she knew one of her friends were going through a hardship and not confiding in anyone. She keeps her ears open to all her friends, willing to listen to their worries without judgment. Thanks, Kendo, I needed that help a lot more than I thought I would. Awkwardly laughed Izuku, purposefully phrasing it like one, so everyone else would think it was for supporting his walk over to the sandpit, while she knew it was about listening to him. Time skip. First, Yairo Zumomo. Second, Todoroki Shoto. Third, Midoriya Izuku. Fourth, Bakugo Katsuki. Fifth, Kendo Itsuka. Sixth, Ida Tenya. Seventh, Tokoyami Fumikichi. Eighth, Kirishima Ijiro. Ninth, Tokage Setsuna. 10th, Tokage Setsuna. 11th, Uraraka Achiko. 12th, Shiozaki Ibara. 13th, Koryu. 14th, Tsunatori Pony. 15th, Yanagi Reiko. 16th, Azuityu. 17th, Komori Kinoko. 18th, Kaminari Denki. 19th, Jirokyoka. 20th, Hakigura Toru. Don't say it, Izuku. Mentally chided Izuku, taking just a brief glance towards his childhood friend turned bully, who was frozen in shock for more than one reason. He didn't get first and I'm ahead of him. Idly noted Izuku, feeling Katsuki's glare land on him, knowing better than to say anything, especially since he had two toes, a broken finger, and somehow a cracked rib. I lied, nobody is getting expelled. Problem child, take this note and go see recovery girl. Amusedly chuckled Aizawa, scribbling out a written note at an impressive speed, no doubt having done this more than once, before handing it to Izuku. Everyone else, back to class. Todoroki, do me a favor and help the problem child to the infirmary. Dryly ordered Aizawa, watching as the dual-haired boy stepped closer to Izuku, while everyone else started walking off, or in Bakugo's case, stomping. For once Izuku could antagonize his bully just a little bit, but Izuku knew he was a hero in training, and heroes had to rise above such pettiness. Good job, Kaken. You do great. Honestly shouted Izuku, smiling at his former friend, who paused, as everyone else looked around in confusion, trying to find Kaken. How quickly can you carry a guy with broken bones away from an angry, explosive guy? Quietly mumbled Izuku, taking a glance at Todoroki, who looked completely disinterested, only shrugging in response. Come here, you little sheet. Furiously howled Katsuki, a loud explosion rippling through the air, as the blonde teen glared at Izuku, and for once, Izuku could clearly see that Katsuki wasn't completely angry at Izuku. If you want a quirk so badly in your next life, why don't you go take a swan dive off of the roof? You know, I still remember vividly what you told me in middle school. Gently hummed Izuku. Katsuki stood in front of him, growling at him as if he was an animal, reeling back as he knew what Izuku meant, while Todoroki stood off to the side, nor interested in the slightest. I just have one thing to say, Kaken. I'm going to be best hero ever. I only manifested my quirk after 10 months of absolute hellish training, but I'm going to use it to save people. Determinedly growled Izuku, holding up his right hand, showing off his broken finger, before clenching his hand into a fist. The pain was back with a vengeance, making Izuku's eyes water as he clamped down on his broken bone, staring Katsuki dead in the eyes. Unwavering determination met shock, which started morphing into some sort of twisted shock and anger. If there was one thing Izuku had learned all throughout his life, the hero never ran, they stayed and stood their ground, fighting for their belief. Izuku-an, due to the fact everyone was watching, your relationship has gone up with your heroines, due how determined you are. +7 relationship with each. You can try Deku, but remember, everyone here is a stepping stone for me, and it just seems as if you'll actually give me a challenge. Lowly grunted Katsuki, a savage grin on his face as he shoved his hands into his pockets, and started walking away from Izuku and Todoroki. Todoroki mismatched eyes met Izuku's, silently assessing the curly-haired teen beside him, the guy who actually was willing to break his bones just for a test, just to prove what he was made of. Nodding slightly in respect to the curly-haired dating Sims protagonist, Todoroki gently grabbed onto Izuku's right elbow, and walked slowly beside him. Time skip. Muha. Lowly huffed recovery girl, her lips smacking off of Izuku's left cheek as a wave of exhaustion hit him. His broken toes, finger, and rib were engulfed in a green aura, as Izuku could feel them mending. 58 broken bones already. Eat a gummy. Nizu will be here to talk to you soon. Idly huffed recovery girl, rolling her eyes as she handed Izuku a bunch of nutrient-rich gummy bears, as Izuku was doing his best to stay alert. That name sounds familiar. Easily decided Izuku, laying down on one of the many recovery bed in recovery girl's infirmary, trying to recall who exactly this Nizu guy was. Weird, wasn't the headmaster named Nizu as well? Just before Izuku could jolt up from shock, as he realized that the headmaster was in fact coming to see him, the door to the infirmary, and standing in the doorway was a bipedal mouse dressed in a suit. Both Izuku and Nizu was silent, as the latter quietly padded over to the bedridden Izuku, who gulped audibly. Hello Midoriya, I am Nizu. Am I bear, a mouse, or a dog? Do not worry, since I know All Might and his secrets, but what I'm here to talk about is you, and your classroom situation. Cheerfully greeted Nizu, hopping up onto a chair beside Izuku's bed, and actually looked somewhat sheepish for some odd reason. I will admit, I purposely put all those girls into your class, mainly so you can find a way to control your quirk. Calmly explained Nizu, observing Izuku's calm face, which was surprisingly emotionless for a change. So you decided to use innocent girls for my quirk training, without even asking them or me in other words? Rhetorically questioned Izuku. Izuku wasn't entirely sure what he was feeling at this moment in time, but it wasn't a pretty emotion by anyone's standards. Yes. Simply answered Nizu. He knew what he had done, potentially having put more than a dozen students into an awkward situation, just for some amusement on his part and hopefully helping Izuku out. Can you please leave so I can think? Frostily questioned Izuku, green electricity temporarily racing along his body, his eyes even deforming slightly from the amount of power Izuku had briefly channeled. Certainly, but I do want to say this. There will be a day when you're a hero, and your quirk could latch onto a potential heroine, who could be called a Yandere. I just hope that I can help a student avoid a potentially dangerous situation. Softly informed Nizu, shuffling off of the seat, and started walking out of the door, fully aware that he had most likely burned any bridge that could have formed between himself and Izuku. Dating sims, can you bring up the heroine page? Politely asked Izuku, waiting patiently for a second, before the page appeared in front of him. Hatsume, the inventor. Relationship, weird-haired stranger, 23-100. Description, a unique girl, who has a passion for inventing machinery she calls her babies. She starts hyper-focusing on the things she is interested in, and even lets it affect her health from time to time. If only there was a man who could help her. Achiko Uraraka, aspiring hero. Relationship, her idol, stage 222-100. Description, having a less than ideal upbringing in the Finical area, Achiko has learned to be happy with what she gets. Her goal is to become a hero, so she can support her parents. What she needs is someone who she can confide in, to tell them why she wants to be a hero, so she doesn't feel so shallow compared to everyone else. Jairu Kyoka, the former musician. Relationship, she finds you funny, 57-100. Description, her parents were inspiring musicians, and it seemed as if Kyoka inherited their talents. But her dream didn't lie there, and she strayed away from the path her parents wanted her to take. She's afraid she could let them down if she doesn't succeed, if only she had a strong, reassuring shoulder to lean on. Tokage Setsuna, the self-assured. Relationship, rocky start, 33-100. Description, due to her quirk, she has been an outcast by her classmates. Now thanks to that, she finds it difficult to build a genuine relationship with anyone, struggling to make true friends, she trusts completely. Due to that, she puts on a mask, not showing off her real self. If only someone was out there that could reassure her that she is fine. Yayoro Zumomo, the mask wearer. Relationship, socially different, 16-100. Description, a girl born into the high class of society, she has been raised to be well-mannered and conceal her true emotions. She is often jealous of those who can act how they want, of those who can play with others with ease. If only there was someone who could teach her how to cut loose. Ashido Mina, dancing queen. Relationship yin and yang, 19-100. Description, loud, extroverted, and not the sharpest tool in the shed, Ashido lives each day of life to its fullest, laughing, smiling, and having fun. She struggles to rein herself in sometimes, though tries her best to reel herself in when she notices someone who doesn't appreciate her loudness. Maybe someone can help her mellow out? Kendo Itsuka, the mom friend. Relationship, an open ear, stage 2 19-100. Description, Kendo Itsuka prides herself on her ability to notice when something is wrong with her friends. She wouldn't sleep a wink if she knew one of her friends were going through a hardship and not confiding in anyone. She keeps her ears open to all her friends, willing to listen to their worries without judgment. 7 girls already, 2 already on stage 2, and Izuku genuinely felt like thrash. Who knew having a quirk could be so much trouble, but some of these girls had issues they needed help with, and now Izuku would help them, without any of them falling for him. Sounds easy enough. That's a wrap, people. The second chapter of my dating Sims Academia. Out of the 13 girls currently in 1A, only 9 are heroines, who Izuku will eventually catalog within the next few chapters. Now, time for an omake. My sugar daddy Academia. Is he in the right place? Simultaneously thought every single student, since the man cocoon thing looked out of place, and then for the third time that day, the world froze and Izuku was given a choice. Sir, this school is a confusing place. Do you need help finding your way out? B. Remain silent. C. Sir, do you have the matter, baby? For once, Izuku saw gold, and he was willing to live with the repercussions, even if it meant detention. If only he knew. Sir, do you have the matter, boo-boo? Curiously questioned Izuku. Already a few more active members stopped what they doing and looked at Izuku, waiting to see how the man in a yellow sleeping bag would respond. What's the matter, baby? Confusedly repeated Class 1A's homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota, cat lover, pro hero, but unfortunately he wasn't up to date with ancient memes like his students, and blanched as memories of a friend doing this years back came to his mind, while he watched Midoriya Izuku wink. Izuku's dating Sims quirk had given him this confidence, for this brief second of glory, all the while unaware of what Izuku's quirk was going through. Noting sugar, how about you? Smoothly replied Izuku. Izuku had never felt so confident before, only for the confidence to leave him as the man's hair floated up, and blood-red eyes to land on Izuku, quenching any confidence Izuku's quirk gave him, and Izuku thought he saw a blush. Izukuan, for meeting special requirements, I have underwent a quirk evolution. Aizawa Shota route unlocked. Aizawa Shota, Mr. Tired. Relationship, teacher and student, 0-100. Description, Aizawa Shota, a man who works late and never plays, giving his complete attention to his work, simply because he doesn't care about anyone in that way. If only someone could help thaw out his heart. Izuku blinked. His quirk was not supposed to affect older men. Izuku was certain of that, and immediately he regretted his choice. Now, Yurare would be a lot more awkward, especially since the majority of teachers were male. This would be a pain-in-the-butt quirk evolution, or a quirk awakening in some cases, was something incredibly rare. It had only been catalogued a total of 37 times since quirks first started appearing, and it was something Izuku thought he would never have had to deal with. In some cases, a latent, powerful ability made itself known to the user under extremely stressful circumstances. In other cases, the quirk in question grows a lot more power in seconds. And Izuku wouldn't lie, dating Sims was extremely stressful at the easiest of times. Since the 8th generation of quirk users, quirk evolutions had been happening a lot more often, and now Izuku was worried. Why, you may ask? The answer was simple: quirks awakened or evolved under stressful circumstances, and at the moment Izuku was fairly certain his quirk would awaken. For once, it isn't girls. Idly mused Izuku, he would have loved to speak and ask questions, except everything but the upper part of his head was made of some sort of black smoke, meaning he couldn't speak or move. Sure, 8 people appear in my dream, something that is totally common. Sarcastically noted Izuku, he could feel something, a connection between himself and the 8 people standing in a line beside him. Izukuan, the isn't a dream. Dating Sims sounded more confused than anything. Izuku somehow knew his quirk was right, he would never dream of his quirk otherwise, so something else must be happened. Emerald green eyes snapped open in realization. Dating Sims had said it the day he manifested. One for All was sentient as well, and he was the 9th user, which explained the other 8 people in his head. You're a smart kid, Izuku, now be quiet and listen. Softly hummed someone, the furthest person away from Izuku, who had white hair and a pair of green eyes similar to Izuku's own. One for All is past the singularity point, meaning all the quirks that it has collected will start awakening, but your lifespan is limited now. No person is capable of holding 2 quirks for an extended period of time, except my brother, meaning that one day One for All will start harming your body. Hurriedly explained the person. Izuku could feel a fire race beneath his limited skin. One for All was actually flaring up by itself, in joy of all things. What? Mentally questioned Izuku, freezing as his mind caught up to him, realizing what that actually meant for him. Just as I started my dream of being a hero, I'm going to start dying. Numbly realized Izuku, barely 15 years old, not even 3 days into Yue, and was now told he was dying. Not for 2 decades minimum at least. So do me a favor. Kindly explained the person, whose hands were now on Izuku's misty shoulders, not phasing through them as Izuku had expected them to, but actually touched his shoulders. Live life to its fullest. Smile, laugh, cry, make memories with your loved ones, and most importantly find someone to love. Like that May girl. Amusedly chuckled the man, smiling at Izuku fondly, ruffling Izuku's hair as he did so. No. Achiko for life. Loudly howled a man, who Izuku could have sworn was All Might, except for the fact he was utterly bald. Kyoka. Simply counted a black-haired man, who had his mouth covered up his hero costume, as everyone else started shouting various of his heroines' names, except for the second and third person. You're too optimistic for this. Lowly growled the second person, a man who was concealed in darkness, and all Izuku could see was pointy hair, that would refuse to do what it was told to do. Then Izuku blinked. That man. He looked familiar. Location change. Sitting upright, Izuku gasped loudly, sweat was dripping down his forehead, his hands were trembling, as the memories of whatever it was he had just experienced came to his mind, and Izuku was scared. This wasn't some case where someone in trouble could get help. One for All was literally too powerful for anyone to host now, and it was slowly killing Izuku, if that guy was to be trusted. I need some fresh air. Softly grumbled Izuku, quietly getting out of his bed and into a pair of running shorts and a baggy hoodie. There was only one place where Izuku wanted to go at 3 in the morning, and it was oddly comfortable. To the beach it is. Idly decided Izuku. He had spent many an hour there, training to be better, so he could fulfill his dream of being a hero, so it was poetic in a sense. Where his dream started for real, was where he would contemplate the end of it, though Izuku would have a minimum of 2 decades, so it wasn't completely horrible. Silently leaving his room, Izuku wasn't certain what to make of the situation. All Might would have to know for sure, but that left Izuku alone for a while. If it makes you feel better, your body seems weird. Now his quirk was insulting him. If it had never awakened, then Izuku would most certainly never be in this situation, where he had 2 quirks in his body, the latter of which would eventually kill him. Death, it was something Izuku hadn't thought about before, but now, it seemed as if it would greet him sooner than later. What do you mean by that? Curiously questioned Izuku, closing the apartment door behind him, locking it with a spare set of keys, putting them into his pocket, as he took out his phone. When I catalog heroines, I scan them. I am able to pick up their memories and biology, meaning I can tell if they have a terminal illness. When I compare the heroines' bodies to yours, even Shoto's and Katsuki's, your body is weird in comparison, and it wasn't because of the fact you have 2 quirks, it is something else. It is as if your body is naturally different. I'm not sure if I'm doing this or you're just born this way. So, I don't think you will die by having 2 quirks. It might be an ability of mine, to make sure you don't die, since you are a dating sim's protagonist. Was a very distinct possibility. There was some instances where Izuku could agree with his quirk, mainly when he broke his bones, and didn't feel any pain immediately. As a matter of fact, the pain only really appeared before he was healed. That point was weak, since adrenaline could have numbed the pain, but that meant one thing. Izuku really needed to know the passive effects dating sims had on his body. There, the text is done. Softly mumbled Izuku, shoving his phone back into his hoodie's pocket, and started walking, letting the cold night air cool him down from his vision, which honestly terrified Izuku. I doubt All Might is awake, but he will see it in the morning. Softly hummed Izuku, closing his eyes as he walked. The directions to the beach was practically muscle memory at this point, so Izuku wasn't concerned as he walked with his eyes closed. Focusing on the burning inferno beneath his skin, that was one for all, Izuku could feel the raw power in it, the power to destroy so much with one punch, the power to change the weather, and so much more. A taut rope tugged at his gut, making Izuku roll his eyes beneath their eyelids, as he continued sauntering forward, heading to the beach where the heroine was. It felt familiar, most likely one of the girls from his class, who he managed to avoid cataloging, and for once, Izuku didn't care, if his guess was accurate. The girl was at the beach at 3 in the morning, doing who knows what. So Izuku decided to join her. Walking to the beach was peaceful, his phone didn't make a noise, no cars drove by, and it was completely silent, letting Izuku think as he walked towards the heroine. Replaying his conversation with the green-eyed man, Izuku chewed the inside of his cheek. He would be awakening 6 new quirks in the future, all of them being charged into a completely new state, thanks to one-for-all stockpiling aspect. Rolling his eyes, Izuku would need all might to do the next piece of work, to create a list of all of the previous holders of one-for-all and their quirks, so Izuku wouldn't be surprised by what would come. Focusing on one-for-all, Izuku could feel the intense inferno of power that could only be compared to a star within him, and then started trying to get beneath the surface of the quirk's power, trying to find something that could give him some hints. The taut rope around his gut tugged once again, forcing Izuku to stop his investigation, looking at the direction of where the rope had tugged him, which was where the lone person on the beach was standing. Millions of grains of sand flew around her pale features, which were barely illuminated by the moonlight, her silver hair shining, being brought out by the darling settings and peaceful night. She was in 1A, Yanagi Reiko, the girl who didn't show any emotions on her face apparently lived close enough to the beach, where she felt comfortable enough to be there at 3:10 in the morning. Now walking over to her, Izuku stayed quite as he could vaguely make out a soft pink glow around the sand, watching as she was busy focusing on it, moving multiple streams of sand grains in multiple directions. It was oddly peaceful, listening to the waves lapping at the beach shore, sand rustling, and hearing Yanagi panting from exhaustion. "I wouldn't have expected you to be up so early," slowly commented Izuku, blanching as a stream of sand shot towards him, forcing Izuku to scrabble backwards, the sand freezing just before it would have hit his face. "I'm Midoriya Izuku, I'm in your class." Awkwardly greeted Izuku. He was a bit too tired to stammer. Dating sims was definitely helping him in that department. It was nice not having to stutter his way through a conversation. Yanagi took a moment, looking at Izuku in confusion, as she pulled the sand away from Izuku, letting it fall back down in a heap on the beach, while trying to remember him. She nodded at Izuku, recalling who Izuku was, and knew for a fact that he was in her class. "Yanagi Reiko," softly introduced the girl, bringing her elbows up to her chest and letting her hands dangle slightly, looking like an ancient zombie from some of videos Izuku had seen. "I wasn't aware that you had difficulty sleeping as well," calmly noted Yanagi, not a hint of emotion on her voice, as time came to a standstill for Izuku, making him roll his eyes. "I just like the silence. B, just had a bad dream. C, I'm a night owl. D, how could I even think of sleeping when I'm near such a pretty girl?" Izuku took a minute to think. His quirks were slowly damaging him. It was a case of the hardware. His body couldn't keep up with the strain the software, his quirks, was putting on him. Chewing on the inside of his cheek, Izuku scanned over his options, deciding that maybe he should just go with it. Maybe it was okay to make a fool of himself every now and then. "How could I even think of sleeping when I'm near such a pretty girl?" curiously asked Izuku, winking at Yanagi as the green-haired teen sat down on the sand, bringing his knees up to his chest, while he winked at the girl. "So what are you doing up so late? Or is it early?" Confusedly mumbled Izuku. He wasn't sure when it started becoming late in the night or early in the morning, but it seemed appropriate to ask. For once, the confidence dating sims gave him didn't surface. This time it was all Izuku. "I cannot claim to understand why you flirt with me, but I appreciate your kind words, Midoriya," idly answered Yanagi, slowly shuffling over to Izuku, sitting down on the sand nearby, a solid foot away from him though, but she seemed comfortable. "You know, you are the first person to ask a question I've been pondering," amusedly commented Yanagi. Izuku took a moment to look at her. Her face was still completely neutral, but Izuku could see a smiling tugging at her cheeks. "Because of your idle chatter, you've gained Yanagi Reiko's interest." Yanagi Reiko route unlocked. Yanagi Reiko, spooky story fan. Relationship, midnight companion, 0-100. Description: Yanagi Reiko, a fan of all things spooky and things that go bump in the night. She loves it when her heart starts pounding in excitement and fear, so perhaps you can become the thing that makes her heart start pounding whenever she sees you? Great minds think alike, as they say. Softly chuckled Izuku, smiling at Yanagi, as he lazily started pulling upon the power of one for all, trying to at least get a feel for the quirk. "So, what are you doing out so late?" curiously questioned Izuku. He had seen Yanagi using her quirk, but he was curious to know what her quirk was, though he didn't know some of the basic aspects of her powers. "Quirk training, mine is called Poltergeist. It allows me to manipulate anything nearby, as long as its weight is equal to or less than 62 kilograms 137 pounds. Robotically explained Yanagi, watching as Izuku's right hand was twitching about, as if he was writing something down, making her raise a brow. "What are you doing?" Curiously questioned Yanagi, looking at Izuku's right hand, as it was acting as if he was writing an essay. Huh? Confusedly gawked Izuku, looking at his right hand, seeing it randomly moving about as if he was writing something down, as his mind clicked, realizing what he was doing. Sorry. I have a habit of taking down notes on people's quirks. Guess I'm starting to do this now whenever someone talks about their. Embarrassedly chuckled Izuku, bringing up his right hand to his neck, and slowly started rubbing it, while his face started heating up. She thinks you are cute for your weird habits. +10 relationship with Yanagi Reiko. I won't tell anyone about your quirk. Slyly informed Yanagi, causing Izuku to blink slowly, watching Yanagi smile at her own pun, making Izuku snort like a pig. That's a good one. Honestly admitted Izuku, taking a brief second to look upwards, pointing up at the crescent moon that was clear in the sky, and it was peaceful as no two nights had the same moon, each night had a different moon in a sense, since each was beautiful, but only so much of it was revealed. The moon is probably the second most beautiful things here. Gently huffed Izuku, looking at Yanagi and winking at her, making the girl snort a second later, as both teens realized how cheesy it was. What an attempt! She actually liked how cheesy it was. +12 relationship with Yanagi Reiko. No two nights had the same shaped moon. It was the same with people, no two people were absolutely identical, and that sadly meant Izuku was no All Might. It was a somewhat sad split-second realization for the emerald-eyed teen, quickly morphing his newly forming frown into a grin, as his eyes landed on the silver-haired girl. When the sports festival is here, I'll tell the world that I am here. The successor of All Might, and I'll prove to everyone by being my own sort of hero. Determinedly decided Izuku he would still be the hero he dreamed of being, but he would do it his own way, especially when all of the quirks within him will be awakening. I'll need All Might to tell me what the quirks of the previous users were. Mentally noted Izuku, the bare bones of a plan had started forming in his head, a quick pace and solid fighting style that he would create. Do you want to do some training before we have to start getting ready for school? Interestedly questioned Yanagi, only receiving a nod from Izuku as he pushed himself off of the sand, green sparks leaping from his body. Do you think you can keep up with me? Confidently asked Izuku, shifting his stance, before immediately being knocked over by a wave of sand rushing up his left leg, forcing a mouthful of sand into Izuku's mouth. Never mind. Awkwardly mumbled Izuku, realizing that he was in fact out of his element, since Yanagi could manipulate a lot of sand. Time skip. Izuku's head slammed onto his desk. Ida was about to say something, but the fact Izuku held up one hand made him reconsider, since Izuku was early, even by Ida's standards. It had only turned 7:30, meaning there was still an hour until homeroom would even start, and so far it was only Izuku and Ida in the class, as well as a yellow sleeping bag beneath Aizawa's desk. Problem child, go to the nurse's office. The yellow oaf has made an appointment for you after what you've said. Loudly grumbled Aizawa. In other words, All Might had spoken to Recovery Girl, and now Izuku needed to go get some tests done. Yellow oaf has also gotten you the list you asked for. Idly added on Aizawa. Izuku wouldn't lie, it was kind of impressive of how dead inside Aizawa sounded, especially since that was the exact same position he had been in when Izuku had left the classroom the other day. How does he do it? Curiously mused Izuku, pulling out his number 13 notebook out from his bag, as well as a pen, before Izuku opened up his notebook and started walking, scratching his head with the butt of his pen. Okay. Distractedly mumbled Izuku, beginning to write down what he could recall about Yanagi's quirk, since Izuku didn't even have to try and remember what Vestiges had said. It was nice that All Might had been able to do everything so quickly for him. Izuku would admit that he never expected his life to become so hectic, and he still had to tell his mother about dating sims and One for All, but that was a problem for future Izuku. Making his way through the deserted hallways of Yude, Izuku was busy scribbling down what he knew about Yanagi's quirk, what her limits were, while writing down various questions. Can she lift as many objects as she wants, as long as they weigh less than her limit? Interestedly questioned Izuku, a warm breeze blowing against his face, making Izuku look up at the source, already knowing exactly where the heroine was. May! Loudly gasped Izuku. He hadn't expected May to be here so early. He didn't get to see her yesterday, but it was a welcome surprise. You really don't care about formalities, do you? +7 relationship with Hatsum May. I see. You're in quickly. To the support room. Excitedly squealed May, throwing herself at Izuku, her hands squeezing Izuku's biceps, as if she was curious about them, unaware that she was making Izuku blush. I can't. Meekly mumbled Izuku, putting his pen in his notebook and closing it up, only for Mei to snap it away a second later, rapidly flickering through the contents of the notebook, before a grin started forming on her face. "I've to go to Recovery Girl, so could I have my notebook back?" kindly asked Izuku, holding out his right hand, since Mei had zero reason to keep his notebook. She wasn't a bully, she was just weird. "Nope," simply answered Mei, popping the P as she did so, grinning at Izuku as she gently put it into the hem of her skirt without a care in the world, forcing Izuku to look away as quickly as he could, since Mei wasn't the sort of girl to wear tights, and Izuku knew hell would be raised if he saw anything. Then the click in his head appeared. Photo added to gallery. The accidental flash. "Just hand it back to me at lunch, I need to run." Awkwardly huffed Izuku, his face still beet red. Izuku didn't waste a second in turning around from Mei, and stiffly started walking away from Mei, heading towards Recover Girl's office. She found the fact you didn't say anything about seeing her underwear choice nice. Plus 20 relationship with Mei. Izuku could not have ran faster if he tried. That was the thing about seeing something you shouldn't have, you knew you would be in trouble if you mentioned it. Time skip. "You're right," grimly concluded Recovery Girl. The entire examination procedure had only taken 40 minutes in total, and only 5 for all of the results to be printed and made sense of, though Izuku wouldn't lie, it had felt like hours. More quirk factors are appearing in your cells. So far there's enough quirk factor in each of your cells to make it seems like 4 quirks have already formed, meaning there's still 4 left. Idly explained Recovery Girl. 2 of the quirk factors had been identified in an instant, 1 for all and dating sims, but that was the good news. "Young Midoriya, I'll hand you the notebook after this." Worriedly spoke All Might, currently in his skinny form, and the oversized suit on him almost made Izuku laugh. Except the green-haired dating sims protagonist was just a little bit preoccupied. "Now for the news I hadn't been expecting." Honestly huffed Recovery Girl. Izuku blinked. Even Izuku, the socially awkward teen, could identify the amazement in Recovery Girl's voice. "Aren't dying from what I've gathered so far. You are being internally damaged by One for All at a very slow rate. It would take decades before you even started noticing it, but your body is weird. It is as if the damaged cells in your body duplicate, only the damaged is repaired and the cell in question has grown stronger." Uncertainly explained Recovery Girl, causing both Izuku and All Might to blanch. They both had been expecting something a lot more grin. "What do you mean by that?" confusedly asked All Might as Recovery Girl slid out of her chair, waddling over to a remote and pointed at a TV in the corner, before turning it on. "This is just a projection based off of the data, but the more research I do, the more accurate this should be." Casually explained Recovery Girl, a small smile on her face, as green sheets appeared in front of Izuku's eyes. "Izuku-kun, I think I know why you aren't dying. It is because of me. You are a dating sims protagonist." That definitely explained everything. It was as if all of Izuku's issues were solved now. But that would be a lie. Focusing on the TV, Emerald Eyes watched as red blood cells appeared on the TV, which was sped up to 20 times the original speeds, and everyone watched as green electricity started sizzling from the cell, slowly breaking it down. Everyone watched it for a few minutes, until the red blood cells had broken down to the point where it looked like a rotten orange, a few holes in it that shouldn't be there, seeping cytoplasm, and then something weird happened. It was as if Izuku's blood cell had become digitalized, breaking down into ones and zeros, reforming a minute later, which was most likely more than 20 minutes, before the ones and zeros disappeared, leaving behind a red blood cell that looked healthier than before, stronger even, only for the process to happen again. Once again the cell turned into something like a rotten orange, but this time all of the holes were just a minuscule amount smaller than they had been. "Izuku-kun, your body has taken on the properties of a dating sims protagonist. How many dating sims have you played where the dating sims protagonist has gotten sick or was ill? I think I do a lot more than actually catalog girls for you. You make them fall in love, and I make your body somewhat digital-like. I think that means you can't get sick anymore, and it also explains why you only feel the pain of breaking a bone for a few seconds. It will take time, but I think eventually you'll be immune to the decay effect One for All is having on you." That makes a lot more sense now. Exasperatedly sighed Izuku. It would most likely take a few years before he is completely immune to the decay effect, but Izuku could live with it. Then the bell signifying the start of homeroom happened, and Izuku realized that he was late. He was going to be so late that it wasn't even going to be funny. Time skip. "Midoriya, what time do you call this?" dryly questioned Aizawa, snapping close his registration book, taking note of everyone who was in, which was everyone, and Izuku couldn't help but roll his eyes. Aizawa already knew this. Luckily Izuku had the notebook All Might had made in his right hand, and the green-haired dating Sims protagonist was so looking forward to it when he had the time. Staring at his teacher, both were silent, but knew why Izuku was late, and Aizawa was doing this to get a rise out of Izuku. Let's make an excuse. Sorry sir, but I got lost on the road of life. A black cat crossed my shadow on the way here, so I had to take long a way around. I was with Recovery Girl, I broke a finger. Izuku was fairly certain he had heard the first excuse from a show when he had been younger, the second would make everyone believe he was superstitious, the third could be seen as defiant, and the fourth was the closest one to the truth. But Izuku at least wanted to get back at Aizawa for calling him out, since the man who looked as if he lived beside a dumpster knew what was up, so Izuku picked a. Sorry sir, but I got lost on the road of life. Apologetically huffed Izuku, shrugging his shoulders while giving a slight bow, doing his best to look nonchalant about the whole ordeal, while sauntering towards his seat. I'm so dead later. Easily concluded Izuku, sitting down on his seat, well aware of the fact that everyone was looking at him, some in annoyance and others in respect. Such nonchalance. They find that cool. +3 relationship with every girl present. Izuku's eyes met Aizawa's eyes. His black eyes stared into Izuku's emerald green, completely devoid of all happiness and anger, which was frankly quite intimidating, but what was worse was the fact that Aizawa just looked disappointed. Slowly curling up on his seat, Izuku gulped audibly, seeing that Aizawa was slowly smiling, and it wasn't a nice smile either, it was a creepy one that promised Izuku pain. We're working in pairs for this. You can choose who you work with, except the problem child and Yaoyorozu, you two will work together. Idly ordered Aizawa, making some of the students snigger at the fact Izuku had been singled out. Izuku blanched as everyone started getting up and making their way over to someone else's desk, and Izuku honestly didn't know what he was supposed to do, so the green-haired dating Sims protagonist gathered his pencil case and a copy, just in case he would need them. Green eyes landed on Yaoyorozu, the girl who had the lowest relationship with him, which was sort of a blessing, but also something that could be a nuisance. Yaoyorozu's eyes landed on Izuku, as the shorter boy awkwardly shuffled through the room, avoiding anyone who could have bumped into him with ease, all the while Izuku's face remained completely impassive, as the dating Sims protagonist was trying to figure something out. It wasn't anything selfless, more so selfish. Izuku just wanted to be friends with the people in his class, without dragging half of the class into a love drama. If I include me, the source of the drama, that means a total of 10 people in the possible love drama I could theoretically start. Sadly concluded Izuku, as he closed in on Yaoyorozu's seat, putting his pencil case and notebook on Yaoyorozu's table, as she pet a brow at him in curiosity. Aizawa never said what we are doing, so can you tell me please? Awkwardly asked Izuku, offering his best smile, doing his best to appear normal, since he was not normal by any stretch of the imagination. Having a quirk that could change the weather with a single punch, check. Have a quirk that made your life a dating Sims game, check. Have multiple quirks rapidly awakening inside of you, that can arguably be as strong as One for All in some way, check. What made matters worse, One for All was slowly getting stronger each day. It wouldn't be noticeable for months, but eventually Izuku's 5% would be equal to 6%, and All Might had theorized that his 100% would be equivalent to Izuku's 90% currently, but that difference would increase with time. Aizawa wants us to get to know each other, since we'll be having a heroic training exercise after break. Happily explained Yaoyorozu, looking at Izuku, whose eyes were slowly shining in glee for some reason. That means talking about our quirks. You can go first if you like. Politely added Yaoyorozu, who was utterly confused by the fact Izuku looked giddy when she mentioned quirk. My quirk is energy stockpiling. I slowly stockpile energy in my body, which I can use to enhance myself with. It gets stronger by itself over time, but my body has to be trained regularly in order to handle a mere fraction of its power. Hurriedly explained Izuku, that was basically One for All, a stockpile quirk, that did get stronger over time. Now all I have to do is explain each quirk as they come up. Logically concluded Izuku, which should hopefully be easy enough to explain, especially if they were energy-based. My quirk is creation. I can create anything I know the chemical formula for, though it requires lipids to do so, and the larger the object, the more time and energy it takes to make. Casually explained Yaoyorozu, she honestly didn't expect Izuku to get what that meant. Most people understood the basics of what her quirk was capable of, and that was it. So you could create weapons created out of diamonds, which would bolster the weapon's endurance? Rapidly questioned Izuku. The barest hint of one for all being active sparked free from Izuku's hand, as his body was writing down his thoughts on Yaoyorozu's quirk. Does that mean you can organic parts as well? Or can you create inorganic stuff? Hurriedly added Izuku, his hand a blur, as he began solely focusing on the girl in front of him and what her quirk meant. I can only create inorganic materials, but I'm able to create somethings that come from various organisms, like ethanol from corn. Excitedly spoke Yaoyorozu, mentally cataloging the idea of diamond creation Izuku had given her, while her view on Izuku's slowly changing, since he was a lot smarter than he came off as. What about anything related to nuclear radiation? Cautiously asked Izuku, though while Izuku wasn't an expert in nuclear radiation, he knew that it was incredibly dangerous. Yep, though my parents have taught me extensively of what it is capable of, so I will not be using it unless there is a crisis that truly needs it. Slowly explained Yaoyorozu, watching Izuku carefully as he seemed to tense up, and his eyes focusing on something in front of him, even though Yaoyorozu couldn't see it. I have been ignoring the notifications for too long. Awkwardly decided Izuku, taking a brief glance at the clock behind him, telling Izuku that the time had flown by, being too enthralled by the fact that Yaoyorozu must have the versatile quirk in existence. For being so invested in her, your relationship with Yaoyorozu has increased by +3. She's happy that someone actually realizes what her quirk is truly capable of. +6 relationship with Yaoyorozu. You have given her an idea, and she appreciates it because it will be a huge help. +7 relationship with Yaoyorozu. Due to your quick mind, Yaoyorozu wants to get to know you better by herself. Your current relationship with Yaoyorozu has been automatically maxed out due to her desire to pick at your brain. Yaoyorozu Momo, the damsel. Relationship, not quite what she thought, stage 20-100. Description: Yaoyorozu Momo, a girl born into the upper class of society, with a quirk to match. Yaoyorozu is jealousy of those who can act so freely and didn't seem as if the pressure was actually affecting them, and she needs help. She needs to know that she is okay, that she is enough. That was a lot more grim than Izuku had been expecting. Izuku wasn't a fool, he was well aware of the fact that quirks could have cons, just as they could have their pros. Some people suffered from quirk addictions, which was when a person's quirk forced them to do stuff they wouldn't normally do. An example would be someone with a vampire-like quirk going on a rampage, due to the lack of blood intake. But it seemed as if the pressure was coming from her parents instead, which made the situation a bit more delicate. Since this wasn't something Izuku could solve with a punch, it would require something more delicate. Green eyes lighted up. Izuku knew he would most likely regret this, not because he didn't want to do this, but there was a large possibility that Yaoyorozu could develop a crush on him. Izuku would help her, or break down in tears trying, and Izuku wasn't certain which one was more likely to happen. Time skip. Idly looking at the rice on his plate, Izuku was trying to feel excited for the next class, which was something to do with actually heroics training, but Izuku simply find the urge, since there was a more immediate issue, where he would sit. Green eyes darted across the cafeteria, trying to identify somewhere he could sit, somewhere where there would be no heroine to catalog, since Izuku could feel a good few heroines he had and hadn't cataloged yet in the cafeteria, and the number was a lot higher than he had been expecting. 11 heroines in total were in the cafeteria. Midoriya, have a seat over here, boisterously shouted Ida, not aware of the fact that Izuku had purposely trying not to sit there, since both Achiko and Yaoyorozu was sitting there as well, and if Izuku was correct, there was room for more people as well. It seems he hasn't heard me. I shall go over to him and ask, since it is quite loud in the cafeteria. Cheerfully announced Ida, oblivious to the fact that Izuku was slowly dying inside, since a lot of people were slowly looking at him. It was as if the Grim Reaper was coming towards him. Izuku didn't know why, but he instinctively knew that this lunch break would feel a lot longer than it had any right of being. Robotically, Ida marched over to Izuku and started to gently guide his green-haired friend towards the table, smiling as he did so, since Ida was happy to have such friends. Ida has to learn how to read a person's mood. Immediately decided Izuku, well aware of the fact that he might be smiling. It wasn't because he was happy, it was from the fact he was still trying to comprehend how oblivious Ida was. Hello Yaoyorozu, Achiko and Ida. Thank you for inviting me. Politely greeted Izuku, giving a small bow towards his friends. All that was missing was Itsuka, and then he would have had all his friends at the same table. There is no need for thanks, Midoriya. You are a friend, so of course I shall help you. Pleasantly informed Ida, shuffling around, so Izuku was sitting beside Yaoyorozu and Achiko, while Ida sat on the opposite side of the table, smiling as if he had done something impressive. "Oh yeah, Ida, call me Izuku, we are friends after all." "You too, Momo," idly commented Izuku, his mind catching up to what he had just said, and Izuku wanted nothing more than to slam his head on the table and disappear. "Why do I not think before I talk?" Mentally berated Izuku, his green eyes catching sight of both Momo and Tenya, both of whom looked somewhat surprised by the request. For being so casual, +5 charm, 30, intelligence, 14, aura, 44. His stats were getting a lot higher, yet they were clearly lopsided. Izuku. I am honored that you think we are such good friends. I shall gladly use your name, and you have to do the same. Proudly declared Tenya, his arms swinging around wildly, which Izuku assumed to be some habit in order to express his emotions. +3 relationship with Momo. Ahem, what do you think our first heroic training class will consist of? Curiously questioned Momo, smiling at her group of friends, with a small blush on her face, which was most definitely from embarrassment. Izuku would have loved nothing more than to answer Momo's question, even if it was to distract him from the amount of heroines nearby, but a notebook hovering in front of his face made him pause, as well as something soft resting against the back of his head. Slowly blinking, Izuku realized it was his notebook that Hatsum had borrowed from him, and now that it was in front of him, it meant she was done with it. Then Izuku's teenage brain concluded what the large, soft things behind his head were. Melons. Mentally decided Izuku, there was no other logical explanation for it. Tenya looked a bit embarrassed, Achiko just blanched, and Momo looked confused, and surprisingly, Izuku wasn't a bubbling mess. "Thanks for returning my notebook, Hatsum." Calmly noted Izuku, the green-haired dating sim's protagonist was on autopilot, having not expected for something like this to happen, especially what he saw earlier from the girl. "How did you know it was me?" Childishly whined Hatsum. The world came to a standstill, as multiple choices on how to answer that question came up, and Izuku was grateful for some time to process what had just happened. A. Your melons were a good giveaway. B. I can smell oil off of you, and you're the only support corps student I know. C. How could I forget you, May? D. I remembered you borrowing my notebook early. The first choice was arguably the worst, since it would make Izuku look like Mineta, which was worse than being a Deku. The second choice was logical, since Izuku did smell oil off of her, as well as some smoke. The third choice was actually pretty decent, it was smooth, and it would definitely get a reaction out of her, but it would mean using her given name without permission. Lastly, the fourth option, it was just bland. The fourth option is likely not to increase my relationship with Hatsum. Immediately decided Izuku, taking a moment to turn around while everyone else was frozen, and took a look at May, who was leaning over the back of the seat, resting where he was. She was smiling, her yellow eyes sparkled in excitement at something, while she balanced her tray with her left hand, and dangled the notebook with her right hand. She was pretty, it was something every heroine had in common, but Hatsum was arguably the one who would stand out the most compared to the ones Izuku had already catalogued. A plain black tank top was covering her upper body, bits and pieces of grease and oil covering her tank top and arms, with her workshop overalls tied casually around her waist, which the overalls were quite baggy while covering her legs, and some safety goggles on her head. If Izuku was completely honest, he felt lucky seeing May like this. The dating sim's protagonist truly thought May was captivating. How could I forget you, May? Rhetorically asked Izuku, his eyes only closed for a brief second, but the moment Izuku opened up his eyes, he was back in the place where he had been before time froze over. That was pretty smooth. +4 charm and aura. For using your head, your intelligence had increased. +5 intelligence. You made her blush. +7 relationship with May. Everyone went silent. Now that Izuku realized it, a lot of people had actually went silent, and Izuku could clearly hear a lack of noise in the cafeteria of all places, which was a bit concerning. Titling his head to the side in confusion, Izuku was doing his best to fight down a blush, while May awkwardly dropped Izuku's notebook into his lap, as she slowly made her way towards Tenya, and sat opposite Izuku. Noise erupted in the cafeteria. A lot of people simply didn't care about what had just happened, but people stared over at the table, where Izuku was sitting, and was eyeing the green-haired teen. Meanwhile, the table where Izuku was sitting at was slightly off. Achiko and Momo were silently communicating with the other via their eyes. May was trying to calm her blushing face, and Tenya was being Tenya. Tenya, you're related to Ingenium, aren't you? Curiously huffed Izuku, purposefully trying to direct the conversation somewhere. As long as it wasn't the awkward silence, Izuku would gladly talk about it. If only Izuku's that luck was actually that good. Hey Izuku, why do you flirt so much with girls? Inquisitively questioned Ochako, staring at Izuku, while Tenya slowly lowered his arms, since he was about to happily explain his relationship with the hero Ingenium. Good luck, Izuku-an. Staring wide-eyed for a second, Izuku realized dating sims wasn't going to help him, meaning the socially awkward teen would have to explain the situation himself, and to be honest, Izuku was not looking forward to it. Logically speaking, he couldn't tell them that he had 2 quirks, since that was impossible, with the exceptions of Izuku himself and the first one for all. User's brother. Awkwardly hummed Izuku, trying to think of an explanation. His intelligence, which wasn't linked to dating sims, was failing him, and Izuku would admit, he thought he was smarter than the average person. I dunno. Sheepishly admitted Izuku, nervously rubbing the back of his neck and hiding his face as he started tearing into his food, noting the fact that break would be over soon, and he had barely eaten. Not even a second later did the bell ring. Izuku was thanking whatever deity of luck had blessed him for this opportunity to not answer that question, since talking about dating sims would make things awkward. Hurriedly putting his notebook beneath his arm, Izuku easily balanced his plate of food with his left hand, as the teen awkwardly shuffled through the cafeteria, avoiding every other heroine, since Ochiko's words still played on his mind. Why do you flirt so much with girls? If Izuku was lucky, by the time the sports festival came around, he wouldn't be known as a Casanova by his classmates, as well as the rest of Japan. Time skip. The males' changing room, a place where testosterone was mainly rampant, except for when there was barely any males in the class, not even making up the halfway mark. It was fact that the female-to-male ratio in 1A was heavily skewered, 13:7, almost a 2:1 ratio. Looking around the changing room, where each male was putting the finishing touch to their hero outfits, Izuku couldn't help but feel as if he was incredibly bland compared to each male. Not that Izuku thought of himself as ugly, average perhaps, maybe a cute sort of average due to his freckles, but despite liking girls, Izuku would admit each of his fellow male classmates were eye-catching. Todoroki Shoto, son of Endeavor, a unique hair color, red and white, as well as a scar over his left eye, and the fact they were different colored eyes was also very interesting. Bakugo Katsuki, a gremlin from hell, loud and proud, he definitely had the bad boy personality, and was quite explosive while also being one of the smarter people in the class. Kirishima Ijiro, Izuku didn't know much about him, but he could tell that Kirishima would be there for you, and was incredibly reliable. It also helped that his hair made people look at him. Kaminari Denki, unique hair which matched his quirk, he was also a bit of a playboy as well, a similarity Izuku didn't want to share with the teen, not that it was bad, but Izuku would rather not be known as a playboy. Ida Tenya, tall, broad, reliable, and knew what it meant to be a hero. He was also the younger brother of a hero, and would stick through your side through thick and thin. Tokoyami Fumikage, the mysterious boy who practically screamed goth and edgelord, he seemed distant, but no doubt would take time to open up, but it would be worth it. Why am I thinking this? Confusedly mused Izuku, shaking his head from side to side, nodding at Tenya as their eyes briefly met. One teen was in a suit of armor, the other was in an outfit his mother made for him. Midoriya, are you supposed to be a bunny? Curiously gawked Kirishima, casually lumbering up to Izuku, waving at the green-haired teen, as he put the finishing touches to his costume. No. Uncertainly answered Izuku, since he definitely did not intend on his hero outfit to remind someone of a rabbit. Could they not tell it was clearly based off of All Might? Ah. Awkwardly answered Kirishima, an awkward silence filling the males' changing room, since some of the males were curious about reaching out to one another, especially since there was such a large difference in genders. Izuku-an, I'm doing you a favor here, so appreciate it. You remind me of Crimson Riot. B. Am I the only one getting hard here? C. I think you are the manliest man in the history of manly men. Quick. Mentally berated Izuku. Time hadn't come to a halt this time, making Izuku mentally note the fact it was heroine exclusive, and that dating sims apparently had the power to make small talk, small victories it seems. I think you are the manliest man in the history of manly men. Amazedly informed Izuku, who was currently beyond embarrassed, and curling up in a hole and forgetting about his life sound more than appealing towards the dating sims protagonist. +2 charm. Izuku twitched, something that was warranted in the grand scale of things, considering Kirishima looked as if he had been given a puppy, and loved the thing at first contact. Kirishima merely nodded at Izuku, obviously too emotional to speak at the moment, which Izuku was grateful for, since everyone besides Tenya was giving him an odd look. Title unlocked. Manly bro. You're a manly man? You're also Kirishima's best bro. Achievement unlocked. Bros, get yourself a bro. X2 relationship increase with Mina. Bro, I know we just met, but if you need anything don't be afraid to contact me. Sincerely choked out Kirishima, handing Izuku a piece of paper that had the redhead's phone number on it, and Izuku squinted. Kirishima did not have that in his hand a second ago. Bravo Izuku. You are truly someone I inspire to be like. Being able to touch the hearts of those around you. Truly a trait any hero should have. Proudly announced Tenya, walking over to Izuku and Kirishima, with resolve clear in his eyes, despite them being hidden behind a helmet. If it makes you feel better, if Katsuki was a heroine I'd have to make a negative stage now. Sheesh, he practically screams danger. If I break a bone, then maybe I can leave. Sophisticatedly concluded Izuku, nodding to himself at the brilliant idea, just before a soft rustling sound reached Izuku's ears, making the green-haired teen slowly look towards the source. It was a wall that separated the males from the females, and there was noise coming directly from the other side of it, truly suspicious, but it wasn't as if girls were spying on them or anything. She finds your kind words to Kirishima reassuring. +3 relationship with Mina. X2 +6. Mina. Awkwardly screeched Izuku, feeling the necessary urge to put both of his hands over his groin, turning away from the wall as he did so, unaware of the fact that everyone present rose a brow in curiosity. Time skip. Ah, marvelous. Simply marvelous. They do say the clothes make the hero. And you, my students, definitely look the part. Boisterously chuckled All Might, who looked quite pleased with himself, trying to hide his full-blown laughter ever since he had seen Izuku. Hey dating sims, how could you tell that Kaken was dangerous? Curiously questioned Izuku, tuning out All Might somewhat, though he was still aware of the fact that this hero exercise would consist of 2 sides, hero and villains, with 10 teams in total, 5 would be heroes and the other would be villains. The same way geese know how to fly in a V formation instinct. It also might help to know that I've realized that I'm kinda messing with the new quirk factors within your body. I'm trying to assimilate them inside of me, so your body will adapt quicker and hopefully not die from the sheer stress being out upon it. If it makes you feel better, I'm currently 6% done with one quirk, I haven't even touched the others at this point. The quirk I'm done with is called Danger Sense, it detects danger nearby you. For the first teams to enter the building, may the heroes, Midoriya Izuku and Tsunatori Pony wait outside the building, while the villains, Todoroki Shoto and Bakugo Katsuki enter the building. Happily declared All Might, unaware of the fact that Izuku was frozen still for a few reasons, and only one of them could be seen as somewhat good. The good one was that dating sims was assimilating the quirk factors inside of him, which now gave him a limited and weaker version of Danger Sense, which was nice. Then the bad things were, the fact he was paired with a heroine he hadn't catalogued yet, and he and Tsunatori had to fight the 2 strongest people in the class. Shakily looking about, emerald green eyes met ruby red, a sickeningly pleased grin slowly started spreading across Bakugo's face, making Izuku gulp audibly while nervously adjusting the mouthguard of his costume, which looked similar to a smile. Breaking the stare off, Izuku took a look around the gathered class, meeting Todoroki's indifferent stare, as if the dual-haired teen was merely staring at a bug. Hello. Uncertainly greeted a girl, making Izuku leap slightly. Time was slowly coming to a halt, as Izuku's focus landed on his partner, Tsunatori Pony, whose uncertain look made Izuku gulp, again, before time stopped. Hello. Midoriya Izuku, reporting for duty. B, you ready to get all sweaty and bothered? C, you are Tsunatori Pony, yeah? D, your horns are really cute. Just when I thought that things were looking my way. Wearily sighed Izuku, his quirk was starting to help him by healing his body and absorbing the various quirk factors within One for All, and then it pulls stuff like this. That's a wrap, people. As you can see, I am sticking with what the manga says about One for All users having an original quirk along with OFA, which slowly kills them due to the strain on the body, or something like that. I'm still uncertain how long this FIC will be, since I'm still finalizing all of the heroines, and there is the possibility there'll be more than 13, the original amount I specified on, though there would not be many more. The update schedule, as I have decided, will be monthly, but I cannot guarantee, since I'll be starting college and my life will be more hectic than normal. Next chapter, I will hopefully have a list of all the heroines who will be included. Make the DLC. I have successfully downloaded the DLC. Izuku did not like what he just read, since he most certainly did not ask for anything to be downloaded, nor did he know that dating sims could be download anything. Against his better judgment, which Izuku seemed to be going against a lot, the green-haired dating sim's protagonist wearily pressed down on the screen. Now I can catalog everyone who has a think for small, green-haired, cute people. Please give me a moment to pull up all of the data. An uneasiness settled in Izuku's gut. This was the first time he had ever seen dating sims underline something, which meant that it must be extremely important. Gulping at the thought, Izuku mentally braced himself for something that would most likely make him cry. Bakugo Katsuki, childhood friend. Relationship, and notice me. Baka. Stage 412-100. Description: the childhood friend who's a tsundere, who was confused since early childhood about the feelings he felt towards useless Deku, so that was why he bullied him, to get his attention. Now, Kaken doesn't know what to do, since he assumes you hate him. Kirishima Ijiro, bro. Relationship: bro, close your eyes and tell me what you see, 'cause that's what I feel without you. Stage 337-100. Description: brothers before hoes. That is incredibly long relationship description. Awkwardly noted Izuku, his mind had shut off his emotions, since that was the only thing keeping him fainting from the shock of this revelation, not that he didn't appreciate the feelings sent towards him. Izawa Shiyuda, teacher. Relationship: student and teacher, 83-100. Description: Izawa Shota, a man who works late and never plays, giving his complete attention to his work, simply because he doesn't care about anyone in that way. If only someone could help thaw out his heart. Why did the last one seem vaguely familiar for the green-haired dating sim's protagonist? Now, Izuku had to thread delicately, since his childhood friend loved him and his bro had a crush on him, and with that, a burning fire of determination entered Izuku's eyes, as he picked up his phone and started typing, since this was something he should have done a long time ago. Nodding to himself in satisfaction, Izuku hit send without a second thought. Nizu would understand, arranging the classes so Izuku could learn how to control his quirk in that way was cruel. I'm quitting U.A. Loudly shouted Izuku, hearing a loud thump come from the kitchen a second later. Hello. Midoriya Izuku, reporting for duty. Goofily greeted Izuku, nervously nodding at his battle training partner, who meekly offered him a smile in return for his greeting. You ready to fight those two? Curiously asked Izuku, already beginning to walk over towards a small table set up outside of the building, which already had everything the newly made duo would need. I am yes. Slowly answered Tsunatori, seeming to tumble over her words as she spoke, and Izuku's ears managed to catch traces of an accent, not quite sure where it came from, but he has heard it before. Sorry if my Japanese is not so good, I'm American. Shyly mumbled the girl, then it clicked in Izuku's mind. The girl's accent reminded him of the accent All Might after he came back from America. I know some English myself, and I don't mind teaching you some Japanese if you want. Kindly offered Izuku, reaching the table with Tsunatori in tow, handing the girl an earpiece, before scanning over the blueprints in front of him. Hello teacher and student. You have unlocked the Tsunatori pony route. For the kind offer, you have received +7 relationship with Tsunatori pony. For using your brain to get close to a girl, +4 intelligence. Tsunatori pony, transfer student. Relationship, that friendly guy, 7-100. Description: having been born and raised in Texas, America, Tsunatori pony is slowly adapting to the new customs and language that Japan has introduced, and she is quite upset because of her current shortcomings. If only there was someone who could help her adapt more, and show her the ropes of what Japan has to offer. Really? Please. Excitedly squealed Tsunatori, smiling as if she won the lottery, quickly quelling her happiness, in favor of doing her best to memorize the layout of the building. The newly made duo remained silent for a minute, memorizing the blueprints of the building, before Izuku's eyes glazed over, his mind racing through all of the information he actually had on his two opponents. It helped that Izuku had no Bakugo since they had both been in diapers, and because of his analytical mind, Izuku knew nearly every possible counter for the blonde-haired gremlin. Todoroki Shoto on the other hand was vastly different. Izuku knew that he was the son of Endeavor, he could shoot ice out of the right side of his body, and if the tidbits of information Izuku had heard were correct, Todoroki Shoto could use fire from his left side. The main issue was at the moment for Izuku was the principles behind Todoroki's quirk, which would heavily alter how Izuku and Tsunatori would deal with him. Does he produce the ice from his body, or gather water molecules from the air and them, unleashing them in a burst? Or is it that the ice come from the water within himself, and prolonged use of it dehydrates him and gives him frostbite? There is a possibility that it is something else. Idly mumbled Izuku, his mind hurriedly coming up with possible counters for the dual-haired teen and possible weakness that his quirk gave him. If his fire is anything like Endeavor's, then he could turn us into a crisp husk with ease. But like every fire quirk, the user raises their internal body temperature, which destabilizes their cells. But his ice will counter that. Slowly realized Izuku, a battle of endurance would most likely be foolish, since Todoroki could stabilize his internal body temperature, while Izuku only had so many bones to break. She's impressed with your analytical mind. +3 relationship with Tsunatori. Wow! Amazedly whispered Tsunatori, giving Izuku's a thumbs up with a grin on her face, before she cleared her throat. My quirk is called Horn Cannon. It allows me to detach and launch my horns as projectiles. I can fire off several horns in succession, and a new set regrows almost instantly. I can also control them after I launch them. And I'm even trying to fly with them. Happily explained Tsunatori, already knowing that Izuku would come up with a strategy for them. Kaken will try and find me first. He isn't the type to work with someone, no matter the challenge, and Todoroki doesn't seem the most social. Rapidly noted Izuku, trying to identify if they would work together, which is highly unlikely, meaning they would split up. If Kaken tries to find me firstly, that means that only one person will be guarding the bomb at any given time. Which means... Calmly realized Izuku, his eyes hardening as he gazed up at the building, allowing his eyes to trail higher and higher. Until they landed on the roof. I have a plan, and I hope you know how to fly on your horns. Determinedly noted Izuku, stretching out his legs, as more and more of a plan started to come to him. Location change. I wonder how Izuku will do? Curiously hummed Tenya, intensely observing the screen that had Izuku and Tsunatori on it, before slowly adjusting his gaze until it landed on the two villains of the exercise. He's obviously gonna go in and kick their butt. Boisterously declared Kirishima, his faith in Izuku unwavering, since a guy who can appreciate manliness can only do one thing, if he liked it or not, and that was kick butt. Go on, Brodwaria. Happily cheered Kirishima, absolutely stoked at the thought of fighting beside Izuku one day, while every female present simultaneously rolled their eyes. Ijiro sure has changed. Amusedly noted Mina, smiling at her friend, who she had known for years at this point, remembering the black-haired boy, who didn't have a spine. Time had definitely changed him. If we are just taking in facts, the villains have the stronger quirks, but the heroes are smarter. Calmly informed Momo, she knew that the villains were quite smart, but they weren't Izuku-level smart, and Izuku was most likely the only person in the class who could rival her in intelligence. Slowly the students started falling into chatter, gathering into social groups that had first popped up on the end of the first day, though there was some subtle differences, mainly Kirishima and Momo joining Achiko and Tenya. All Might blinked, being forced to adjust the earpiece in his ear, just to make sure he had actually heard that correctly. The plan his student was unique. The villains on the other hand. Awkwardly noted All Might, watching young Bakugo storm out of the room, with a scowl on his face, while adjusting the clunky gauntlets on his forearms, leaving behind an annoyed Todoroki. I know I should not have favorites, but I hope Midoriya wins. I also hope he's had a chance to go over the notebook I made for him. Concernedly mused All Might, since there was no telling how quickly the predecessor's quirks would awaken within Izuku and prepare for them. Most of the notes were from his memory, but a good few had also been supplied by the internet, mainly Wikipedia, a gift from the gods in All Might's opinion, which had helped him get the name of the predecessor's quirks as well as their function, but not the finer, crucial details that was needed. The other concern was Izuku's quirk, dating sims, and what that entailed for the green-haired dating sims protagonist. One for All has always been used for combat, so there is the possibility that it could make some changes to Izuku's quirk, because it is sentient. Logically theorized All Might, none of the predecessors had a sentient quirk, so Izuku and himself would be alone with that. Begin. Calmly ordered All Might, a soft smile on his face. He was proud of Izuku. He had grown on him, firstly because of his heroic spurt, and then his unique charm. It also wasn't bad that he had 2,000 yen resting on Izuku, ending up Hatsum before finishing one. Sue him, All Might was human too, and he was the only one, besides Izuku, who had a list of all of the potential heroines within Yurei, and he liked to think he knew Izuku's preference. Location change. She finds you cute in that position. +8 relationship with Tsunatori Pony. I feel as if something is wrong. Lowly mumbled Izuku, currently being the one held in a bridal hold, having his arms wrapped around Tsunotori's neck, and doing his best to remain completely focused on the fact that they were slowly flying upwards. "Darlin', don't be afraid. I gotcha." Hauntingly chuckled Tsunotori, having started to use English around the green-haired dating sim's protagonist, and she seemed to enjoy the plan a bit too much for Izuku's liking in all honesty. "The plan is quite simple. Tsunotori will fly us up to the top story window, where we'll enter. Kaken will be downstairs searching for me, which will give us time to scan the top floor, and hopefully find Todoroki alone with the bomb." Hopefully, mused Izuku. He knew that the plan could fall apart for any array of reasons, from external factors to internal factors, but Izuku did have a backup plan. Danger. Just as the duo started rising off of the ground and steadily flying upwards, a tingle crawled down Izuku's spine. Something primal within his body told him that something was about to happen. Not even a second later did Izuku see his breath come from his mouth. The air had been cooled to such a degree so quickly that even outside the building was cold, and then the building groaned. A layer of ice as thick as a fist sprouted up around the building, slowly encompassing the entire building, meaning that not only would everyone's maneuverability be horrible, but it meant Izuku would have to break open a window, which could alert the villains to their location. The noticeable positive change was that Izuku knew where the ice came from, since it crawled around the building, and had to crawl downwards, meaning Todoroki was on the other side of the building somewhere on the top floor. "Top floor, other side of the building. I'll have to bust open a window to get us in," loudly shouted Izuku. The tingling down his spine was starting to calm down ever so slightly, as Tsunotori slowly adjusted their course, heading in the direction Izuku told her to in. "Dating sims, what was that feeling?" confusedly asked Izuku, hardening his gaze as Tsunotori was homing in on the general area where the ice originated from. "That is the telltale sign of the quirk I told you I had started assimilating. It is called danger sense, and it lets you detect danger before it happens, but I've only assimilated 6% of it so far. Within a few days I should have assimilated it completely, but for now it isn't as strong as it could be. So far, danger sense can only detect large-scale sources of danger, but let's say if someone threw a rock at you, danger sense couldn't detect it because it is so small, but that should change once it is completely assimilated. Midoriya, do you mind opening up the window?" politely asked Tsunotori, snapping Izuku out of his daze, before she started wobbling ever so slightly, which certainly helped Izuku speed up, since plummeting 5 stories wasn't on his to-do list today. Silently Izuku reached forward, eyeing the frozen-over window and pursed his lips. Todoroki either got lucky, or he had actually planned to do that. Either way, now Izuku would have to break it open. Channeling one for all safely throughout his body, which was still 5%, Izuku eyed the window, more specifically the corners of it, his mind coming up with a plan a second later. "Try and stabilize us as much you can, we might be pushed back," wearily informed Izuku, giving Tsunotori a few seconds to get ready, before quickly jabbing forward, his fist going through the first corner of the window. She is grateful for the warning. +6 relationship with Tsunotori Pony. Repeating the process a few more times along the top of the frozen-over window, Izuku clamped his right hand across the top of the window and started pulling forward, while Tsunotori was helpfully enough to start pulling back as well. After a second of resistance, the ice fell away, leaving behind a hole large enough for both teens to fit through easily enough. Shakily flying through the window while crouching, Tsunotori placed Izuku on the ground. Both of them were near enough to the room where the bomb was being held, and both silently agreed to gather their bearings. Izuku knew that the room containing the bomb was only a few rooms away, but there was 2 variables that Izuku could only try to account for. "You cheap knock-off of the Canadian flag. When I get my legs out of your shitty ice, your face is going to look even more ugly," furiously howled Bakugo, his voice echoing from downstairs, which Izuku was grateful for. It meant that Bakugo was currently occupied, meaning it would be a 2-on-1. "I am going to slap you hard enough to burn the other side of your face," viciously shouted Bakugo, yet Izuku couldn't help but smile ever so slightly, because for once, he wasn't on the receiving end of Katsuki's colorful insults. Tsunotori merely nodded at Izuku with a smile, not at all fazed by the screams of rage coming from Bakugo Katsuki, the unofficially dubbed gremlin from Hell of One, mainly because she didn't understand a word the blonde teen had shouted from downstairs. Both heroes in training slowly stood up. Izuku, who was leading the duo, had one for all brimming at 5% through his entire body, which should hopefully help if they suffered a surprised attack. Tsunotori Pony on the other hand was to offer support, mainly from range, since Izuku was certain enough he could at least stall either Bakugo or Todoroki for a few minutes, so she could either do ranged attacks or get the bomb. "Sure, The plan was far from perfect, but that's because for Izuku, it was as much of a learning experience as it was a plan. I want to see how powerful danger sense is at the moment, so I can hopefully predict how powerful it will be in the future, and to see what else dating sims can do. Logically mused Izuku, keeping a vigilant eye out. As the air in the room was freezing, it was one of the reasons they were walking so slow. It was because of the ice. Ice had its advantages as well as its disadvantages. The main advantages that were the obvious ones was that ice could be used as a shield to absorb the worst of an attack, a way of transportation, if the quirk allowed it, and as a way to freeze opponents in place. The obvious disadvantages were potential hyperthermia, slipping on the ice, and the possibility of dehydration if the quirk used water from inside of the body. Let's see, because of the fact that Todoroki froze the entire building, he is most likely drawing the water out of the air. From the quirk apprehension test, he always gathered it on his right hand as well. Hurriedly mumbled Izuku, carefully walking at a slow pace in front of Tsunotori, his eyes rapidly scanning over the area, in case there was more to Todoroki's quirk than he first realized. So he has to use the right half of his body as a focus point for his ice, and he's the son of Endeavor. If I remember correctly, there was rumors going about that Endeavor saying something about a perfect child with a perfect quirk. Rapidly grunted Izuku, his mind drawing up every piece of information he knew about Endeavor, and what would be perfect about an ice and fire quirk. I could really use some fire now. Softly huffed Tsunotori, shivering violently, her teeth snapping off one another, as she shivered in the cold around her. Her heroine outfit really didn't offer much protection against the cold. His outfit didn't either, but his mother made it for him. Tsunotori, you're a genius? Gently realized Izuku, he could hear a loud sigh come from the room ahead of them, no doubt where Todoroki was with the bomb, followed by a loud explosion from downstairs. Todoroki's quirk involves both fire and ice. The fire raises his internal body temperature when he suffers from hyperthermia, as well as melts the ice he creates, which releases water into the air. His ice then cools his internal body temperature when he is cooking his organs, and lets him use the moisture in the air. Rapidly concluded Izuku, he could hear Katsuki stomping around downstairs, no doubt to keep him warm so he would sweat. Both Todoroki and Katsuki, they were both incredibly power, there was no doubt about that, but their cooperation skills escalated to such a degree, it wasn't even funny. They could have capitalized on their quirks, Todoroki heating up the building in order to power up Katsuki temporarily, but neither had done that. She appropriates your kind words. +5 relationship with Tsunotori Pony. Tsunotori, I don't think Todoroki will be expecting us, since he must assume that we were frozen downstairs somewhere. Gently informed Izuku, green sparks of energy started leaping off of his body, as he began channeling his quirk throughout his entire body. I am going to rush the bomb. Can you distract Todoroki for me? Softly questioned Izuku, slowly channeling a bit more of one for all throughout his body. One for all, 8%. Yep. Happily mumbled Tsunotori, as the duo were just around the corner of the room. Both of them could hear the deep breaths coming from the room, and then Izuku held up 3 fingers for the countdown. 2 fingers. 1 finger. Then the temporary duo stood up and rushed around the corner, the ice cracking beneath Izuku's feet, as 2 horns shot past him, rocketing in on Todoroki, whose eyes were wide with surprise. Both horns slammed into Todoroki's chest, more specifically the ice that covered his left side, make cracks appear throughout his hero outfit, before being slammed into the wall. Got it! Excitedly yelped Izuku, his arms wrapping around the bomb, that had been made of paper of all things, before the buzzer went off, signaling that the exercise was over. It is nice to know that you'd ought to use recycled materials for the future heroes, who'll have to defend civilians and that. Izuku wasn't sure if dating sims actually approved of the fact that the bomb was made of paper, or it was just being sarcastic. It was tough to have a sentient quirk that couldn't speak, instead it had to communicate by invisible text screens that only he could see. From now on, I'll be more sarcastic so you will know for future reference. Never mind, dating sims was just an but. Time skip. Hidden mission completed. Win your first hero in training exercise. Rewards, +2 relationship with every heroine you've cataloged. What? This was not what Izuku signed up for. Never mind, since Izuku could vividly recall not asking to become a dating sims protagonist at all he wanted to do was be a hero, not accidentally woo his way into people's hearts. All the teen could do at that current moment in time was scream internally as he stood beside Tsunotori, while both of them stood in front of their classmates. Dating sims, explain please. Politely asked Izuku, his eyes utterly blank as he stared at his fellow students, unaware of the fact his eyes were specifically zoned in on Todoroki, who was blankly staring back at the teen. "Tell me? Who do you think won the VIP of that match?" Rhetorically questioned All Might, patiently waiting for someone to offer some form of explanation, and smiled as two hands shot up, one from Ida Tenya and the other from Yaoyorozu Momo. "Young Yaoyorozu, may I hear your reason?" Curiously asked All Might, internally giggling, since his successor had won us first heroic exercise without a hitch. Teamwork. The villain team acted poorly, Bakugo walked off, leaving Todoroki to defend the bomb by himself, while Todoroki never told Bakugo he was going to freeze the building, and that immobilized Bakugo for the entire match, as well as Todoroki thought he had won before the match had been declared over. Decisively explained Momo in one breath, before inhaling once, earning her the stare from the majority of her classmates. On the other hand, both Izuku and Tsunatori worked well together. They communicated their plan clearly to one another, both relying on the other for it, and asked the other's opinion before proceeding. Happily chirped Momo, forcing All Might to cough into his hand, since he had not expected such a thorough explanation. "I think you have unlocked the hidden mission function because of the fact that I'm starting to assimilate danger sense, and the sensing aspect of the quirk has been absorbed into my quirk factor. Because of that sensing aspect, I can now sense hidden quests, which I assume will help increase your relationship with your heroines, your just specific heroine, depending on the hidden mission. Don't fret, you yourself will still be able to sense danger. I can now sense when a hidden mission has been completed." "Very good, you narrowed it down to what team the VIP is on, but who do you think it is?" Interestedly asked All Might, as Izuku's eyes rapidly scanned the information present in front of him, his eyes barely moving, while Ijiro raised his hand. "Young Kirishima?" Inquisitively noted All Might, nodding as the redhead gave him a million-watt smile. "Brodoria Izuku is the VIP, since he's a bro," simply concluded Ijiro, as if those 10 words somehow explained everything, and only to a bro or Ijiro they would make sense. Unfortunately, nobody understood what the redhead meant. "Ah." Mentally noted Izuku, his mind linking the newest quirk he had gotten to that of a DLC, since dating sims now had an additional aspect to it, because of the fact it had started assimilating danger sense. "Ah." Slowly hummed All Might. He wasn't completely wrong. Izuku was the VIP of the match, since he had come up with the plan as well as saw the creative idea of entering the window instead of the door. Anyway, Izuku is the VIP. This is due to the fact that he created the plan. He also created the plan around his opponent's behavior. And as you can all see, there was barely any combat or confrontation throughout the entire exercise. But that doesn't mean that one can look over young Tsunatori contributions to the plan or young Todoroki's plan. Cheerfully announced All Might. Izuku couldn't help but winch. Katsuki's name hadn't been mentioned at all. "It would be cool if I could catalog your friendship with the people who are not heroines. You would have such a poor relationship with Katsuki that it wouldn't even be funny, but I can tell that All Might, Ijiro, and Tenya all hold you in high regards. Truly dating sims, you have a way with words. I don't know what I would do without you." Sarcastically thought Izuku, as he watched the next batch of students walk out. No doubt all of them were excited for the match. Yaoyorozu Momo and Kirishima Ijiro versus Yurakara Achiko and Tokage Setsuna. Turning around, emerald green eyes met bloody red. For once, Izuku didn't feel the shiver of fear race down his spine, as he stared into the eyes of his childhood tormentor. It was oddly empowering for the green-haired dating sims protagonist, knowing that he didn't fear Bakugo Katsuki anymore. It wasn't that Izuku was truly afraid of the blonde teen, he was more so nervous to be in his presence. If you want a quirk so badly, why don't you take a swan dive off a roof? Maybe then you'll get a quirk in your next life. It hurt. A lot more than Izuku wanted to admit, since a part of the green-haired dating sims protagonist wanted Katsuki to grow up and become the hero he could be. Yet, Izuku could feel one for all rush beneath his skin, begging to be unleashed, forcing Izuku to bite down on the inside of his cheek, hard enough to draw blood, in order to prevent him from crying. I win, Katsuki. B. Remain silent. The two choices in front of Izuku were tempting, oddly so for a future hero, yet Izuku knew what he had to do. Time skip. Ow, ow, ow. Loudly hissed Izuku, rubbing his left forearm, feeling the torn muscles beneath his skin, due to the fact that he had temporarily went over his current limit with one for all. "Fellow men!" Loudly shouted the blonde-haired boy, who had a black lightning bolt in his hair. He was currently halfway out of his hero outfit, and was staring at everyone with a grin on his face. "Our numbers are limited. Nearly a 2:1 difference, yet we have a gift 1B does not have. We have girls in our class. Girls. Happily hollered Kaminari Denki, immediately losing the interest of every other male present, much to his disappointment. Dude, be respectful. Loudly tooted Ijiro, but even he had a mild blush on his face, no doubt having realized that as well, though nobody could blame him. They were all only 15, and special things started happening in their body at that age, but they were respectful. Are you alright, Izuku? Concernedly questioned Tenya, peering over at his friend with concern clear in his eyes, as Izuku offered his friend a shaky smile to ease his concern. I'm okay, I just went over my current percentage limit. Awkwardly mumbled Izuku, and surprisingly enough, that gained the attention from every guy present, with the exception of Katsuki. +2 charm for sounding so nonchalant. Bro, how much of your quirk can you use safely? Curiously asked Ijiro, thinking that his bro's limit must be incredibly high at the moment, his red eyes shining in anticipation. 5%, but I can use 8% for a few seconds, and as you can see, it tears my muscles really quickly. Awkwardly mumbled Izuku, nervously smiling, since his current limit was only 1/20th of his total output, but that would change soon enough. Midoriya. Frostily spoke Todoroki, already changed back into his school uniform, ready to go back to class, and it was only mere curiosity that had stopped him from going back, since Midoriya had played him like a fiddle. You're not All Might's child, are you? Calmly inquired Todoroki, as if he was talking about the weather, while every other male paused, intent on hearing the answer. Ah, that's rich coming from you, Candy Cane. Deku's old man works in America, and could breathe fire. Loudly snorted Katsuki, staring down Todoroki while smoke rose from his hands, ready to unleash an explosion at a moment's notice, as both former teammates took a step towards one another. Deku was quirkless until the entrance exam, at least now he isn't a complete waste of space, unlike some wannabe hero in training who doesn't even go all out. Viciously compared Katsuki, glaring at Todoroki without remorse, butting heads with the dual-haired teen. Bakugu! That's enough! Sternly ordered Tenya, taking a stiff step forward, since the amount of animosity was tangible in the air, and it was slowly starting to freak everyone else. Stay out of this, glasses. This is between me, Deku, and the slacker. Lowly growled Katsuki, more and more smoke started rising up from his palms, as Katsuki took another step towards Todoroki, while the air started becoming cooler and cooler. The three people, who unfortunately have a strong quirk, despite doing jack's hit for it. The slacker won't even go all out, some hero he will be, but at least Deku tries, so he's more respectable than the slacker. Hauntingly cackled Katsuki, while Izuku actually blinked a few times, his mind registering what Katsuki said about him. That actually sounded like a compliment on some level. Fire alarms and sprinklers went off. Everyone present in the male's changing room went silent, a rare moment where every male's brainwave lined up perfectly, and they all had the same thought. An unspoken agreement was made between them all, despite barely knowing each other. This happened by itself. Simultaneously decided every male present, even Todoroki, and that was out of character for the teen. Time skip. Does anyone else wonder why all of the guys are soaked? Curiously hummed Setsuna, currently sitting on Kendo's desk, swinging her legs without a care in the world, smiling slightly as she saw the misery in each of the boys' eyes. They look like wet rats. Idly stated Setsuna, earning a hum of agreement with Mina and Kyoka, while the other girls just pursed their lips. Can I invite Izuku-in? Kindly asked Ochako, earning a nod from both Momo and Kendo a second after she said that, while Kyoka and Tsunatori did so after thinking for a few seconds. Like, look at their hair. Midoriya, Bakugu, and Kirishima look like they were drenched. Amusedly noted Mina, she wasn't being mean about it, but she had known Kirishima for years now, and had some sort of potential friendship with Midoriya. Izuku-in, you were so awesome during your match. Happily announced Ochako, cheerfully skipping up to her green-haired friend, who was currently sitting at his desk, with Ijiro and Tenya talking to him. You were like whoosh. Scree. Excitedly mimicked Ochako, not at all close to the noise that was made, but it was cute, so everyone let it slide. Even Katsuki of all people, who felt miserable because he was wet. Congratulations. She finds your actions incredible and can't stop replaying them in her head. +10 relationship with Yurakara Ochako. What? Confusedly shouted Izuku, giving Ochako a small smile, as Ijiro also smiled at Ochako, giving her a smile that outshone the sun itself, a smile that literally lit up the room. Dating sims, Can you pull up Achiko's catalog? Hurriedly asked Izuku, feeling his quirk acknowledge his request, and Izuku could feel his vision swim for a brief second as Achiko's catalog appeared in front of him. Achiko Uraraka, aspiring hero. Relationship, her idol, second stage 37-100. Description, having a less than ideal upbringing in the Finical area, Achiko has learned to be happy with what she gets. Her goal is to become a hero, so she can support her parents. What she needs is someone who she can confide in, to tell them why she wants to be a hero, so she doesn't feel so shallow compared to everyone else. Her relationship, says her idol. Mentally noted Izuku, normally he would only gain relationship with a heroine by talking to them, helping them with something that needed, or relating to them. Does the description of her relationship affect stuff as well? Interestedly mused Izuku, since now that he thought about it, none of the relationships he had with the catalogued heroines were the same, each was different. But he finally got it. Yes, Izuku, the name of the relationship does affect how quickly your relationship with a heroine increases. See, each person is different and they are fond of different people, subjects, activities, sports, and humor, so it is only natural that it also linked to friendships and romance. If you pay attention to a heroine's relationship title, you can potentially increase the rate at which you get relationship points with her, or keep it stagnant if you prefer. I'll be nice here and explain Achiko's relationship with you. Her idol, she loves it when you do something impressive and can't help but replay it in her head. Because of her unique relationship, you can gain relationship points with her at an increased rate by doing heroic activities, which will also give you additional relationship points with her afterwards, if you were extra cool. Izuku-kun, do you want to? Curiously asked Achiko, staring at Izuku, whose eyes were rapidly darting through the air, as if he was reading something, yet there wasn't anything in front of him. Weird. Amusedly noted Achiko, everyone had their habits, she just assumed that it was Izuku's one. Ah. Simply hummed Izuku, smiling at Achiko in agreement, not entirely certain what he had agreed with, since he had not been paying attention at all. Look on the bright side, you can make friends with girls easier now. The flip side, Achiko would definitely be the first one to have a crush on him. Okay, I'll see you later, Izuku-kun. Happily hummed Achiko, all but skipping away from the trio of guys, as Denki stared jealously at Izuku, almost as if they were brothers and Izuku had betrayed him. Damn it, Midoriya. What is it only you who gets to hang out with the girls after school and not me? Defiantly wailed Denki, pointing a finger at Izuku, who was utterly confused as to why Denki was acting like this, but at least now he knew he agreed with Achiko after school. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Kendo, Jiro, Tokage, and Ishido. It isn't fair. Childishly whined Denki, unaware that Izuku would happily have traded places with him, if he had known what he had agreed to. Kaminari, if you want to hang out with girls like Brodoria, you gotta act like him. Wisely informed Ijiro, gaining the attention from the electrical teen, who was staring at Ijiro and Izuku as if they were gods given mortal form. You gotta be a bro to all. Calmly claimed Ijiro, while everyone in the room sweat dropped. Mina was the only one who wasn't fazed at all by the redhead's claim. Everyone, settle down. Loudly grunted Aizawa, rising up from beneath the teacher's desk, still looking as dead inside as he did in the morning, and a sinking pit in Izuku's stomach told him the man hadn't moved at all. I'm only saying this because Nizu told me to, but he told me he would help the boys find out why the sprinklers went off. Monotonously spoke Aizawa, his eyes solely focused on Katsuki, before they darted over to Todoroki, and finally to Izuku. It was just faulty wiring, I think. Calmly countered Katsuki. A bead of sweat started gliding down his face, since he knew that unlike middle school, he would get in trouble here for acting like an but. Really? I wouldn't have thought that, especially with the smoke stains on the changing room ceiling. Dryly counted Aizawa, not even glancing at Katsuki, as he was busy adjusting his sleeping bag, which looked horrendous, but only fitting for the teacher. Now, if you all promise to behave, you can all go now, and let me eat my jelly packets in peace. Exhaustedly sighed Aizawa, his obnoxious yellow sleeping bag shifted slightly, before his arm emerged with a packet of jellies in his hands. Yes! Excitedly screamed Denki, running out the door before Aizawa could even close his mouth, leaving everyone else behind. At least, things couldn't get any worse or weirder. Right? Hopefully mused Izuku, as he saw Aizawa fixated on the classroom door, while Izuku's eyes slowly drifted over towards the girls he would be hanging out with after school. Time skip. Surprisingly, hanging out with friends after school wasn't what Izuku thought it would be like. It is not like he had ever done it before, But Izuku thought there would be something more than just sitting down and eating from McDonald's of all places. If Izuku could have changed one thing, it would be where he had to sit. On his left sat Ishido and on his right way Jiro, which wasn't bad, since they were only acquaintances at the moment. Then Jiro's phone rang. "Haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door?" Loudly blared Jiro's phone. She looked somewhat sheepish when everyone looked at her, confused by her ringtone as she answered it, since none of them had ever heard of such a song, except for one person besides Jiro. "Panic? At the disco?" Curiously asked Izuku, loud enough for everyone present to hear him, and then a gasp came from the phone. "She loves the fact you know ancient music. Plus 30 relationship with Jiro Kyoka. You're with a boy who has taste, take him home so I can meet him." Excitedly squealed a voice from the other end of the phone, making Jiro blush an atomic shade of red that nearly rivaled Izuku's face when he blushed. That is practically a third of the required relationship points to get to the next stage. Mentally screamed Izuku, now realizing how dangerous hanging out with girls outside of school could be, since now they could relax and indulge with their hobbies with friends. "Mom!" Embarrassedly squeaked Jiro, nervously fidgeting with her left earlobe, as she held her phone up to her right ear, lowering the volume as she did so, and started listening to what her mother was saying. "Fine." Exasperatedly sighed Jiro, after an entire minute of utter silence from the group, which was quite polite of them to do so. Staring at the cheeseburger and fries in front of him, a part of Izuku thought it was disgusting. This went completely against his exercise routine and dietary plans, and he hadn't even had a cheat day yet. Resigning his disgust, Izuku chewed the inside of his cheek, before picking up the cheeseburger, and started bringing it to his mouth, before realizing something. The table was as quiet as an empty classroom. "So, what did you guys think about the hero exercise today?" Awkwardly mumbled Izuku, his mind also flashing back to the changing room afterwards, and that now he had a small bit of Katsuki's respect, while Todoroki was not fond of Izuku or Katsuki at all. For trying to break the ice with a relevant subject, you have gained +3 intelligence. It seemed to be a trend now, getting the scorn from powerful classmates. Katsuki, it could have been deemed an accident, but now that Todoroki was involved, it just might be a coincidence or a new trend. "It was so fun!" Excitedly cheered Mina, immediately clamping up and looking around, just in case Aizawa had been lurking about and was going to punish them all later for that. Not that the tired teacher wouldn't do it, he would, in a heartbeat. "Denki was so cute. Trying to act like my knight in shining armor against Kyoka and Momo." Happily cooed Mina, while Izuku was fairly certain Denki would appreciate that, but the yellow-haired teen definitely wasn't going for cute. "Pull up Ishido's, Tokai's, and Jiro's catalog please," politely requested Izuku. The issue was that Izuku wanted to be friends with everyone in the class, but he didn't want anyone falling head over heels in love with him. Izuku wanted it balanced like all things should be. Hangout bonus. +4 relationship with each girl present. What? Jiro Kyoka, the former musician. Relationship, she finds you funny, 96-100. Description, her parents were inspiring musicians, and it seemed as if Kyoka inherited their talents. But her dream didn't lie there, and she strayed away from the path her parents wanted her to take. She's afraid she could let them down if she doesn't succeed, if only she had a strong, reassuring shoulder to lean on. Tokage Setsuna, the self-assured. Relationship, rocky start, 42-100. Description, due to her quirk, she has been an outcast by her classmates. Now thanks to that, she finds it difficult to build a genuine relationship with anyone, struggling to make true friends, she trusts completely. Due to that, she puts on a mask, not showing off her real self. If only someone was out there that could reassure her that she is fine. Ashido Mina, dancing queen. Relationship yin and yang, 38-100. Description, loud, extroverted, and not the sharpest tool in the shed, Ashido lives each day of life to its fullest, laughing, smiling, and having fun. She struggles to rein herself in sometimes, though tries her best to reel herself in when she notices someone who doesn't appreciate her loudness. Maybe someone can help her mellow out? Note, any relationship points gained with this heroine shall be doubled. Izuku couldn't help it anymore. He kept learning new thing after new thing about dating sims, and frankly speaking, having a quirk was a lot more stressful than he thought it would be. It might have been easier if he had been quirkless, at least then he wouldn't be fretting over every interaction with a potential heroine then. Izuku-an, you are aware people naturally grow closer when they hang outside of school, right? This is a natural thing. I just catalog how well you get along with someone. Though this happens every hour. I don't know, Todoroki has that aloof vibe, makes you wonder what has happened to him. Curiously hummed Tokag, casually waving around a fry that had a bite taken out of it, before her focus zeroed in on Izuku. Hey Izuku, which of the girls in the class is the prettiest? Is it me? Is it? Is it? Excitedly asked Tokage, leaning across the table and staring into her fellow green-haired classmate, smiling to herself as she saw a blush of embarrassment grow on his face. Awkwardly Izuku, his brain wasn't strong enough to handle the embarrassment, so Izuku simply shut down and stared at Tokage, not sure what to do. Tokage, stop putting pressure on Izuku. Interacting with people awkward with him. Exasperatedly sighed Itsuka, doing a karate chop on the top of Tokage's head, and watched as she comically hit the table. You don't have to answer that, Izuku. Amusedly huffed Itsuka, but a small part of her was curious as to who the green-haired dating sim's protagonist thought was the prettiest in the class. Thank you. Embarrassedly squeaked Izuku. The teen may have been getting used to interacting with girls as well as having his own quirk that helped him with his confidence, but Izuku was still easily embarrassed. That was something that might never be changed. So, are any of you guys preparing for the sports festival yet? Curiously hummed Ochiko, holding a bite burger with both of her hands, while both of her pinky fingers were up in the air. I've started increasing my workout, since it is important to make a good debut. Friendly added Ochiko, unknowingly helping Izuku remember his talk with Yanagi that morning. I've been increasing my studying and workout time. Happily added Momo, smiling in glee, already thinking of training with some of her friends on the odd day, which would be a nice change of pace. What? You're already preparing? Exasperatedly sighed Mina, dropping down onto the table, and rested her face on her forearms, content with herself at the moment, but that would change. My father is helping me branch out into different martial arts. Idly added Itsuka, taking a brief glance over at the lone male, before she blanched as she saw Izuku hunched over a notebook, and writing as if his life depended on it. Izuku? What's happening? Worriedly asked Itsuka, not sure what to do, since Izuku was writing like a bat trying to escape the pits of hell. I've been thinking, most physical enhancement quirk users mainly use their fists, which there isn't anything wrong with, but I've been thinking of creating a new personal fighting style that lets me move around free by using my legs, fists, footwork, and flexibility. Hurriedly mumbled Izuku, his words rumbling out of his mouth, as only Momo was the only one who could understanding, nodding along in understanding, while everyone else looked on in confusion. But the issue is I don't have the footwork, kicking experience, or flexibility for it. That's why I'm thinking of taking dancing and asking my trainer to meet as someone who's experienced with kicking. Rapidly stated Izuku, not even taking a single breath, which was equally impressive as it was worrying. Then Mina perked up, only catching the end of Izuku's plan. Dancing buddies? Excitedly squealed Mina, throwing herself at Izuku, and wrapping him up in a hug that one would tend to give to a long-time friend, and now someone who was practically a stranger. When are you free? Curiously hummed Mina, already taking out a pen and a piece of paper, and started scribbling something down. This weekend and every day after school. Immediately answered Izuku, still writing stuff down in his notebook, finally registering what he just agreed to after a few seconds. Due to a similar desire between two opposites, Ashido wants to know more about you. Congratulations, your relationship Ashido Mina has maxed out. Ashido Mina, Dancing Queen. Relationship, Dancing Buddies, Stage 20100. Description, excitable, cheery, and optimistic. That sums Ashido Mina up perfectly. She isn't the brightest bulb in the light store, but with her cheery personality, does she really need her intelligence? She likes people who balance her out, and who are interesting, so maybe you could help her with what she likes. Note, any relationship points gained with this heroine shall be doubled. Here, this is my phone number. Come to the address there on the page whenever you can. It's breakdancing, so it should help. Cheerfully ordered Ashido. A part of Izuku was genuinely touched that someone had just done that for him. Thanks, Ashido. Gratefully accepted Izuku, blushing noticeably at that point in time, since he had just gotten a girl's phone number. Hey Izuku-kun, guess what? The good mood Izuku just had was gone in a second. She found your embarrassment cute. +4 relationship with Jairu Kyoka. Congratulations. Your relationship with Jairu Kyoka has maxed out. It has now entered stage 2. Jairu Kyoka, the former musician. Relationship, funny nerd, stage 20100. Description, Her parents were inspiring musicians, she has clearly inherited their talents, and now she is at a crossroad in her life. Does she want to be the hero she dreamt of, or be the musician she had dreamed of since she was a child? Because of her dilemma, she doesn't smile as much as she used to, and anyone in her position would appreciate someone she could lean on, and being funny would help. Izuku, why are you crying? Bewilderedly asked Ochako, wildly waving her hands about, concerned over the fact that Izuku's eyes had just glazed over and had suddenly started crying. They're tears of joy. Emotionally realized Momo, clasping her hands over her mouth at how cute Izuku was, oblivious to the fact that they weren't in fact tears of joy, instead they were tears of many emotions mixed together. Time skip. Toshinori Yagi sat quietly at his kitchen table. He didn't really use it often since he couldn't eat large meals, but it had been a gift from Endeavor of all people. It was a tad large, nearly taking up the entire room, but Endeavor didn't know how large his kitchen was, so it was a clear mistake. Currently the number 1 hero stared at his phone, rereading the text his successor had sent him, pondering on what to do. Izuku, I'm trying to learn how to incorporate my legs into my fighting style. I'm sending you a document on my plans. Toshinori Yagi would admit it without hesitation. His successor was far smarter than him. There was a strong possibility that young Midoriya was the smartest one for all user, since Toshinori had seen the kid's test results and his ability to analyze a quirk. The plan the green-haired dating Sims protagonist had created was a bit rough around the edges, but it had potential. The fighting style was well thought out and so was the training regimen for it. I'll give her a call. I hate calling in favors, but Izuku's trying to catch up, so I'll help in any way I can. Softly promised Toshinori, chewing on his lower lip as he fished for his phone in his pocket, finally finding it after a few seconds, before calling the person in question. It's not like you to call me All Might. You need help with something? Loudly snorted the person on their other end of the phone, making Toshinori winch a bit, since this was the first time he had contacted her outside of a hero event. I've a student who wants to learn how to incorporate kicking into his fighting style, and I'm calling in the favor to do so. Bluntly admitted Toshinori, hearing the person go silent on the other side of the phone, no doubt deciding if she should do this or not. He must mean a lot to you if you're calling in a favor, who've hundreds stacked up, and you're starting to use them for him? Curiously hummed the woman. A thumping sound echoed across the phone, as Toshinori waited on in silence. That beach that used to be a dump, meet me there at 5 a.m. We'll set up a schedule for a month, and I'll start teaching him the basics. Bluntly decided the woman, hanging up a second later, not even letting Toshinori get in a goodbye, before he was left in sense. Well, young Midoriya, I hope you can withstand what you asked for. Solemnly hummed Toshinori, staring down at the person's contact, which he had simply put at their hero name. Mirko. Gently huffed Toshinori, getting ready to send a text to Izuku about the time schedule. That's a wrap, people. Another long chapter, with the introduction of a new heroine, and Izuku is officially friends with 5 heroines now, with Ochako being in the lead at the moment. I'm sorry if you don't like the list of heroines, by the way. Make the previous users. So, it's nice to know that some of our quirks will enhance Izuku's original quirk by giving it additional function. Idly hummed Shimura Nana, sitting on a beanbag within the depths of OFA, currently in a pair of fluffy PJs while holding a steaming mug of hot chocolate. I guess, it's nice that he's getting closer with that Jiraiya girl. They'd look really cute together. Nonchalantly admitted Banjo Daigoro, sipping away at a cup of tea, while under his pillow fort, unaware of the chaos he had unintentionally unleashed. Momo, calmly declared En, having a cup of coffee in his hands, that had a suspicious second smell to it, which smelt like whiskey, while he stared at Banjo with a look of superiority. Sorry, En, but I think you mispronounced May. Seriously admitted Shigaraki, his green eyes brimming with determination, eyes that were normally only given to his brother before and but whopping. Oh no! Softly whined Nana. She loved being with the previous one for all users, but they were such a collection of personalities and opinions that normally a debate or brawl would just break out. I know how you feel. Exasperatedly sighed the second user, rolling his eyes in annoyance, as Nana looked at him before blanching, slowly making Nana state at the second user. Those idiots don't know who is truly superior. Sadly huffed the second user, which was actually the most emotion he ever had in a single sentence, as he wore his Ishido Mina shirt and had a headband on saying I 3 Mina. Slowly Nana looked around the space, noticing that each other user had some sort of shirt on or headband that had a heroine's name on it, which was sort of creepy, but not creepier than the fact that dead people were debating who Izuku would look best with. With hope in her eyes, Nana looked over at the hazy from of the 8 user, silently praying that he didn't have any opinion on it at all. In Yagi's hands was a simple banner, Izuku X everyone. I want to be ejected. Simply declared Nana, watching as 6 grown men were on the floor fighting one another, all over some girls they would never meet. Izuku was grinning like a fool, covered beneath his blankets, sitting at his desk, with a few notebooks sprawled out in front of him. Izuku hadn't felt like this in a while, since the green-haired dating sims protagonist had new information on quirks. Not just any quirks either, his future quirks, that have already started materializing. Currently, Izuku only had the bare bones of the information created for now. Combat quirks. Stockpile. This quirk passively builds up a reservoir of energy within the user's body that can be used to increase a person's strength, speed, durability, as well as perception time. There's a downside, since my body wasn't designed to hold this sheer amount of energy, I can't enhance nor withstand the full might of stockpile. Note, this quirk hasn't had an obvious effect on dating sims yet. FA Gene. This quirk builds up kinetic energy within the body, which would allow the user to release a large burst of energy that would greatly increase the user's speed and power. But, due to my theories, I believe that the quirk also passively enhances the user's durability while in uses, since there are some videos on the old web where a person who looks similar to the third user uses both quirks in conjunction, without backlash. Note, this quirk hasn't manifested yet, so it is unknown if it will unlock a hidden function for dating sims. Black Whip. From what I understand of this quirk, it produces a black mist that can solidify itself at the user's will and can be used for capture as well as attacks. Fortunately, there are videos that show off Banjo using this quirk, so I know it can be used as a grappling hook or lasso. Note, this quirk hasn't manifested yet, so it is unknown if it will unlock a hidden function for dating sims. Support quirks. Danger Sense. A quirk that grants the user a sixth sense, or as I believe it, a massive increase to a person's sensitivity to sound waves and vibrations. Since the more dating sims assimilates it with my body, the more aware I become to my surroundings. This quirk has granted dating sims the ability to detect hidden quests. Float. A useful quirk that can let the user levitate off of the ground and glide when moving. With this quirk, there is a definitely possible that I could fly with it, perhaps using Black Whip as a slingshot, or using enough OFA to launch myself forward. Note, this quirk hasn't manifested yet, so it is unknown if it will unlock a hidden function for dating sims. Smokescreen. A handy quirk that can be used to distract opponents for an array of reasons, for either getting away with civilians or letting the user set up a surprise attack or immediate takedown. I think the smoke manifests itself from my body, so it is highly possible my body might feel sore whenever this quirk manifests itself, since it will alter my body in some way. Note, this quirk hasn't manifested yet, so it is unknown if it will unlock a hidden function for dating sims. Izuku, get to the beach now. The instructor and all might are waiting for you. Pausing as he finished writing the final paragraph, Izuku slowly looked up to his alarm clock, seeing an alarm clock of All Might, whose eyes had been replaced by a digital clock saying 4:30 a.m. Staring at the alarm clock in question, Izuku nodded to himself. He had pulled an all-nighter after heroics training, and now he had physical training to do. It seemed fair. That was a lie, it wasn't at all. Currently, you have slept a total of 4 hours over the last 2 days. Dating sims, it isn't the time for this. Softly mumbled Izuku, standing up and shedding his blanket, shivering as the cooler air of his room assaulted his skin, before Izuku looked down at himself. I have been too busy. Curtly decided Izuku, looking down at his school uniform, that had become a crinkled mess, but it was warm. Hidden mission discovered. Arrive on time. Rewards, +6 relationship with. So, my instructor is a heroine. Calmly stated Izuku, merely accepting that fact, since the green-haired dating sims protagonist would only be seeing her a few days each week for a while, so logically speaking, there should be no way Izuku would have to worry about this relationship. Izuku wouldn't have to worry at all. Time skip. Izuku was worrying a lot. The green-haired teen had thought that he would be introduced to a martial artist of some kind, more specifically someone who specializes in kicking. What the dating sims protagonist wasn't expected was a pro hero to be there, standing beside All Might in his skinny form, wearing her hero outfit. Death by SNU? For once, Izuku was thinking the exact same thing as his quirk was, as he silently stared between All Might and his newest instructor, with pure awe shining clearly in his eyes at the sight before him. This would be a secret on Izuku's part, but he thought that the heroine was by far the most attractive and mature out of all of them. At least the brat isn't late. loudly growled the woman, repeatedly tapping her left foot off of the pavement, staring down at Izuku with her red eyes, assessing him for all of his perks and flaws, more so the latter than anything. "Strip down," commandingly barked the woman, her snow-white ears twitching ever so slightly, an annoyed tick if Izuku remembered correctly. "What?" bewilderedly asked Izuku, instinctively putting an arm around his chest, as well as shielding his family jewels subconsciously, as Izuku stared at Usajiyama Rumi, or more commonly known as Mirko, the rabbit hero. "Yagi, this is why I don't deal with teenage boys, they are horn dogs." Exasperatedly grunted Usajiyama, rolling her eyes as she looked between Izuku and Tashinori, as if she was trying to put together a puzzle, but didn't have all of the pieces. "What's taking so long?" Annoyedly snorted Usajiyama, impatiently tapping her foot off of the ground, before everything around Izuku froze. Mirko was a heroine. Izuku felt a lot more happier than he had any right at being. "Strip. B, I'll make it a nice show for you. C, at least take me out to dinner first. D, why don't you strip as well?" For the rational brain, resigned to people who had self-perseverance, the answer was obvious, especially for those who wanted to live and not get their heads caved in by a kick or squished by thighs at Lucky. But Izuku was a teenager. The green-haired dating Sims protagonist did have self-perseverance, but it was jumbled badly. It also didn't help that Izuku had a small crush on the heroine. A is the best choice. Slowly decided Izuku, taking a lot longer than normal for it, since a small part of Izuku wanted to choose a more daring option. "But is it the choice you want? It's not like I'll select B." Loudly scoffed Izuku, rolling his eyes at his quirk, as something shifted ever so slightly out of the corner of Izuku's eyes, seeing a seagull flapping its wings as time resumed, and Izuku knew he had messed up. "I'll make it a nice show for you," unwillingly stated Izuku, his eyes wide with fright and fear as he saw Usajiyama tense up, and Izuku knew his quirk had just screwed him over. "Ha, at least this one has ball." Amusedly chuckled Usajiyama, leaning backwards and letting her head fall back, as she laughed to the heavens, as if she was the luckiest woman alive. Usajiyama Rumi, rascally rabbit. Relationship, mentor and student, 7-100. Description: Usajiyama Rumi, a pro-hero, who's always on the move, always on the hunt for the next strong opponent to fight. Her spirit burns bright with her passion to fight, unmatched by those around her, as she uses that to train even harder. Is it possible for her spirit to burn so brightly for something else? "I'm alive?" bewilderedly asked Izuku, rapidly patting himself down, checking for any injuries, mainly a concussion, but was surprised when he didn't find any injury on his body. "He's alive," confusedly mimicked Tashinori Yagi, not at all sure what Izuku meant, before it clicked. "Oh yeah, Usajiyama has a reputation," happily recalled Tashinori, humming along in agreement with Izuku, since Usajiyama is known for kicking but then asking questions. "I don't see you stripping, my lovely student," sweetly noted Usajiyama, a shiver racing up Izuku's spine. Danger's sense told him something was wrong, forcing Izuku to look around, until his eyes landed on the source of the danger. Unsurprisingly, the danger was coming from Usajiyama herself, who had a forced sweet smile on her face, with her teeth audibly grinding off one another. Maybe, just maybe, Izuku wouldn't be alive for much longer. Time skip. "She's impressed with your body. +7 relationship with Usajiyama Rumi. Overall, your muscles are very well devolved, a lot denser and more powerful than those big muscle idiots, since you've been trained to fight, not look good." Calmly assessed Usajiyama. It was then Izuku realized that heroes were a lot more than the public realized, since each hero either created or had helped creating their ideal workout routine, so they had to have a fairly advanced understanding of the human body in order to do so. "Your lower back could do with a little work, your legs are more than ready for my training, though you're as stiff as a board." Dismissively grunted Usajiyama, making Izuku quickly look down, realizing Usajiyama was referring to his posture. "So where do we start?" curiously asked Izuku, kind of upset that All Might had left, but the man had promised everyone coffee, which they all appreciated, some more than others. Then Usajiyama grinned as if she won the lottery and in. Izuku's short time in knowing the woman, the green-haired dating Sims protagonist knew that Usajiyama was a SDST, while Izuku knew he was not MCST. "Have you ever done a full splits before?" interestedly asked Usajiyama, rubbing her hands together in glee, while she watched Izuku rapidly shake his head from side to side, as if that would protect him. "Hopefully you're tougher than you look." Gleefully chuckled Usajiyama, helpfully dragging Izuku onto the sand, where he would preform his first ever full splits. Usajiyama was cruel, but she didn't expect Izuku to do it on the pavement. He would do it on the sand instead, where it would motivate him, since sand could be a living hell to wash out, and it was itchy as well. Time skip. Izuku's eyes were hollow. It wasn't because he had suddenly become emotionless, but it was because Izuku had felt too much, and now his mind was trying to comprehend it. Currently the green-haired teen was standing in the middle of a line, getting himself a cup of coffee as he was recovering from the ordeal from Usajiyama had put him through. Think on the bright side at least. There's a bright side? Mentally responded Izuku, robotically stepping forward, now fourth in the line waiting for coffee, though Izuku still wasn't certain what one he would choose. There is. Somewhere. You've catalogued someone who's a MLF. But, since she hasn't had kids, she isn't technically one yet. If you get what I mean. Midoriya? Confusedly asked a voice from behind, making Izuku slowly turn around, fully aware of the fact that a soft, warm breeze was currently brushing against his face, meaning it was a heroine he had already catalogued. It was Tokage, the green-haired girl, who he had almost messed up with, but had managed to save at last second. Mentally pulling up his status as he stared at his fellow green-haired person, Izuku took a look around, realizing everyone there was like him, exhausted. Charm, 41. Intelligence, 29. Aura, 49. You want to come up? Tiredly yawned Izuku, watching as Tokage grinned at him, before happily walking up to him with as much energy as a non-morning person could muster, which wasn't a lot, but it meant something. You've made the correct choice. +3 intelligence. She appreciates the gesture. +5 relationship with Tokage Setsuna. You're so sweet, inviting me to get coffee with you, it's almost like a date. Sweetly huffed Tokage, a slight blush crawling up Izuku's neck, as he was fully aware of the mocking smile on Tokage's face, the one that would lead to him being teased mercilessly. No! Embarrassedly squeaked Izuku, trying to remain calm, but was failing miserably, since Tokage was now standing right beside Izuku, with her arm brushing off of his own. What would she be like if she ever did develop a crush on me? Horrifiedly mused Izuku, since he knew that Tokage was the sort of person to tease as others. It was her nature, but how bad would it be for the person she liked? You sure? Green-haired babies look cute. Teasingly hummed Tokage, repeatedly tapping her right index finger off of her chin, as if she was thinking of something, and Izuku realized he had the perfect opportunity to get back at her. Do it. Like you? Rhetorically asked Izuku, meeting Tokage's eyes and winking at her, as the green-haired duo took a few steps up. Now both of them were second in the line. Your moves are like ice, smooth. She appreciates the compliment. +8 relationship with Tokage Setsuna. Oh, you've got more bark than you let on. Gleefully chuckled Tokage. There was only a slight blush on her face, which was a lot less than Izuku was hoping for, nor was that the reaction Izuku was hoping for either. If anything, this just encouraged her. Think about it like this, you're not alone getting coffee like everyone else. You're the only person who has company here, while everyone else here is alone. Yay! Sarcastically cheered Izuku. He was about to raise his arms in the air for added emphasis, before winching, his left leg cramping up just as he was about to do that, forcing the teen to stand solely on his right leg. Ow 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 ow. Repeatedly mumbled Izuku, sking air in through his teeth, wobbling on his right leg, nearly falling over, before a hand clamped onto his shoulder, steadying him. It would be bad luck if you fell, right? Rhetorically inquired Tokage, winking at Izuku as she did so, and Izuku realized something. Tokage was a flirt and tease by nature, and if they ever became friends, Izuku would be certain he would be pulling out his own hair from embarrassment. What can I get the happy couple? Dryly asked someone, the same person who had to watch the two green-haired teens flirt, and was frankly somewhat amused when Izuku's face went as red as a tomato's. Triple shot espresso. Immediately answered Tokage with practiced ease, since she knew her go-to drink whenever she needed to wake up, which was every day now because of Yue. What one would you recommend for a person who's on 4 hours of sleep and hasn't had a proper night's sleep in 2 days? Curiously questioned Izuku, looking at the purple-haired barista, who gave off the same energy as Izuku's homeroom teacher. 1 triple shot espresso, and 1 venti cup clover brewed coffee. Robotically called the barista, who had bags beneath his eyes, before he turned around, starting the preparations for the coffees. Quick time event. I'll pay for these. B. How much is my coffee? Izuku's eyes widened. He could hear a clock ticking down inside of his head. He only had 8 seconds before the events would finish, so the green-haired dating Sims protagonist didn't have a lot of time. It wasn't as if Izuku or his mother was rich by anyone's standards, Their main sources of income was from Izuku's father, who was in America, and sent money to them once a month. "I'll pay for these," immediately decided Izuku, seeing Tokage straighten up out of the corner of his eyes. She was clearly surprised by the gesture, but Izuku simply gave the girl a small smile. "You have officially made her day. Plus 17 relationship with Tokage Setsuna. If you keep doing this, people might start thinking you have a thing for me." Hauntingly cackled Tokage, wrapping her left arm around Izuku's shoulder, before yanking the mail down and rubbing her right hand through his hair, messing it up even further than it was. "You look pretty good with your hair like that," honestly admitted Tokage, taking a step back and nodding at herself as she looked at Izuku's hair, which wasn't as curly anymore, but more wild and spiky. Title unlocked. Bedhead, your hair looks magnificent no matter what you do with it. At least Izuku didn't have to try and tame his head of hair anymore. Small mercies. Time skip. Titles. Baby-faced, girls at least think you're cute. Model's body. After 10 months of training, you can make girls turn their heads with ease. Main characters. You came across many people and can tell who's a heroine and who's not. Daredevil. People think you're cooler than you actually are. Gentleman. You can be polite to girls when needed. Manly bro. You're a manly man? You're also Kirishima's best bro. Bedhead. Your hair looks magnificent no matter what you do with it. Currently sitting in the classroom, Izuku's eyes were darting through the air, reading all of the titles he had unlocked, trying to see if there was any possibility of unlocking more. Since Izuku had noticed something, titles were powerful. They didn't make him stronger, faster, or smarter, but they helped increase other things, mainly his appearance and how people thought of him, which didn't just affect heroines, but everyone. So, is it possible to get a chef title of some kind? Interestedly mused Izuku, since he was basically a dating Sims protagonist. That meant eventually he would marry someone and would have to cook sometimes, but there was also advantages of getting titles in general. I wonder, would a chef title increase the taste of the food I create, or would it be some hidden benefit? Mentally debated Izuku, busy staring at his small title screen, which would hopefully one day expand to contain some more impressive and useful titles. Though the bedhead title was appreciated. Gathering. Completed. Izuku-an, I have successfully created a list of some of the possible titles for you. Though I'm not sure how you'll unlock them, but some are obvious. House husband, locked. You are the perfect house husband, suitable for any job within the house. Handyman, locked. You know how to fix household items. Kisser, locked. Let's just say, you know how to use your lips. Harem protagonist, locked. You have a minimum of 4 girls who have a crush on you. Note, this unlocks the harem ending. Fated rivals, locked. Someone out there is your true rival, who pushes you to be better than you already are. Double-crossed hero, locked. Date a villain and not report her. See God, locked. Have. Izuku didn't waste a second in dismissing the last one, which would never see the light of day again, and it would only be seen in the darkness of his room, where Izuku would at least read the title. Other than the last one, Izuku liked the first, second, and fourth titles the most. Each of them had a benefit outside of just making him look better, but served a purpose for taking care of himself. The hell you looking at, Deku? Loudly growled Bakugo, his bloody red eyes narrow in disgust, as he leaned on the back of his seat, both feet up on his desk, as the blonde-haired teen glared at Izuku, despite looking at the green-haired teen upside down. You're doing that creepy thing again. Bluntly stated Bakugo, grinning as he watched Izuku shrink slightly in on himself, cruelly referring to Izuku's blank gaze and mumbling. Ah, thanks catch. Bakugo shakily thanked Izuku, blinking as he watched Bakugo's eyes widen dramatically, before the explosive teen leaned too far back, and Izuku didn't do a thing as the blonde fell to the floor. Izuku didn't smile when Bakugo hit the floor with a thump. That would have been mean. And Izuku didn't have a mean bone in his body. You're not the lowly piece trash you used to be, Deku, you're officially a pebble now. Cruelly barked Bakugo, which was gaining the attention from everyone in the class. The only person who wasn't there was Aizawa, and there was a large chance that he was under his desk. What's your problem with Brodoria? Defensively snapped Aijiro, watching as Bakugo picked himself off of the ground and stood up, staring at Aijiro, and the blonde teen even gave off the aura he was still looking down on him. A few people started moving in their seats at this point, mainly Izuku's friends, who were both bewildered, angered, and a bit curious about the history between the two males. Let me tell you a story, weird hair, about a quirkless little Deku who wanted to be a hero like All Might. To be a hero one must train and get stronger. Do we all agree on that? Arrogantly annoyed Bakugo, smirking as he rested a smoking palm on top of Izuku's desk, well aware that Izuku had now officially frozen up, as everyone in the class nodded in agreement. This little Deku didn't train nor work for his goal, all he did was hope for the best, unlike me, who trained for hours every day, and then the little Deku finally starts training 10 months before the entrance exam and luckily awakened his quirk, before getting in by dumb luck. Disgustedly stated Bakugo, turning around before focusing all of his attention onto Izuku, who was sitting as still as a statue now. He'll be a better hero than you. Logically informed Itsuka, the unofficial big sister of 1A at this point, who was now staring at Bakugo, disgusted by his behavior. I don't remember asking your opinion, Big Hands, and if we are talking about shitty heroes, let's not forget daddy issues over there. Dismissively snorted Bakugo, who was now everyone's least favorite person in the class, as the explosive gremlin gestured at Todoroki. In the future he won't go all out to save someone because of a grudge. Deku is never serious about his choices, and me, the guy who doesn't care about your opinion. Amusedly chuckled Bakugo, pointing between himself, Izuku, and Todoroki. One smiled, the other was frozen stiff, and the other didn't care. This horrible thing about the entire situation, besides being put in the center of attention, was the fact that Izuku wanted to cry, because Bakugo had a point, and it was hitting a lot harder than Izuku thought it was. Alright, settle down. Dryly ordered Aizawa, rising up from beneath his desk, still in his sleeping bag, with disappointment obvious in his eyes, as he stared at every student in the classroom. Bakugo, one more outburst like that and you're visiting the headmaster. Todoroki, you have potential, don't ruin it. Problem child, don't listen to him. Everyone else, you could have all tried to stop Bakugo's outburst, but you were all curious, weren't you? Dismissively spoke Aizawa, his eyes glancing between the three students he had personally called out, all of whom were staring up at him. The three students with issues, who also had the most potential in the classroom in becoming the #1 hero. As much as Aizawa hated to admit it, those three students would be incredibly powerful in the future, especially if they managed to get rid of their obvious flaws. Anyway, we have something important to do today. Calmly stated Aizawa, gazing across the classroom. He could clearly see the tension building after Bakugo's statement, and the nervousness from him speaking. You've to select a president and vice president. Blatantly huffed Aizawa, before nodding to himself, and crouching back beneath his table, where his sleeping bag and special drink was. It's so normal. Amazedly gasped Mina, grinning like a fool, as if Bakugo's outburst hadn't happened. Instead she focused on the more positive aspect of the last few minutes. I vote myself for president. Gleefully shouted Mina, shooting both of her hands into the air, before Tenya stood up and waved his arms about. Is he doing kung fu? Confusedly mumbled Kaminari, while Izuku rolled his eyes, pushing his thoughts to the back of his mind, as Tenya successfully gathered everyone's attention, muting all of the shouting and screaming going on. I purpose we vote for who we think would make the best president. The person with the most votes will be the president, and the person in second will be the vice. Loudly stated Tenya. Izuku nodded along in agreement, watching as Tenya pulled out a blank sheet of paper from his bag and started ripping it apart. Izuku-in. Luckily none of your relationships with the heroines in your class went down. Okay. Disinterestedly noted Izuku. A part of Izuku just couldn't deal with his relationship with the heroines who were merely friends or acquainted with him, and a part of Izuku could tell that dating sims was a bit sad from that. I'm sorry, but could I be able to use 50% of one for all by now if I did train from a young age? Or maybe even 100%? Sadly wondered Izuku, nodding at Tenya as he handed out a piece of paper to everyone, and Izuku merely looked at the blank piece of paper. Who knows? There's no use thinking of the past and the what-ifs, they cannot be changed. But, Izuku-in, you must select a someone. Due to these circumstances, your choice can potentially affect your relationship with a heroine. Staring at the blank piece of paper in front of him, Izuku chewed on his lower lip, mentally going through all of his classmates, most of whom he didn't know personally, so he ruled those out as well as Bakugo. The list of potential candidates was small, once Izuku factored in their personality, how they would likely act under pressure, as well as if they wanted to be president. A. Yaoyorozu Momo for president. B. Kendo Itsuka for president. C. Ashido Mina for president. D. Achiko Uraraka for president. Ida Tenya for president. Surprisingly enough, a guy's name was on a list created by dating sims, but Izuku wasn't going to question it, since the 5 people on the list certainly had the potential to be class president, but each of them would be varied in how they did it. Izuku would admit it, at first glance neither Uraraka or Mina looked like they could fulfill the role as class president, But both of them were dependable, and if they wanted to be heroes, they would have to learn how to cope with stressful situations. Momo, Itsuka, and Tenya would definitely know what to do, and if I'm not mistaken, Momo's family is incredibly rich, so she knows how to be proper, and most likely her parents had her take classes on leading. Tenya comes from a family of heroes, so he learned about this from a young age. Itsuka. She like an older sister really. Hurriedly mused Izuku, deep in thought, as the green-haired teen tried coming up with an answer. May everyone hand up their response please? Politely asked Tenya. Izuku looked up at his blue-haired friend, and saw the desire in his eyes, the desire to help the class and protect it. Calmly decided Izuku, writing down his friend's name, and folding up the piece of paper. There was no doubt in his mind that Tenya would win it. After all, who could be more responsible and more class president worthy than Tenya? Time skip. Congratulations. Achiko Uraraka voted for you. Plus 10 relationship with Achiko. Congratulations. Kyoka Jairu voted for you. Plus 10 relationship with Jairu. Congratulations. Ashido Mina voted for you. Plus 10 relationship with Ashido Mina. Congratulations. Tsunatori Pony voted for you. Plus 10 relationship with Tsunatori Pony. Congratulations. Yanagi Reiko voted for you. Plus 30 relationship with Yanagi Reiko. Izuku and everyone else stared at the results. Anyone who just got one vote wasn't put up on the board, in order to save some time, but Izuku did not expect the results to end up like this. Nor did Izuku expect to gain so many relationship points with 5 people in the span of time it took to write down someone's name. Midoriya Izuku, 7. Yayorozu Momo, 3. Kendo Itsuka, 2. Woo. Brodoria for president. Happily hollered Ijiro. Everyone instantly knew that Ijiro voted for Izuku, not that anyone was surprised, since Ijiro liked manly things, and Izuku was apparently the manliest person in the room. Speech. 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 Repeatedly changed Ijiro, who seemed to be on cloud 9 at the moment, as the entire class slowly turned to Izuku. What? Confusedly gawked Izuku. He did not expect himself to win the election. A part of Izuku thought whoever he voted for would automatically be the class president thanks to dating sims doing something. Izuku-in, all I do is catalog your relationship with the heroines, keep a status on your stats, and award you titled when you unlock them. I'm not some reality-bending power that can give you an inventory or create instant dungeons. Right? Izuku really had to remember that dating sims wasn't all that powerful at all. Problem child, come up here with your vice. Tiredly groaned Aizawa, still underneath his desk, not even poking his head up at all, well aware that children were excitable when it came to being class president. Hesitantly Izuku got up from his seat, while Tenya stood straight up and marched to the top of the classroom, a small smile on his face, as the tall teen turned around and looked over the class, nodding at Izuku as he walked up. Danger sense made Izuku's spine tingle, making Izuku gulp as he walked past Katsuki, knowing exactly where the source of danger was coming from. Don't deserve this. Softly mumbled Katsuki, barely saying it loud enough to be heard by Izuku, but it was loud enough for Izuku to hear him, and freeze for just a split second. And you do? Rhetorically asked Izuku, continuing his walk forward to the top of the classroom, his mind racing a mile a second, coming up with a plan on what to do, since Izuku did not want to be class president. Everyone settle down. Izuku wants to say some words. Robotically announced Tenya, wildly gesturing his arms about, which made some of the people in the class grin at him. Standing in front of 18 people was a lot more nerve-wracking than Izuku realized. This was in fact the first time Izuku ever had to do something like this without being mocked, which was a lot more nerve-wracking, since Izuku didn't know what to expect. Chewing on his lower lip, Izuku gave himself a small nod in confirmation, his mind set on what he had to do, before the teen leaned towards his classmates, into a perfect bow that was parallel to the floor. Thank you for your votes, I appreciate them all. But I don't want to be president. Worriedly addressed Izuku, closing his eyes shut, tight enough to the point where Izuku could see colors swirling behind his eyelids. Tenya, can you take over please? Hopefully asked Izuku, realizing that the class was deathly silent, something that only happened when Aizawa started speaking or when he told them to be quiet. What? Why? Simultaneously shouted everyone in the class. Some of them who voted for Izuku were heartbroken, and by some it was mainly Ijiro who was heartbroken. I don't think I can give what you guys will expect from me. Honestly answered Izuku, which was true, since Izuku knew he would be busy now. Training with Usajiyama would take it out of him, as well as the fact that the quirks within OFA could randomly manifest, so Izuku had to be prepared for those as well. Fine, the class president is Ida and the vice is Yaoyorozu. Calmly decided Aizawa, who knew some of the reasons why Izuku shouldn't and couldn't be the class president, mainly because of the fact he would have to meet a lot of people in the older years, and some of the class presidents and their vices were girls, who Izuku could potentially catalog. Now, everyone be quiet, it is a study PRD until break. Loudly grunted Aizawa, sinking beneath his desk once again, no doubt he wouldn't be seen until the next class at some point. Izuku-in. Danger sense assimilation is currently at 31%. I have a feeling that another DLC for me will appear soon. I think when it reaches 50% I will be able to give out quests. I'm not sure what will happen at 100%, but I feel as if there's a milestone for beginning of the assimilation, the halfway point, and the end of it. I'm going to put together a list of what you can actually do. Exasperatedly decided Izuku, dating sims was a bit more complex now, due to the fact that they were both still discovering functions that neither knew existed, as well as the fact that the other quirks within One for All were given DLC, as dating sims put it. The barest flicker of green electricity ran throughout Izuku's body, as the green-haired teen used One for All at 1%, in order to increase his writing speed, as well as get his body used to doing finder things other than fighting with One for All. Only tearing the pages in a few places, not that it mattered really, Izuku nodded at himself, as he stared over the page that had been dedicated to dating sims. Quirk, dating sims. Description: dating sims is a sentient quirk that is based off of a dating game. It can catalog heroines who are girls that are into guys like me, and keeps tracks of their relationship with me, updating it whenever I do something that the girls like, increasing my relationship, or decreasing it whenever I do something bad. Functions: sensing. Dating sims is able to lead me to heroines who I have met, as well as point out potential heroines. Information gathering. Dating sims can gathering information on heroines, giving me a basic backstory when I meet them. It updates and gets more personal the closer I get to the heroine. Dating sims also gives the heroine a title, which can help increase the amount of relationship points I get if I do something specific. Titles. After I do an action that affects people's view of me, I sometimes get a title that can affect my appearance in some way by either making me look cooler than I am or making it so I don't have to brush my hair again. Stats. Dating sims keeps track of my charm, intelligence on girls, and aura, and translates them into numbers. The higher they are, the better they are. Charm is my ability to attract people, intelligence is my knowledge on girls and how they act, and my aura is my range of influence, I think, since it has never been stated what it is. Gallery. Whenever something important happens with a heroine, I hear a clicking sound inside of my head, which means a photo has been taken. I can view the galley by thinking or saying the word gallery, and there doesn't seem to be a limit to how many photos can be taken, but I cannot control when it happens. Quests. This is a new function added due to dating sims assimilating danger sense. Whenever I complete quest, I am rewarded relationship points depending on what I've done. So far I'm not sure exactly how a quest is assigned, but dating sims think this function will be cleared up when he reaches the 50% mark on assimilating danger sense. Body changes. It is apparent that dating sims has changed my body slightly. I still experience pain, but it only lasts for a few seconds, and it appears as if my body is evolving to withstand the strain of multiple quirks within my body by updating my cells. Don't forget my charming personality. I read screens, that's how I know you're talking to me, it doesn't really convey sarcasm. Dully pointed out Izuku, rolling his eyes in exasperation, before the screen in front of him blipped out of existence for a brief second, as a new one took its place. What's sarcasm? Quoting SpongeBob SquarePants, truly, Izuku knew he had a quirk everyone would be jealous of. Izuku let his head hit the table, defeat clear in his eyes, fully aware of the fact that dating sims was getting smarter, having learnt sarcasm by randomly capitalizing letters, truly the pinnacle of what could be offered after 9 generations since quirks first manifested. Sometimes Izuku felt like he had drawn the short straw in life, stuck with a sentient quirk that had learned sarcasm and a quirk that broke his bones. Truly his luck was uncannily bad. So when are you going to trigger the event with the last girl in the class? Shiozaki Ibara? Izuku couldn't help but let his eyes wander over towards the girl in question, who had vines for hair, and if Izuku remembered correctly, she was a devoted Christian, which was something rare these days, since religions seemed to have declined since quirks first manifested, due to the chaos they caused. A second later Shiozaki turned around, their eyes meeting for a second, and Izuku could feel the tug that was trying to get him over to Shiozaki, The green-haired dating sim's protagonist was grateful that he had to remain seated, and no choices showed up in front of him. Oh, Izuku, I might be wrong, which I seldom am, but I think Shiozaki isn't fond of you. This might be the hardest heroine to get with, since she doesn't have a high opinion of you, and her beliefs will also affect her relationship with you. That was the first time dating sims had given him a warning about a route, which was new, and certainly welcomed. What's the issue? Confusedly asked Izuku. The teen genuinely couldn't recall anything he had done that could have upset the girl, but before he had gotten one for all or dating sims he had been able to annoy people by breathing, so it wasn't as if Izuku couldn't annoy people, he could, quite easily as a matter of fact. If I'm correct, she thinks you're a womanizing manslot. But you know, I might be wrong. During lunch, trigger an event with her, since it seems as if Danger Sense's sensing aspect is boosting my scanning abilities. I want to see how accurate it is. No more sarcasm and we have a deal. Immediately decided Izuku, still miffed as to why Shiozaki thought of him as a womanizing manslot, but then he remembered a lot of his friends were girls, and that wouldn't be changed anytime soon it seemed. Time skip. Are you Midoriya? Nasally asked someone. Currently Izuku was standing in line to receive his lunch, before going off to find Shiozaki, but for now, Izuku was looking around trying to find the source of the voice. Down here, sensei. Happily informed the person, before Izuku looked down, blinking in confusion as he saw a small teen, with purple ball for hair, before realizing the boy had called him sensei. Sensei? Confusedly questioned Izuku, tilting his head to the side in confusion, but a small part of Izuku preened at being called sensei. There was a certain ring to it, yet the short, purple-haired teen's eyes sparkled, clearly happy to know that Izuku was Midoriya. Please teach me how to charm women like you have. Loudly wailed the teen, getting down onto his knees and bowing in front of Izuku, earning the attention from everyone present, making Izuku go beet red. Since when did I have charm? Confusedly thought Izuku, his mind replaying everything that had happened to him since he had awakened dating sims, before emerald green eyes landed on the lone person giving him the thumbs up. Kaminari Denki. Quick time event. Sure, I'll teach you everything I know. No, I've better things to be doing. Why? Immediately asked Izuku. The first choice was a big no, the second choice was a bit too dismissive for Izuku's liking, and the third option would at least allow Izuku to tell the guy no in a nicer way. Because you already have a harem already, and the first week hasn't even passed. Of course I want to learn from you. Excitedly shouted the short, purple-haired teen, pulling something out from his pocket, and showing it off to Izuku. It was a photo, more specifically it was a photo of Izuku in the middle of a group of girls, with Kyoka, Mina, and Uraraka on his left side. The former was leaning on him, looking at something Izuku was holding, while on his right was Itsuka, Momo, and Tokage, the former also leaning on him and looking at something he was holding, which was blocked by the table. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. He remembered that exact moment, since he had shown off his workout schedule after Itsuka asked what it looked like. See, 6 girls and they're already looking at what you've got. Giddily declared the short teen. Izuku couldn't help but sink in on himself, since if people started forming random, wild, and inaccurate opinions on him and the photo, Izuku would be labeled as a pervert. I was showing them my workout plan. Defensively declared Izuku, snatching the photo from the teen's hands and stared at him, doing his best to channel his inner Bakugo Katsuki. Be quiet, and what is your name? Softly hissed Izuku, internally sweating bullets, since Izuku felt like he was being in butt to the teen. My neta Minoru. Call me Minoru. At your service, sensei. Proudly announced Minoru, bowing parallel to the floor, and everyone was staring at the odd duo at this point. Then Izuku felt it. A tug. A heroine, who wasn't Shiozaki, was approaching him. They couldn't be catalogued if they ran away. Food, I'll miss you, but I don't want to be caught up in drama at the moment. Sadly thought Izuku, easily picking up Minoru with one arm, making Izuku question just how light Minoru was, before speed walking away. Where are we going, sensei? A smoking hot upper third year is coming our way. Confusedly asked Minoru, drooling as he eyed the curly, blue-haired girl, whose eyes were gleaming in curiosity as she approached the duo. Rule 1. Avoid drama. B. I need somewhere quiet to teach you. C. I'm going to take a short walk on a short plank. I need somewhere quiet to teach you. Remorsefully mumbled Izuku, feeling Minoru tense up in his grip, and Izuku couldn't help but feel as if he had just signed his life away. Congratulations. You've unlocked a new title. Sensei, who doesn't like a teacher who can teach them a lot of new things? There's an innuendo in there somewhere. Calmly deduced Izuku, currently focused on two things, his new title, and how to get away from the heroine, who was persistently chasing after him. Time skip. Midoriya calmly greeted the third person in 1A's classroom. Minoru was hiding beneath someone's table, about to observe Izuku quote-unquote use his charms on Shiozaki, which was not planned in the slightest. It was either Shiozaki or the energetic blue-haired girl. Calmly argued Izuku, feeling it in his gut that dating Sims was waiting for the right moment to give him the options, which would hopefully be good this time. Shiozaki, I didn't expect you to be in here. Awkwardly mumbled Izuku, eyeing Shiozaki, who didn't look pleased with what he had just said. I'm sorry, I was unaware I'm not allowed in the classroom. Sarcastically apologized Shiozaki. The sad thing was that Izuku almost didn't know it was sarcasm, he only caught it at the last second, before time froze over completely. No, I'm sorry. B, my bad, why don't I make it up to you with some coffee after school? C, none of us are perfect besides you of course. D, what is your problem with me? I've noticed you've been giving me looks in class. Options B and C are flirting, since she doesn't have a high opinion of me and thinks I'm a manslot those wouldn't work. Logically deduced Izuku, with what knew of Shiozaki, which wasn't a lot, she appreciated honesty, which was something Izuku liked as well. D is it? Calmly decided Izuku, realizing a shaky breath, as he could feel his body getting ready for what was about to happen. Then a tingle raced up Izuku's spine. Level 3 security breach. Loudly blared an alarm, making everyone's eyes widened in surprise. An ear-piercing ring echoed through the air, forcing Izuku, Minoru, and Shiozaki to cover their ears with their hands, simultaneously winching from the pitch of the noise, as Izuku forced himself to shut his mouth so he couldn't speak. Option D. Gritting his teeth together, Izuku brought down both of his hands and shakily made his way to the classroom door, the other two occupants of the room following suit, before yanking it open. That's the security alarm. Wearily stated Minoru, his heart pounding inside of his chest, as Izuku could feel the tingle going down his spine intensify, fully aware that something dangerous was coming their way. Someone broke in. Helpfully clarified Minoru, as Izuku pursed his lips, realizing what the tingling sensation was now. Whoever had broken in was heading their way. One for all, 5%. Mentally chanted Izuku, spreading his quirk throughout his whole body, causing green sparks to leap from Izuku's skin, gaining the attention from both Shiozaki and Minoru, both of whom were confused by the action. Whoever broke in is coming this way. Shakily informed Izuku, bending his knees ever so slightly, ready to put the little bit of training Usajiyama had given him to use. What? Worriedly shouted Minoru, hiding behind Izuku's legs and started trembling like a leaf, sweating bullets from the fact that someone, who had the talent to break into you, was heading their way. We're gonna die. Pathetically wailed Minoru. Izuku could feel Shiozaki looking at him, and Izuku slowly turned to look at vine-haired girl, who was just giving him a flat look. Kurogyri. It seems as if not every student has evacuated yet. Loudly growled someone, the tingle in Izuku's spine intensified ever further, as Shiozaki's vines twitched, ready to react at a moment's notice, as the trio noticed two shadows around the corner. Minoru, what is your quirk? Hurriedly whispered Izuku, his mind running a mile a second, trying to come up with a plan that was full of assumptions and estimations, and frankly, Izuku didn't like those sorts of plans. I can take off my ball and throw them, they're really sticky as well. Nervously answered Minoru, forcing Izuku to look at his short friend, who was pointing at the purple ball on his head. Shiozaki and Minoru have the potential to bind them, which is idea, since we've idea what the intruder's quirks are. Wearily decided Izuku, focusing on the corner as the pair of footsteps echoed throughout the hallway, before the intruders rounded the corner. These noobs are first years, they wouldn't be worth much. Eerily cackled the most normal-looking intruder. Despite having obvious need for some skin moisturizer, the most defining traits about the intruder was his blue hair and red eyes. Do not be quick to judge them, Tamura, they are in you today, meaning they're golden eggs. Softly chastised the person made of purple mist, that was Kurogyri if Izuku was to make a guess, and Izuku didn't know who to be more weary of. The man whose red eyes were clearly deranged, or the man whose body was made of mist, that could be poisonous. I don't care, get rid of them. Dismissively chuckled Tamura. Izuku could feel a tingle race down his spine the second those words left Tamura's mouth, forcing Izuku to bend down and scooping up Minoru with his right arm, before wrapping his left arm around Shiozaki's waist. Beneath. Hey! Surprisedly yelped Shiozaki, as Izuku bent his knees and leapt backwards, And not a second too soon, since a misty, black hole opened up where they had been standing, and who knew what it would have done to them. Dating sims, just focus on telling me where those misty holes come from. Hurriedly asked Izuku, his shoes squeaking loudly as they slid across the floor, forcing Izuku to lean forward in order to not lose his balance. Minoru, try and stick them both in place. Loudly heaved Izuku, his heart was pounding inside of his chest, it being from equal parts fear and excitement, since this was his first fight with a villain. Certainly. But, we could die. Pathetically wailed Minoru. Even the villains paused for a second, their eyes meeting Izuku's own, and he could see the sympathy in them. We're heroes. There's a possibility those misty holes could rip apart our being, condemning us to an entirety of suffering and agony. C. I'll put in a good word for you with my friends. D. Lesson 1. Minoru, you must have a spirit that will remain strong. Sadly, Izuku knew Minoru quite well, despite barely knowing him for half an hour, but he knew how the guy worked. The first option wouldn't work, nor would the fourth or second option, meaning there was only one good choice. I'll put in a good word for you with my friends. Softly mumbled Izuku, feeling Minoru tense up in his arm, before the short teen wiggled himself free, dropping to the ground and landing on his feet, an inferno of determination shining in his eyes. If you help. Instantly added Izuku, since he did not want to be seen as a perv. Let's do this. I'll be the coolest hero ever. Giddily declared Minoru, his hands flying up to his head, as the teen started pulling off the purple ball from his head, and started clinging the forward, before Izuku felt something touch his shoulder, just as a tingle raced up his spine. In front of your face. Do you mind letting me down? Calmly asked Shiozaki, only for Izuku to spin on his heels and throw Shiozaki up into the air, earning a yelp from the girl, as Izuku leaned backwards, narrowly avoiding a hand coming from the misty portal that had been aimed at his face. A new image has been added to the gallery. Dance partner, tango with a girl. Seriously, not the time. Flip backwards and hold out your arms. Loudly whined Tamura. Izuku put all of his might into his legs and leapt, doing a backflip that left much to be desired, as the green-haired teen held his arms, doing what his quirk said, as he saw multiple purple ball decorating the hallway, with Tamura's right foot on one. Kurogiri, it seems the green-haired brat has a maxed-out perception stat, the purple-haired one is a trapper, and the girl. Slowly noted Tamura as he looked up, making everyone else do the same, as they spotted Shiozaki as she fell down, her vines spread throughout the hallway, forming a dome just about the two invaders, before she fell into Izuku's outstretched arms, and the dome fell around the two invade. Finally fallen for me? B, you okay? C, nice work. Really? Dryly mused Izuku, even when his heart was pounding after the quick fight. Izuku still had to deal with his quirk making him flirt with girls, but running high on adrenaline, Izuku wanted to pick something that should stop his route with Shiozaki Ibara from opening. Finally fallen for me? Huskily asked Izuku, his face turning beet red from saying those words, as he watched Shiozaki's face turn an equal shade of red, and Minoru went motionless as he stared at the duo. Congratulations! You have unlocked the Shiozaki Ibara route. Sensei, I shall become someone like you one day. Emotionally whispered Minoru, unaware of the fact that Izuku had stopped working completely, since that wasn't supposed to happen, but Izuku copped it, the distinct silence in the area. Congratulations! Your relationship with Shiozaki Ibara has maxed out. It is now entering stage 2. What? No? One villain had a warping quirk, surely he should have gotten both of them out by now, or the villain who tried touching him, his quirk was touch-based, so it should have done something to Shiozaki's vines. Congratulations! Your relationship with Shiozaki Ibara has maxed out. It is now entering stage 3. That should not be possible, relationships were supposed to increase so quickly. Shiozaki Ibara, the faithful. Relationship, her angel, stage 30300. Description, having been raised in a religious family, Shiozaki lives a life of faith and belief, truly devoting herself to her religion, given it her heart, body, and soul. But now it seems as if she has found something new to cherish. Is it possible she'll devote her heart, body, and soul to you? Hidden quest completed. Conflict, fight your first villain and win. Rewards, +7 aura. Hidden mission completed. You have gotten your first crush. Rewards, +6 intelligence. Problem child. What's happened here? Lively shouted Aizawa, making Izuku stiffen, forcing Shiozaki to throw her arms around Izuku's neck in order to support herself, a blush on both of their faces at the contact. Aizawa-sensei, 2 intruders tried attacking us. Izuku-sensei came up with a plan to contain them. Happily cheered Minoru, staring at Izuku with admiration and respect clear in his eyes, making Aizawa squint at Izuku and slowly raise a brow in confusion. They're in Shiozaki's hair prison. Cheerfully clarified Minoru, as Aizawa's jaw clenched ever so slightly, before Izuku realized something. Both Midnight and Present Mike were behind Aizawa. Shiozaki, lower your containment dome. Hizashi, take the kids somewhere else. Calmly spoke Aizawa. The tired and emotionally drained man was gone. In his place was a hero who knew what he had to do, as he glared at the collapsing dome. Everyone blinked as Shiozaki's hair retracted, showing what was inside the dome. Nothing. They're gone. Slowly noted Izuku, his eyes widening in realization at the rookie mistake they had made. They had left a villain with a warp gate quirk unattended. Damn it! Mentally yelled Izuku, first Shiozaki. The same girl who thought of him as a manslot not even 5 minutes ago now had a crush on him, and the intruders escaped. Problem child, while I'm sure you like holding on to Shiozaki, you might want to let her down. Amusedly pointed out Aizawa, earning a loud squeal from Midnight at the sight of 2 teens in a rather NTMT pose. Izuku dropped Shiozaki out a mixture of reflex, embarrassment, and in the hopes that his relationship with Shiozaki's relationship would go back down to being friends. It didn't. Smooth. Dryly applauded Aizawa, his eyes now fitting his appearance, tired, drained, and somewhat dead on the inside, and all Izuku could do was panic. Time skip. So Izuku-kun, it seems as if when you and a heroine enter the 3rd stage, the required amount of relationship points to max it out triple in requirement. And, congratulations on getting your first crush. Just like how Izuku could pull off a near-identical All Might smile, the green-haired dating Sims protagonist didn't take long to learn and master the dry, dead-eyed stare of Aizawa. On a note you'd appreciate at least, it seems as if the more danger sense is used, the quicker I assimilate it. It's at 39% already. At least tomorrow should be normal. Loudly yawned Izuku, physically, mentally, and emotionally drained after the day's event, intending on catching up on lost sleep, since he needed it. That's a wrap, people. As you can see, this chapter is pretty long. Izuku has started training with Mirko in the arts of kicking, which will truly come to light during the sports festival. On a side note, Shiozaki is the first girl to start crushing on Izuku after 4 previous chapters, and I wonder, who'll be the next to fall for the green bean? Anyway, they'll make 1 for All's boost. 1 for All, a stockpiling quirk that could enhance one's body and quirk, but it did more than just stockpiling. Each time it was passed on, it took a bit of the previous user's consciences, which would eventually lead to Midoriya Izuku downfall. Dating Sims, a sentiment quirk that made Izuku's life into a dating game, would grin if it had a face, as it could feel something akin to unrivaled power coursing through it, boosting it even further, which in turn did something to Izuku. I don't like the fact you feel happy, bluntly admitted Izuku, preparing himself to enter One's classroom, as he could feel the inferno that was 1 for All buzz inside of him, before his gut lurched. Izuku-kun, it's happened. 1 for All has enhanced me. Look at your stats. Chum. 999. Intelligence, 999. Aura, 999. Shaking his head in dismissal, Izuku knew his quirk was trying to mess with him. Both Izuku and Dating Sims knew that the former was more likely to combust into a ball of flames before he asked out a girl. A small glare planted itself onto Izuku's face as he opened up the door, freezing as he saw the occupants in the room frozen in place, their eyes wide in fright. Uraraka, are you okay? Worriedly asked Izuku, as he watched Uraraka's face go through several shades of red within a few seconds, before the girl raised her hand to her forehead and fell forward, into Izuku's hands. No. Dating Sims, you were kidding about my stats. Right? Hopefully questioned Izuku, feeling his quirk churn about inside of him, as if something new was happening. Skill acquired. Pressure. You're able to project your emotions onto people, making them react accordingly. Title acquired. People's man. With your charm, who couldn't enjoy your company? Skill acquired. Genius. You always make the correct choice when given multiple options. What the hell? Why do I have skills now? Confusedly mumbled Izuku, staring at the rest of the class. Even the girls who weren't heroines were looking at him now, and Izuku didn't know why, but he knew what those looks meant. Izuku felt exhausted. Scratch that, after doing 90 squats with each leg, Izuku was certain he qualified for some sort of break, since Usajiyama had been training him ragged since 4 a.m. The green-haired teen did appreciate it. He knew it was for his dream, but there was an issue. dating sims, but to be more precise, Izuku hated the quest aspect of his quirk. Why do I have to do every quest I see? Mentally whined Izuku, currently stretching his legs out, having finished the muscles building aspect of their training, and moving on to the flexibility aspect of it. Just so you can see it again. Quest completed. On time, continuous. Rewards, +2 relationship with Usajiyama. Hidden reward for arrive 5 minutes early, +4 relationship with Usajiyama. Come on brat, I've better things to be doing. Exasperatedly huffed Usajiyama, currently doing what Izuku was supposed to be doing, a full splits, which Usajiyama pulled off with practiced ease due to years of training. Isn't there something more my level? Slowly asked Izuku. He enjoyed a challenge, cleaning the beach was a challenge, but All Might had made a plan to ease him into it, helping him build up all of his muscles with time. I won't be able to walk after that. Bluntly noted Izuku, who was as flexible as a cracker, and he was fully aware of it. Realizing that Usajiyama and All Might were opposites, Usajiyama rushed things but knew what she was doing, while All Might took his times and did it flawlessly. There isn't anything less than the noob stage. Dryly yawned Usajiyama, doing her best to hide a grin as she watched Izuku blanch, fully aware that Izuku wasn't experienced enough to do this, but he wanted to show off his fighting style during the sports festival, and she would make sure it would happen. The kid has got the potential to be a decent fighter, the issue is getting his fighting instincts into the swing of it. Mentally noted Usajiyama, watching as Izuku slowly started spreading his legs apart, as the bunny girl got up and walked towards her student. Death by Asunusan. His quirk was a pervert. Minoru was a pervert. Aizawa was emotional dead. The sad thing is, none of them are a lie. Disappointedly realized Izuku, stiffening as he felt someone's hands on his shoulders, slowly making Izuku turn around before stopping, seeing Usajiyama's sports bra in his face, making his brain process the situation at the speed of a baby crawling. What are you doing? Confusedly asked Izuku, feeling the sand beneath his feet shift ever so slightly, before Usajiyama's hands pushed down on his shoulders, making Izuku's eyes widen in realization. He was going to do the splits if he liked it or not. Yet Izuku couldn't help but smile as he felt himself do the full splits, then the pain came, but Izuku still felt good about himself. Title unlocked. See, you smile through the pain. That is it brat, you'll be doing this until you're flexible enough to kick as high as your head. Gleefully chuckled Usajiyama, as Izuku could only whimper in both fear and pain, fully aware that it would slowly get easier as time went on, but Izuku thought he would never get used to it. Yoris, lowly mumbled Izuku, before he was pushed down even further, making Izuku's lip tremble in agony. That was Usajiyama's way of letting him know she heard him. You have gained +3 relationship with Usajiyama Rumi. Time skip. Izuku didn't think there was anything better than having a warm shower, and removing all of the sand that had clung to his body, making each moment uncomfortable, but it was worth it for the utter bliss he was experiencing right now. Groaning as he stepped out of the shower, Izuku slowly rotated his arms, working out the stiffness in them, as the green-haired dating sims protagonist started getting himself ready for you, fully aware of what he had to do this morning. Have a shower, get himself ready for you, start breakfast for himself, since his mother had to go to work early and was already there, clean up after breakfast, and leave for UA drying his damp hair. Izuku didn't bother trying to brush it, aware of the fact that his hair would look good regardless, which was a boon, since curly hair could be a nuisance. Just as Izuku finished tying his tie properly, the teen could feel his stomach rumble in hunger, making Izuku roll his eyes in annoyance, fully aware of the fact he would have to cook himself breakfast, which he hadn't done in months, well before All Might's training regimen. Shaking his head at the thoughts, Izuku knew he had to do something simple. Rice would have to suffice until he got to UA early, and got himself something from the cafeteria. Izuku-in, you can't get that chef title if you won't hurry up. Fair point. Mentally noted Izuku, which was totally reasonable from his quirk, since just owning the title would bolster his cooking skill in some degree, which Izuku knew would be useful in the future. Rice and fish it is. Lowly mumbled Izuku, shaking his head from side to side one last time, before the green-haired teen walked out of the bathroom, and made his way to the kitchen. So, how will you deal with Ibra? That made Izuku freeze for a second as he gathered all of the ingredients he would need, which wouldn't take long to prepare. As Izuku let his mind wander back to the events of yesterday, and the problems that had sprouted up, mainly the fact that a girl had a crush on him, people infiltrating UA was another concern. A part of Izuku wanted to play the oblivious fool, just like many shonen anime protagonists, but unlike them, Izuku knew what his relationship was with each heroine, and couldn't play the fool because of it. Shiozaki Ibra, the faithful. Relationship, her angel, stage 30300. Description: having been raised in a religious family, Shizuki lives a life of faith and belief, truly devoting herself to her religion, given it her heart, body, and soul. But now it seems as if she has found something new to cherish. Is it possible she'll devote her heart, body, and soul to you? A small part of Izuku was baffled. A girl had a crush on him. A girl had a crush on him. Another part of Izuku wanted to grin for joy at the thoughts of a girl having a crush on him, which made the preparations for breakfast even better. Then Izuku felt something shift ever so slightly inside of him, and Izuku knew dating sims was involved. Ones and zeros briefly flashed across Izuku's vision, originating from the food in front of him, making Izuku stare at the food he was about to cook, stiff as a board as the ones and zeros flew off of the food and into him. Information rushed to Izuku's head, forcing a hiss from Izuku's mouth. As information about the food in front of him came to his mind, the nutritional values and the ideal way of cooking it. What had just happened? Congratulations! You have unlocked the skill system. Achievement unlocked. First skill, learn your first skill. Rewards, +6 intelligence. Cooking. Level, 110. Description: the arts of cooking can do wonders for people, from making people smile, to replenish lost energy. The cooking produced can help form strong impressions. The chef. What? Loudly shouted Izuku, his face ghostly pale from the sudden influx of information, as the teen was trying to figure out what was happening in front of him. Dating sims, what is happening? Softly asked Izuku, robotically placing all of the ingredients somewhere safe, as Izuku could feel a mental meltdown coming. 1 second, Izuku-an, I'm trying to figure it out as well. As far as I was concerned, we had already discussed everything I could do, without assimilating the quirks within one for all. It was oddly comforting for Izuku to know his quirk was as clueless as he was about the whole situation, which also meant neither of them knew what brought on the sudden manifestation of skills, or what skills he could learn. Izuku-an, I think I know what skills are now. Skills in this case measures your experience in the subject action hobby, and can show you how good you are at it. Level 1 is a beginner, with level 4 being the average for everyone across the world. Levels 7 to 9 mean you are exceptionally talented at it, and level 10 means that you are the best at it in the world. With skills, it looks like they're related to hobbies and household chores at the moment, so it means you're gonna learn how to be a magnificent househusband in a few years. So dating sims was unintentionally training him to be the #1 househusband. At least that was something to fall back on if the hero lifestyle ever became too much for him. Izuku stared at his skill, one that was new and untrained, and a part of Izuku wanted to do something that everyone did when anyone got a skill in a video game: grind it until it maxed out. The green-haired teen wasn't a fool. He was fully aware that the skill would take months, possibly years to max out, but Izuku was going to do it one way or another. I'm going to have to buy a few cookbooks then. That also means I'll have to wake up before my mother and cook breakfast for us. Excitedly thought Izuku, grinning at the thoughts of grinding a skill, which should level up somewhat quickly, since it was an incredibly low level, meaning Izuku should get it to level 4 in a few weeks of practice. Izuku-an, I don't like being that digital quirk living inside your body, but if you keep standing around doing nothing you'll be late. Dating sims was so helpfully. No, you're so helpful. Time skip. Izuku grimaced. The aftertaste of his breakfast lingered in his mouth, which was frankly the most horrible thing he had ever eaten, and Izuku regretted the fact he had brought his own, home-cooked lunch, which would taste as bad as his breakfast did. Moping as he walked into class, Izuku was feeling down on his luck, since he had a horrible lunch he couldn't throw away. His quirk had went back on its deal for not using sarcasm, and Bakugo was behind him. Move it, Deku. Lowly sneered Bakugo, a faint shiver racing up Izuku's spine, fully aware of the fact that Bakugo had no problem from attacking someone from behind, and that worried Izuku immensely. He's lonely. Izuku blinked at the screen that had popped up in front of him, making the green-haired dating sims protagonist step out of the way in response, as Bakugo continued walking forward and sneered at Izuku as he passed, before reaching for the door. Those words were something Izuku had never expected to be associated with Bakugo, who always acted like he was better than everyone, which was unfortunately somewhat true in most cases. Why? Confusedly asked Izuku, as emerald green eyes stared at the blonde-haired bully, while he yanked open the door and stomped inside, scowling at everyone else who was early. Humans are social creatures by nature, and at the moment his only company would be his parents, if he had a good relationship with them, but he is basically an outcast at school at the moment, since he is seen as violent and cruel. In all honesty, Izuku, I can see why he's so upset. Think about it, a fresh start for him to have true friends, only for those potential friends to gravitate away from you. Bakugo Katsuki, the former friend turned bully, was lonely. That unfortunately explained a lot to Izuku, since Bakugo had been more aggressive recently, meaning that was his way of covering up his loneliness. Time seemed to slow down as Bakugo took his first step into one. Izuku wanted to be a hero. That meant he had to save people. No matter what sort of issue it was, Izuku would save them. Let Bakugo walk by. B, you know I have always looked up to you. C, you're a beach, you know that? Izuku-an, I've a feeling each of these choices will permanently affect your relationship with Bakugo. Okay, so I can potentially help Bakugo. Grimly realized Izuku, a petty part of him wanted Bakugo to walk by and experience what he felt for a decade of his life, but the last time Izuku tried helping Bakugo, his friend turned into his bully. That meant Izuku had to speak Bakugo's language. You're a beach, you know that? Calmly asked Izuku, releasing his breath that he had been holding in, as Bakugo froze up, registering the words Izuku had spoken, while Izuku was doing his best not to panic. Oh yeah? At least I've been putting in the effort for my dreams since day one, and not relying on dumb luck. Lowly growled Bakugo, twisting on his heels so he could face Izuku, while partially being in the classroom, as Izuku's mind was trying to find a solution for the mess he was currently in. How about we make a bet? Stiffly spoke Izuku. He could feel the flames of one for all churn within him, as both of his quirks could sense what he was doing, and if Izuku wanted to succeed, he would have to break his limits many times over. Oh, that's quite out of character of you. Dryly snorted Bakugo, rolling his eyes in amusement at Izuku's antics, yet a part of him was curious about where Izuku was going with this. I'll do you the favor and hear you out. Quietly hissed Bakugo, staring down Izuku as the classroom went silent. No doubt whoever was in there could hear them talking. The sports festival, the third stage, is always a one-on-one fight, sometimes a two-on-two. We both make it to the third stage and fight. If I win, you have to be my friend. Slowly informed Izuku, chewing on the inside of his cheek as he saw Bakugo actually humor the idea, no doubt thinking he would win it, and there was that possibility. Now, what do you want if you win? Professionally inquired Izuku, almost gulping as Bakugo's eyes lit up in glee at an idea, which worried Izuku immensely. When I win, you have to drop out of you today, and give up your dream of being a hero. Condescendingly stated Bakugo, extending his right hand out for Izuku to shake it, and with that, Izuku made his deal with the explosive gremlin. Deal. Simply accepted Izuku, shaking Bakugo's hand, his mind racing a mile a second, trying to come up with counters and strategies for Bakugo, who would be an incredibly though opponent. With that, Bakugo turned around and walked away from Izuku, leaving the door open for Izuku, which was actually a somewhat kind gesture from the blonde, who apparently respected Izuku a little bit more than he once had. Now all Izuku had to do was win a fight against Bakugo, who had been training for years to be a hero. It sounded simple enough. Danger sense assimilation is at 43%. If you get into enough fights and use it enough, you might have full use of the quirk before the sports festival, and there is the possibles that I could start assimilating another quirk before then. Due to your coolness, you have received +8 relationship with Tokage Setsuna. Bro, that was so manly. Excitedly cheered Ijiro, grinning as Izuku stepped through the door, as Izuku took a brief look at who was present in the class. There was Bakugo, Ijiro, surprisingly, Toge, Tenya, Momo, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Kodai, and Shiozaki, but what truly caught Izuku's attention was what was on his desk, a bento box. A tear gathered in Izuku's left eye. Finally there was an excuse not to eat his horrible lunch, that may or may not accidentally poison the person who ate it. That was on your desk when I arrived, which was baffling since I was the first one here. Helpfully clarified Tenya, who had his lips pursed as Izuku walked by, having heard the deal his friend had made with Bakugo, which left Izuku in a fairly tight spot. In terms of raw power, Izuku has more than Bakugo, but Izuku can't use all of it safely, only a meager 5%, which certainly helps him, but doesn't put him on the level Bakugo is. Logically noted Tenya, watching with a slight smile growing on his face, as Izuku looked so happy at the bento box on his desk. Whoever made this, thank you. Emotionally huffed Izuku, his eyes watering at the fact he didn't have to eat his horrible lunch, while the green-haired teen sat at his desk, staring at the bento box in wonder. You're truly a gift to humanity. Softly mumbled Izuku. He wasn't sure if anyone could hear him at all, but he didn't care. Izuku had suffered too much this morning already. She loves you, kind words. +4 relationship with Ibra. Maybe a girl having a crush on him wasn't so bad after all? Problem child, go to the support department. Your outfit has been dubbed unsafe for work, since it's made of LTX and doesn't offer the minimum amount of protection. Dryly ordered Aizawa, making everyone perk up, trying to find the teacher, before the man in question poked his head up from beneath the teacher's desk, looking as tired as ever. Izuku couldn't get the grin off of his face as he stood up, fully aware that this would take a while to sort out, but things were finally going his way today, which was appropriated, since Izuku's legs were killing him, his food SED, and there is a possibility he had to leave Yuri if he lost to Bakugo, but he got a bento box. It was balanced as all things should be. Time skip. The door exploded off its hinges. A shiver raced down Izuku's spine as he felt a warm breeze hit his face. A heroine, who he had met was approaching him, was worried Izuku ever so slightly was the vast amounts of smoke and fire flying out of the support department. Izuku's mind was racing as he tired figuring out what was happening, before something slammed into him, knowing Izuku onto his back, a moment before a particular large cloud of smoke could hit him in the face, as the teen's ears rang from the explosion. What just happened? Confusedly thought Izuku, trying to process how a simple walk to the support department had turned into his narrowly avoiding being swatted into a wall by a door, which was confusing, but laying on the floor of you, it was surprisingly comfortable. Izuku-an, that isn't a floor. Slowly blinking as he read the text message in front of him, Izuku hesitantly looked down, realizing that dating Sims was correct. He was not laying on the floor of you today, but instead he was draped across someone, more specifically one pink-haired heroine, who had a thing for machines. Luckily Izuku wasn't in the cliché where they were kissing or where the male accidentally groped the girl, but it was still awkward since it looked as if Izuku had pinned her to the floor. Why didn't you alert me of the danger? Mentally screeched Izuku, his mind coming to a complete halt as Hatsum stared into his eyes, both of them trying to process what just happened. It wasn't like you were going to die, besides, it worked out, didn't? My costume doesn't have the minimum amount of protection, so it needs an upgrade. Stiffly informed Izuku, leaping off of Hatsum with as much grace as a socially awkward 15-year-old boy could muster, which wasn't a lot in anyone's opinion. You okay? Concernedly asked Izuku, staring at Hatsum who was now grinning like a fool, which worried Izuku a lot more than the explosion had. What are we waiting for? We got her a baby to make. Excitedly screeched Hatsum, getting off the ground with a fire in her eyes, as she got to her feet and dragged Izuku onto the smoking remains of the support that. She likes the language you speak. Plus 12 relationship with Hatsum Mei. Babies? Confusedly shouted Izuku, his mind still a mess from what had happened, and Hatsum wasn't someone who really put much thought into anything else that wasn't a machine, so it wasn't surprising she had a few odd habits. Hatsum! Furiously howled someone else inside the support department, making Izuku blanch as Hatsum threw herself at a computer that hadn't been destroyed in the explosion, while Izuku awkwardly looked at the other person in the room. Power loader, Higuri, the man who looked as equally sad as he was accepting of what had just happened, while he stared at Izuku, as Hatsum was happily typing on the computer, no doubt bringing his outfit's information up. What Izuku assumed to be the source of the explosion sparked up, making Izuku nervously step away from the potentially dangerous scraps of metal that looked vaguely like a mech suit. Hatsum, I is so close to throwing you out of you, loudly grumbled Power Loader, holding two of his fingers so close together Izuku was sure they were touching, but who was he to judge a student's teacher's odd friendship? Yeah, now I'm busy thinking of what my newest baby for Izuku will look like. Gleefully cackled Hatsum, easily dismissing her teacher without a second thought, which took a lot of courage, or she simply didn't care how she treated the man. These people are crazy. Don't be mean dating Sims. Annoyedly thought Izuku, watching Hatsum bring up various blueprints that were stored on the computer, and Izuku even caught some of the older designs from noticeable heroes who had went to you. Can I keep the same design? Curiously asked Izuku, who admittedly had very little understanding in heroes' outfits, though knew when the outfit benefited the hero's quirk in some way. As long as it isn't horrible. Slowly answered Hatsum, trailing off as she did so before she hissed loudly, surprising Izuku by pulling up his records from the quirk apprehension test, his outfit design, and a brief description of One for All, which had been dubbed as superpower on public records. Okay, so you can't handle your full power yet, so broken bones are most certainly a thing. That means the outfit has to be incredibly durable, flexible, as well as having extra padding on the fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, as well as the head. How do you fight? Punching or kicking? Inquisitively mumbled Hatsum, who was going on to a mumbling rant, which Izuku could understand perfectly. Kicking mainly, but I will still be using punches. If I need additional protection, I feel like my mask and bracer should be upgraded, and having my outfit made out of a tougher material. Rapidly answered Izuku, looking at Hatsum, who looked up at Izuku, before grinning at the fact he was voicing his own thoughts. There's potential here. +2 relationship with Hatsum Mei. That is doable, but how do you feel about support equipment? Since your quirk is merely an enhancement quirk, you might need additional equipment on the field in case of an emergency, like a burn wound, or you break your arm. Hurriedly questioned Hatsum, who was salivating at the thoughts of what Izuku could carry with him into a fight, within reason of course, but someone who had as much strength as Izuku did, he could carry a lot in. I'd need a place for emergency first aid at least, but what if? You can find a support item that can let me HRSS the air displacement my quirk causes. Interestedly realized Izuku, chewing on his lower lip as he realized that one day he would have more raw strength than All Might, and All Might was known for changing the weather with a single punch, which meant Izuku could do the same one day. Dating sims, how much of one for all has to be used for air displacement? Mentally questioned Izuku. The green-haired teen was certain he could do the maths to figure it out, but that meant figuring out how much force he had behind his punch, and that meant he had to use all of one for all, meaning he'd break an arm. What am I to you? A supercomputer? Izuku-kun, I am literally a dating simulator. Not a laptop, not a computer, nor a calculator, I can literally just do dating simulator things. Izuku slowly titled his head, since this was as closest thing dating sims had come to a freakout. I can help you cheat on a test, but I barely know anything about one for all besides the fact it is sentient, it contains multiple quirk factors, and is slowly doing something to us. But I'd say 30% maximum, now pay attention. So what do you think? Nervously asked Hatsum, unaware that Izuku was internally panicking again, since he had completely forgotten that he had been in a conversation with Hatsum, meaning he had zoned out for the entire thing. It sounds wonderful. B. As long as you think it's safe, then I trust you. C. Can you repeat that? D. Random choice. Please note, this answer is extremely random and may offend the person in question. Do you really think I'd choose option D? Confusedly snorted Izuku, looking into Hatsum's eyes, which were sparkling with equal amounts of hope and worry, as Izuku's mind fluttered through the possible options, trying to come up with a vague idea of what Hatsum could have told him. They weren't friends, dating sims confirmed that for sure, but they both had one thing in common, which let Izuku know that he could trust her in this, since he wanted to be a hero, and she wanted to create support gear for heroes, meaning they both wanted to protect people. Besides, Power Loader would do something if it was too crazy. Right? It sounds wonderful. Uncertainly agreed Izuku, doing his best to mask his worry at what he was agreeing to, but a part of him knew that Hatsum would pull through for him. My first test subject. Excitedly hollered Hatsum, which immediately got rid of any of Izuku's hope in an instant. Sorry, I just remembered something. Blatantly lied Hatsum, and that didn't do much to soothe Izuku's nerves, which were now close to being shot, despite it being so early in the day. She's ecstatic that you trust her. Congratulations, your relationship with Hatsum Mei has maxed out. It will now enter the second stage. Hatsum Mei, the inventor. Relationship, test subject, stage 20100. Description: a unique girl who has a passion for inventing machinery she calls her babies. With your help, you can help her realize what works and what doesn't for heroes. Who knows, maybe the other sort of sparks could fly from spending so much time together. Was it bad that Izuku regretted what he had just agreed to? Time skip. All of my routes are so far pretty low, which is good. Except for Shiozaki, who has a crush on me, but everyone else is still either in the low end of stage 2 or middle to high end of the stage 1, which isn't soothing at all. Worriedly noted Izuku, still as a statue in the classroom, vaguely aware of the fact that Aizawa was out of his sleeping bag for once and was talking in his normal cheerful and energetic voice. The issue is avoiding the titles of our current relationship as well as earning titles myself, since those can actually boost the relationship point I can get from a girl. Wearily recalled Izuku, since by that standard, Mina was the most likely to be the next person to fall for him if he wasn't careful. Dancing buddies and manly bro, the former would just give him relationship points with one Ishido Mina every time he practiced dancing with her, which was something he desperately had to do if he wanted to have a chance in developing the basics of his fighting style before the sports festival, and manly bros simply double the amount of relationship he would get with Ishido. With as much stealth as he could muster, Izuku slowly looked over to Ishido, who immediately met his gaze and winked at him, forcing the green-haired dating sim's protagonist to look away. There was still 3 weeks before the sports festival. If I did go dancing every day from now on with Ishido, that would mean I'd gain a minimum of 10 relationship points with Mina a day. Possibly more. Logically worked out Izuku, wanting to slam his head against the table as he realized that Ishido would definitely have a crush on him before the sports festival, and at least a third of the way through stage 3 as well. Problem child catch. Loudly barked Aizawa, something slamming into Izuku's head a split second later, earning a hiss of pain from Izuku, as the teen heard something hit his desk, making Izuku look down at his desk, before looking up at his teacher in bewilderment. Did Aizawa actually throw his briefcase at him? Now, any questions? No good. Abruptly asked Aizawa, staring Tenya in the eyes as the teen's hand was clearly in the air, wanting to ask a question that certainly wouldn't be answered by the emotionally tired teacher. How is he a qualified teacher? Simultaneously thought everyone in 1A, since their homeroom teacher had just thrown a briefcase at Izuku, then ignoring Tenya's question, while they all watched the man crawl into his sleeping bag. Am I the only one who wishes we had another teacher? Wearily questioned Kaminari, who had more than a handful of people nodding along in agreement, while Izuku looked down at the briefcase, trying to figure out what was happening. I really wished I had my priorities straight. Mentally mumbled Izuku, though a part of him was looking at the bigger picture, aka trying to avoid a real-life love drama that would be centered around him, and Izuku had a feeling all of Japan would one day know about his issue if he wasn't careful. One by one everyone stood up and started walking toward the wall in order to pick up their own briefcase, in order to pick up their hero outfit or the sports uniform, as Izuku clutched his own briefcase and followed Tenya. It was a tad odd, following Tenya and Momo, both of them were at the front of the group of students, leading them towards the locker rooms. This could be madness. Abruptly stated someone besides Izuku, making the teen blanch at the fact he didn't recognize whose voice it was, forcing Izuku to look towards his right, seeing his bird-headed classmate, Tokoyami Fumikage, who hadn't spoken to him beforehand. Madness is in the eyes of the beholder. B. It could be interesting. C. Who are you again? Okay, the last option is out since I know his name is Tokoyami, and considering he gives off edgelord vibes, I think the first option would be the best if I wanted to be friends with him. Logically assessed Izuku, going over Tokoyami's words, as everyone started falling into two groups, the guys and the girls, as they approached their specific locker room. Madness is in the eyes of the beholder. Calmly selected Izuku, seeing Tokoyami's eyes widen ever so slightly at Izuku's response, and all Izuku could do was just hope that he had chosen the right one. You have a unique perspective, Midoriya. I hope the madness does not reach you. Happily hummed Tokoyami, unaware that Izuku was more likely to be driven insane from his dating sim's predicament than any other madness-inducing event. Izuku watched as Tokoyami walked over to his normal spot in the locker room, as Izuku was trying to process what had just happened. Before shrugging his shoulders, it was probably Tokoyami's way of asking if he was okay, or something like that. Walking over towards the bench Izuku had practically claimed, Izuku could feel Bakugo's eyes on him, as well as Todoroki's, fully aware that the former was watching him because of the deal they had made, while the latter's reason was unknown to Izuku. Oh gee, I wonder why the Son of Endeavor is scouting out the competition. It's not like you can change the weather with a punch or that. If it makes you feel better, in terms of overall raw power, I assume you have the most. I'm not sure about Todoroki or Bakugo, but I would assume that those two are relatively even to one another. Yo dude. Lazily greeted Kaminari, already in his hero outfit, and was happily lazing about in the locker room, no doubt waiting for Kirishima to finish getting changed. You sure it's smart to challenge Bakugo like that? Not doubting your abilities or that, but I'm fairly certain he wouldn't have an issue on keeping the deal of you win. Idly hummed Kaminari. Izuku could see the point. Bakugo did give off the vibes of being the sort of person who'd steal candy from a baby, but Izuku knew that wasn't the case, hopefully at least. I don't care if he doesn't, he'll know that I'm superior to him then. B. That's if I win. C. Don't worry, I've a plan for that. D. Random choice. D. Wearily confirmed Izuku. The green-haired dating sim's protagonist didn't like any of the options presented to him. The first was too arrogant for his liking, the second option made it seem as if he didn't have any confidence in himself, and the third option was a lie. Did you know fir trees can grow in a person's lungs? Curiously asked Izuku, regretting his choice immensely. There wasn't even any words to describe Izuku's current mood, as he stared dead-eyed into Kaminari's. No, I know now who not to go to in a stressful situation. Contently hummed Kaminari, offering Izuku a smile before walking off, oddly stiff as he did so. What was that? Bewilderedly shouted Izuku, glaring down at his sports uniform, removing his clothes as he did so, waiting for dating sims to give its answer. Izuku, that was a random fact that was mildly disturbing. Plus, you chose that I've no control over it. The fact that dating sims had no control over it at all made Izuku even more annoyed. Time skip. So if I go to friend's house, I take off my shoes and thank them. Shakily spoke Tsunatori in Japanese, making Izuku nod in glee, currently keeping his promise with Tsunatori to teach her some more Japanese words as well as some traditions. Can I try that at your place? Sweetly asked Tsunatori, giving Izuku her best puppy dog eyes, as the teen was trying to make the best of a poor situation. She thinks you're a manslot. -1 relationship with Shiozaki Ibra. Do something. Do you know how bad you'd look if a girl lost interest in you within a day? Fairly bad. Currently Izuku was at the back of a bus. Tsunatori was on his left in her hero outfit, with Yanagi Reiko sitting on his right, slowly dozing off and occasionally letting her head bump off his right shoulder, only to jolt awake a second later. The current issue was the fact that Shiozaki was sitting just in front of them on the left, beside Komori, who was one of the few girls in the class who didn't view him as a potential boyfriend, as her fellow plant-based quirk user was staring disapprovingly at Izuku. Have you heard this expression before? A fir tree is more likely to grow in Endeavor's lungs than for me to do something about Shiozaki's crush on me. Saltily asked Izuku, who would be more than content to let Shiozaki go after someone else, especially Ijiro, who'd be a good choice. I'll have to ask my mom, but I think it would be okay. Slowly responded Izuku, trying to get used to having two separate conversations going on at once, which was very disorienting. But this is my first time going to a friend's house here. Happily cheered Tsunatori, her loud cheering actually managed to wake up Yanagi, and Aizawa surprisingly looked up from his seat, and nobody was surprised that the teacher had been trying to sleep again. She is head over heels for the idea. +15 relationship with Tsunatori Pony. No wait, you just made that up. That's not fair. Please? Didn't you break your promise not to use sarcasm? Why should I be fair? Dryly asked Izuku, pursing his lips together, trying to deal with an excitable student who wanted to learn about Japan, as well as a childish quirk that knew more about relationships than Izuku himself did. Now that I think about it, would my mom be okay if I brought more friends over? Curiously mused Izuku, who knew that his mother would take a shining to Ijiro immediately, as well as Achiko if she was available. Invite Shiozaki. Do it. I'll tell you something worthwhile. Interesting. But was it worth the risk? For all Izuku knew, dating sims had found out something else about One for All, like a hidden quirk buried beneath the inferno of flames that made up One for All. It could have been a quirk so dark and malicious that the previous users were actively forcing it down, so it wouldn't see the light of day again. On the other hand, it could be something utterly worthless, like giving him different skins to wear, like an RPG character. It's a gamble, but if I do lose, the consequence isn't that bad. Wearily debated Izuku, pursing his lips as he looked over at his fellow green-haired classmate, fully aware of the fact that their eyes were locked for a solid 10 seconds. Ijiro, Tenya, Achiko, Momo, and Shiozaki, do you guys want to come to my place tomorrow? Curiously questioned Izuku, a blush crawling up his neck as everyone looked at him, fully aware of the fact that he looked so awkward doing so. They are over the moon for the offer. +3 relationship with Achiko Uraraka and Yayoro Zumomo. Everyone is surprised by your directness. +5 charm. Hell yeah. I'm down bro. Happily cheered Ijiro, a small smile on everyone's face as they looked at the enthusiastic redhead, who was smiling from ear to ear in glee. If your parents are okay with the agreement Izuku. Slowly accepted Tenya, while sending Izuku a nod of approval, clearly pleased with the invite over to a friend's house. Sorry Midoriya, I've something organized that day. Apologetically sighed Momo, who genuinely seemed sad at the fact she couldn't go over to Izuku's, but the green-haired teen understood it. There was also the sports festival to consider. Really? That'd be great. Excitedly agreed Achiko, as Izuku turned his attention to the last person who he had asked, who was now randomly twitching, which was rather worrisome. Your kindness overwhelms her. +10 relationship with Shiozaki Ibra. Now, what is it? Curiously questioned Izuku, tuning out the world around him, in favor of waiting for his quirk to respond to him, which was taking an annoyingly long time. Okay Izuku-en, I'll tell you something interesting, especially since you've invited Achiko as well. Apparently, not all my functions have booted up just yet. The ones that I've demonstrated at the moment are my most basic ones I've realized, but with time more of my functions will boot up. I'm not sure what I can actually do, But one of my latent abilities is an item shop, as well as the ability to earn points, to spend in the item shop. If it makes you feel better, I think more functions are unlocked when you reach some sort of milestone. What they are, I do not know, but I can try and find something on them. Additional functions? It makes sense. Dating Sims is based off of a dating sims RPG, and after doing a lot of research on dating sims, I know that some dating simulators do have item shops that can increase relationship with a heroine. Then by that logic, I could potentially have an inventory system but dating sims affects my body, so I don't think it's possible for dating sims to be able to open a hole in space and store objects. Logically broke apart Izuku, doing his best not to mumble, idly adjusting his gloves, which he had been allowed to wear at least, trying his best to think of any additional functions dating sims could possibly have. That wasn't ever including the DLC dating sims could get from the other quirks inside of him. Why did a sentient, sarcastic quirk have to be so complicated? What do you think of that, Brodoria? Interestedly shouted Ijiro, making Izuku slowly blink, realizing he had been ignoring everyone at this point, vaguely aware of the fact that Yanagi was asleep on his shoulder, as the green-haired teen stared at his red-headed friend in confusion. The similarities between your quirk and All Might's. Rhetorically sighed Ijiro, causing everyone to look at the green-haired dating sims protagonist, as he almost froze up, fully aware that now everyone was focused on Izuku, since they all knew Izuku's quirk was incredibly similar to All Might's quirk. Our quirks are incredibly similar, but unlike All Might, I can enhance my sense of touch, to the point where I can feel air vibration, effectively giving me sixth sense, while All Might's quirk is purely strength enhancement and reaction time enhancement. See, if it makes you feel better, my quirk is so strong it destroys my body. All Might doesn't have that issue. My quirk is stronger than All Might's. Why are there so many quick time events? Confusedly mulled Izuku, realizing that a few days ago, quick time events were somewhat less common, but today alone Izuku had experienced 5 of them alone, which was a lot more than normal. If it makes you feel better, my quirk is so strong it destroys my body. All Might doesn't have that issue. Dryly responded Izuku, feeling Bakugo's eyes on him. He knew that Izuku's quirk had literally come out of nowhere. Nobody in the Midoriya family had a strength enhancement quirk. That was the downside of being so talkative about his family history on what quirks they all had. So you're saying your quirk is stronger than All Might's? Lowly growled Bakugo, locking eyes with Izuku, as the green-haired dating sims protagonist stared at his antagonist, and in that moment, nothing else truly mattered for either teen, except for winning their deal. Yes, it is, and it'll get stronger. Slowly answered Izuku. He could hear the cracklings of explosions from Bakugo's hands, as Izuku couldn't help but let a little bit of one for all course through him, fully aware of the small crackle of sparks escaping from his skin. Only for the moment to be ruined when the bus came to a screeching halt, and neither of the two teens were prepared for being flung forward. F-! Loudly shouted Bakugo, sliding out of his seat and onto the floor, since he hadn't been wearing his seatbelt, while Izuku luckily dug his feet into the ground, managing to push himself back into his seat, before he could fall onto the floor like a fool. Confusedly mumbled one of Izuku's classmates, as Izuku felt something plop onto his lap, freezing as if Todoroki had caught him in his ice, before slowly looking down. Yanagi Reiko, someone who Izuku was only acquainted with, was laying on his lap, currently looking up at him, with confusion clear in her eyes, as well as a bit of pride, which was really confusing. Your thighs make for a nice lap pillow. Calmly stated Yanagi, not at all embarrassed from saying something like that aloud, but it did make Izuku's heart swell a little bit, since he had been working on his legs recently. It was nice for someone to appreciate the fact, other than himself. She likes how nice your thighs are. Plus 12 relationship with Yanagi Reiko. Everyone get off. Tiredly ordered Aizawa, rolling his eyes in sheer exasperation as he watched his students slowly shuffled get off the bus, fully aware of the fact that Izuku was going through an array of issues, both girl and Bakugo-based issues. It was awkward for Izuku to get up, fully aware that he had caused a scene on the bus, and couldn't help but shiver in both fear and nervousness, making the teen's whole body vibrate, only for something to click in the back of Izuku's mind a second later. Never in his life had he been so nervous, not when he faced off against the slime villain, Bakugo, the intruders, or even Shiozaki, and Izuku couldn't help but draw a horrible conclusion. He wasn't nervous. Danger sense was telling him something horrible was about to happen. Aizawa! Loudly shouted Izuku, looking at Aizawa with pure terror in his eyes, as every other student had made their way over to the other teacher that was there. 13, Izuku subconsciously realized, as Aizawa whipped around, staring at Izuku with concern. Izuku-san, calm down. You're subconsciously using one for all. Be careful before you hurt yourself. Izuku was vividly aware of the terror coursing through his body, as he couldn't help but sprint to the group, zooming past every other student, before skidding to a halt in front of everyone, Aizawa following suit a second later, capture scarves waving in the air. Everyone else was confused, weirded out and mildly scared of the bizarre behavior from their homeroom teacher and green bean classmate. Then the lights flickered. Emerald green eyes focused on the center of the USJ, watching as a misty black portal, the same as misty intruders, appeared just in front of the fountain, and Izuku could feel the danger radiating from the other zones in the USJ, meaning the trip had gotten a whole lot more dangerous. Everyone was frozen as they watched people, villains and thugs, stream out of the portals, until the same people who had intruded into UA appeared, and then the last villain appeared. Danger sense went wild. Calling it a person, even with mutation quirks around, was a stretch, since Izuku knew that something was horribly wrong with that thing, the way it moved nearly robotically, not even a trace of free will or intelligence in its eyes. With danger sense, Izuku found himself lucky enough to pinpoint every large clump of danger, and there was easily a dozen of them in the plaza alone. Dating sims. What are we going to do? Hoarsely questioned Izuku. Aizawa's hand clamped onto the teen's shoulder, trying to push him backwards, away from the danger, only for the green-haired dating sim's protagonist to be rooted to the ground, due to his enhanced strength. Problem child, stay with 13. Kaminari, contact the school. 13, protect the students. Calmly ordered Aizawa, slowly placing his goggles onto his face, as his hair started rising up, fully aware of the fact that the blue-haired ringleader was talking, but he was too far away to hear it. Before the hero flung himself down to the horde of villains, not an ounce of fear or hesitation in his movements, the tiredness had faded, and what was left was a man who could beat anyone he set his mind to. Whatever dating sims was doing, it better be quick. Izuku, what's going on? Confusedly asked Ochiko, a tingle racing down Izuku's spine, slowly making Izuku turn around to face his classmates, gazing slightly above them as a portal formed above them. Congratulations! You have achieved 50 aura. A skill shall be generated. Level 110. Description: you are able to manifest your willpower, which can be used to knock out people who have a weaker will than you, or temporarily freeze someone in place. Villains have invaded the USJ. Gently answered Izuku, mustering all of his will as he closed his eyes, danger sense letting Izuku know that the mist villain was now blocking the entrance, keeping everyone trapped inside, and then Izuku used intent with everything he had. I am going to save everyone. Determinedly promised Izuku, his eyes burning with power as 5% of one for all flooded his body, and something inside Izuku shifted, as intent made itself known to the world. Greetings, I am Kurojiri, from the League of Villains. Strange, All Might was supposed to be here, was he not? Confusedly asked Kurojiri, before his whole misty body froze for just a second, not enough to do anything at all, but it was noticeable for those who paid enough attention. I guess I shall deposit you all into a zone, and let the thugs pick you off. Idly hummed Kurojiri, his yellow eyes glowing with a twisted light in them, as his body started expanding again, getting ready to transport everyone here. Students, get behind me! Commandingly barked 13, in her astronaut suit, as Izuku stared at the huge, misty form Kurojiri had taken, fully aware that his body should be somewhere in there, as 13 raised up her hands, and the small cups at the end of her fingers clicked upwards. The metal bracer! Vividly recalled Izuku, activating intent again, staring Kurojiri in his eyes, as the green-haired dating sim's protagonist's mind was running through various thoughts like a fool, trying to identify where the bracer could be, before realizing that he wouldn't have enough time. Bakugo! There's a metal bracer in there. That's his weak point. Loudly shouted Izuku, fully aware that Kurojiri had only frozen for a second, but that was enough time for Izuku to lift up his own right hand and place his ring finger against his thumb. One for all, 100. Don't tell me what to do. Do you? Furiously howled Bakugo, as an explosion launched the teen forward, just a moment before Izuku flicked his fingers with all of his might. It was as if a tornado had formed indoors as a stream of air rushed forward, easily making all of the students behind Izuku lose their balance from the sheer air displacement from the attack, before it slammed into Kurojiri, knocking the villain off balance, and Izuku used that moment to use intent again, while it felt like his hand was on fire. Bakugo was surprisingly cooperative, launching himself until he was in front of the villain, obviously realizing that this was a lot more serious than he had originally thought. If Izuku was willing to break a few of his own bones, while the blonde-haired gremlin brought up his 2 hands and let them explode with as much heat and smoke as possible. For being so decisive, you've impressed them. +2 charm. Truly I am impressed with you too, especially you Izuku, remembering my weak point from our encounter. Coldly chuckled Kurogiri, who didn't waste a second in vanquishing the smoke with one of his portals, showing off to everyone that he wasn't harmed at all, and he only seemed upset from the attempt. You're both golden eggs, a shame neither of you all will survive to see your potential. Softly sighed Kurogiri, who almost seemed somewhat regretful for what he was about to do, before a shudder raced up Izuku's spine, telling him something dangerous was nearby. Danger sense was telling Izuku that it was completely surrounding him. Grab onto someone. Izuku didn't waste a second, he looked at the person who was closest to him and grabbed onto her. That's a wrap, people. Yes, Izuku will start developing some skills. There will be no combat skills luckily. The most offensive skill Izuku will actually have is intent, which isn't really a skill, since Stain was able to use Bloodlust in the Host City arc, and All Might and All for One have a presence to them, so it is more so something like that. There won't be that many skills anyway, most of the skills will relate to Izuku being a house husband anyway, and Izuku will mainly get his skills through doing various tasks, an example the washing up, or getting a skill every time his stats reach a multiple of 50, with the lone exception of when danger sense is completely assimilated. Forgive me Lord. Everyone, the problem child has been in an accident. Emotionlessly sighed Aizawa, gazing over the class, fully aware that some were more affected than others, specifically Shiozaki, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Kendo, Ida, and Ijiro. I say everyone will get a chuckle out of this. Dryly realized Aizawa, loudly clearing his throat, making the class go silent, as the doors slowly opened up, revealing Midoriya. I want to leave. Immediately concluded Izuku, as SHE walked into the classroom, feeling everyone's gaze on her, as she was fully aware of the fact that she was not ready for this. She did not want to be a girl. Midoriya got involved in a villain attack this morning. The villain's quirk temporarily turns someone into the opposite gender, so the problem child will be a girl for a week. Amusedly hummed Aizawa, looking over his students. Some were almost laughing, Bakugo and Kaminari, some didn't seem fazed, Tokoyami and Tokage, most were shocked, but Shiozaki was blushing. You be looking hella fine. You've maxed out your relationship with Shiozaki Ibara. Izuku couldn't do much but whimper, as she slowly looked towards her teacher, who knew by her look that something had happened with dating sims, more specifically one of his routes. Forgive me Lord. Softly mumbled Shiozaki, staring at Izuku with only 2 emotions in her eyes, and Izuku wasn't sure how to feel about it. Love and lust. Izuku hit the ground with a thud, barely angling the person who he was holding upwards, managing to prevent them from hitting the ground with the help of 5% of One for All, before a second thumping sound echoed the area. The second Izuku was able to look up, he realized there was a lot of rocks around him, as well as the area being rather sloped, which meant the only logical conclusion was that he, along with the 2 other people he was with, were in the landslide zone. She isn't suffering a scratch. +7 relationship with Yanagi Reiko. At least he knew who he was with now. Ow! Loudly hissed Izuku, silently sighing in relief as Yanagi stood up on her own. Not that she was heavy, but Izuku couldn't hold that awkward position for long, plus it was rude to insinuate a girl was heavy. Who else is here? Stiffly asked Izuku, slamming both of his hands into the ground, forcefully launching himself into the air, before landing on his feet and surveying the area behind. Without wasting a single second, Izuku whipped around, catching a glance of the 2 people who were with him, Yanagi Reiko and Kendo Itsuka, as he clumsily threw his right fist forward, winching every so slightly as something smacked against his hand, followed by a cracking sound. Luckily it wasn't his bones this time. Instead, from what Izuku saw of the shards flying past him, they were yellow. How did he know that? Confusedly gawked the attacker, who didn't look much older than Izuku himself, which made Izuku hesitate for just a split second, as he could see the horde of thugs in front of him, easily seeing 30 of them. There's 10 for each of us. Wearily realized Izuku, chewing on his lower lip, looking back at Itsuka and Yanagi, desperately trying to come up with a plan, since Izuku knew that they would be screwed without one. Wait, will this work? Hopefully noted Izuku, staring at the horde of thugs in front of him, before activating intent, knowing that the skill made his willpower tangible, which could knock out people with a weaker will than him. Izuku, what do we do? Stiffly questioned Itsuka, getting up and walking over to Izuku, her hands rapidly growing as she did so, as some of the thugs in front of the duo started wavering on their feet, obviously feeling the effects of Izuku's willpower. Yanagi, how good are you at manipulating soil? Curiously asked Izuku, a semblance of a plan forming in his head, as the green-haired dating Sims protagonist was trying to come up with a plan that had the maximum guarantee for safety. She is happy that you recall her training idea. +7 relationship with Yanagi Reiko. Equal to my ability to manipulate sand. Easily answered Yanagi, as a soft, pink hue started engulfing the soil in her immediate area, recognizing what Izuku was planning. One of the thugs charged forward. His head was that of a bull's, as well as his feet, which were hooves, as the man tilted his head forward, hoping to ram either Izuku or Itsuka through with his horns, not allowing the plan to be discussed any further. Not wasting a second of time, Izuku threw himself at the bull man, green eyes hardening as Izuku moved both of his hands out, rooting himself in place in front of the bull man, and grabbed onto the bull man's horns. It was barely noticeable, but Izuku slid back just an inch, and the teen knew he was slowly sliding backwards. His shoes weren't meant for this sort of situation, but there was one thing Izuku could do. Glaring into the bull man's amber eyes, Izuku activated intent again, focusing solely on the bull man, while slowly turning up challenging more and more of one for all. 1 for all, 6%. With Izuku busy grabbing the bull man, Yanagi passively stared forward, more and more soil started coiling upwards, quickly making Yanagi reach her weight limit, but she had enough to work with. Keeping half of the soil curling around her for defensive purposes, as the other half rushed forward, slamming and twisting around the nearest and most unfortunate thug, who was immediately used as a battering ram against the next unfortunate soul. Itsuka. You ever play baseball? Who the hell says yeet? What even is that? Confusedly mulled Izuku, having never seen nor heard of the word before, meaning that it probably came from a time long ago in the past, well before he was even born, but the green-haired teen did know what option B most likely did. Itsuka. You ever play baseball? Curiously asked Izuku, his legs tensing in preparation, as he was slowly pushing the bull man backwards, not being able to handle 6% of 1 for all. Izuku, I'm kinda busy here. Loudly shouted Itsuka, ducking beneath a stinger that had been aimed at her head, taking a step forward immediately and moved her right palm upwards, enlarging her right palm at the last second, in order to maximize the force and speed of her blow. Emerald green eyes narrowed in concentration, trying to desperately come up with a way to get every one of his classmates out of this situation, which honestly wasn't looking good, since Izuku was very certain all of them had been transported by Kurogiri, meaning nobody was about to alert the teachers anytime soon. Something clamped down on Izuku's shoulders, breaking the teen from his concentration, which made Izuku slowly stare at the bull man, whose hands were now firmly clamped down upon Izuku's shoulders, squeezing them in order to remove the ability to use his arms. Leap backwards, then rush forward, before kicking in behind his knees. Desperate for a way to break free from the bull man, Izuku bent his knees forward and pushed off the ground, leaning as far backwards as he possibly could, barely making the bull man's arms straighten ever so slightly, before rushing forward with everything he had. A sickening creak made its way to Izuku's ears, as Izuku managed to duck beneath the bull man's left arm, breaking free from his grip, and twisted on his left heel, slamming his right foot into the back of bull man's knee, driving the hulking villain to the ground. That was one down. And there were dozens. Itsuka. Fall back to Yanagi. Loudly shouted Izuku, staring at a villain who decided to rush him, most likely having some sort of enhancement quirk, only to freeze in place as Izuku rushed forward, activating intent causing the woman to freeze, allowing Izuku to deliver an uppercut to her jaw, knocking her out in an instant. Yanagi will be our MVP here, she'll be taking down the majority of the thugs here, while myself and Itsuka have to either create more ammunition for her to use, or to take out anyone who makes it through. Realistically, concluded Izuku, he knew he was nowhere near All Might's level of strength, it would possibly be years before that happened, but there was one thing Izuku knew he had over All Might, his analytical mind. So what's the plan? Wearily huffed Itsuka, carefully jogging backwards, keeping an eye on the line of villains, who were equally weary of the group of teens, that were a lot harder to take down than they had thought they would have been. For now, we have to protect Yanagi while she takes down the villains with her ability to manipulate soil and dust to overwhelm them, while we protect her. Hurriedly explained Izuku, feeling the flaming power of One for All course through his body, vividly aware that the quirk was in fact trying to communicate with him in some way. If it goes poorly, I'll have to break a finger. amusedly offered Izuku, knowing fully well that a mere finger would be enough to blow away all of these villains. You really think you can take down us? You brats! Furiously howled a man. Electricity started sparking around his hands. As he raised them up and pointed them at the group, the hairs on Izuku's arms started standing from the charge in the air, only for it to disappear in a moment, as stream of soil slammed into the man. Izuku and Itsuka watched in clear wonder as Yanagi grounded the villain, causing the charge he had built up to enter the ground, before more soil curled up around him, immobilizing him with ease. Emerald green eyes scanned over the area, noting that every villain now seemed a bit nervous as they watched the man being slammed once into the ground, knocking him out with ease, and now every villain seemed anxious. He was the leader of this group. Logically concluded Izuku, glancing over at Itsuka and Yanagi, both of whom seemed to catch onto his line of thought, as Izuku chewed on his lower lip. People are at their most dangerous when they're cornered, but they should be demoralized. Grimly noted Izuku, staring at the hesitant ground of villains, before activating intent, watching them all freeze, as Izuku raised his right hand and braced himself, bracing his middle finger against his thumb. Izuku, normally I'd condemn you for purposely breaking your bones, but this is a desperate time. The pain should subside in a few seconds after the breaking of your bone. We need to get out of here. Bluntly admitted Izuku, channeling more and more of One for All into his middle finger, quickly reaching 100% in a few seconds, before unleashing the built-up power in the form of a flick. Location change. So, you can't swim. Ribbit. Slowly repeated Azui, staring at Ijiro with her large eyes, trying to figure out the situation, seeing what plans could possibly work and what plans most certainly wouldn't work. I can't swim with my quirk active. Embarrassedly corrected Ijiro, who was shivering from the cold at this point, realizing that going shirtless into a fight wasn't the best idea. Besides, Bakugo can't use his quirk here either. And Komori, what's your quirk again? Slowly spoke Ijiro, looking at the group of people he had been dropped off with, having slightly hoped he would have been with one of his friends, since Ijiro didn't know anyone here, with the exceptions of Bakugo, who wasn't exactly someone who was friendship material in anyone's opinion. Mushroom. It lets me generate spores that can grow into mushrooms, but they have to land on solid surfaces or inside someone's body. Cheerfully informed Komori, who was looking over the water, at the many aquatic villains circling around the boat. Bakugo glared down at his hands, furiously rubbing them together in order to get rid of all the water clinging to them. It was bad enough for him to be surrounded by extras, but the situation was worsened by the fact his quirk was temporarily unusable. Blood-red eyes narrowed in concentration, staring at the three people who he had been stranded with, trying to remember something useful about them. Weird hair follows Deku around. Frog face. I didn't even know she was in our class, and Mushroom Freak doesn't have any close combat skills. Slowly recalled Bakugo, he did know their quirks at least, so that was something. Give me a minute and I'll blow them all away. Cockily declared Bakugo, his palms sparking erratically, as his palms were nearly fully dried. Now all he had to do was build up a decent amount of sweat. I don't mean to doubt your abilities, but isn't that the least of our worries? We have to think about everyone else's safety firstly. Stiffly questioned Kirishima, straightening his posture, making the red-haired teen look somewhat heroic for a brief second, if it wasn't for the fact his hair was dropping over his eyes. It's a man's job to protect everyone firstly. Determinately growled Kirishima, clearly disagreeing with Bakugo's view, making the blonde scoff at him. Heroes are supposed to take out the threat before then. Loudly snapped Bakugo, as the boat started rocking, only for everyone on board to be thrown off their feet, as a large wave slammed into the boat, snapping some of the timber near the bottom of the boat. Guys, as much as you like arguing, I think we should come up with a plan and fast, Ribbit. Wearily stated Azui, her eyes wide with fright and panic, as she could feel the boat slowly tightening to one side, meaning their time had become greatly limited. Kirishima, can you survive an explosion? Curiously questioned Komori, a sharp grin growing on her face, as she started forming a crazy idea that just might work. Yeah. I think. Hesitantly answered Kirishima, having not expected such a weird question, but considering there was more than a few shark-based villains down in the water, one could understand how the ideas were becoming desperate. Good enough. Bakugo, you're gonna launch Kirishima and me to the shore, with Kirishima acting like a rocket. Azui, you can jump that, right? Happily explained Komori, which was surprisingly a good idea, since that meant everyone had a way to escape from the boat and the villains surrounding them. A tidal wave of water slammed into the boat, sending every student lurching to one side, A gasp escaping from Komori as she hit the deck and slid across the wood, slamming into the safety railing at the other side of the boat. Kirishima managed to tighten himself before he fell, his body trembling in fright as he slowly peered over the side of the boat, staring down at the villains, who had no qualms with killing him, or anyone for that matter. "Shitty hair, stop being a coward and get your butt over here," loudly barked Bakugo, scowling down at Komori, who was now sitting down against the safety railing, clearly in pain, while Azui was crouched down beside the girl. "You're gonna have to act like a cannonball, since I doubt that the mushroom freak can hold on to tightly anymore. So get ready, I want to kill some villains while we have the chance." Gleefully chuckled Bakugo, as Azui helped Komori to her feet, and Kirishima forced himself to calm down, fully aware of the fact that if he acted irrationally, he could get everyone killed. "Why are they all here?" softly mumbled Kirishima. That was the one thing he couldn't get over, his curiosity as to why so many villains would be willing to invade a school where some of the most powerful heroes and quirks had gathered. "I don't know, Ribbit," slowly croaked Azui, helping Komori to her feet as Bakugo started spinning his arms around, trying to gather blood in his hands in order to help heat them up faster so more sweat could be produced. "I'm surrounded by idiots. All Might would have been with us today. It's a hero's course after all, so he should have been here to supervise it, but something came up." Uncaringly scoffed Bakugo, rolling his eyes in exasperation, before coming to a stop as he stared at the three people who were clearly in shock in front of him, not realizing what he was implying. All Might, he is a human at the end of the day, and the only reason these thugs would be here is if they're confident that they can kill him. Gently mumbled Bakugo, which was severely out of character for him, but it seemed to get everyone up. "How? We have to warn the others. Now." Determinately growled Kirishima, his body creaking as his skin hardened, cracking it throughout his whole body, as the teen's durability increased immensely. Komori got to her feet as quickly as she could have, shakily making her way to Kirishima, clearly suffering some sort of injury from being slammed into a wooden safety railing, making the red-headed teen wrap her up in his arms. Sweat started crackling in Bakugo's hands as he watched Kirishima walk forward towards the safety railing, not a tremble in his steps as he faced towards the entrance of USJ, before turning around and letting himself fall backwards, hardening his entire body to the point where he was locked in place, with Komori in his arms. "I hope I never have to touch your feet again," loudly snarled Bakugo, his veins pulsing along his arms as he grabbed onto Kirishima's feet and placed both of his palms on the soles of his feet. "Die!" forcefully shouted Bakugo, a large pop echoing throughout the air, before smoke and fire flew from his palms, launching Kirishima and Komori through the air like a missile, hopefully getting them away from most of the danger. "The others might not think it, but you're not as bad as you act. Ribbit," honestly hummed Azui, crouching down on the deck and kicking off a second later, leaving Bakugo alone in the middle of a sea of villains. Bakugo didn't say anything, all he did was point his palms downwards, grinning like a fool as he unleashed a second explosion, launching the teen through the air, and at the same time, giving the blonde an overview of the whole air. The landslide zone caught his attention, not because of any particular villain or its appearance, but from the massive gale of air that originated from the top of it, sending villains and rubble flying with ease, carving a path through the zone, and there was only one person who Bakugo had the misfortune of knowing who had that sort of raw power. "Deku, you better get out of here alive so I can beat your butt and the ideas of being a hero out of you at the sports festival." Mentally growled Bakugo, his blood-red eyes gleaming in the light as he flew off, heading towards the entrance of the UA. "Location change. You don't have to do this. What would your mother think of this? She would be upset," desperately shouted Izuku, ducking beneath a stream of fire that caused a few hairs on the top of his head to shrivel up from the heat, his right hand sore from the backlash of breaking his middle finger. "Your words hit deep. +4 charm. Congratulations. You have achieved 50 charm. A skill shall be generated. Smooth Talker. Level 110. Description: with your charm, you're known to be a bit of a smooth talker. With this skill, the chances of you successfully wooing someone is increased." "Really?" dryly thought Izuku, staring at the villain in front of him, who had broken out into tears in front of Izuku, making the 9-foot-tall demon-looking man, who was covered in muscles, look kind of like a puppy. "You're right. I'm coming home, Mom," pathetically wailed the man, before turning around and running away from Izuku, as everyone present paused for a second, staring at Izuku in equal parts fear and amazement. Would you rather not have a skill that can potentially end a fight by saying a simple sentence? Think of it as your speciality from now on, especially since you can't use one for all at 100% yet, so you do need some sort of safety net, even if it isn't that good yet. Besides, can't you use intent and smooth talking in tandem? One to weaken your opponent's will, and the other to get them to stop fighting? The fact dating sims had a point, and knew it, Izuku couldn't help but feel just a little bit sour, since dating sims most certainly would not let Izuku live it down. Also, think of the uses this skill will have on the heroines. You will be gaining so many relationship points with this skill. Mina especially will be head over heels for you by the sports festival. Izuku, I don't know what you did, but the less guys we have to fight the better. Loudly howled Itsuka, as she threw a particularly large boulder at a massive tree person, making a loud creak echo through the area as the person fell over. We're almost out of the landslide zone now, we'll be in the plaza soon. Encouragingly shouted Itsuka, which made a shudder race up Izuku's spine, since he could feel the faint tingle race up his spine whenever he looked in the general location of the plaza. Aizawa will need help. Grimly realized Izuku, flinging himself forward like a rocket, 6% of One for All's overwhelming power coursing through his body, making his joints groan under the strain, as both Izuku and Itsuka closed in on the last remaining villains blocking their escape. He's an underground hero, there's no doubt he can fight off a crowd, but normally he'd be in an alleyway with coverages, not out in the open fight off more than 36 villains, not to mention a monster. Logically assessed Izuku, the fact was, Aizawa would die if he didn't receive help, and that scared the green-haired teen. A shiver raced down Izuku's spine, followed by a gut sensation. Izuku didn't have a clue what it meant, but he knew what he had to do. Solidifying his stance, Izuku leaned backward, throwing his right leg into the air, his foot slamming into a metallic object, sending a ping through the air. Intent bursted free from Izuku, as the woman with long, metallic nails froze in place, before she started frothing at the mouth, collapsing a second later. The assimilation of danger sense, 50%. I think it is time for a DLC at last. Appraisal. Level, 110. Description. You can gather limited data on a person. Everything was happening so fast for Izuku, he had gained 3 new skills in the space of an hour, which Izuku had a feeling wasn't supposed to happen under normal circumstances, but normal circumstances for most people didn't involve being attacked by a group of villains, or have a second, sentient quirk, that had changing his quirk. Glancing over at the remaining group of villains, which had been knocked down to 3 at last, a shaky smile grew on Izuku's face, as he stared over at Itsuka and Yanagi. You too good? Carefully asked Izuku, keeping an eye on the 3 remaining villains, who were looking a lot more nervous now, which was a good and bad thing, while waiting on his friends to respond. People and animals are at their most dangerous when they're cornered. Cautiously noted Izuku, taking a brief second to use his newest skill, appraisal, on the middle villain. Name? Description. Intent would work on this person. Smooth talking wouldn't work on this person. Limited data indeed. Yeah, but my hands are starting to get cramps. Shakily huffed Itsuka, and Izuku actually took a second to look over at Itsuka, who was trembling now, with her hands shrunken down to their normal size, with the muscles in her hands are wrinkled and shriveled. I can continue for a while. Softly answered Yanagi, smiling over towards Izuku, as she took a second to gather the dust and sand around her, but Izuku could see the sweat dripping down from her forehead. They appreciate the concern. +4 relationship with Yanagi Reiko. +4 relationship with Kendo Itsuka. You're not tired because I'm helping you to recover your stamina faster, but I can't do this forever with your body having some substance. That's useful to know. Let's get to the stairs then. Determinately mumbled Izuku, quickly activating and focusing intent on the second villain, forcing them to stagger backwards from the green-haired teen's determination as Izuku launched forward, intending on taking out the last 2 villains by himself. Green electricity arched across Izuku's body as the teen shot off, his world blurring from the speed he was traveling at, his clothes rustling with the air resistance, as Izuku kicked off the ground, sending him into the air. A light entered Izuku's eyes, while the teen tilted his body forward, his head aiming at the middle between the 2 villains, as their eyes finally registered what was happening. Unfortunately for them, it was too late. In a display of strength that would leave many with open mouths, Izuku caught himself with his hands, bringing his momentum to a complete halt, before the teen springboarded off of the ground, just as the villain on the left lunged at him. A grunt escaped Izuku's mouth, as the green-haired dating sim's protagonist flipped again, tightening himself as he plummeted back down, landing on the back of the villain, knocking them down for the count. You can run, but for how long? B. I'll let you surrender. C. 5, 4, 3, 2. D. Random choice. First is oddly menacing, the second one is appropriate, I don't know what C even implies, and D is too risky. Rapidly thought Izuku, stepping off of the down villain, hearing a loud wheeze as he did so, which Izuku didn't pay any thought to. I'll let you surrender. Easily stated Izuku, using smooth talker as well, in order to increase the chance of the villain backing down. Here. Bewilderedly squealed the villain, her body quivering as she dropped to the ground, meaning every villain nearby had been defeated. With the scarce amount of time they had to relax before they moved on, Izuku used appraisal on the woman. Name? Description. Intent has worked on this person. Smooth talking has affected this person. So appraisal can tell me if my skill can affect a person, as well as if it has affect a person. Interestedly noted Izuku, making sure to make a mental note of the latest discovery about his weird quirk. I wonder if it can update me on the person as well? I know in some video games certain types of attacks can only affect someone after they lose enough health. Idly theorized Izuku, looking over at Itsuka and Yanagi, both of whom were looking upwards, and Izuku slowly copied them. Is that Kirishima? Confusedly mumbled Itsuka, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, as everyone watched a red blur shoot through the sky, with a splotch of brown on it as well. He achieved flight through manliness. Kirishima Ijiro has become such a manly man that gravity no longer affects him. Izuku-kun, you can take some notes, All Might isn't even that mighty, and he has enough muscles that his muscles has muscles. You're aware Uraraka could have just removed her gravity, or Azui could have launched him with her tongue. Dryly countered Izuku, he knew full well that Ijiro was manly enough to walk away after being shot sort of manly, but the red-haired teen wasn't manly enough to fly. Was he? Not to mention, Kirishima's quirk was hardening, so he couldn't have achieved it by himself. Kendo, will you catch him, or will he just collide into the ground with his passenger? Tiredly asked Yanagi, staring passively up at Kirishima, was now visibly anxious, as he was rapidly approaching the ground near the group. Is that Komori? Easily added Yanagi, not quite believing her eyes. She wasn't expecting to see Komori riding Ijiro as if he was a rocket, but she didn't expect a villain attack today. Izuku-kun, Kirishima will survive the landing if he keeps his quirk active. The issue is his passenger, who will most likely receive immense trauma to her skull if they aren't caught. Never let it be said that dating sims didn't have a way with words. Taking off into a sprint, green electricity crackled around Izuku as he reactivated One for All, multiplying the teen's speed immensely, as Izuku estimated where Kirishima would land, which wasn't that far away from them. Sliding to a halt and crouching down, Izuku felt the muscles in his legs shudder from the stress. Constantly using 6% of One for All was making its toll known, but someone was in danger, so the backlash would most certainly be worth it. Itsuka won't make it. Bluntly noted Izuku, she was too far away. Even if she activated her quirk she couldn't possibly make it, meaning Ijiro, who was the most likely to not suffer any injury, would have to crash into the ground, but Komori was still at risk. Ijiro, you got this. Get harder. Plus ultra. Loudly shouted Izuku, using smooth talker, as his legs uncoiled like a spring, launching Izuku upwards like a rocket. Rapidly closing the distance between the two of them, Izuku could feel dating sims help him in some way, slowing down his perception of the world, like when he experienced the first meeting whenever he met a heroine, but faster. Like a snake, Izuku's arms shot forward, wrapping around Komori's waist, as Izuku soared forward with his passenger, sparing a glance back at Ijiro, who looked as if he had finally registered what Izuku had said. Thanks bro. Simply mumbled Ijiro, a smile on his face as he realized that the green blur that had passed by was Izuku, who was saving Komori, meaning the final bit was up to him now, and by his manliness he would do it. Reaching the apex of his leap, Izuku couldn't help but frown as he has a brief look over the area, noting that the conflagration zone wasn't on fire anymore. Instead it was frozen solid. Various glaciers were coming through some buildings, canceling the fire. It was the central plaza that had Izuku worried, since it was only Aizawa who was there, and despite there being so many villains being knocked out, the large, hulking, bird-like monster was just standing there impassively, not doing a single thing. Izuku-kun, use appraisal. We need information on it. Izuku used the skill without a single thought. Appraisal. Description. Intent will not work. Smooth talking will not work. Nomu. Gently mumbled Izuku, bracing himself as he fell back down, hearing the shattering of rocks and earth, as Ijiro landed in his own way, before Izuku's feet slammed into the ground. A hiss escaped Izuku's mouth as he placed Komori on the ground, his knees and feet stinging from the impact of the landing, letting Izuku know not to do that again. Explosions echoed overhead. Izuku didn't flinch, since he only knew of one person who had explosions that sounded like that. "You okay, Komori?" carefully questioned Izuku, letting go of the constant flow of one for all, in order to let him rest for a brief while, knowing that things were about to get a whole lot tougher very shortly. "Yep," giddily clarified the girl, popping the pea as she grinned at Izuku, and the best thing was that dating sims wasn't interfering at all. She wasn't a heroine. A small mercies in life. "Brodoria, thanks for saving Komori, we didn't think that part of the plan through." Sheepishly chuckled Ijiro, walking towards Izuku and Komori covered in dirt and dust, but he seemed quite miffed about something. "Speak for yourself, shitty hair," loudly growled Bakugo, glaring over the group of heroes in training, his eyes narrowing as they scanned the zone behind them, noting the unconscious villains littered throughout the area. "They're here to kill All Might Ribbit," abruptly croaked Azui, hopping over to the group, her face looking oddly calm, but her eyes were a whirlwind of emotions, contemplating what to do. "It's Nomu, that's how they'll kill him." "B, what?" "C, are you sure?" "D, we can run to the exit. I'm sure the other will make it by themselves." "Really?" Dryly huffed Izuku. He already knew what option he would go with. The last choice was cowardly, the second and third choice were useless, since Izuku already knew why, that left the first option. "It's Nomu, that's how they'll kill him," grimly stated Izuku, drawing everyone's attention in a second, everyone staring at Izuku as if he had a second head. "Do you want to explain, Deku?" viciously snarled Bakugo, huffing and puffing as he was bouncing up and down on his feet, a way for him to sweat a bit more than normal, which was useful, but Bakugo didn't seem as lively as normal. "That thing, it isn't normal, by that I mean someone who was born like that. There's a high possibility that thing was created to fight All Might, meaning it might be genetically modified, and its quirk could be anything." Hurriedly theorized Izuku, his mind racing in multiple directions, thinking of plausible ideas and connection them, ruling out whatever seemed too outlandish, as a more concrete idea of what they were fighting came to mind, and a way to stop it. "If we are going to take this down, we are going to need either Todoroki or Uraraka," logically mumbled Izuku, doing his best to recall how Noma looked, down to the smallest detail, to its eyes, head, chest, arms, fingers, scars, stomach, legs, and feet. "Why the Canadian flag or round face? Are you gone stupid or something, Deku?" Bewilderedly snapped Bakugo, as everyone else looked at Izuku in confusion, trying to connect the dots Izuku had set down, and then Yanagi's eyes widened with realization. "She is amazed at your strategy. +11 relationship with Yanagi Reiko. In order to nullify it, it will become a specter if any of those two get a clean shot at it," calmly answered Yanagi, nodding at Izuku in understanding, as realization dawned on everyone else's faces. "I know that Todoroki is already in the conflagration zone, but if it was made to fight All Might, would it not be better if it was Uraraka?" Confusedly questioned Ijiro, who raised a good point. Even All Might would be helpless if he had his gravity taken away from him, since there would be nothing stopping him from launching himself into outer space. "We should split up then, one group retrieves Todoroki, while the other finds Achiko then," easily suggested Itsuka, eyeing everyone present and nodding to herself, crouching down a second later and writing in the dirt. "Kendo, big fist, physical fighter, martial artist. Komori, mushroom, support fighter, Daoi. Kirishima, hardening, physical fighter, shield. Bakugo, explosion, physical fighter, ranged rider. Azui, frog, physical fighter, support. Midoriya, strength enhancement, physical fighter, ranged fighter. I suggest that the group who's going to get Todoroki should have Kirishima, as well as a physical fighter, while the group who is going around the other zones, rescuing the other students and trying to find Achiko should have Komori and everyone else." Slowly spoke Itsuka, looking between everyone present, specifically at Ijiro and Komori in order to see their reactions. "I'll go get Todoroki with Ijiro." Immediately piped up Izuku, staring down at his right hand, which already had 2 broken fingers on it, and at this point it was easier for him to use his feet. "I can definitely take out a chunk of the villains in the plaza as we're passing, which will hopefully buy Aizawa some extra time." Cautiously added Izuku. He could see the disappointment in Itsuka's eyes. Apparently she wasn't a fan of him breaking his bones on purpose. Oh no. She didn't like that. -4 relationship points with Kendo Itsuka. She really wasn't a fan of it, it seemed. So it's Izuku and Ijiro to get Todoroki, while Kendo, Komori, Bakugo, and I try and find Achiko, as well as save every other student, ribbit. Easily summarized Azui, getting a nod from everyone present, as she turned her focus onto the nearest zone, which happened to be the mountain zone, not far from the conflagration zone. Izuku-an, say sorry or something. You've lost relationship points with her. Why aren't you worrying? Aizawa could die if I don't do this, and I won't apologize for doing the right thing. Mentally answered Izuku, looking over at Ijiro and nodding. The burning sensation of one for all flowed beneath his skin, as the duo launched forward, planning on going through a small section of the plaza villains. Forcing himself to run slower than normal, in order to keep pace with Ijiro, Izuku couldn't help but grimace as he clenched his right hand, feeling the bones in his broken finger shift, making him winch, but nonetheless, Izuku formed a fist. Izuku knew full well how sore breaking a bone was, but fortunately the pain would only be temporary. Dating Sims would do its best to numb the pain so he could focus. Where are you aiming? Curiously asked Ijiro, his face hard as he continued running forward, not using his quirk at all, in order to allow his muscles to rest somewhat. I'm planning on aiming close to the center of it, most likely just to the left of the center, so I can take out as many villains as possible, which should buy everyone some time. Harshly huffed Izuku, sweat was already starting to gather on his forehead from the constant movement of today. Doing early morning workouts certainly wasn't helping him. If I can take out Kurogiri, then it should hopefully make it possible to arrest everyone here, so it won't happen again, as well as save people on the streets. On the other side of things, that means the villains can't run away if they feel threatened. Decisively decided Izuku, clenching his right hand, his broken fingers twitching from the pressure he was applying, as red veins of energy crisscrossed his right arm, while pulling his right arm backwards, realizing what was happening at the center of the plaza. One for all. 100%. Multiple things happened at once. The sickening crack of Aizawa's skull across the USJ made Izuku freeze, his blood chilling at the gruesome scene of his teacher's head dripping blood, his right eye swelled shut, as an explosion of ice completely covered the conflagration zone, completely throwing off Izuku's aim. Gales of wind howled throughout the entirety of Yuhi, as Izuku threw his right arm forward, tears in his eyes as the image was burned into his mind, his teacher on the verge of death, as the pain of his arm shattering quickly brought Izuku back to focus. Ijiro, go find Todoroki. Softly whispered Izuku, red veins of energy crossing throughout his whole body, fully aware he wouldn't be able to do much after this. But if he didn't do this, then Aizawa would die. And Izuku had no doubt in his mind that him and his fellow students would follow suit afterwards. Everything had become a lot more real, very quickly. Izuku-an, I'll do my best to numb the pain as much as I can, but I'm not sure for how long I'll be able to do it for, since every other time you only had a broken bone for a few minutes at most. Izuku. Slowly spoke Ijiro, looking at the trail of unconscious villains that had been easily whipped to the side of the plaza from Izuku's punch, and the worst part was, the guy covered in hands was looking at them. You could die. Though it wasn't like Ijiro had to say those words aloud for them to be understood by the green-haired dating Sims protagonist. I'm a hero, I want to save everyone with a smile on my face, so if everyone ran when they got scared, who would be left? Sadly mused Izuku, crouching down as he rapidly began upping the power of one for was coursing through him, fully aware that he would have to rely on all of his skills now. Your words have touched Kirishima Ijiro. He is inspired. The ground shattered beneath Izuku's feet as he pushed himself forward, his toes snapping loudly from the takeoff, breaking in an instant, yet it easily propelled Izuku to the Nomu, desperately hoping to reach Aizawa before it was too late. Clenching his left hand hard enough to have his nails dig into his hands and draw blood, Izuku slammed his right foot into the ground, causing his right foot to sink into the ground a few inches, causing more cracks to form, before twisting his hips, putting his everything into this punch. Then the sonic boom from his takeoff caught up. Smash! Furiously howled Izuku, his left arm shot forward, shattering through the sound barrier again, as a blur of speed, before coming to an abrupt halt as it collided with Nomu. There's no pain? Dating Sims? Rapidly noted Izuku, sparing a brief glance at his left arm, and noticed that his left arm wasn't broken at all, which was odd. You're an All Might fan as well. Disgustedly spat Tamura, looking into Izuku's eyes, clearly and utterly. Deranged in every way, as a wicked grin slowly grew over the man's face. Not even All Might could defeat Nomu. He's been modified to be the anti-symbol of peace. Crazily cackled Tamura, a massive shudder racing down Izuku's spine, letting Izuku know that he was in immense danger. Izuku, now is not the time for chit-chat. Hurry up and either get Aizawa and yourself out of there, or run. Problem child. Wearily mumbled Aizawa, blood dripping down the side of his face, his right eye swollen shut from the damage he had received from his fight with the Nomu, yet he still had the strength to try and protect his students. Kill the brat. Bluntly ordered Tamura. Aizawa's body collapsed to the ground a millisecond later, no longer being held up by Nomu, while a shadow blocked Izuku's view of everything. The world slowed down for Izuku, not because of dating sims doing anything, but because as Izuku looked at Nomu, whose fist was rapidly approaching his face, Izuku knew he would die from this. Dating sims, it's been fun. Remorsefully thanked Izuku, knowing he had bought a few precious seconds that would hopefully save his friends from a fate similar to his own. Just before the fist collided with Izuku's face, he was pushed out of the way, causing Izuku to avoid the blow that would have led to his death, and as Izuku stumbled out of the way, he looked around to see his savior, Kirishima Ijiro, his best friend, who was taking Nomu's punch for him. What felt like hours but was only a second in total, Izuku watched as Ijiro's skin hardened, his arms crossed across his face, as Nomu's punch connected with Ijiro's arms. For a brief moment, Izuku thought he heard something over the sound of bones breaking from immense pressure, as Ijiro was flung backwards like a wrecking ball. Besides his broken bones and pounding heart, Izuku was almost perfectly healthy despite the situation he was in, but the green-haired dating sim's protagonist knew his luck wouldn't last long. Izuku-in, I'll numb the pain, recovery girl can heal any damage later, but for now, you'll have to literally break your body apart if you want to save everyone as well as live. Within a second, red veins of energy crawled around Izuku's body, bolstering his muscles and reaction speed to superhuman levels, and then Izuku closed his eyes, taking away his vision, solely relying on danger sense. Izuku knew what he had to do, stall Nomu, Tamura, and Kurogiri until help arrived, and the only issue was, Izuku had to be an absolute minimalist in terms of movement as well, if he wanted to last more than a minute. With Ijiro, I'm alive? Confusedly gawked Ijiro, despite the fact his arms were hanging limply by his sides, both clearly broken, but that was more favorable than dying any day of the week. How? That thing was designed to kill All Might, how did I withstand that blow? Curiously mused Ijiro, his eyes watering as he started coughing, looking around and realizing he was surrounded by smoke, fire, and ice. The conflagration zone. Oi Todoroki! You here! Hopefully shouted Ijiro, struggling to get to his feet with immense difficulty, all of his muscles uncannily sore, each muscle feeling as if they were about to snap at any given moment from the strain of supporting his own body weight. Silence. Nobody respond, either Todoroki and whoever else was in the conflagration zone had already left, or the villains in here were a lot stronger than the other villains elsewhere. Tears of grief and anger gathered in Ijiro's eyes as he wobbled forward, determined to get back out there and help Izuku, since Ijiro knew that was what Crimson Riot would do, get back up and get back into the fight if he got knocked out of it, and Ijiro would do that as well. Why did his eyelids feel really heavy? It's Kirishima. Worriedly echoed a voice overhead, forcing Ijiro to tilt his head backward in order to see the source of the sound, which was a floating eye, ear, and a mouth. Izuku. He's fighting Nomu. Weakly mumbled Ijiro, a vague sense of ease coming over him, since he knew someone in 1A had a quirk that let them detach their body parts, so it must be them. Help him. Loudly grunted Ijiro, staggering forward and almost falling, hearing the sound of concrete being shattered with excessive force. Back with Izuku. Everything hurt and Izuku was barely staying away from the Nomu. She is impressed at how far you're willing to go. +7 relationship with Tokage Setsuna. But now was not the time for it. Oh wow, it's almost like it's my fault you decided to be a hero. Creaks and groans echoed from Izuku's legs, which had turned an ugly shade of purple. All of his toes were broken at this point, and each little twitch of his muscle made Izuku feel as if his legs were on fire and stuck in brimstone. Despite having his emerald green eyes closed, Izuku was nimbly dodging and ducking away from Nomu's punches, moving in the opposite way of origin of the danger, barely handling a steady stream of 50% of one for all, and that was because dating sims was numbing the pain, as well as Izuku keeping each dodge to minimum of movement. If you could do anything else I'd be grateful. Hurriedly responded Izuku, taking a deep breath in as he tilted his head to the right, narrowly avoiding a massive fist, larger than his head, flying by, breaking the sound barrier as it did so. Izuku-in, do you know the way you were curious about my limits? Oh no. Izuku didn't like where this was going. 5 minutes of numbing, that's my absolute limit for now. I'm sorry I wasn't enough. Pain like no other made itself known to Izuku. His right arm felt like hell, His legs felt like they had been physically used as All Might's punching bag, and his ears were ringing as well. His arms weak, knees heavy, Izuku could only mentally berate himself as he felt himself lose his balance, flopping to the floor like a defenseless baby, utterly spent, unable to move a muscle. "Ha, he fell. To last. Kill him. Now." Crazily cackled Tamura. Izuku opened his eyes and stared at Nomu's own dull, lifeless, and thoughtless eyes, as the creature reeled back its fist, preparing to squash Izuku like a bug. "Everyone, thank you for the memories." Calmly thanked Izuku, waiting for the punch that didn't come, making Izuku blink as he saw Nomu engulfed in a block of ice, before the ground and Nomu started getting further away, making Izuku blanch. "That's pretty awesome of you, Midoriya, not many people would do what you did." Kindly hummed Tokage, her arms wrapped beneath Izuku's. "Broken ones, not particularly gentle with her movements, but Izuku would rather be sore and alive than painless and dead." "What?" pathetically croaked Izuku, coughing violently a second later, a wad of blood falling to the ground below, as Izuku realized that it was literally just Tokage's upper body lifting him, meaning the soft things supporting his head could only be one thing. "Melons? You've literally broke yourself in order to protect Aizawa, and it was only you as well, so that's pretty awesome in my books." Softly answered Tokage, her eyes glancing down at the battered green-haired dating sim's protagonist in her arms, noticing all of his limbs, fingers, and toes were broken, as well as various cuts on his body. "Her respect for you has skyrocketed. Your relationship with Tokage Setsuna has maxed out. It will now enter stage 2. Tokage Setsuna, the self-assured. Relationship, respect, stage 20100. Description: due to her quirk, she has been an outcast by her classmates. Now thanks to that, she finds it difficult to build a genuine relationship with anyone, struggling to make true friends, she trusts completely. Now after witnessing how far you are willing to go for someone you've barely known for a month, she is starting to think that she has finally found someone she can trust." Emerald green eyes drooped, struggling to stay open from the immense pain and exhaustion Izuku was feeling, but desperately watching the scene beneath him, as Tokage took him back to the top of the stairs, the safe point. At this point, Todoroki had successfully entrapped Nomu in a literal glacier of ice, dropping the temperature within the USJ to the point where Izuku could see his breath, as an explosion roared from the other side of the USJ, meaning Bakugo was fighting someone, or was trying to get back to Nomu now. Painfully, Izuku raised his right arm. He wanted to help everyone more. Not be laying out of action. As everyone else struggled to fight for their lives. Previous successors of One for All. "If you can do anything to help them, I'd be grateful." Slowly asked Izuku, heading the glacier of ice groaning, despite being so far away, meaning Todoroki's attempt at immobilizing the thing was unsuccessful, that only left Hachiko. Green eyes glazed over, every single thought within Izuku's head vanished, as his body seemingly shut down, except for the intense array of green sparks gathering and darkening in his right arm. Cracks spread through the glacier, causing it to finally fall apart, revealing the Nomu to be perfectly fine, except it was noticeably more set off than before, and ready to kill everyone here. It happened in a blur of movement. Bakugo slammed his right fist into the Nomu's exposed brain, stunning it for a brief second, before someone else came running up behind Bakugo, Ida, with Hachiko on his back, who prominently slapped Nomu, erasing its gravity. Dark green arcs of energy exploded from Izuku's right arm, sending a wave of pure agony through the teen's body, but in an instant, Izuku knew what it was. Black Whip. Dark threads of energy flew through the air. It was moving by itself, completely independent from Izuku, as the Nomu tried to stretch out its hand so it could crush Hachiko with it. A meaty thud echoed through the area, as Black Whip slammed into Nomu's chest, knocking the creature back effortlessly, before it abruptly shot upwards, slamming into the weightless Nomu's jaw, sending it flying upwards, neutralizing the largest threat at the moment. "What?" furiously screamed Tamura, crazed red eyes following the thread of black energy back to its source, locking eyes with Izuku a second later, angering Tamura even further. Intent made itself known, as Izuku stared down at Tamura, despite his limbs being broken and his body battered to a pulp. Izuku's glowing green eyes made Tamura freeze for a single second. All that was left was Tamura and Kurogiri, and Izuku was certain everyone else could take care of those two, as well as the remaining thugs. "But Aizawa, you are her hero again. Due to your awesomeness in saving her, Hachiko thinks you are a hero everyone should be like. Plus 30 relationship with Hachiko Uraraka. Izuku-kun, you did amazing, you can relax now, everything will be alright?" "Why? dazedly asked Izuku, his vision swimming as Black Whip dissipated into the air, as Nomu's body thudded against the roof of Uesting, a comical sound, despite the situation. "I am here!" Furiously howled a man, who had been wronged. The doors of the Izu bursted open a second later, revealing the hulking form of All Might, who had frown on his face as he walked into everyone going silent as they watched the strongest man in the world. "Really should have been a doctor," sadly mumbled one of the many villains, before All Might disappeared in a blur, a sonic boom echoing across Yue. Multiple villains either flying into the air or slamming into the ground, as the students of 1A and Aizawa appeared at the base of the stairs. "We are saved," happily mumbled Izuku, feeling his body being laid down on top of the stairs, and everything felt oddly comfortable for a change, as the green-haired dating Sims protagonist felt his eyes close against his will, drifting into a state of unconscious a second later, not seeing the notification over his head. Hidden mission completed. Survival. Rewards. +10 relationship with every unlocked heroine. +10 to all stats. Time skip. Izuku's eyes snapped open, vivid memories of what happened assaulted Izuku's mind, 5% of 1 for all course through the teen's body, only for his arm to groan audibly, and something solid hit his head, before a gummy was held out in front him. Slowly blinking, Izuku stared at the gummy, looking at the person who was holding it out to him. Recovery Girl was standing in front of him, with her lips pursed. "Calm down, brat, it's over and nobody died," softly soothed Recovery Girl, as Izuku slowly accepted the gummy, popping it into his mouth a second later, realizing that his left arm and both of his legs were still broken, and still had various cuts on his body. "How is everyone?" worriedly gasped Izuku, his throat parched from lack of use, grateful as Recovery Girl handed him a cup of water, which had been downed in an instant. "Besides you being the most injured, Aizawa has a fractured skull, a few new facial scars, a broken arm, and several broken ribs. 13 is in critical condition. Lastly is that Kirishima boy, both of his forearms are broken, a clean snap for both of them fortunately, but for some reason, all of his muscles look like they've been squished badly," calmly explained Recovery Girl, taking the empty cup away from Izuku, and giving him some of her gummy bears. "Other than that, some of the students have the side effects of overusing their quirks," happily added Recovery Girl, smiling as she saw Izuku's eyes roll back into his head. She was surprised he had woken up so early, despite however briefly it had been. "Why did you call me here, Chio? Everything will be okay with young Midoriya, won't it?" concernedly questioned Toshinori Yagi, gazing at his young, green-haired successor, who had surpassed all of expectations in every single way. Besides the broken bones, torn and pulled muscles and damaged ligaments, he's perfectly okay, sarcastically responded Chio, rolling her eyes as she hopped up onto her chair and rapidly started typing onto her computer, pulling up different files that she had found confusing. "I had taken some blood samples from Izuku in order to check up on how his body is handling the multiple quirks inside of him, but importantly something has happened to his quirk factor." Interestedly hummed Chio, brining up the file, and gestured at Toshinori to get closer. "But what's wrong?" concernedly questioned Toshinori, walked towards Chio with the look of distress clear on his face, as the skeletal man made his way to Chio, so he could see what was on the computer screen. What was on the computer screen would look alien to most, and the only people who could recognize it at a glance would be quirk doctors or quirk specialists, and even then they would be miffed at what they would be seeing. Due to having the exact same quirk, Toshinori could easily note which one was one for all, before noting the weirdly shaped jigsaw piece that was Midoriya's quirk, dating Sims, but something was different about it, as well as the minuscule quirk factors of the previous successor's quirks. "Midoriya will be the last host of One for All," grimly stated Chio, making Toshinori freeze up at those words. If Izuku was the last host, that meant he would beat All for One, which was a good thing. But why did Chio sound so grim? Isn't that a good thing? Confusedly questioned Toshinori, arching a brow as he saw Chio type something onto the computer, before the quirk factors on the screen started moving. Nothing happened for the first second, but then Dating Sim's quirk factor did something odd. It started stretching, ignoring One for All, the nearest quirk factor, in favor of one of the smaller ones, before it simply connected to one of the smaller quirk factors, which was simply absorbed by Dating Sims. It was then Toshinori noted that Dating Sim's quirk factor was noticeable larger, and got larger with each quirk factor it absorbed, until only itself and One for All was left. Then to Toshinori's horrifying amazement, he watched as Dating Sims ate One for All, massively increasing in size. In some aspects yes, But this is just a guess as to what will happen with the available data, though I don't know what will happen to Izuku's body if his quirk factor grew so large so quickly. Wearily sighed Chio, before pulling up dozens of other files with ease, showing off dozens of various quirk factors from random civilian to heroes, and none of them looked like dating sim's oddly shaped jigsaw piece. Toshinori, whoever Midoriya's father is, I doubt his quirk was simply fire-breathing, which was likely just a cover story, or Izuku's quirk was artificially created. Sadly, added Chio, those were two of most logical explanations she had at the moment, and she didn't know what was worse. The fact someone had altered Izuku's genetics, or the fact that only one person had a vaguely similar quirk to him. In a sense, it's good that Izuku and I are the last people to use One for All. Once that BSRD is taken down, we can let One for All fade out of existence. Simply mulled Toshinori, staring down at his successor, the one who would surpass him in so many ways and inspire everyone around him. His successor, Midoriya Izuku, the 9th and final user of One for All, and Ladies' Man. That's a wrap, folks. The USJ arc has finally concluded, which was close to 20k words, which is pretty decent by my standards. The sports festival will be starting soon, but before then, the next chapter will be Izuku getting ready for it, training for fighting style, and grinding some of his skills. And Izuku is the last successor of One for All, and dating sims has become an even more complex quirk than before. The deal. Do we have a deal? Stiffly asked Hizashi, the English teacher of you today, or the pro hero more commonly known as Present Mike, and the yellow-haired man had made Izuku the deal of a lifetime. Fully marks in every English test and assessment for the rest of his time in Yude, if he successfully stole Aizawa's obnoxious, yellow sleeping bag without being caught. Izuku-kun, think of how much time you'd have to get closer to the heroines if you succeed. I could spend that time practicing One for All and improving my kicking. Dryly responded Izuku. A part of him felt as if it would be cheating to take part in such an unheroic deal, but it would be illogical of him to deny such a deal. Izuku was certain Aizawa would be proud of his logic. Shouldn't you be questioning why your English teacher wants Aizawa's sleeping bag? Do you want me to have spare time or not? Exasperatedly questioned Izuku, rolling his emerald eyes as he nodded at Hizashi, his mind running a light year a second, coming up with a way to get Aizawa away from his sleeping bag, which hadn't been seen before. Aizawa and his sleeping bag were stuck together, like bees and flowers, bakugu and explosions, and all might and muscles. Without the other, it didn't seem right, like something in the universe had gone wrong. Basically, Izuku was about to commit a crime. Izuku, look above you. Slowly following his quirk's advice, Izuku stared upwards, his green eyes landing on a vent, which was pretty normal in the hallways of Yude, but what was a cause for concern were the pair of black eyes that met Izuku's. The fact that white capture scarves had slid through the grid of vents and had bounded and gagged Hizashi should have been a concern, but the fact someone was in the vents was scary. Problem child, if you walk away now and forget about your deal with this Muppet, you can escape. Frostily promised Aizawa, his eyes flashing red as they landed on Hizashi, flickering back to Izuku a second later, and a shiver raced up Izuku's spine. Izuku-kun, think of the true question here. Practice and girls or English work? The answer is obvious. Turning on his heels, Izuku ran, leaving his foolish English teacher to his own demise, at the hands of Aizawa and his crusty sleeping bag. Izuku felt horrible. His body still ached, despite being fully healed at this point, and dating sims couldn't do anything about it. Nor did Izuku want to take any medication, since he was certain he would be back to full health in a few days at most. That wasn't mentioning how worried his mother was about him, and how he had almost died trying to distract Nomu, but he didn't, so Izuku couldn't really see the point. Wasn't like he did die or anything. Anyone would count themselves luckily if that was all of their worries. Unfortunately, Izuku had more to his plate than he wanted to deal with. Some of the issues could be avoided for a while, some were coming at him and he could do nothing about it, and others could be put off for a while. The issues that could be avoided temporarily was his growing relationship with all of the heroines he had met so far. The issue that could be put off for a while was simply getting out of bed, and the issue he could do nothing about was dating sims absorbing One for All. Yanagi Reiko, spooky story fan. Relationship, movie partner, 4100. Description: Yanagi Reiko, a fan of all things spooky and things that go bump in the night, especially movies. She loves it when her heart starts pounding in excitement and fear, so perhaps you can become the thing that makes her heart start pounding whenever she sees you? There was also the fact that Yanagi was now friends. On a side note, she knew a lot about movies, not just horror ones. Get out of bed, Izuku, you've to go dancing later in order to improve, and you've to do your daily stretches in order to improve your flexibility. Don't forget that tomorrow you're having your friends over, so you have to clean the house as well, so they don't think you're a slob. Thanks for the reminder, Mom. Dryly brooded Izuku, not looking forward to being productive on the 2 days off he had from you today, since Netsu had deemed it important that 1A had a chance to recovery. You are welcome, son. Slowly kicking his blanket off of him, Izuku shuddered as he felt the precious heat escape from his bed. It wasn't cold out at all, but there was something special about a warm bed that the hot days of summer could never mimic. Rolling out of his bed and onto the floor, Izuku laid still for a second, gathering his bearings from his bedroom floor, before the green-haired dating sims protagonist pushed himself up, deciding to get ready for the day. Dating sims, how is the progress with assimilating danger sense going? Curiously yawned Izuku, arching his back backwards and stretching out his arms, hearing his limbs and back crack from the stretches, before the green-eyed teen saw his tracksuit, which he would be using today. Fortunately, it's at 71% at the moment. Due to the immense use of danger sense at USJ, I was able to break down more of its coding and assimilate close to 30% of it yesterday, which is pretty impressive. At the rate I can assimilate it now, I should be able to completely assimilate it before the sports festival and start working on another quirk that you can use as a hidden ace up the sleeves. Any quirk in particular? At the moment, a way of reliably attacking at range that doesn't involve me breaking my bones sounds nice, so Black Whip? Curiously mused Izuku, he already had enough physical power at the moment, so FA Gene wouldn't be much use yet. Float and Smokescreen were for support more so, and Izuku knew nobody in Class 1A would warrant the use of those two, with the exception of Bakugu, who could fly. Now Izuku, go get ready. We need to get rid of your stiff fighting style and learn how to dance. Once you become good at dancing, you'll become even more desirable to the girls. Dating sims had an issue, several to be factual, all of them revolved around girls and being a sarcastic a-hole, but nobody was perfect. Time skip. There was something odd walking around a city, trying to find a building's name that had been messily scribbled onto the corner of a page, which was his only source of identification on where Mina's possible dance club could be. On the bright side, Izuku had left extra early for such a specific reason, because Izuku knew, despite looking up where it was, he would get lost. It was inevitable. Why couldn't you be a GPS? Exasperatedly questioned Izuku, squinting as he took out his phone, about to give up and Google where the building was. Why couldn't you be a GPS? Izuku, think of Mina, don't ask any questions, just do it. Okay. Uncertainly answered Izuku, putting his phone back into his pocket and thought of the pink-skinned girl that was called Ishido Mina, trusting his quirk not to make him look like a fool. Excitable and energetic, she could light up a room with how cheery and optimistic she was, and she truly enjoyed hanging out with her friends and doing what she loved, not to mention, out of everyone Izuku had met, Mina's appearance was by far the most unique. A warm breeze hit the back of Izuku's head, making the green-haired dating sims protagonist open his eyes, recognizing the sensation as heroin detector. Thanks to being bonded with One for All and assimilating danger sense, my sensing abilities seems to have increased immensely, though fortunately you can choose what heroin to sense if you want to find them out, and you won't be constantly feeling a warm breeze, since my sensing range has increased immensely. That was oddly useful, but it felt a bit weird to know that I can find any of the girls who are heroines with ease. Happily thought Izuku, glad to finally know where he was going, a large smile on his face, as he all but went as still as a board a second later. Will you ever develop a less creepy skill? Hopefully asked Izuku, fully aware that it would be very suspicious and weird if he knew where each heroine was, meaning he could find where they live with ease. Maybe washing up? If you stopped using a dishwasher, you have that skill by now. You know what? What if a solar flare destroyed every electronic on Earth? Then you'd look like a fool for doing such a poor job at washing up. Think Izuku. Think, what's more important, freeing up some time, or achieving a level 10 skill? You're weird. Simply decided Izuku, continuing his walk forward, pulling up his skill list. And stats, that was invisible to the world, as the green-haired dating sims protagonist peered at his skill list. Charm, 63. Intelligence, 54. Aura, 64. Skills. Cooking. Level, 110. Description. The arts of cooking can do wonders for people, from making people smile to replenish lost energy. The cooking produced can help form strong impressions. The chef. Level, 110. Description. You are able to manifest your willpower, which can be used to knock out people who have a weaker will than you, or temporarily freeze someone in place. Smooth talker. Level 110. Description: with your charm, you're known to be a bit of a smooth talker. With this skill, the chances of you successfully wooing someone is increased. Appraisal. Level 110. Description: you can gather limited data on a person. As Izuku walked, he chewed his lower lip, following the warm breeze hitting his face, while walking towards Mina, currently in conflict with himself, since Izuku knew of a way of leveling up appraisal, but using his quirk in public was illegal. Simply put, all Izuku had to do was spam the skill as much as he could on everyone he passed, which would hopefully increase the level of skill rather quickly. Walking along in silence, Izuku continued walking, approaching Mina, who was now only a few dozen meters away from him, and now Izuku knew what building he had to enter. Bracing himself, Izuku discreetly glanced towards the left, activating appraisal on a person who had a pair of walrus tusks, gulping as he saw the screen materialize in front of him, taking his focus completely. Name? Description: intent would work on this person. Smooth talking wouldn't work on this person. You're aware that nobody can see it but you? And I doubt anyone would realize you used appraisal on them. Izuku! Over here! Happily cheered Mina, winching as Izuku walked into a pole, aware that Izuku must have been thinking of something important if he was so lost in thought, but it was funny. She finds you amusing. +2 relationship with Ishido Mina. Hi Mina. Painfully huffed Izuku, clutching his nose, which luckily wasn't bleeding, but his confidence suffered more than anything else, which wasn't a first for the green-haired teen. Get your head out of the clouds. It's time I get you to start dancing. Giddily stated Mina, skipping over to Izuku with a massive grin on her face, as she made her way over to the green-haired dating Sims protagonist, and started dragging him towards the dance studio. I think breakdancing would be good for you. It's perfect since I do it as well. Now let's see what you're made of. Excitedly explained Mina, a sense of dread formed in Izuku's gut, as he knew how it would end before it even began. Time skip. Izuku was puffing, his body was sore, Mina was staring blankly at him, and everyone else who was in the small room with them had remained unmoving for a while now, not quite sure what to think of what Izuku had just done, since nobody in their right mind would call what Izuku did dancing. If one was to describe what Izuku did, tasering a fish while it was on a swing, would be the most accurate description anyone could give, since Izuku was basically wild, no rhythm, and stiff as a board. How did I do? Optimistically asked Izuku, unaware that everyone stared at Mina in sympathy. Everyone was fully aware that Mina had been bragging about teaching one of her classmates how to dance, but they didn't expect it to be this bad. You could use some points in practice. Slowly answered Mina, chewing on her lower lip, staring at her classmate, who was actually surprisingly popular in 1A, despite being awfully meek most of the time. Izuku, I will translate this for you. You looked like a dead fish being tossed. I know that this might seem like a bit of a harsh translation, but it's certainly accurate. I would never lie to you on a manner like this. Yet you broke our deal. Immediately countered Izuku, brushing off what dating Sims had said, fully aware that Mina didn't think that of his dance skills, and then Izuku saw Mina's pursed lips. You look like a dead fish being TZ'd. Was I that bad? Slowly inquired Izuku, a bit of doubt now forming in his gut, as the green-haired teen realized that he had a long way to go before he could actually use the fighting style he had created effectively. Can't you make this a skill? Curiously questioned Izuku, since dancing would be a skill that could be used to impress the heroines, if he used it for such a purpose. You could use a bit of work. But luckily for you, I am here. Helpfully declared Mina, knowing that Izuku had a long way to go, but if he was determined, he could become decent at it. I could, but you have to learn the basics of it, which should be soon, then I could create a skill from your intelligence reaching the 50 mark. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Is there some sort of correlation between my stats and skills? Like when my stats reach 100, will I unlock another skill for each stat? Interestedly questioned Izuku, since he hadn't expected skills to be created by his stats. He hadn't ruled out the idea that he could get skills that would make him a better house husband, but not skills like intent or appraisal. Izuku, you've to understand that I don't know much about myself. All I know about myself when we were younger that I had to forcefully deactivate myself for over a decade, so I don't know much since I've been hibernating this whole time. So Izuku, let's get started with the basics, how to dance to a rhythm. Cheerfully hummed Mina, her yellow eyes glowing as she skipped over to a large speaker, pulling out her phone, and stared at it intently, thinking of what song to play for Izuku. Baby Shark? Oh, Cha-Cha Slide. Interestedly noted Mina, knowing that the latter song way good for beginners to learn how to keep a beat, as well as introduce them to the basics of footwork and balance. It's weird, I've never heard of a quirk suppressing itself before. Confusedly recalled Izuku, perking up as he heard the speaker pulse loudly, connecting to Mina's phone, as she quickly ran back to Izuku. I haven't either, but quirks grow more complex with each generation, and since I'm a sentient quirk, I'm even more complex than the average quirk as well. Okay Izuku. Follow me, this is easy. Excitedly cheered Mina, shuffling about so she was standing beside Izuku, grinning like a fool, making Izuku look at her, before the girl in question winked at him, earning a blush from Izuku as he realized how tight Mina's outfit was on her. She likes your blushing. She thinks she has game. +4 relationship with Ishido Mina. This is something new. Immediately Mina loosened her stance, getting ready for the song that had started playing, and Izuku copied her. How bad could a simple dance be? Time skip. Dancing. Level 110. Description. An ancient tradition, where people move their bodies like nobody is watching them. This skill can be used to impress the ladies, once you improve from being a fumbling fool. That was the longest hour in my life. Exhaustedly sighed Izuku, sweat was dripping down his forehead, plastering his green hair to his head, making it hard for Izuku to see through his green locks of hair that were currently covering his eyes. Congratulations! For getting 50+ intelligence, a new skill has been created. Learner. Level fitness. Description. A handy skill that boosts the rate that you learn. Don't worry Izuku, that was just a tiny bit of the basics, that was all footwork really, soon we'll be getting into what arm movements you have to do while dancing as well as shaking those hips. Encouragingly explained Mina, not breathing nearly as heavily as Izuku, who didn't have the finesse she did, so that was why the green-haired dating sim's protagonist was exhausted compared to her. At least learner will help level up my skills. Relievedly noted Izuku, only to feel a subtle shift within himself, letting the green-haired teen know that dating sims was sheepish for some odd reason. Dating sims? Dryly asked Izuku. He knew that dating sims knew something that would spoil his mood, and Izuku didn't know when or how he learned to do this. All the teen knew was that he could. Learner only affects your non-combat skills, meaning learner only affects skills that can be used to help around the house, or dancing, etc., etc. So appraisal and intent will level up at the standard rate. Remember Izuku-kun, the intelligence that I show you is your intelligence on females, so it only makes sense that learner boosts the rate at which househusband skills increase. What did he know? Dating sims did spoil his mood with ease. How much faster then do my skills increase? Sourly inquired Izuku, putting both of his hands behind his head as he regained his breath, glad that Mina wasn't making him jump into the more intense stuff immediately. Dunno. All I know is that they level up faster now. Not even a rough estimation? Hopefully pleaded Izuku, if he could somehow figure out how many times he had to do a skill in order to level it up, it would give him a general idea on how fast each skill leveled up on average. If I was to take a rough guess, somewhere between 5% to 10% faster. It's not that bad actually, a nice boost. Pleasantly noted Izuku, his mind flashing back to more specifically when he had managed to make a villain stand down by his mere words alone, which sparked an idea. Dating sims, would it be possible to make every villain I ever fight stand down, without having to throw a punch? Curiously asked Izuku. The simple spark of an idea grew, rapidly transforming into a fire within Izuku's mind, as a rough estimation on how effective such a method would be. Izuku-kun, I'm so happy you finally understood what we can do now. Every quirk has some way of protecting its user, but it is up to the user to find out how to use their quirk effectively. Right now, with your 63 charm, I would put you into the slightly charismatic category. With smooth talker, I'd say you were just a bit below being truly charismatic. If you got to 100 charm, I'm sure that a lot of thugs would back down by you talking. With intent I say you could take down low-level villains that are ranked D to the low end of C. There would be exceptions, due to random strokes of luck, but people with a mental fortification quirk mightn't be affected at all. Izuku, are you ready? Rhetorically asked Mina, knowing that the break was up, now it was time to work up a sweat, and hammer the rest of the basics into Izuku. Yeah. Happily sighed Izuku, lowering his arms as he walked towards Mina, ready to continue practice dancing. Time skip. You've been dancing with Mina for 2 hours. +6 relationship with Ishido Mina. It didn't even level up. Disappointedly noted Izuku, he had hoped thanks to learner that dancing would have leveled up at least once today, which would have been his first time leveling a skill up. Will I always get the relationship with Mina whenever I dance with her? Dryly asked Izuku. He half expected it to happen, since there already was the thing with Mirko, and gaining relationship with her via showing up. Don't know why you're surprised, Izuku. When a guy and a girl spend time with one another, it is only natural that they get closer to one another. So it's almost like when I participate in a heroine's hobby, I get relationship whenever I do it with them? Slowly asked Izuku. He was somewhat sure that was the case, since it made a lot of sense in the real world. Izuku, it's the same for you. If a heroine wants to participate in your hobby with you, it means she wants to get to know you better. It's sort of how people find out if this is a person they will want to potentially spend the rest of their life with. I'm actually kinda hungry now. Abruptly mumbled Izuku, pulling his phone out of his pocket and staring at the time, realizing that he would have eaten lunch an hour ago, so it wasn't surprising he was hungry. I know a nice ramen place if you want to go. Helpfully offered Mina, unaware that Izuku's perspective of the world came to a complete stop, as 3 choices appeared in front of the teen. Sorry, I've a diet to maintain. But sure. See, people who eat ramen have horrible fashion. Random choice. Is the third one about Naruto and his love of orange? Confusedly asked Izuku, not receiving an answer from dating sims at all, which made the teen shrug, before looking over his choices and weighing his stomach into the equation as well. Sure. Happily agreed Izuku. He knew that many people would call this a date, but it wasn't, simply because 2 teens of varying genders ate together, didn't mean they liked each other. Go Izzy. Eat with her. Great. It's only a few minutes walk from here, and it's to die for. Cheerfully explained Mina, rushing up to Izuku and grabbing his hand, dragging the green-haired dating sims protagonist behind her, unaware of the red blush slowly making its way up Izuku's neck. I'd recommend the miso ramen personally. With the extra ramen, it's the best one in the shop. Energetically recommended Mina, running out the door of the dance studio, and took a left, dashing down the street with Izuku behind her. Ah! Meekly chirped Izuku, the blush on his face slowly intensifying, as people parted for the odd duo, and Izuku was vividly aware of the fact that the people he passed, especially the women, were smiling at him, and Izuku could only imagine what he looked like. Progress, Izuku. You are making progress. Soon you'll be in the middle of a romantic drama, and it will be wonderful. Sometimes, Izuku wondered if he had been born with the wrong quirk. Would Mineta not be a more suitable user for dating sims? Though Izuku would admit it, he liked both of his quirks a lot. Almost walking into a tree branch, if it wasn't for danger sense sending a tingle down his spine, Izuku ducked, feeling leaves tickle his nape from the action. Sorry. Sheepishly chuckled Mina. Despite the barely missed accident, Mina continued pulling Izuku after her, and from the way she was gradually slowing down, Izuku had to assume they were nearing the place in question. And we are here. Relievedly sighed Mina, letting go of Izuku's hands and gesturing at the quaint little building in front of her, which looked quite homely more than anything, and from the noise coming from it, it was popular enough. Big Hearty Ramen. A unique name. Slowly commented Izuku, following Mina as she skipped forward, grinning as she did so, and launched herself at the door, and swung it open, standing proudly as she did so. I am here. Loudly cheered Mina. From the way everyone just ignored her, Izuku assumed that either the people inside were used to dealing with people like Mina, or were used to dealing with Mina. Mina, it's been a while since you've came here. Happily chuckled a man. Hesitantly Izuku walked after Mina as she walked through. Some of the customers even nodded at her as she passed, which she waved to, but her main focus was the man with yellow eyes and horns behind the counter, and from the way he held himself, he owned the place. Dad, this is my friend, Midoriya Izuku. He's in the same class as me. Casually introduced Mina. The man's eyes zeroed in on Izuku. Before he stared him down, Izuku didn't know what was worse, the fact everyone was looking at him, or danger sense sending a faint tingle down his spine. I think Mina is a daddy's girl. Izuku, do something to make him approve of your existence. If Mina is a daddy's girl, that means he is super protective of her and doesn't like when his baby girl hangs out with guys. Midoriya? Mina has been telling me a lot about her classmates. Your name seems to pop up a lot. Any reasons why that is the case? Stiffly asked the man. Mina seemed oblivious to what her father was doing, as she walked to the counter and took a seat, with a free one beside her, as Izuku was silently panicking. Let me just say, I've a way with girls. See, you tell your parents about me? Random choice. Was this the cliché overprotective father that Izuku never wanted to meet, since this man gave off a vibe scarier than some of the thugs at USJ? Choice A would get me killed, B so far looks the best, C makes it like me and Mina have a thing going on, and D, slowly trailed off Izuku, ruling out the first and third choice, which didn't comfort Izuku much at all, since the second and fourth choices weren't much better, but D had the potential to be good. Did you know Chinese checkers were made in Germany? Curiously asked Izuku, a head of sweat running down his head, at the blatant fact that he just ignored Mina's dad's question, and hoped that the man was something like his daughter. He also dances with me now. Helpfully added Mina. A shiver raced up Izuku's spine, as the man's yellow eyes locked onto Izuku's own, almost like they were assessing him for his measly worth. 2 bowls of miso ramen coming up. Loudly barked the man, a vein was pulsing on his forehead. It was clear to Izuku and every other male present that Mina's dad was doing his best not to lose it. Come on Izuku, have a seat. I don't bite. Cheekily giggled Mina, animatedly slapping a seat beside her at the counter, which Izuku could have sworn wasn't empty earlier, but he wasn't one to pass up a free seat, no matter how close to an angry man it was. Unless you like it. Flirtatiously whispered Mina into Izuku's left ear as he sat down, making Izuku slowly turn to look at Mina, and for some reason she looked different. Click. Photo has been added to the gallery. Mina's beautiful smile. Whatever way the light was hitting her, Izuku couldn't help but gawk through the nuclear red blush on his face, as he looked at Mina's eyes sparkling with mischief, and the smile on her pink face only enhanced her appearance. Yet the moment disappeared as soon as it happened, since Mina hurriedly looked away, leaving the green-haired teen staring at an empty space. She is surprised by your reaction. +8 relationship with Ishido Mina. Was she always so beautiful? Hesitantly thought Izuku, twisting around and staring down at the counter, his mind racing a mile a second as his mind seemed to be determined to replay the scene in his head over and over again. Every heroine is Izukuan. It's because you haven't taken the time to stop and smell the roses that you've never realized it. Let's be honest, because you were an outcast not long ago, you didn't really appreciate the opposite gender, since you knew you didn't have a chance. Now that everything is different, you've 2 quirks, friends, a mentor, and a body that models and some heroes would be jealous of. You're slowly starting to realize that things are different, and that romantic barrier in your mind is crumbling down. Don't blame me for this, Izukuan. You're the reason why the heroines are showing interest in you. You're an interesting guy, so of course you would attract attention. It is up to you to choose what path you'll walk down. For some reason, instead of the dread Izuku had been expecting to feel didn't surface, instead he felt content. He knew this wasn't dating sim's doing, it was his own doing that was getting the heroines' attention. Frankly, Izuku was okay with that now. Time skip, 1 day later. My Izuku is having friends over. Oh, Izuku, is the place clean enough? Did you clean your room? Do you have enough money to buy food if you go out? Worriedly ranted Inko, scrabbling around her apartment, which was already sparkling. Clean thanks to the mother-son duo. Yes, I also mopped the floors. Immediately countered Izuku, staring over at the freshly cleaned floors, before turning towards the kitchen and eyeing the empty sink, his eye vividly twitching at the fact that dating sims seemed kind today. 3 new skills. Exasperatedly sighed Izuku, turning his attention onto the 3 freshly created skills that tauntingly floated in front of him, his mother unaware of his plight. Washing up. Level 110. Description: you are able to remove the grime and food stains off of plates, bowls, mugs, cups, cutlery, etc., etc. more effectively, letting you make them shine. Drying up. Level 110. Description: screw patience. With your skills with a dishcloth, you are able to remove the suds and moisture from plates, bowls, mugs, cups, cutlery, etc., etc. more effectively, letting you make them shine. Mopping. Level 110. Description: with a mop, soapy water, and determination, you can make any floor sparkle if you put your back into it. Hey Izukuan, I merely show you the skills you've learned in life that can make you a better house husband if the hero thing doesn't work out. Remember, a wise man always plans more than one route for a journey. Wouldn't that mean I have alternative plans to become a hero? Confusedly asked Izuku, not quite sure what dating sims was saying, but he got the general gist of it, no matter how incorrect dating sims was in his deliverance of it. I am a quirk, not a poet or philosopher. Didn't Dark Shadow quote Shakespeare before? Amusedly countered Izuku, fully aware that if anyone read his mind, they would think he was crazy, but Izuku did have a legitimate counter for his instant. Dating sims. Izuku, when did you say your friends would be here? It's soon, isn't? Curiously questioned Inko, watching as her son blinked at something, before the green-haired dating sims protagonist opened his mouth, only to feel a warm breeze on his face. I think it would be better if I just opened the door now. Nervously answered Izuku, liking his lips out of nervousness. Since this was the first time he had people over in more than a decade, the last person who had been over was Bakugo, before his quirk manifested. Oh wow, it had been a while since anyone who he called a friend had been over to his place. What was he even supposed to do then? Go and play video games? Explore? Izuku-an, have you ever considered that maybe they just want to stay over and relax? I'm fairly that everyone else from 1A is still very jittery about the whole USJ incident, no matter how normal they may be acting now. Gently twisting the door handle, Izuku only realized how dry his throat was as he opened up the door, hearing the sound of multiple people talking outside, before the door was fully swung open. It was an odd sight seeing all of his friends in regular clothing. A part of Izuku had grown used to seeing them in their school uniforms or hero outfits, not their own personal clothing. Broideria. Thanks for having us over. Excitedly greeted Ijiro, holding out his right fist for a fist bump, and Izuku awkwardly complied with him, not expecting Ijiro to have so much energy. Nice place you got. Casually added Ijiro, as he walked in and took off his shoes, grinning all the while. Izuku, thank you for inviting us. It is a pleasure to be here. Formally greeted Ida, bowing his head forward in appreciation, his eyes sparkling in amusement and gratefulness before he walked in, taking off his shoes as he did so. Izuku, how are you? Are you okay? Cheerfully asked Ochako, an infectious bubbly smile on her face, as she all but skipped into Izuku's apartment, gasping in amazement as she did so. Thank you for having me, Midoriya. Awkwardly mumbled Tsunatori, nervously fidgeting with the helm of her shirt, fumbling past Izuku, before the green-haired dating Sims protagonist heard a gasp from the girl. Gotta take of my shoes. Abruptly mumbled Tsunatori. A smile of amusement grew on everyone's face as Izuku turned to greet his last guest of the today. Shiozaki Ibra. Hello Ibra, come in please. Politely greeted Izuku, stepping back and gesturing for Ibra to come in, and she was dressed quite luxurious for the occasion, since it reminded Izuku of a nun's outfit. Gah! Izuku, I didn't know you'd have so many friends over today. Excitedly shrieked Inko, an embarrassed blush started crawling up Izuku's neck as Ibra walked past him, before the teen closed the door and turned around to look at his group of friends. Are any of these your girlfriends? Happily gasped Inko, her eyes twinkling like stars as she gazed over all of the girls present, no doubt mentally theorizing how the grandchildren would turn out. The mom embarrassment strikes again. +5 relationship with every heroine present. Izuku-an, I have absolutely wonderful news for you, that I know that you are dying to hear. Ochako is so close to moving up into the next stage now. Just one more point and she will start devolving a crush on you. Oh no. Slowly answered Izuku, his eyes darting around the room, looking at all of his friends, before the green-haired dating Sims protagonist pulled up the catalog of Ochako. Achiko Uraraka, aspiring hero. Relationship, her idol, stage 299-100. Description, having a less than ideal upbringing in the Finical area, Achiko has learned to be happy with what she gets. Her goal is to become a hero, so she can support her parents. What she needs is someone who she can confide in, to tell them why she wants to be a hero, so she doesn't feel so shallow compared to everyone else. She's literally on the edge of it. Dryly noted Izuku, aware that his friends were talking to his mom, and that she was gushing about the fact that he had brought friends over, but she deserved to be happy about his life for once. If it makes you feel better, Ibra is gesturing at you to get closer to her. Izuku stood up like a ramrod had been shoved up his back, as Izuku locked eyes with Ibra's own, before Izuku saw Ibra silently gesturing at him to come closer to her. The uneasiness in Izuku's gut faded after a few seconds. Ibra was a friend of his after all, so she wouldn't do anything to embarrass him, and for all Izuku knew, she just wanted to know where the bathroom was. Doing his best to look at ease as he walked over to his group of friends, the majority of whom were looking at a book Inko had brought out, his baby book much to his own mortification. The only exception was Ibra, who was waiting patiently for. Something felt off. Izuku didn't know what it was. Danger sense was not alerting him of any danger nearby. Instead, the whole atmosphere of the apartment felt fuzzy and warm. Izuku, I have to ask you something. Shyly mumbled Ibra. Izuku blinked. The green-haired teen wasn't sure, but Ibra had a faint blush on her cheeks, and there was sparkles coming from behind her. Yeah. Nonchalantly asked Izuku, his left eye twitching ever so slightly from dating Sims's antics, fully aware what his quirk was thinking about the heroine in front of the green-haired dating Sims protagonist, and Izuku was doing his damnedest to not panic. What are we doing anyway? We going into your room? Gently gasped Ibra. Izuku did not like the half-lidded gaze Ibra was giving him, but Izuku did actually have a plan on what he and his friends would be doing. Karting. B. Karaoke. C. Gossiping. D. Your boring choice. I thought we could all go out to the park and talk about the plan for the sports festival. Idly answered Izuku. Immediately the atmosphere in the room tensed, since everyone besides Izuku had nearly forgotten about the whole thing after the attack on USG. And we could even give each other ideas about how to use our quirks in new ways. Wishfully mumbled Izuku, staring down at his right hand, which briefly flickered as an arc of dark green electricity danced around his hand. Yeah, that sounds awesome, dude. Excitedly cheered Ijiro, grinning from ear to ear, pleased with the idea that his friends could possibly help him improve his basic, yet useful quirk. Time skip, 1 hour. I like this spot. Happily declared Uraraka, plopping herself down onto one of the many benches in the park, as Ida and Ibra took a seat either side of her, leaving Izuku and Ijiro to stand nearby and sit on the ground respectively. It was nice, Izuku decided, hanging out with people from school, all of whom he considered a friend. It was a shame Momo couldn't attend it, but Izuku was sure he could inform her of his idea soon. Nervously swallowing the spit that had gathered in his mouth, Izuku looked over his friends, making a mental note on all of their quirks and what they had demonstrated so far. Tenya Ida, engine. Able to run at high speeds for a while, no limit currently documented, but it depends on his fuel. Like his brother, Ida needs fuel for his engines, but unlike his brother, he has his engines in his calves and not his shoulders. This could allow him to glide temporarily, as well as install a cooling system into his hero costume. Achiko Uraraka, gravity. Lets her remove the gravity from an object or person if she touches them with all 5 pads on her fingers. Her current limit is 3 tons. Is it possible for her to reduce the gravity on a person and not outright remove it? Or is it a case of all or nothing? Plus, if she knows how to remove gravity, can she possibly increase it? Kirishima Ijiro, hardening. Ijiro can tense his skin and muscles to the point of withstanding explosions, bullets, knives, and other dangerous objects, as well as use his hardened hands as a battering ram or sharp knife. So far, from what I can tell, his weight doesn't increase while he is using his quirk, but his mobility is gone if he fully hardens. Mobility training while fully hardened would be great for him. Tsunatori Pony, horn cannon. She can shoot out the horns on her head and control them, allowing her to attack from a range. It most likely is possibly for her to fly on one of her horns, but increasing how many she can fire is important. Is it possible for her to get a pill that contains the necessary nutrients to help her regrow her horns faster? Shiozaki Iba, vines. Her hair has been replaced with vines that grow from her head, which she can control fully, allowing her to bind enemies or whip them easily. Is it possible for Ibra to use her vines as a way of sensing vibrating underground? Can she control them when they are detached from her scalp, and can she grow different sorts of vines from her head? So, Izuku, why do you want to talk about the sports festival? Curiously inquired Ida. There wasn't a smile or even a frown on his face. Instead, he was staring neutrally at Izuku, as if he was curious about Izuku's thought process. Yeah, why is that? Don't get me wrong, I like hanging out with you guys, but I thought we would be doing teenager stuff. Sheepishly chucked Ijiro, rubbing his nape with his right hand, before Izuku chewed his lower lip, not sure how to word this particular issue. You guys know my quirk is. I can enhance my strength to the point of destroying the 0-pointer with 1 punch. I can increase my sense of touch to give myself a 6th sense, and in the USJ, I had a way of ranged attacks. What I'm saying is, we can help each other to get far into sports festival. All of us can get into the 3rd stage if we are smart. Honestly, answered Izuku, he could feel one for all burn inside of him, but what worried Izuku ever so slightly was the fact that the roaring inferno of one for all felt just slightly weaker than before. Dating Sims was slowly assimilating the quirk, bit by bit, and Izuku nor anyone else knew how that would affect the quirk. It's about Bakugu, isn't? Bluntly asked Uraraka, watching as Izuku stiffened like a pole at the blonde's name, confirming everyone's suspicions about the whole meetup in general. What does this have to do with Bakugu? Confusedly questioned Pony. Izuku was actually a bit relieved by the fact that the incident in question wasn't being spread around the entirety of UA like the juicy gossip it was. Bakugu and Izuku have a deal. In the sports festival they will fight. If Bakugu wins, Izuku must quit trying to be a hero. If Izuku wins, Bakugu has to stop being antagonizing and be Izuku's friend. Lamely explained Ibra, looking at Izuku as he stared down at the ground. Do you think you'll lose? Concernedly gasped Pony, asking the question Izuku had been asking himself ever since that deal had been made, and it was a question that had only one answer. He didn't know. Bakugo had been training for years to be a hero, he had a fighting style, he knew his quirk and used it to the fullest that he could manage, not to mention the fact that his explosion got stronger the longer a fight lasted. Meanwhile, H had been training for 10 months, going on 11, had the bare basics of a fighting style he couldn't pull off properly, could only handle 5% of one for all, danger sense wouldn't do much good for an AoE attack. Black Whip was still new and untested, but unlike Bakugo, Izuku had a way of quickly recovering his stamina at least. Izuku-kun, I won't lie to you. Intent is too weak to affect Bakugo for even a second, and trying to use Smooth Talker on him would only get him angrier. I would suggest trying to level up Intent, since even a second of hesitation could help you. See, the reason why Intent won't affect him is because of the fact his willpower is either equal or greater than your own. I honestly don't know how willpower works, but I know it is linked to your determination. Also, there are a few other of your classmates who won't be affected by Intent. I don't know. Honestly, huffed Izuku. He had 2 weeks to either come up with a way to get into the third and final stage of the sports festival, or accept the fact that his dream of being a hero was about to be cut short. I don't think Bakugo is your only worry, confidently stated Ijiro, jabbing his finger at Izuku with a grin. A fire of determination burned in the redhead's eyes as he stared at his bro. After all, if I beat you, then your deal with Bakugo will be null and void. Determinedly declared Ijiro, clenching his right hand into a fist and held it out to Izuku, who could only stare at his friend. Bakugo was not his only concern, since every first year in the hero course would be gunning for first place. What was more worrying? Fighting a hero whose kicks could shatter boulders with ease, or participating in an event that was compared to the Olympics and broadcasted worldwide. Her axe kicks are quite remarkable. Do you think her ligaments and tendons are naturally more flexible and stronger than the average humans? Or is it from training? Since I'm sure many people would struggle to do that sort of maneuver. Izuku's left eye twitched violently as the teen in question could feel the 3% of one for all course through his body as he threw up both of his arms in a cross over his head, trying desperately to see how he compared to Usajiyama, who was greatly limiting herself. Despite challenging one for all to strengthen his body, Izuku didn't even last a second as his knees buckled from the force of Usajiyama's kick, before the dating sim's protagonist's knees slammed into the sandy ground a second later. A minute. Roughly estimated Izuku, sighing in relief as Usajiyama took her heel off of his forearm, allowing Izuku to bend over and put his hands onto the ground, trying to take off as much stress from his body as possible. 57 seconds actually. Not horrible for a brat who couldn't even do the splits when we started. Honestly, hummed Usajiyama, who didn't look at all winded from the brief exchange, which wasn't surprising for anyone present. Not that you can still do the splits, but you might actually do well in the sports festival later if there's fighting in it. But I'm sure you'll do grand from here on out. Nonchalantly admitted Usajiyama, not at all fazed as she simply turned around and started walking away, leaving Izuku alone to catch his breath on the beach. You make it sound like you're not training me anymore after this. Tiredly panted Izuku, pushing himself back onto his feet with some difficulty, swiping away the sweat that had started running down his forehead during the brief spar. "'Cause I'm not, All Might said to train you up until the sports festival and here it is." Casually stated Usajiyama, turning around and looking at Izuku with an unimpressed stare, the closest thing to a disappointed look she had ever given to Izuku. "You're aware that each minute I'm not out patrolling is a minute someone could be in need of saving, right? Besides, heroes are paid on how much they do, and I have to pay my bills somehow." Dismissively huffed Usajiyama, turning around and intending on leaving Izuku now, only for her to halt as the hairs on the back of her neck slowly started rising. Her animalistic instincts knew Izuku was getting ready to do something. "I want you to train me more. B. Say nothing." As much as Izuku didn't want to be greedy, he needed the training to catch up with everyone. The only reason he was considered strong was from One for All, which took his basic and stiff fighting style to a whole new level. If he wanted to save people, and not be the one who needed saving, he would need every moment of training he could get. "I want you to train me more," bluntly stated Izuku, standing up and tried to appear as impressive as possible, which probably wasn't that impressive, but it was the best he had. "She is actually impressed by you. +6 relationship with Usajiyama Rumi." "Bwah!" Boisterously laughed Usajiyama, throwing her head backwards as she bellowed with laughter, slowly curling over with her arms crossed over her stomach, and tears gathering in the corners of her eyes. "Oh, You're actually serious? Slowly asked Yusajiyama. The smile on her face rapidly disappeared in a matter of seconds, as she stared at the green-haired brat in front of her. I'm as serious about this as my dream of becoming a hero is. Confidently answered Izuku, but despite his brave appearance, Izuku was incredibly worried. He knew that Yusajiyama was only training him because All Might cashed in a favor, and the woman in question never took on a hero in training, so his chances of actually getting work experience with her was slim to non-existent at best. It was silent as the rabbit-themed woman stared at the green-haired boy. As she observed the brat in front of her, she knew that Izuku had potential. Anyone who met him knew that, but the issues were his instincts and fighting style. She was confident she could help him with both of them. Hell, she was sure she was the best person for the cause, but he just couldn't keep up with her, meaning that Izuku would be slowing her down in her hero work. Please? Softly asked Izuku, activating Smooth Talker, and stared Yusajiyama in her eyes, his hands balled into fists in desperation as he stared at the hero in front of him. If you manage to impress me during the sports festival, I will send you an offer. Slowly spoke Yusajiyama. The words were almost foreign on her tongue, as she actually played with the idea of taking on a student. A mission has been found. Mission: to impress her. Description: you must impress Yusajiyama Rumi during the sports festival, in order to secure an offer from her. Rewards: +5 aura, +2 intelligence, +2 charm, and an offer from Yusajiyama. Failure: you don't get an offer from Yusajiyama at. A smile grew on Izuku's face as he looked at Yusajiyama, as he silently accepted the mission from dating sims, a cool little feature that had been unlocked recently. Now, all Izuku had to do was impress Yusajiyama, who was known for being a lone wolf, and not wanting to take on a student. It was a lot easier to say that than do, since everyone would be gunning for the #1 spot during the sports festival. Time skip, 2 hours. The locker room was filled with excited chatter and laughter. The students of 1A were nervous, more some than others, but there was a tenseness in the room that easily blanketed everyone present, nearly suffocating the joyful, yet nervous atmosphere. Bakugo stared at Izuku, his red eyes occasionally shifting over towards Todoroki, who had a passive look on his face, as he too glanced between Izuku and Bakugo. Imagine if there was a round where there were 3 people in a free-for-all. I wonder how a fight between you, Todoroki, and Bakugo would go. You are not helping. Stiffly grumbled Izuku. He was subconsciously glancing between the two as well. They were his biggest obstacles as well as his biggest opportunities, in order to impress Yusajiyama. I wonder what's happened between the monster trio? Casually asked Kaminari, an easy grin on his face as he sat beside Kyoka, dangling his feet off of the ground and slowly kicking them about. Really, dude? Monster trio? Exasperatedly sighed Kyoka, rolling her eyes at the blonde's antics, but she could see his point, and he did make a lot of sense for once, not that she would ever admit it aloud. Kaminari, you must apologize for calling Izuku and Todoroki monsters. Robotically ordered Tenya, doing his absolute best to keep a small smile off of his face at his attempted joke. The locker room went silent as Todoroki stood up, his chair scrapped against the ground as he rose, standing above everyone else as he sauntered over to Izuku. His eyes were blank on the surface. But as Izuku looked into Todoroki's mismatched eyes, he could see one emotion as clear as day. Gulping as he mimicked Todoroki's actions, Izuku walked stiffly to Todoroki, who had paused in the center of the room, and stared at Izuku. I am stronger than you. Bluntly stated Todoroki. He didn't even bat an eye as everyone looked at him. The room had gone deathly silent now. Yet, everyone thinks you are the stronger in the class. Is it because of your immense strength like All Might, or is there something else? Curiously asked Todoroki, frostily staring down at Izuku, eerily similar to how Bakugo used to look down at him. Bakugo did look down on him, but the blonde in question had been doing it so long you couldn't really tell. Strength alone is meaningless. It is what you do that makes you strong. That is why people think I am strong. I do what I do for others. Sure you are. See, if you're stronger than me, then the sky is green. Perfect. Immediately decided Izuku, grateful for dating sims options, since all of them were actually very good, but the first one was perfect for this situation. Strength alone is meaningless. It is what you do that makes you strong. That is why people think I am strong. I do what I do for others. Calmly explained Izuku. The tension in the air came crashing down on everyone present, before Bakugo stomped towards the duo, a scowl on his face. Shitty nerd, you poor attempt of a Canadian flag. I am going to beat you both black and blue and win. You hear me? I will be the one to win. Loudly snarled Bakugo, bloody red eyes seemed to glow with anger, and then both Todoroki and Izuku looked at him. Then your beach, but we'll have to leave. Lowly added Bakugo, glowering at Izuku with glee. Small crackles and pops came from the blonde's hands as he stared at Izuku. You guys ready? Calmly asked Izuku, doing his best to remain unfazed from the reminder of their deal, turning his back on both Todoroki and Bakugo a second later, glancing over at his friends, all of whom seemed a lot more calm than everyone else. Not a second later did the loudspeaker whine to life. The buzz of excitement that accompanied it wasn't far behind, as all hostility and tension diminished immensely, and the sports festival had officially begun. As the class got up to walk out of the locker room, Izuku's heart was pounding in his chest. Two of the heaviest hitters in one, arguably the entirety of the first years of U, were gunning for him. Which would be horrible any other time, except Izuku needed their attention, so his friends could continue the plan. I would wish you luck, but at this point, all you need is your skills. That was actually very sweet of dating Sims. She is only one relationship point away from liking you, Izuku. Go out there and be awesome. Have Uraraka fall for you. Theirs was. Hundreds of footsteps echoed through the air, as each class slowly made their way out of the locker room, joining behind 1A as they walked, increasing the overall noise as the tunnel started darkening. The sounds of cheers reached Izuku's ears, followed by the gradual lightening of the tunnel as they neared the end of it, and the sound was close to deafening. Someone bumped his shoulder, making Izuku gulp as he looked at who did it, seeing Mina wink at him as she blew a raspberry at him, as they all emerged from the tunnel. Saying there was thousands of people in front of him would be inaccurate, tens of thousands was a lot more accurate, and despite being so far away, Izuku could see dozens of heroes patrolling the stadium. There's going to be some sort of event to knock out the majority of the people for the first round. I just hope they all know what they have to do. Worriedly mulled Izuku, glancing around the horde of 1A students, nodding at his friends, intending on getting them all through the first round, so they would have a chance to shine. Hey listeners, here is one. The crazy class that was attacked and triumphed over actually villains in their first year of training. Energetically howled Present Mike. The man was actually loud enough to make the speakers throughout the stadium screech from the volume, and the crowd was going wild for it. That's a lot of people. Nervously mumbled Ochako. She looked flushed from all of the attention, and Izuku could not blame her, since nearly everyone was focused on 1A, the class that had survived a villain attack. Let's not forget their sister class. 1B. Loudly added Present Mike, what was curious to the green-haired dating Sims. Protagonist was the fact that he couldn't feel a single heroine from the approaching class, not that it was an issue to anything, but Izuku had half expected to see a heroine in 1B. Wow, I thought a lot of girls got into you at a hero course this year, but every girl was put in 1A. Amazedly gasped Ijiro, making everyone who was interested in 1A look backwards, noticing the sister class of 1A that was solely composed of males. Now, look at those attention-seeking BSs. Snidely huffed an approaching blonde. Everyone in 1A reeled back from the unexpected insult, especially since none of them wanted the attention. They didn't want to be put into the spotlight. Who are you calling a bee? You sad excuse of a beach? Loudly snarled Bakugo. Smoke immediately started wafting up from his palms as he glared at the blonde, who merely smirked at Bakugo in response. You son of a beach. All of you have been hogging the spotlight since day one, leaving us, Class 1B, behind in the shadows, as you've been using the USJ incident to bolster your hero career. Mockingly cackled the blonde, before he stiffened in place, his blue eyes widening in fear as his gaze swept over the class, before slowly landing on Kirishima. You know we nearly died there, that's not a really manly thing to do. Loudly growled Ijiro. It sounded foreign coming from the redhead, yet everyone from 1A understood why he was like that. Even Bakugo and Todoroki understood the hostility from Ijiro. Who wouldn't be traumatized from a near-death experience? That is all of the classes. Now the part everyone has been waiting for. The introduction to the sports festival. Dramatically howled Present Mike, fully aware of the whirlwind of emotions going on between the students below, and knew fully well that Nito was the cause of it. I would recommend keeping your secrets under wraps until the third round, and struggling in a fight. I know, but my friends know what I can do already, and I know what they can all do, but we each decided to keep one technique to ourselves if we do fight. Stiffly agreed Izuku. His heart was pounding inside of his chest at the fact he was being viewed by hundreds of thousands of people throughout the world, maybe even millions, perhaps billions. How is it going anyway? Curiously asked Izuku, keeping an eye on the stage in front of him, as Midnight strutted her way towards the center of it, giving every male who was watching a healthy blush on their face. She does not like you ogling other girls. -2 relationship with Shiozaki Ibra. She thinks you're a degenerate. 1 relationship with Yayorozu Momo. She likes that you're honest about your interest in a woman's biology. +3 relationship with Tokage Setsuna. Anyway, it is at 17% completed at this moment in time. Now that I have your attention, may I have the first-year representative, the student who scored highest in the entrance exam. Midoriya Izuku. Come up and give his speech. Excitedly cheered Midnight. Everyone who knew the green-haired dating sims protagonist in question looked at him, as Izuku froze in shock at the sudden attention. He wasn't told he had to give a speech. The entire stadium went silent as everyone in 1A stood to the side, leaving Izuku in the center of the passageway of his classmates, all of whom besides Todoroki and Bakugo looked at him expectingly, as if they knew he had some grand speech lined up. Hesitantly and fearfully, Izuku took a step forward. His heart pounded inside of his chest as he took a second step forward, slowly passing each of his classmates as he did so. For today, nearly everyone present was someone who would stand against him, so they could accomplish their goals, and he would do the same to them. Izuku wanted to be a hero, and in order to save everyone he came across, he had to be the strongest. Uraraka gave him a thumbs up, Ijiro grinned at him, Ida stiffly nodded at his friend, Pony smiled, Mina winked at him, Todoroki stared at him, a fire burning in his mismatched eyes, and Bakugo. Don't forget the deal, Deku. Gently hissed the blonde gremlin, bloody red eyes staring down into Izuku's emerald green, a grin on the blonde's face as he could hardly wait to put the teen in front of him into his place. I haven't kaken. Nervously answered Izuku. Usajiyama's deal wouldn't matter if he couldn't beat Bakugo, and everything hinged on the inevitable fight between himself and the explosive teen beside him. Stepping onto the stairs that would bring him up onto the stage, Izuku shuddered at the fact that so many people were paying attention to him, and he had to give a speech he hadn't had any time to prepare for. Stopping beside the microphone, Izuku looked around, at his friends who encouraged him, the teacher's box where All Might was, and around the stadium, where he was sure Usajiyama was. Ready, Izukuin? Can I afford to not be ready? Mentally asked Izuku. His heart was pounding in his chest, loud enough for the green-haired teen to hear it in his ears, as Dating Sims was kind enough to speed up his perception of time, to the point where everyone else looked like they were at a standstill. Now all he had to do was give an awe-inspiring speech. So, we've been attacked, nearly killed, and our dream was almost ended before it could truly begin. But I have one thing to say to you villains out there, who are willing to try again. We are getting stronger, we will all be getting stronger, and getting ready for our next clash. And we shall break our limits, right here and right now. Plus Ultra. I won't lie to you all, I am nervous to be up here, but I am a student of you, and I have one thing to say to you all. Let's give it our all here, and make it a sports festival to remember. Plus Ultra. Hey Bakugo, I heard Recovery Girl mentioning you had Ligma. What is Ligma? Confusedly thought Izuku. He had never heard of such a thing before, nor had he heard Recovery Girl ever talking to the explosive blonde gremlin before. Ligma Ball Beach. It's an incredibly old meme that first cropped up a few years before quirks started manifesting. Shigaraki Yoichi, the first user of OFA, told me about the joke. So either 2 fairly good speeches or a joke that would most likely end up with Bakugo trying to kill me if he fell for it. Nervously noted Izuku. If the event or the possible backlash wasn't as serious, Izuku would have loved to have seen how the explosive blonde would react, but for now he needed a speech that would ease everyone's nerves, and one way to do that for certain was to use smooth talker while he was spoke. So, we've been attacked, nearly killed, and our dream was almost ended before it could truly begin. But I have one thing to say to you villains out there, who are willing to try again. We are getting stronger, we will all be getting stronger, and getting ready for our next clash. And we shall break our limits, right here and right now. Plus Ultra. Passionately roared Izuku, shooting his clenched fist into the air. Dating Sims was doing his absolute best to nullify the embarrassment he was currently feeling, and Smooth Talker had apparently done something, since the stadium had fallen silent. Congratulations! Smooth Talker has leveled up. It is now more effective. Smooth Talker. Level 210. Description. With your charm, you're known to be a bit of a smooth talker. With this skill, the chances of you successfully wooing someone is increased. You are able to talk to crowds with ease. The stadium was beyond silent. Izuku was fairly certain he could hear his own heart hammering along inside of his chest, as he waited for someone to do something, for something to make any noise, and break the silent spell that had fallen upon everyone present. Did he do that bad that people weren't sure how to feel about it? Almost as one, everyone in the stand stood up, their right fist in the air as they all stared down at him, and as Izuku stared around the stadium, he even noticed the students were doing the same. Hell, even Bakugo and Todoroki had their fists in the air. Plus ultra! Simultaneously roared everyone. The pounding in Izuku's chest subsided somewhat, as the teen in question hastily made his way off of the stage, his face flushed red from the effort. Trying his best to refocus himself, Izuku glanced around back at Midnight, who was grinning as she looked upwards, emerald green eyes catching an earpiece in her left ear, as someone obviously told her something. Cracking her whip a few times, the excited chatter throughout the stadium rapidly died down, as they shifted their attention on the R-rated heroine. Now everyone! It is time for you youthful students to get hot and sweaty in the first event. Sultry purred Midnight. The innuendo wasn't lost on those who had the talk, but everyone was looking at the massive billboard behind the woman that was rapid shifting through dozens of possible first stages until it started slowing down, landing on a 5 kilometers obstacle race. Oh, it seems like the race has been picked. Everyone will be getting down and dirty with this. Happily explained Midnight. Izuku froze as he could hear someone panting near him, making Izuku slowly look around, his gaze being drawn to the ground beside him. It was Mineta, who panting with a blush on his face as he stared at the woman. Mineta, remember what we spoke about. Softly chastised Izuku, doing his best to divide his attention between Midnight and Mineta, which wasn't ideal, but the purple, ball-headed teen was his friend. Somehow. Dude! Softly hissed Mineta. Izuku was almost certain that he, along with everyone else, could feel the perverted intent coming from his short friend, as Mineta focused on Izuku, staring him dead in the eyes. Look at her melons. Their size are perfect. Perkier than anyone other girl's melons here, and they contain the hopes and dreams of millions. Pervertedly declared Mineta. Everyone in 1A and in 1B focused on the odd duo, before Izuku watched the crowd slowly edge away from them, some looking on in a sickening form of respect, while everyone else's looked disgusted, aka every female present. I wonder what life would have been like if Mineta as a host? That was a scary and creepy thought. Without even giving a response, Izuku walked away, his expression sullen as he walked towards what he assumed to be the starting line. The thoughts on his mind were thoughts he wanted to purge from himself, since a small, perverted part of him agreed. Soon more students started crowding around the starting line. The people in 1A, 1B and whoever else wanted to do well pushed and shoved their way to the front, as Izuku hung near the back, stretching his legs and back, as he gazed around the area. So what's the plan, dork? Curiously hummed Kyoka, mimicking Izuku as she started stretching, kicking her legs out as she waited for the green-haired teen to give his answer. Ochako told Momo the plan, and I overheard it. So? Expectantly asked Kyoka, her eyes meeting Izuku's own, as a countdown started overhead, starting at 10. You, Momo, Uraraka, Ida, Ijiro, Ibara, Pony, and I will have a non-aggression deal, and if there is a team event we'll team up together, since we all know each other's quirks. Calmly explained Izuku, doing his best to keep his voice as low as possible, fully aware that Kyoka could hear him with ease. He didn't want anyone else to hear them. She appreciates your honesty. Plus 10 relationship with Jiru Kyoka. 7. Seems a bit basic, doesn't? Interestedly hummed Kyoka, eyeing Izuku from her peripheral vision, as she got ready to take off running, her right leg twitching forward, ready to take off. Basic can be the best, since none of us know what's happening in the sports festival until it happens. Nonchalantly answered Izuku, closing his eyes and concentrating on the inferno inside of him, the blazing heat of one for all gushing throughout his skin, empowering him even further. You're a lot more confident than you used to be. Honestly noted Kyoka, and for once, Izuku didn't know what to say to that observation of him. Green sparks started crackling across Izuku's exposed skin. As the air temperature started lowering, everyone's breath started becoming visible, as explosions started cracking throughout the air. A glow came from Momo's left hand, Uraraka was lightening herself, Ida was revving his engines, and Mineta just stood there, awkwardly. One for all, 7%. Go. The second the buzzer echoed through the stadium, every student rocketed forward, some noticeably faster than others, either by some form of propulsion or natural speed, but nearly everyone was desperately trying to fit through the narrow tunnel to the other side. Izuku stood still for a second, trying to gather a rough idea of what this race would involve, as students shoved past him, ignoring the green-haired teen. Ready? Curiously asked Izuku, increasing the percentage of one for all flowing through his body, rapidly approaching the point that made his bones creak and groan with any form of movement, but it should be enough to do what needed to be done. One for all, 14%. Yep, me using Dark Whip to bandage your feet should stop your toes from breaking, but it is a shame we actually never had time to test it. With more force than most people could ever muster, Izuku launched himself forward, the hairs on his body standing up as a burst of cold shot through the stadium, a block of ice encasing the tunnel, keeping more than half of the competition trapped at the starting line. Not at all fazed from the fact that the tunnel was now sealed shut, Izuku bent his knees and jumped, shooting through the air. Izuku's eyes were firmly locked into his target, the roof of the stadium above the tunnel. It had the lowest roof in the stadium, most likely for situations like this. Both of Izuku's arms shot forward, desperately reaches for the ledge that was rapidly approaching him, fingers clawing into the hard plaster the second his body collided with the wall, trying to keep himself from falling back down into the crowd below. With a grunt of effort, Izuku managed to pull himself up onto the roof, fully aware of the fact that there was a literal corridor of ice blocking everyone beneath him, but now Izuku was free to do what he needed to do. Scanning the limited view he had of the obstacle course, Izuku blanched as he saw multiple zero-pointers looming off in the distance, which luckily weren't moving at that moment in time. Some would have called it foolish of him to be not running on ahead, but Izuku wanted the extra information on what was to come, since it gave dating sims just a little bit more time to assimilate Black Whip. Black Whip was a strange quirk. It was definitely made from the energy aspect of One for All, Izuku was certain of that, but it was solid and sentient to a sense, since whenever Izuku tried to use it, it went wild, yet dating sims was able to control it to some degree. One of the best aspects about Black Whip, besides giving him a ranged attack and a way of binding his opponents, was the fact that it could be used as a bandage for Izuku, allowing him to use even more of One for All for a limited time, and not put too much stress on his bones, but it was the same for his opponent, cushioning Izuku's blows. It's close to a 3% reduction in total. Idly recalled Izuku, leaning forward and taking off in a sprint, green flickers of energy dancing across his skin, as Izuku ran across the rooftop, rapidly getting faster to the point where Ida would be having to try in order to be faster than him. Still, having my blows cushioned is a lot better than breaking my bones. Honestly mused Izuku, launching himself off of the rooftop with enough force to leave a crack in it, as the green-haired teen soared forward, sailing above the horde of students, who were struggling to get past Todoroki's field of ice. Remember Izuku-kun, we gotta be effective with this, since I can only temporarily keep control of Black Whip before it goes haywire, so I reckon you have a few minutes left before I have to let it go. A few minutes to cover 5 kilometers. Oh, what is this? Midoriya is flying above the competition, but he is still quite far from the front runners, who are Bakugo, Todoroki, and Ida. Lively shouted Present Mike, grinning from ear to ear from the commentator box, as multiple small drones flew throughout the obstacle course, sending back videos to the man for him to comment on. What are your thoughts on this eraser? Curiously chuckled Present Mike, looking at his partly mummified friend, who only gave his obnoxious friend the stink eye. I believe that the hero course has the highest chance of getting through the next round, even though there is only 42 available places for the second round, but I cannot dismiss the possibility that a person from the general studies or the support course from getting first place. Logically hummed Aizawa, though silently he had a strong suspicion on who was going to do well in the race, most likely even get first. I cannot speak for Vlad, but in terms of overall speed in one, it is Yaoyorozu, Ashido, Tenya, Todoroki, Bakugo, and the problem child. If Yaoyorozu had a license for a motorcycle she would win it, though if Ashido had more stamina and was able to produce a continuous stream of acid, she could do well. And Tenya just needs to train his quirk more. Idly noted Aizawa, he was too interested in the whole ordeal, since the first round was mainly used to weed out the people who weren't interested in going on or capable of going on. The groaning of metal ahead of him made Izuku purse his lips, since a zero-pointer was utterly engulfed in an iceberg and was in the process of falling over, which would block a lot of the students from getting through for a while. Green eyes landed on Ijiro, who was casually jogging through all of the chaos going on. The sharp-teethed teen flashed his friend a smile as he made his way past Izuku, jogging underneath the falling zero-pointer without a care in the world. He'll be okay, right? Yeah, if Ijiro survived being punched by Nomu, I doubt this would hurt him, but as long as nobody else runs underneath it, I'm sure everyone will be okay. Calmly answered Izuku, pausing in order to let the zero-pointer fall, since it would be a lot faster getting over the behemoth than running around it. Are you stupid? You are nowhere near as durable as I am. Get out of there, you fool! Loudly bellowed a silver-haired, who dashed past Izuku and was making a beeline towards Ijiro, making the red-headed pause and turn around and point at himself. Yes, you cannot withstand what I can. Worriedly shouted the silver-haired teen. As Izuku took a glance upwards, the zero-pointer was almost finished tipping over now at least, and Ijiro had made it out of the center of the rapidly increasing shadow of the zero-pointer. No. You are the idiot. I am unbreakable, you can't withstand this. Dramatically challenged Ijiro, who proceeded to run back at the silver-haired teen, and both of them were started sprinting at the other, colliding with the other in the center of where the zero-pointer was about to land, grappling one another in order to get the other one out. Let me carry you out. Simultaneously yelled both teens. Izuku knew Ijiro activated his quirk, and the silver-haired teen flashed silver, before the zero fell on both of them. Are they alive? You're alive. Graciously shouted both Ijiro and the silver-haired teen a second later, before both of them bursted out through the zero-pointer with their quirks active, Ijiro with his hardening, while the silver-haired teen was covered in steel. Are so similar to me, now heroes might look over me. Defeatedly mumbled both teens, who were still both poking out of the zero-pointer, a depressive aura cloaking both of them. Izuku-san, I suggest that you get a move on and help Kirishima. Izuku dashed forward a second later, emerald green eyes focused on the two teens currently stuck in the zero-pointer. Sure, if he got first place in the first event, it might have impressed Sugiyama a good bit, but both Ijiro and the silver-haired teen deserved a chance, since of them tried saving the other, no matter how idiotic that was. Leaping upwards and landing on the remains of the zero-pointer, Izuku gripped both Ijiro's and the silver-haired teen's hand, before easily yanking them both out. Thanks, dude. Simultaneously thanked both teens, only to glance at Izuku before looking at one another, and Izuku didn't know what to think of the fact that both teens mirrored the other perfectly as they used their arms to hide the tears gathering in their eyes, as they ran towards the next obstacle. Izuku-san, I don't know what I saw, and I'm not sure if I want to see it again. I miss being a simple dating simulator quirk. I just want to help you build up relationship with heroines, maybe even help you get to third base on a few of them, before helping you marry the girl of your dreams. Green sparks of energy flittered off of Izuku's skin. As the teen continued his mad dash forward, he had wasted a lot of time waiting for the zero-pointer, but it was time to show everyone what he was made of, to show off to both heroes, civilians, and villains. That he was here. Dust flew up from beneath his feet. Izuku was solely focused on what was ahead of him, trusting danger sense to alert him of any incoming threat, as Izuku covered dozens of meters with every second, rapidly moving past Ijiro and the silver-haired teen. Slowly but surely, Izuku started passing other people, a lot of them he didn't recognize, but knew that the majority of them were from the full male hero class, Class 1B, as well as the odd student from other classes. Bakugo and Todoroki have both cleared the canyon in seconds. And Tenya is far behind them, he is already halfway through it. Happily informed present Mike, knowingly making every student who wanted to get to the next round run even harder, purposely igniting a fire, since the three leading students were well past the halfway mark at this point. Remember, Izuku-san, if you're planning on clearing the canyon with one jump, channel all of one for all into one of your smaller toes, since your largest toes are helping your balance. Green eyes barely acknowledged the message, instead focusing on the crop of brown hair ahead of him. Ochako Uraraka was already at the second obstacle, and an idea started forming in Izuku's mind, one that would involve one of his toes being broken. Skidding to a halt and accidental kicking up a cloud of dust in the process, Izuku coughed as he swatted the dust away, pursing his lips at the small mistake he had made. Izuku-san? I thought you would have been at the front by now. Confusedly gasped Uraraka, which made a lot of sense, since the green-haired teen had wasted a good bit of time already. Sure, he could have ran like his life depended on it at the start of the race, but he needed to impress Sugiyama, and not a lot impressed the woman. Yeah. I kinda got sidetracked by Kirishima and his doppelganger. But I've an idea and I need your help. Bluntly admitted Izuku, earning Ochako's attention in an instant, as the green-haired teen stepped closer to the brown-haired girl. I can jump across the canyon, though in the process I'd break a bone doing so, but if you and I work together, we can both get across the canyon quickly, and I won't have to break a bone. Hurriedly explained Izuku, his heart pounding as a wave of students passed the duo. Pony even flew past them on one of her horns. No matter how shaky her balance was, she would definitely finish ahead of the majority of students, if they didn't hurry up. Deal. Happily chirped Ochako, parting Izuku's shoulder, releasing the gravity off of his body, and the only reason the green-haired teen wasn't floating away was from the weight of his shoes. Awkwardly, Izuku picked Ochako up, adjusting her until she was in his arms, being carried bridal carry, and both teens were blushing at the close contact of the other. The Urata sports uniforms did very little to hide how toned and muscular the was. Trapping her own arm and releasing her own gravity, Ochako shuddered as the sparks of Izuku's quirk hit off of her skin, feeling the power each spark contained, and it was exhilarating. Not saying anything, Izuku ran forward and jumped, easily rising a few dozen feet into the air in an instant, passing out other students with ease, clearing the halfway mark of the canyon in just a few seconds. It didn't take long for the duo to reach the climax of their ascent, as the weight of their clothing gradually started taking the duo down towards the ground past the canyon. Ochako could only stare at Izuku. He was her friend, and she wouldn't deny that Izuku was certain built for his age. The muscles he had been building up were for his quirk, that required him to be strong or risk breaking a bone or five, and a lot of girls would definitely appreciated them. Slowly Ochako could feel her cheeks warm up as she stared at her friend, who had helped her so many times before. He was what a hero should be, someone who saved those he could without hesitation. To us. Admirable. Congratulations. Your relationship with Uraraka Ochako has maxed out. It will now enter the next stage. Ochako Uraraka, aspiring hero. Relationship, her goal, stage 30300. Description: having a less than ideal upbringing in the Finnical area, Ochako has learned to be happy with what she gets, and now she wants to strive to be a great hero, so her parents can have a happy retirement. What she needs is someone who she can confide in, to tell them why she wants to be a hero, so she doesn't feel so shallow compared to everyone else, and now she believes that one Midoriya Izuku could truly support her and help her become a true hero. Come on Izuku-an. Make haste. Izuku's feet skidded against the ground, as the green-haired teen desperately tried correcting himself. His and Ochako's weightless bodies wasn't doing them much help at that moment, and in response to that, Uraraka touched the pads on her fingers off one another, returning their gravity to them. Sure, the deal was to merely leap across the canyon before going solo again. Despite the extra luggage in Izuku's arms, the green-haired dating Sims protagonist didn't even realize the fact he was running forward with Ochako in his arms. Izuku! Nervously stammered Ochako. Her arms were wrapped tightly around Izuku's neck, as she did her absolute best not to blush at the very, very close contact to the person who she was slowly falling for, amazed at the fact that the green-haired dating Sims protagonist could carry her so easily. Do you want to let me down? Hesitantly asked Ochako. They had passed a lot of people at this point. They were definitely in the top 10 at this point, perhaps even the top 5 if the lack of people was any indication. Sure, let me just stop then. I'm gonna help you get first place. See, are you sure? You'll probably get a better place in the run with me carrying you and running. Izuku grimaced at the second option the moment his eyes scanned over it, immediately getting rid of that possible option since that was a tad creepy. It was something Mineta would say, and Izuku wasn't sure how Ochako would take it at that moment. The first option seemed a tad dismissive. A girl could take it as him being insensitive, and that he was only using them for their quirk, which was not true at all, so Izuku was sure of the fact that the third option was the best choice. My intelligence is actually really helpful. Amazedly realized Izuku, looking down at Ochako as he selected the third option, slowly down immensely to the pace of a brisk jog. Are you sure? You'll probably get a better place in the run with me carrying you and running. Slowly asked Izuku, aware of the fact that it sounded rather arrogant of himself to say such a thing, but it would correspond to Ochako's goal on doing well in the sports festival. Yeah, I want to stand out by myself. Determinedly declared Ochako, wriggling free from Izuku's arms, both teens blushing while doing so, before the brown-haired girl was on her own 2 feet, and looking Izuku in his eyes. Do well Ochako. Honestly spoke Izuku, feeling a smile grow on his face as he looked at the bubbly girl in front of him, who smiled back at him. You have inspired her. You made her embarrassed. +2 relationship with Ochako Uraraka. That was odd. Hey dating Sims, what happens when I inspire people? It happened to Ijiro during the USJ attack. Confusedly asked Izuku. The events of USJ were still as clear as Izuku's mind as if it was yesterday, though the text saying he had inspired Ijiro had been forgotten, but now was as good as time as any to find out, even though he was in the middle of a race. Not 100% sure Izuku-an. I think that is a feature created by One for All and I slowly merging. All I know for no, is that when you inspire people it gives them a boost of sorts. Izuku shouldn't have gotten off as lightly as he did when he was punched by Nomu. I'm not saying that because I hate him, but he simply isn't at that level yet. He should have died from that punch, but he didn't. So basically, you're able to temporarily boost someone's stats for a while. Not sure how long, but apparently we can do it. It was useful to say the least. Being able to temporarily increase the stats of a person could be incredibly helpful, since from what Izuku had seen of this particular ability so far, it let Izuku survive a punch from Nomu with minimal injury, and he wasn't even sure what Uraraka's boost did to her. If he found a way to activate this ability at will, Izuku was fairly sure he could help save a lot of people, since there was a possibility that Izuku could somehow increase a person's natural regeneration, so they could hang on until a meta came around. What's this? Midoriya is so close to catching up with Bakugo and Todoroki. Excitedly screeched Present Mike, breaking Izuku out of his musing, realizing that there was a tingling sensation going down his spine, before the tingling turned into a burn, and then Izuku felt his feet being forced off the ground with a burning sensation forming in his forearms. Oh! Midoriya got caught in Bakugo's explosion. Loudly announced Present Mike, grimacing as he could see the burns forming on Izuku's forearms. And what was worse, it was solely Izuku's fault for not paying attention to his surroundings. Stay out of the way, you shitty dude! Furiously howled Bakugo, an explosion roaring to life from his sweaty palms, rocketing him forward, as Todoroki continued running forward, propelling himself forward with blocks of ice forming beneath his left foot. You have received a new title. Webhead, your thought process increases the longer danger sense is active. That's oddly combat-related. Confusedly noted Izuku, activating intent as he got back onto his feet and stared at Todoroki and Bakugo, grimacing at the fact that neither of them as much as flinched from the skill. I've been active close to 2 months now, Izuku-kun. Just like how people find out how to use their quirks in combat, I'm finding ways to help you. Why else did you think you got the MSCST title? It is to help with damage reduction. Let's say a right hook from Izuku caused 20 damage. The MSCST title, when equipped, reduces it by 10%, meaning he'd only do 18 damage instead. I can equip titles? Slowly asked Izuku, who had been certain that his titles had been passively equipped this whole time, which meant that his lessons with Mineta could have been a lot easier, and all of pain he had been suffering during his training for the sports festival could have been severely lessened at least. Can you equip MSCST please? Dryly asked Izuku, his skin burning from the intense heat of Bakugo's explosion, and the cold air from Todoroki's ice was causing it to stink. Title equipped. Charm, 63. Intelligence, 54. Aura, 64. Title, Thi. Immediately the burning sensation dulled. The burning sensation from using one for all for so long also dulled. It didn't disappear completely by any means, but the pain had been lessened a lot. His right foot stomped on the ground. Green sparks of electricity crackled across Izuku's body, as the teen's eyes sharpened, suddenly feeling more complete in a sense, as he barreled forward, ignoring the pain he was suffering. Midoriya is up and running from Bakugo's explosion like it was nothing. Is there nothing stopping this young juggernaut? Loudly announced Present Mike, riling up the crowd, and Bakugo. Izuku knew that it was the man's job, but he really didn't appreciate it at all. Both Todoroki and Bakugo have made it to the next obstacle. The minefields. They won't kill you, but they have enough of a punch in them to send anyone falling down. Excitedly whooped Present Mike as Izuku spotted where both of the other were, before Todoroki was engulfed in a pink explosion. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Worriedly thought Izuku, entering the minefield at a breakneck pace in an attempt to catch up with Bakugo and Todoroki, who were launching explosion and ice at the other, only for a sharp tingle to race up Izuku's spine a second later. I think it's best if we use Webhead. Do it. Immediately agreed Izuku, increasing the amount of one for all flowing through him by just a small margin, propelling himself an inch further than where he should have been landing, narrowing, avoiding a landmine. Charm, 63. Intelligence, 54. Aura, 64. Title, Webhead. Unlike when MSCST was equipped, Izuku felt the burning sensation intensify throughout his body, and it felt like he had no title equipped as he ran through the minefield, steadily closing the distance, the constant tingling of danger sense running up his spine, alerting him of any mines nearby. It was odd, being on par with two of the strongest people in the year, despite there being a considerable gap in training time between him and them, not even a year for the green-haired dating Sims protagonist, and the other two had spent their whole lives getting ready for their dreams. A slight tremor ran through the ground beneath him, followed by the sound of an explosion going off behind, which made Izuku spare a quick glance backwards, trying to spot who had caused the explosion, almost missing a step, as a ball of vines was casually tearing its way through the mine field, making a trench behind it. Emerald eyes widened as they watched the ball of vines steadily gain on him. The mines that would have stopped it were being shoveled aside with ease, not affecting the ball of vines at all as they exploded. Ibra, confusedly mumbled Izuku. It was a creative use of her quirk, essentially turning herself into a plow in order to remove all of the mines in her path, but she was also helping out everyone else as well. Izuku-an, I would suggest speeding it up a bit, since Bakugo and Todoroki are very close to the finish now. Whipping his head around, Izuku felt his heart pause for a split second as he saw Bakugo and Todoroki almost out of the mine field, and the finish line was only a few hundred meters away from them. Red shoes sunk into the ground as Izuku took off. Dating Sims didn't waste any time in wrapping strands of energy from Black Whip around his feet and legs, cushioning his limbs from the backlash of 15% of One for All. Stay right there, you shitty I've got this in the bag. Determinedly snarled Bakugo, his right hand twisting around with an explosion, letting Bakugo to turn around midair in order to glare at Izuku dead in the eyes, not waiting as he held one of his arms out. Die! Loudly barked Bakugo, engulfing Todoroki in an explosion, who clearly hadn't been expecting it, since the dual-haired teen tumbled to the side, and Izuku easily overtook Todoroki, getting into second. Thanks for the win, Kaken. B, kind of a beach move you did there. C, say nothing. Holding out his right hand towards the explosive blonde gremlin, Izuku let a shaky smile grow on his face, as they both approached the finish line, Bakugo a few meters in front of him, and was smirking back at him, as the finish line rapidly approached, and black sparks started gathering in Izuku's right hand. Thanks for the win, Kaken. Shakily thanked Izuku. Multiple black whips exploded free from Izuku's right hand, shooting off towards Bakugo, whose red eyes were wide with surprise as they wrapped around the flying teen. I respect you a lot, you know. Softly mumbled Izuku, his feet digging into the ground as he hauled his right arm backwards with as much force as possible, flinging Bakugo backwards. Something creaked in his arm before it popped, his right arm getting slightly longer before the mother of all explosions roared to life behind him, sending Izuku tumbling over the finish line, as Bakugo rocketed past him a second later. A hiss escaped Izuku's lips as Bakugo slammed his shoulder into Izuku's own, hard enough to make tears gather in Izuku's eyes, as Bakugo glared at him. The winner by a hair's breadth is Midoriya Izuku. And in second place Bakugo Katsuki. Dramatically roared Present Mike, his voice bellowing over from the roars of excitement from the crowd, as a camera zoomed in on the two teens. You're not telling me something about your quirk, Deku? Lowly spoke Bakugo. He didn't seem livid like he normally did. Instead, Bakugo looked sullen as he walked away from Izuku. Izuku, he knows. That did very little to ease Izuku's worries. Time skip, 10 minutes. Now that the first 42 people have finished, I guess it's time that I talk about how your second round will go. Seductively mused Midnight, liking her lips as her eyes roamed the crowd of students in front of her. Everyone from 1A and 1B had passed, as well as the pink-haired girl from supports and some purple-haired guy, who looked like Aizawa's son, had passed. In 42nd place, they are worth 5 points, in 41st place is 10 points, and goes like that up to second place, with the sole exception of first place, and Midoriya is worth 10 million points. You now have 15 minutes to get into a team of 3 or 4. Amusedly commented Midnight, her eyes aglow with a sadistic light, as she focused on Izuku, who was painfully grabbing his dislocated right arm, as he stared up at the screen behind Midnight. Cavalry battle. I am so glad I've that deal made with the others now. Relievedly decided Izuku, hoping he could make it through this round, so he could go to Recovery Girl and get his arm popped back into its socket, since right now it was useless. All you have to do is worry about the other 34 people in the second round, who'll all be gunning for you, since the 10 million points is a certain pass into the third round. But Izuku-an, I've an idea that could help you out, if it's required. I'm not going to say what it is, since I'm not sure I'm capable of pulling it off, but in theory it's possible. Izuku, this is perfect. With you in the spotlight, my babies will shine. Excitedly squealed Hatsume, as she collided into Izuku, one of her gadgets slamming into Izuku's elbow, making the green-haired Dating Sims protagonist winch, as his friends started making their way over to him. So who else are we going to have on our team? Loudly asked Mei, staring at the people who were gathering Izuku, making mental notes of what she saw and what she could work with. We could make a deal between the two teams if it's easier. idly pointed out Kyoka, nodding to herself as she spoke, as she watched the competition gather around Bakugo, Todoroki, and Fumikichi. There's 9 of us here, meaning there'll be 2 teams with 1 person left over, but the 2 teams could work together and help the other keep their points and gather them, but the question is, who'll go? Helpfully explained Kyoka, making everyone look nervously at one another, since nobody wanted to leave, since it could ruin their chance at getting into the next round, but nobody wanted to see their friend getting booted out of the deal either. I've an idea. Happily announced Ijiro, smiling wide enough for his teeth to glisten in the light, as he pointed at himself, then at Pony, and then Momo. We can be Team 1, if we limit ourselves to teams of 3, then we can have a 3-way alliance. Gently informed Ijiro, keeping an eye out for anyone who could overhear them, since a lot of his friend group finished within the top 20, meaning they were all targets. As silently as he could, Ida walked over to Izuku, and gently grabbed onto Izuku's right wrist and wearily put the dislocated arm over the green-haired teen's head, and put the hand on his nape. The ground was quiet as they watched what was happening, as Izuku could feel his bones scraping off one another in his shoulder, before Ida yanked Izuku's arm to the left. Ah! Loudly gasped Izuku, feeling his shoulder pop back into place, which felt like hell for the teen, before gripping onto his right arm, as if it would pop back out at any moment. So who do you want to team up with, you Izuku? Curiously questioned Ochako. A small blush was on her face as she stared at her crush, which Izuku saw as clear as day. I want you, Ochako. B. Ibra want to team up? C. You ready to roll, Kyoka? D. Ida? Now he had a choice to make. That's a wrap, people. I want to sincerely apologize for the delay in updates. I planned on taking December off from writing so I could spend time with my parents, but at the end of the year I was involved in a small accident that left my right arm badly broken, so typing was a hassle, and whatever time I did have free was spent on essential reading for my college course, so sorry about that. Make, villain taker. Midoriya found himself surrounded by a void. Where am I? What is going on? Midoriya exclaimed, trying to make sense of the vast ocean of darkness before him. As he gazed about, a text box appeared in his vision. Press any key to continue. Hesitantly, Midoriya stretched his hand out before tapping the text box. The moment he did, the young hero instantly recoiled as a hulking, black creature with an exposed brain and an only vaguely humanoid body appeared from the shadows, the creature leering at him with bulging eyes and a hideous grin. Nomu, the amalgamated villain. Greetings, little hero. Please don't mind me. 'Tis just I, good old Nomu. Midoriya was about to ask what in the world was going on, when another text box appeared before him. New game. Chapter select. Exit. Midoriya stretched his hand towards the exit button, ready to leave this bizarre realm as quickly as possible. But the moment he did, Nomu, the amalgamated villain. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? Frustrated, Midoriya reached for New Game before pressing it as Chapter Select was completely blurred out. Not surprising since he had not completed any chapter to select. Nomu, the amalgamated villain. Story of the villain taker again? Interesting. DOU by any chance need a narrator? Do I have any choice? Midoriya asked. Nomu, the amalgamated villain. Smart kid. Let's begin then. It will be my pleasure. You woke up one day with a dream. Harem full of villain girls. It was, however, not an easy dream to achieve. It would cost you your life. When villain girls are involved, no price is high enough. You said, as you ventured down to Tartarus. Villain taker,